The day I was born, my mother gave me a bath in water at a temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius. But when she saw I didn't move, she thought the temperature wasn't high enough, so she threw me back into the pot and continued heating me. It's because my mother isn't human, but a red dragon, because it was her first time being a mother. No one had told her how to hatch a dragon egg, so she searched through the scriptures herself and found this method of hatching. After being heated for 7,749 days, I finally showed some movement. I struggled to open my eyes and found that I seemed to be wrapped in something, and it was all red around me and very hot. It was obvious that someone outside was roasting me with fire. I struggled to shake my body, bumping into the wall, wanting to get out from here, but found that the thing containing me is too hard. Can't break it at all. However, the noise I made was just discovered by a huge red dragon outside. Instantly, a look of surprise appeared on the red dragon's face. She carefully curled up next to the dragon egg, stretched out a dragon claw and tapped on the eggshell of the dragon egg. With the help of the red dragon, I pushed out a gap in the dragon egg. My head also stretched out from the gap. I haven't even had a chance to breathe fresh air yet, and then I saw a huge red dragon poking itself with one claw. I was just about to say no. I never thought I would make an animal-like roar. The red dragon heard my roar. She retracted her dragon claws and looked at her newborn child. We both looked at each other for a while. Neither of us knew what to do. I was just about to speak. Suddenly, a huge amount of information flooded into my brain. Along with the hints and the information flow, I subconsciously uttered my real name. I am Babados Caesar Valeriac. Even though I didn't know what it meant, my brain felt much better after saying it. The young red dragon named Lilia secretly smiled beside me. A true dragon. I'm really amazing. I gave birth to a true dragon the first time I became a mother. The things recorded in the 5th episode are indeed true. As my stomach rumbled, I had already recovered by this time. I began to gnaw at my own eggshell. In my memory, newborn dragons eat dragon eggs to nourish their bodies. But I found myself getting hungrier the more I ate. I quickly finished eating the dragon egg. I even drank every drop of the egg yolk inside. But the hunger wasn't relieved. I looked at myself. This young mother gave birth to a dragon claw, pointed to her own open mouth. Lilia was a bit puzzled about what her child meant by pointing to her mouth after eating the dragon egg. Then he extended the dragon head towards me, carefully examining every gap between my teeth. Thinking that I had eggshell stuck between my teeth while eating the dragon egg, I was speechless when I saw the situation. Desperate and hungry, I used my small body to push Lilia's head away. Then I opened my mouth, crazily swirling a large amount of dirt into my mouth. Lilia quickly panicked when she saw this scene. Hey, how can you eat dirt and almost vomit it out? Lilia grabbed my tail. She lifted me upside down and shook me hard, trying to make the dirt in my stomach come out. Confused and disoriented, I vomited, mixed with stomach acid, the dirt. Please stop shaking me. I'm starving to death. Get me something to eat. Weak and famished, I struggled to say a word. And then the whole dragon fainted. Warning, insufficient energy. Failed to activate. Because the required dragon energy is severely depleted, will perform a partial bypass. Smoke emission completed. Editor integration successful. Wishing you a happy life. Unconscious. I faintly heard some movement, but I was also powerless to pay attention. Can only hope that this young dragon mother can find food for herself. Lily is very anxious. She didn't expect her baby to be this hungry. And her territory is also gone. Other creatures have been eaten up by its own greed. Suddenly Lily seemed to have thought of something, quickly flew out of her territory, and flew towards the east. She remembered there was a green dragon over there. Seems like there's also a clutch of dragon eggs. In Lilia's perception, newly hatched dragon should eat dragon eggs instead of preying on other creatures' flesh. My child, you wait here first. Mom will bring you something to eat soon. Thinking of me still in a coma, Lilia flapped her wings even faster. Soon he saw a dragon's nest. Just as Lilia was about to borrow some eggshells, a dragoness Lilia appeared overhead. Not going to hatch your dragon eggs. What are you doing here with me? Faced with Lilia, this adult red dragon, the green dragon, is still somewhat cautious. The leader of the 5-colored dragons, the red dragon, has earned his position through his own efforts. The other 3-colored dragons must acknowledge it. Who allowed you to fly over my head? Come down here. You are so ugly. Quickly turn into stone. The petrified tree, Lilia, suddenly uses dragon and magic. Although the green dragon is cautious, but still got hit. The green dragon, affected by the petrified tree, cannot flap its wings. Fell from the sky. Lilia takes the opportunity to fly into the dragon's nest. When she sees the 5 green dragons gnawing on dragon eggs, the entire dragon is in a hurry. Don't touch my baby's food. Standing there, not allowed to move, the green dragon hatchling, unaware of what's happening, is immobilized by Lilia. And then I just watched as it snatched the dragon egg from my mouth. Lilia snatched 5 green dragon eggshells. As she left, Lilia felt she had gone a bit too far, so she peeled off a little bit of the green eggshell and gave it back to them. Don't say I took them all. At least I left you a little bit. In the bewildered eyes of the green dragon hatchlings and the angry roars of the adult green dragon, Lilia quickly fled the scene of the crime and returned to her own lair. Lilia happily placed the eggshells in front of me, saying, "My babies, I brought you something to eat." Hearing that there's something to eat, I instinctively opened my eyes. Looking at the 5 dragon eggs placed in front of me, I couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Lilia sees my puzzled look. She gives a somewhat guilty explanation. "Ah, these were borrowed from the neighboring green dragon's house. Don't worry, eat up." Hearing this, I was a bit speechless. I'm a bad egg, but I'm not stupid. You shouldn't have borrowed these. You probably forced your way to get them, right? Which green dragon would lend you dragon eggs? Lilia completely ignores what I said. Physical appearance and all that doesn't matter. The most important thing is that he found food for his own offspring. I don't know if it's because of insufficient energy intake or some other reason. My physique is naturally smaller than other red dragon hatchlings, according to the normal length of 2.4 meters for a red dragon hatchling. At my current 1.2 meters, I can only say I'm not growing up yet. I'll take a nap first. You still have several younger brothers and sisters who haven't come out yet. Take care of them for me. Lilia let out a big yawn. Arriving at the depths of the cave, lying on top of the treasure mountain made of gold coins, fell asleep. Countless Dragons and Magic Before Bedtime by Lilia. Covering the entire dragon den after eating 5 green dragon eggs, I began to carefully size up this unfamiliar world. The dry and hot environment, strong smell of sulfur, clearly should be very pungent, yet I find this smell quite enjoyable. It's very obvious that this is a volcano. Wandering around the cave, I came to the side of my little brothers and sisters. Let's roughly count. There are 4 red dragon eggs. This means I will have 4 little brothers and sisters. But why do these dragon eggs look different from mine? These 4 dragon eggs are dark red in color. There are some patterns around them, while my dragon egg is entirely black, not to mention the patterns. Being able to recognize that it's an egg and not a stone is already good enough. Suddenly, I thought of something. My cheap old mom is asleep. So, don't these eggs need to be hatched? Do I have to hatch these dragon eggs by myself? Is this something a red dragon hatchling should do? Thinking about this, I started to feel confused. Bloodline memory also doesn't mention that dragon eggs need to hatch into hatchlings first. As I recall bloodline memory, incubation is about giving the egg a constant temperature, a safe environment. Thinking about this, I feel this is too simple. A safe environment. This has Lillian's safety. As safe as this constant temperature. If I remember correctly, the breath of the red dragon is completely controllable, so I decided to take out a red dragon egg to test. Positioning the dragon egg, I take a deep breath, feeling a surge of energy from near my heart. Immediately open my mouth, release the energy from my mouth. Suddenly, the dragon mother is here. My goodness, do you want to kill your own siblings? Just as I was about to touch the dragon egg, Lily suddenly appeared in front of me, and quickly snatched the dragon egg away from me. If it weren't for some vague sensation, he never thought his own offspring would want to kill their own siblings. She didn't hit the dragon egg. Instead, it burned a big hole in the wall of the dragon's lair. I was startled by the power of my own breath. At the same time, I also confirmed that my dragon egg was born that way. It wasn't something my dear old mom cooked up. Oh my goodness. I just felt that my siblings would sense it, so I thought of warming them up. Don't let them catch a cold. I hold Lilia's dragon claw. You look like you're listening to my sophistry. What is a cold? When Lilia asked like this, for a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Just at this moment, it seems that the dragon egg was stirred by me like this. The little guy inside seems a bit eager to come out. The little guy in the dragon egg is bumping against the eggshell one by one. Lilia then made a move to help. Soon, a little head poked out of the eggshell. Skillfully, I ate the dragon egg bite by bite. Finally, I burped. Lilia looked at her second hatched child, a little worried. The dragon mother is going to kill me. Why doesn't this child say his real name? Could it be that he hasn't finished speaking? The little guy just made a sound in pain. I and Polona Molier as Philip came out after hearing this. Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at this moment, I noticed something. It seems that my brother is full after eating his own dragon egg. Why can't I get full here? And my body size seems to have shrunk by half in comparison. Yak, take care of your brother. I'm going back to continue sleeping. Also, after mom leaves, you're not allowed to breathe towards your brother and sister. Philip cautiously asked me. Yak, what do you think? What do you think we should do? Don't worry, what my mom said is all fake. Mine was just an accident. After saying that, I casually licked Philip's neck. This made Philip's whole dragon shiver. I subconsciously licked my lips. Why does it taste a little sweet? Philip saw my appearance. The shadow deepened further. Just then, a deep red panel suddenly appeared before my eyes. It displayed that I had just successfully edited a new dragon maiden magic. I really didn't mean to eat you, believe me, fear tree level 1. Seeing this, I was completely confused. This cheat device, besides displaying the successful magic edit prompt, is there nothing else? Yak brother, are you okay? Philip waved his dragon claw in front of me. I subconsciously opened my mouth. Philip was startled by my reaction. As I came to my senses, I stared at Philip in confusion. I didn't understand what he meant. Little Philip, I know you want to play with me now, but your big brother Yak is very busy now. Can you go and stay on the side for now? I spoke calmly, but what Philip heard was, you little guy are bothering me. I will eat you. I scared away the frightened Philip. I started to study this castrated version of my golden finger. After a series of operations, I found that apart from the deep red panel that only I could see, there was no response at all. I originally thought that after crossing, I would be the protagonist. I never expected my golden finger to be useless. Soon my stomach growled again. Intense hunger drove me out of the dragon's den. While Lilia's was fast asleep, she didn't notice my easy departure from the dragon's den. The dragon and magic didn't hinder Yakage at all. Where are we going? I want to go and see too. Philip watched me leave the dragon's den. Let's set off. I also want to leave with you. But as soon as I reached the exit of the dragon's den, I was blocked by the barrier shot by Lilia's. It's been about an hour since we came out of the dragon's den. I found myself the only living creature in this forest. There isn't even a single corpse. But just as I thought so, little did I know, a mercenary group of about 5 people had been secretly eyeing my red dragon cub from not far away. At this moment, I came to a stop at the edge of the banana grove. So I immediately unleashed my only level 1 dragon in magic, the fear tree. The next second, a mercenary named Big Head was enveloped by the fear tree. He was so scared that he fell straight down from the withered banana tree, muttering for mercy as he fell. Just as I was about to step forward to see what the people in this world were like, limping towards me with a stick in hand, another teammate named 5 Mao was engulfed by the fear tree, but he didn't make any reaction, simply because his pupils had already dilated, clearly scared to death. Damn it, what's the deal with these 3 people? How did it suddenly turn out like this? Teammate named Cyclops is watching everything from a distance. Seeing the situation turn bad, slowly fled towards the back. The leader of the mercenaries ran away when Big Head fell from the tree, just because he didn't expect it either. I, a fledgling, actually have such powerful dragon and magic. On this side, the cripple is holding. The stick hitting me feels like scratching an itch. I curiously look at the cripple in front of me. At this moment, the cripple and Big Head are completely different. One is unable to act due to fear. One is shrouded in fear. So I had to come over and fight desperately. My dragon and magic actually have 2 different outcomes. This is a bit like the negative stick and the positive stick. If used well, it's a positive effect. If not used well, it's a negative effect. I used the dragon tail to hold the cripple's horns while carrying him. At the same time, I gently grabbed the Big Head with a dragon claw. My left arm led them deep into the banana grove. It just so happens that I need test subjects to test my dragon and magic. Tie the 2 of them up. I tried to conceive a dragon and magic in my mind. This dragon is awesome. Staring at the successful editing of dragon and magic. First level of enchantment tree. Brother, how can your shadow move? Dragon and magic editing successful. Negative level of shadow art. I'm telling you, I'm super fierce. Dragon and magic editing successful. First level of dragon power. Danger ahead. You go first. I'll take the lead. Successful editing of dragon and magic. First level of inspire spell. Now I finally know how to use this broken cheat. If this thing doesn't have a smoke cut. And now the smoke cut version can only be tried one by one to see if it can be successful. If I use inspire spell with charm spell, can it make others take the bullet for me? To prove this idea, I cast dragon and magic towards the frightened Big Head. The originally confused Big Head suddenly became 10 points resistant. See the situation. I released the restraints on Big Head, then I released the restraints on the cripple. Cripple's restraints released, charging towards me. The Big Head, under the influence of charm and inspiration, stood in front of me, said, I absolutely won't allow you to harm the master. It was a headbutt from me. The Big Head grabbed the cripple's head and fiercely collided with its own head. The sound of the collision between the skulls rang out. The cripple fell silent on the spot. Only the still excited Big Head came to his senses from the dragon and magic at this moment. Devil, you deserve to die. How could a devil like you appear inside our 5-color dragon? The Big Head remembered his own actions. Fear coiled around my heart. Test completed. I immediately gave it a good beating, and then a dragon breath burned the bodies of the 2 people to charcoal. Even though I'm very hungry now, but I still can't bring myself to prey on humans. I've been out for half a day and haven't found anything to eat. I might as well go back and sleep in front of my mom. I slowly flap my dragon wings and fly back towards the dragon's lair. Just at this moment, I suddenly find myself shrouded in a shadow. I look up and realize that a slightly smaller green dragon than Lilia is flying above me. Better to have fewer troubles. I originally wanted to lower my flying altitude to avoid it, but the green dragon also lowers its altitude. It turns out that the green dragon, Bisha, originally came out to hunt for food, but when passing through Lilia's territory, it remembered the incident of the stolen dragon egg, so it decided to come out. Just as he was thinking about how to retaliate against Lilia, suddenly he spotted a red baby dragon daring to fly alone in the sky. Bitia observed for a while, did not find any trace of Lilia, judging that this baby dragon must have sneaked out. This also gave him the chance. Bitia also did not use dragon magic, simply caught me with his dragon claw, quickly flew away from Bilia's territory. I tried to struggle in his dragon claw, attempting to escape, but found that my strength was completely insufficient in front of this adult green dragon. What to do? What to do? Can't break free from the dragon claw. I started to panic, watching the volcano getting farther and farther away. I immediately displayed the power of dragon and magic. After the charming rat displayed its power, the green dragon's grip on itself weakened a lot, so I tried to struggle on. Unexpectedly, the green dragon suddenly roared. The power on the dragon's claws increased. Mine. You are mine. You are not allowed to escape from me. The next second, I clearly heard the sound of my bones breaking inside my body. Holy crap. It seems like it turned into a negative explosion technique. It should have been charming, but it turned into a sickly sweet dragon instead. In a sickly sweet state, Bisha tightly grabbed onto me and wouldn't let go. Even the dragon wings in the cave struggled vigorously. Bisha woke up shortly after. I didn't quite understand why I did that just now. You should know that the dragon clan has the power of the dragon. Most of the enchanting trees are ineffective, but I was indeed enchanted just now. Bisha descended from high altitude to a large plane. Release me from the dragon's claw. I rolled down to the ground. A lot of dragon blood flowed from my mouth and nose. Both front claws are broken. The back legs are in a similar condition. Even the dragon wings can't spread out. Bisha released me and stepped on me. Two dragon claws grabbed my wings, tore them off my body. The intense pain made me cry out. But this is not over yet. Bisha grabbed my dragon tail, and then, one after another, falling on the plane like a whip being cracked. But I didn't continue to scream. In the depths of my bloodline, the pride of being a red dragon does not allow me to be reborn, even if I'm just a red dragon hatchling. Sure enough, this is how you red dragons are. Bisha stopped her hand, holding onto my foot, picking me up, placing me in front of him, looking at me in this pitiful state, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. Are you very puzzled? Why I have done this to everything is all because of your mother Lilia. If it weren't for his immobilization spell, how could my child have been stolen by those humans? If it weren't for the immobilization spell, how could my child be dismembered and eaten? It's my mother Lilia. He's the one who caused all this. Since my child has suffered so much, why should his child be able to live well? I see the anger in Betty's eyes. He spat with dragon blood in his face. This spit once again angered Betty. He grabbed me and flew into the sky, and then let go. At this point, my consciousness was not very clear. I could only fall from the sky by myself, but the next second, my dragon eye, which was almost unable to open, suddenly saw a faint green light rushing towards me. This green light was Betty's help as I fell from the sky. For me, who is now seriously injured, even though it has the ability to threaten lives, but it's still far less deadly than Tushi. There's still time for life to come and go like this. I'm really unwilling. In the end, in my consciousness, I'm full of unwillingness, but there's nothing I can do. The breath is getting closer and closer. It's about to come into contact with my body. A space crack suddenly appears beneath me and sucks me in. Damn it! The roar of Bitia in the air, one after another. At the same time, on the other side, Lilia suddenly wakes up from her sleep. Why do I suddenly feel so uncomfortable? Just now, she seems to feel like she's lost something important. Lilia hurriedly got up and arrived at the place where the dragon egg died. Now there are 3 dragons flying well. Lily is trying out dragon magic elsewhere. Only Yakik saw it. Originally, the red dragon was very easy to be irritable. Now, when her own child disappeared, Lilia fell into a frenzy of anger. I was sucked into a space crack on the other side. At this time, I was sent to the entrance of a strange temple. This temple is very magnificent, but it has no guards, no opportunity, nor any communication in and out. It's like being abandoned and struggling to keep my eyes open. Being illuminated by bursts of light. until I can barely accept the light. I found myself in the palace, wanting to seek the help of the divine dragon for healing. How is this possible? Because it runs deep in the bloodline. The dragon's pride does not allow me to do this. Only the red dragon who fights to the death. The red dragon who did not rely on divine healing to survive. You look perfectly fine. The healing spell successfully edited the dragon's magic. Under a strong will to survive, I edited a new dragon magic. Under the effect of the healing spell, I fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a voice appeared from deep within the temple. I think doing this will leave a lingering problem. But before the voice finished speaking, it was interrupted by another voice. Bahamut, take care of your own affairs. I don't know how long has passed. I woke up from a deep sleep, under the unknown healing technique's effect. Except for the torn dragon wing that hasn't recovered. Everything else has been healed and returned to its original state. After recovering, I walked around this temple. I found that this temple actually has 4 entrances. According to the records in the bloodline memory, temples usually only have 1 entrance. I arrived at the main entrance of the temple. Carefully stepped onto the first step, but there was no response. Then the second one, the third one, until I reached the front entrance of the temple. Nothing happened until I pushed open the temple door. In front of my eyes is a spring water gushing, and I feel no discomfort in the mist. Instead, I feel an itch on my back. This spring water is a good thing. Just the mist alone has healing power, but the sensation in my body doesn't make me let my guard down. Instead, I become even more cautious. How can such an important thing be left here like this? It's too abnormal without any guards. I slowly walk towards the spring water. The dragon tail sways from side to side occasionally, and I cast dragon and magic in the temple, but there was no response. When I wanted to continue probing, suddenly, a spatial crack appeared behind me. A foot reaches out from the spatial crack and kicks me directly into the spring water, leaving behind only a sarcastic remark. Then the spatial crack closed immediately, as if nothing had happened at all. Now I am fierce like an entire dragon. By the name of my true dragon, I am inspired. Don't let me find out who kicked. Otherwise, I will make you regret it for sure. The spring water slowly penetrates my body. At the same time, it also repairs the parts that healing magic cannot treat. Soon, brand new dragon wings grew out. While the spring water heals the body, it also allows my body to further grow rapidly, skipping the dragonette stage directly and entering the juvenile stage. The originally smooth, bright red dragon scales have turned into thick and large dark red dragon scales. Apart from the 2 horns on the head, several rows of small horns have grown on the head. The total length of the body has grown from the original 1.2 meters to 6 new dragons. When fully spread out, it reaches 10 meters. So, the spring water has this effect as well. I wonder if I'll still be recognizable when I'm old. Coming out of the spring water, I shot through a colorful dragon. Now I'm really handsome leaving the temple. I left my magical mark far away in the temple. As for the remaining 3 entrances of the temple, I have a feeling now is not the time to go in, leaving the temple not far away. I found a treasure mountain even bigger than Lillian's gold coin mountain. This makes the idea of seizing this place even stronger. But as of now, I'm still too weak. In the perspective of the red dragon, the weak do not deserve to have treasures. My poor treasure, you must wait for me to come back. I'll be back in 3 steps. The red dragon's serious collection of treasures is well demonstrated. I'll just take 1 gold coin back first. Just take 1. 1 should be enough. Unable to resist, I ran to the colorful treasure mountain and rolled around before finding a coin, reluctantly leaving. At the same time, on the other side, Lilia had already lost count of how many times she had used the tracking spell. There's still no trace of me. This made the agitated red dragon, who met Lilia's fellow dragons, avoid it. Failed mirror image spell. Lilia saw a young red dragon blocking a small castle, demanding treasure. Hey, open the door. Quickly open the door. I'm a good person. I promise not to hurt you. I promise not to take a single needle from you. Hurry up and open the door. At this moment, Lilia is casting the mirror image spell. I saw a young red dragon blocking a small castle, looking for treasure. In the mirror, I have already left the location of the temple. I have arrived at a strange place. Here, there are countless green hills and waters. Various kinds of creatures live here. What surprised me the most is that I found a small human castle. The red dragon's intuition tells me that there is definitely valuable and captivating treasure in this castle, and the person guarding this treasure is weak. I, Akbi, am stronger than the guardian, so this treasure should be mine. However, no one in the castle expected. It was just hosting a celebration. How come there's a red dragon at the door? in this remote and poor village of theirs. By rights, dragons should shake their heads when they see it. Could it be that this red dragon is also going to participate in the ring competition? At this time, the city lord also did not expect. He had just accidentally found a delicate crown in the cemetery a few days ago. It hasn't even been a few days since he found it, and it's been discovered by this dragon. This secret room in the city. Looking at the crown placed in the middle of the secret room, he really can't bear to give it up, just because the workmanship of this crown is too good. He has never seen such an exquisite crown before. Countless gold bars intertwined, obviously very messy, but it gives a sense of order in the chaos. And there are 3 gems on this crown. 1 star ruby. One wants to be dark. One wants to be deep blue. Apart from this, on the crown, there are countless small decorations surrounding it. Sir, or should we give this to him? Impossible. The city lord's wife was rejected by the city lord as soon as she spoke. He won't hand this over. Even if it's a dragon, it's not allowed. A gleam of crimson light flashed in the city lord's eyes. The city lord's wife thought it was her own eyes playing tricks. She didn't take it to heart. When the city lord's wife left in distress, the city lord raised the crown high and put it on his own head. I offer all my life's treasures to summon your arrival. The lord wearing the crown seems to have changed. There's a strange aura emanating from inside out. The Lord glanced around the secret chamber. Apart from a pile of gold coins, there's nothing else that interests him. It seems this offering is from a pauper. No, there seems to be something good here. The Lord walks out of the secret chamber. He walks leisurely to the battlements. A new world, new species. This time, there's a big harvest. The Lord saw me knocking on the door and realized that there are no red dragons in his world. You finally decided to come out. I've been saying that I'm a good person. You haven't finished speaking yet. That's when I noticed the Lord with the delicate crown and no skin. I originally didn't pay much attention to the creatures inside this castle, but at this moment, I feel a threat to my life. This threat even surpasses that of the adult green dragon. The dragon's claws tightly grip the earth. As long as the situation isn't right, I'll pick up some soil from the ground and throw it, then make a quick escape. A very strange structure. It's a bit like the feline creatures from my side, but there are still significant differences. Interested in being my mount, little reptile? When the Lord speaks, my scales on my back are bursting. It's just a common universal thing, but there are countless people whispering in my ear. This feeling is like those stock gods in the novels I read in my past life. I haven't heard any other creature call me the god catcher in a long time. It really makes me nostalgic, the city lord said with a hint of nostalgia. Hearing the city lord say that, I didn't hesitate at all. Directly inside Long E to stay away from this damn thing. How can this world produce such ancient gods? The art style doesn't match at all. Seeing me flee, the city lord flashes a crown full of gems. A portal forms in front of us. The city lord takes a step forward, ready to enter. I suddenly realize that my current body is rapidly transforming before my eyes. The world's rejection is still too strong, but it doesn't matter anymore. I've already memorized the essence of this world, and that interesting creature. It turns out that it's a human soul controlling the body of this dragon. The moment of final dispersal. The lord of the city glanced in the direction I was leaving, then laughed a few times meaninglessly towards the sky. On the other side, I frantically flapped the dragon wings, just wanting to fly away from this place quickly. Suddenly, a petrification spell immobilized me there. I was suddenly struck by a blast of dragon and magic. The entire dragon fell from the sky. It's over. This time, it's really over. My body can't move. My mind is full of crazy thoughts. Free fall from high altitude. It's been a long time since I touched the ground. It was then that I realized I was being carried in the mouth of a red dragon. This red dragon looks quite familiar. It's kind of like when my cheap old mom carries my formal Lily. He's been using mirroring and tracking techniques to find his offspring, but each time, it's the same young red dragon that appears, and it's quite obvious that it's not his offspring. His own offspring is clearly a young dragon. Countless times, he tried using mirroring and tracking techniques again. Every time, it's my own image that appears. The dirty appearance of it just makes him furious. How could a red dragon have such a failure? So Lilia decided to drive it away. Just beat him up while you're at it. Otherwise, I'll be too annoyed. I don't know how long I've been flying. Once again, I experienced being thrown down from the sky by a dragon. The earth and the dragon in close contact. A feeling of being a little itchy. A feeling that I'm about to fall apart. Something's not right. How come this guy has the smell of my own offspring on him? Lilia flew down and stepped on me. Just as he was about to swing his dragon claws at me, suddenly, I smelled a familiar scent. A smell of burning. The unique scent of my own offspring, Isekai'd. The body binding technique was just released. I immediately launched an attack towards Lilia. It was a slap in the face for her. Lilia, caught off guard, got a face full of this dinosaur's breath. If it wasn't for my weakness, this dragon's breath could have directly injured Lilia and knocked her out. Making you not believe. Lilia's dragon claw slapped my head. The force was just right. Strong pressure without hurting the brain. I covered my head and took a peek during the gap. I found out that this red dragon was actually on my side. My mom simply retracted the dragon claw covering my head. Stop pretending. I know you recognized me. Lilia seems pretty cool. Ever since she saw me looking like I didn't care if she hit me. He knows this red dragon is his own. Otherwise, according to the temper of other red dragons, they would have fought long ago. Done. Let's go back. My younger brothers and sisters are still waiting for me, their big brother, to protect them. I shook my body for everything that just happened. I didn't mention a word, as if it never happened. Lilia looked at her dragon claws, then looked at me. She wondered if she had knocked her own dragon's head. Oh, hurry up and walk. By the way, Yak, you'd better catch some food and go back. Just flew into the air. I heard Lilia's words. Don't you have food in your territory? Faced with my doubts, Lilia said somewhat embarrassedly, I've eaten it all. At the first moment, I stood in the air, just felt a bit speechless. Back to the dragon's den. I left behind 4 python cows, just followed Lilia to the outside of the dragon's den. Bark. In theory, we red dragons are natural spellcasters, but I found that there seems to be a problem with you. You actually told me that you can't use dragon and magic in your bloodline memory. Lilia still had an incredulous look on her face when she said this. You should know that even a weak black dragon, they can all cast dragon and magic, and my own child can't even use it. Could it be that my own child isn't a red dragon? Actually, it's a white dragon. Thinking about this, Lilia shook her head. Impossible. How could red dragons give birth to a white dragon? It's too absurd. I actually wanted to say that I can do dragon and magic, but seeing Lilia's expression, I still feel it's better not to say it. I always feel like I'll be laughed at if I say it. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. The little ones from the remaining dragon eggs were born within 7 years. I was ordered by my own mom to come and take care of them. Until one day, Lilia came to find me. I said a word. Yak, you've grown up now, so I've decided that you can go out and live on your own tomorrow. And that's how I was ruthlessly driven out of the dragon's den, becoming a wandering red dragon. The remaining little red dragons were called by Philip. Originally, Philip wanted to leave with me, but he got beaten up by Lilia, and then he gave up on that idea. So that's how I ended up being driven out like this. This is too hard on the dragon. I still have a bunch of dragon and magic experiments that haven't been successful. I was just experimenting with my own dragon and magic, accidentally stumbled upon a dragon egg, that's all. As for being driven out, well, it turns out that during these 7 years, Lilia has always been calling me Dragon Maiden Magic. But that's just how it started. Strange changes started to happen later on. In the first year, Lilia was still teaching me. From the second year, it became Lilia learning from me. I am teaching. This is very strange. Flying into the sky. I started my own aimless journey. I didn't know how long I flew for. I woke up from a deep sleep. I found that the Wukong tree has some benefits. It's that I'm not afraid of falling when sleeping in the air. When I first discovered this, I told Lilia. Lilia had a "as long as you're happy" expression. Before it was 996. Now dragon life is once again in confusion. It's too difficult. I landed in a cave with a faint dragon aura. It looks like a cave where a dragon used to live, and then abandoned. Suddenly, the dragon's aura doesn't seem as strong as I was about to enter. Suddenly, my body instinctively dodged to one side. A dragon's breath landed right where I was just standing. Leave this place. Suddenly, I saw a strange creature with 3 heads coming out from the depths of the cave. The 3 heads are a dragon, a lion, and a goat. The lion head, the goat head, the front half of the body is that of a lion, while the back half is that of a goat, and a dragon tail, and a pair of dragon wings, a chimera. This was the creature that came to my mind at first sight. No wonder this cave has the aura of a dragon. I thought it was abandoned dragon blood. Who knows, there's a chimera inside. But a chimera of around 10 meters is like a little brother to me, now rapidly growing to 16 meters. I can only say it's a little brother. I know you're very strong, but I was the first to notice the alert chimera here. It's the first time I've seen it. The chimera asked curiously, do you eat with all 3 heads at the same time? Do you taste the same or different flavors? Do all 3 heads eating together cause choking? What if you're thirsty? Does one head drinking water not work? Do your 3 heads smell each other? Doesn't the smell overwhelm the mouth? I blurted out a bunch of questions. At that time, Chimera didn't know how to respond. He never thought about these things. I saw Chimera for a long time without a reaction, left with a disappointed look. After all this, Chimera is a retard. Too pitiful. Chimera looked bewildered. You suddenly ran to my house and asked me a bunch of questions, then left with a disappointed look, eyes filled with love. What does retard mean? Chimera felt insulted. One side of the dragon's head exhaled towards me. Hey, finally caught you. You were the first to lay hands. This is legitimate self-defense in the air. I dodged the spit with a twist of my body. Immediately, I folded my wings in midair and plummeted towards the Chimera. Standing there, I forbade the dragon marshal from using the body reset technique and cast the fascination spell. The Chimera's body was immobilized. 6 pairs of eyes stared at me intently, as if I were some rare treasure, the ultimate flesh projectile. In midair, I curled up into a ball. I fiercely smashed down towards the Chimera. Amidst a violent tremor, the original cave collapsed into ruins, and the Chimera was smashed into meat by me. To be honest, physical training plus a bunch of passive magic, it's really effective. I picked and chose from the meat patties, picking out a part that belongs to the dragon, then remove the internal organs, discard the buttocks and similar parts, then a little flame to ignite the meat, and thus, the fresh exotic delicacy, Chimera meat pie, is born. Indeed, it's better to eat it well done. Even if you pick and choose, there won't be much left of the Chimera meat pie. I finished it in a few bites. What a pity. Perhaps you are strong, but I am stronger than you, muttered to himself. I'll fly away from here. The father of forging is here. This red dragon is too terrifying. The dwarves nearby looked at the departing red dragon in amazement. You should know that this Chimera has been here for 700 years. Countless humans and monsters have become its food. Among them, many dwarves have also been eaten. To deal with this Chimera, the dwarves have put out such a tempting reward, but no one dares to take it. And now it's been solved by a red dragon. And they've also found out that this red dragon is still in its youth. It's hard to imagine what it would be like when it's fully grown. Chieftain, perhaps it's a good choice. You're right. But he really is too young. Young enough to be just a teenage red dragon. Yes. Isn't this young red dragon very powerful? Yes. It's too scary. I suddenly appeared next to the dwarf chieftain, nodding in full agreement. At this moment, the dwarf chieftain suddenly realized a silent guest has unexpectedly appeared by my side. The dwarf clan chief looks shocked, and red dragons don't have the habit of sneaking around, and their dragon power can't be hidden at all. But what the dwarf clan chief doesn't know is that my dragon power requires both dragon and magic to activate. It's different from the innate power of other red dragons. Prepare for the sudden attack of the evil dragon. In an instant, the dwarf clan is in chaos. The soldiers raise their weapons. Other dwarves either wield hammers or pick up iron needles or stones. No need to be nervous. I am a good dragon. Relax, everyone. The dwarves still haven't let their guard down. I continue to say, listening to what you just said, do you want to become my subordinate race? Have you thought it through? Hearing this, the mountain dwarf chieftain immediately knelt down on one knee. Respected red dragon, please spare us. We are willing to become your subordinate race. I squinted, sizing up the dwarf chieftain in front of me. As for this guy who suddenly wants to become his own subordinate race, I'm a little worried about what his motive might be. I need a reason from you. I want to know. I'll take you in. What's in it for me? Equipment or wealth? Or perhaps something else? As soon as the words fell, I immediately unleashed the power of dragon and magic. The power of the dragon made the dwarf chieftain's beard wet with sweat. He feels that the dragon's aura in front of him is a bit off. The dragon auras he has encountered before have always been the suppression of lower creatures by higher ones, but the dragon's aura in front of him is a blatant, greedy devouring of all creatures. Suddenly, the mountain dwarf chief remembers an ancient painting he had seen. In the ancient painting, no matter which branch of the dwarf tribe, they all served the gods. They were responsible for creating everything for the gods, and then the gods bestowed divinity upon them. But for some reason, they are no longer serving the gods. Thinking of this, the dwarf chief hurriedly said, "Temple. We will create a temple exclusively for you." Classical Chinese. I have reclaimed the power of the dragon. This reminds me of the temple that could only be reached through a spatial rift last time. Even though that temple has already been reserved by me, what belongs to others will always be theirs. Only what belongs to oneself is the best. Alright, I reveal my true name to you. The mountain dwarves will become the subordinates of my red dragon. Yake! You will carry my honor. A hexagonal magic circle appears beneath me, then slowly expands to envelop the entire mountain dwarf clan inside the castle. Respected Yake, The mountain dwarf clan leader, Ivasan, pays his respects to you. Asen looks at the red dragon magic mark that appeared on his left arm, feeling the immense magic inside. The whole person is in shock. I sense my own magic move slightly. I didn't take it to heart. Okay, next, bring all the elderly, weak, and sick from the clan here. Orson, bring the elderly, weak, and sick from the clan to me. These mountain dwarves have already been vaccinated by Orson before coming. They believe that they are likely to be used to fill the stomach of the red dragon in front of them. After all, the elderly, weak, and sick in a clan are the easiest to drag down a red dragon. At the moment, I have already been brought here by them. I open my eyes and look at this group of brave and prosperous-looking mountain dwarves. Some are puzzled, although I doze off, but I clearly remember that I only asked them to come over. I didn't say I wanted to eat them. This guy is guessing blindly. Carefully scrutinize this group of elderly, weak, and sick, except for a young mountain dwarf. The rest are some injured mountain dwarf soldiers. Airplane. I immediately activated the Dragon Maiden's magic healing aura. The severely wounded mountain dwarf, after being enveloped by my aura, his wounds instantly healed. Regeneration of severed limbs. Time made the dwarves feel like they were dreaming. You see, only the followers of the goddess of life can do this. And it also requires the followers to pay the price of life. The effect looks pretty good. I then turned my attention to the young mountain dwarf and made a small cut on my own body. From it, I drew a drop of dragon blood. After the dragon blood appeared, the surrounding temperature noticeably increased. I shoot the dragon's blood. The original drop of blood has been divided into countless parts, and they all merged into the bodies of the hill dwarves. As the dragon's blood enters their bodies, deep red magical patterns appear on the hill dwarves' bodies. Even some of the hill dwarves have undergone a partial dragon transformation. Seeing this, Achin feels that even without signing a subordinate species agreement, the hill dwarves will still follow the red dragon yet closely. My kin, do you think this is enough? Not enough. Not nearly enough. We still need to grow. We still need nourishment. The red dragon Yake, will lead you to announce our arrival to the world. We will sweep across the entire world. But I roar towards the sky. I will bid farewell to my human self from the previous life. Now there's only Yake, the red dragon. Soon, 7 years have passed. In a magnificent palace, a time dragon came to bow before a huge golden dragon, and hastily said, "Excuse me, something's wrong. There's a big problem." The golden dragon opened its eyes, said calmly, "Dear Muse, the greatest time dragon, what makes you so frightened?" Muse, sweating profusely, said, "Excuse me, I can't see the future anymore." When they heard this, the golden dragon, who was originally curled up and lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. His eyes fixed on the time dragon Muses. "It's best to say it's true. You need to know this joke is not funny at all." Muses, the time dragon, lowered his head. Seeing Muses didn't lie, the golden dragon king also felt uneasy. When the magic ring invaded, the time dragon Muses just can't see the future clearly. Now it's just impossible to see. Thinking of this, the golden dragon king is ready to contact the divine realm, but he found that he couldn't establish contact on his side at all. However, Bahamut from the divine realm cut off the contact from the golden dragon king's side, muttering to himself, "Goodbye, troublemaker. If this causes trouble for you, that wouldn't be good." He knew this was the last chance. If we don't succeed soon, they will be lost like dust. Meanwhile, on the other side, ha ha ha, Lilia, you never thought you'd have a day like this, did you? An adult blue dragon arrogantly says while stepping on Lilia. "I just didn't expect you to seek revenge with the help of your clan. You've disappointed me too much." Lilia's mouth and nose bleed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Philip and the other little red dragons are surrounded by other blue dragons. The blue dragon is tearing Lilia's wings, as if to reclaim past shame. He wants to reclaim everything at this moment. Lilia's lifeless eyes look at the frightened and uneasy little dragons. Tears involuntarily flow from the dragon's eyes. He never expected his former subordinate to be defeated, to shamelessly bring the entire clan for revenge like this, and his sons suffered this unjust disaster because of it. Yes, yes, yes. It's just like this. This is the look of despair. Lilia, you can rest assured, I won't let you die easily. I will tear your child apart piece by piece in front of you. The blue dragon grabs Philip from within the little dragon. His claws deeply pierce Philip's flesh and blood, but Philip does not make a sound because of it. Instead, he comforts Lilia. "Mother, it's okay. I don't feel any pain at all." Really? But the dragon blood at the corner of his mouth makes what he said seem unconvincing. Philip also noticed the dragon blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he quickly stuck out his tongue and licked it back. He remembered his big brother said not to show weakness in front of loved ones. Otherwise, they will be hurt and sad. This is deeply ingrained in him. Then he turned to Lilia with a slightly sinister smile. Seeing this, Lilia immediately roared, struggling to get up. He couldn't bear to see his child die in front of him like this. Lilia forcibly stood up. This is impossible. All your limbs are broken. How is it possible to stand up still? The blue dragon never saw it coming. Lilia took the opportunity to ram into the blue dragon. Then she picked up Philip and placed him on her back. Then she charged towards the surrounded little red dragon. Stop him, intercept him for me. The blue dragon that Lilia rammed into reacted. It roared at another blue dragon. Seeing Lilia charging over, the blue dragons launched various dragon and magic attacks. Lilia, mother, run. Go find your older brother. We have no hope left. Hurry, go find your older brother. Philip spat out blood, struggled to stand up, gently licked Lilia's back with its tongue. Feeling the increasingly weak life on its back, Lilia fell into madness completely. He no longer dodged the dragon lady's magic coming straight at him. Instead, he forcefully faced the dragons and magic and came to the front of the blue dragons. Under Lilia's various reckless and frenzied charges and bites, the blue dragons, afraid, all avoided Lilia because his limbs were broken. Lilia forcibly stood and charged with sheer willpower. By now, the fractured bones had pierced through the skin. He could no longer stand up. Philip rolled off Lilia's back, and the other little red dragons swirled around Lilia. His body is so tired. My eyes can hardly stay open. My child, what should you do? I'm still too incompetent. Listening to the cries of their own children, Lilia still wants to stand up, but he can't do it anymore. The fire of his life is like a match in the wind. It's about to go out soon. Yak, my son, I hope you have a better life. We'll take a step first. Philip and the little red dragon feel their mother's life gradually fading away, no longer making a sound. Ha ha ha, Lilia still let you go too easily. What a pity. The blue dragon is stepping on Lilia's body. Spread your wings and roar towards the sky. But just at this moment, the sky responded with an even louder roar of the red dragon. No matter who you are, the stench moved away from him. A huge red dragon descended from the sky, kicked away the blue dragon from Lilia's body. The red dragon spread its wings and roared at the blue dragons. The blue dragons never expected such a large red dragon. There would actually be a red dragon larger than an adult blue dragon. You should know they are already 20 meters long, and this red dragon in front of us is even larger than them. It looks like it's about 30 meters. A huge healing aura appeared, wrapped around Lilia's body, then merged into his body. And the red dragon is the one I've been leading the mountain dwarves to fight everywhere in these years. Nourished by various resources, my body began to grow without limits. I, who used to have a youthful body, now has grown to be even larger than an adult dragon. I really can't believe it myself. A dark red aura of fear appeared above my head. The surrounding blue dragons fell into deep fear. At the same time, I also released my own dragon's might. A dragon's might with a greedy desire to devour all living creatures enveloped all the blue dragons. A deep red light gradually appeared in my eyes. In these years, every time there is such a situation, mountain dwarves, people will know their master is about to feed. I resist the urge to devour. Send Lilian and the little red dragons away from this place. Take them away from me. You should understand what I mean. The belated dwarf chief Ausen looks at me in this state, immediately nod, watching them walk further and further away. Very good. I haven't been so angry for a long time, nor have I been so unrestrained in feeding for a long time. No longer suppressing myself, I unleash my desires. Standing there, immobile, all the blue dragons are instantly immobilized. I fly up and leap onto the nearest blue dragon, take a bite of the dragon, shoot a few times and spat it out. Hey, a strong earthy smell. Then I aimed at the blue dragon's neck, took a bite. The scalding blood flowed into my mouth. I gulped down the blood, then bit out, swallowed a large piece of meat, and the blue dragon just looked on, unable to resist, until it died. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Soon, the blue dragon was left with, beginning to stand in Lilian's place. I released the immobilization spell. The dragon was still in shock. He's already been scared silly. I stare down at him from 30 meters above, shrouding him in my sinister gaze. Nowhere to escape. Finally, he only sees row after row of sharp teeth, and a long tongue. Meanwhile, the situation on this side has become problematic. He deviates from his original path. Bahamut watches as the blue dragon, Yake, is devoured in the mirror. This does not align with the fate they had originally set, according to their previous fate line. At this time, Lilia's family should be using teleportation magic to escape from from here, but due to insufficient magic power resulting in the scattering of the red dragons during the teleportation. And Yake, the red dragon, should have been teleported to Sky Dragon Island, but now it has become the arrival of the red dragon, Yake, devouring all the blue dragons. Come back to my side. The mountain dwarf tribe's castle. The Steel King sitting on the red dragon's eye scared me. There's something I want to tell you. Ausen came to me with an uneasy heart. At this moment, I am trying hard to suppress the desire to devour that has been released. What is fast? Ausen also found out that my situation is not very good. Hastily said, your mother's current condition is very bad. Hearing this, I immediately stood up from the throne. The terrifying pressure was released in an unconscious moment. What do you mean? Ausen, sweating profusely, continued, although your mother's injuries are questioned by your healing aura, his life's flame is about to extinguish. The flame of life is a concrete symbol of vitality. If this thing is showing signs of extinguishing soon, then it means that this creature is about to enter the realm of death. Now, Lilia's flame of life state, without exception, indicates that she is about to die. Immediately after, Ausen continued, perhaps now only the spring of life of the elven clan can cure your mother. Hearing this, I immediately ordered, Ausen, go get the map. After years of fighting, I have traveled and mapped out all the places I have fought in. Although it's not very comprehensive, most of the features of this continent are basically there. This is our current location, the Charred Forest, and here is my destination. I pointed to 2 places on the map and said, Ausen looked at the 2 places I pointed to. One is the Jayashulan in the northwest. The other is the giant tree forest in the south. Seeing the giant tree forest, Ausen knew that I was targeting the race inside the giant tree forest. Red Dragon Crushes. I fully agree with your plan, but we currently do not have enough soldiers to attack the giant tree forest. Who said we need you? I'm going by myself. Your target is the desert area to the west. There are many blue dragons nesting there. You need to find the lair of the blue dragons that attacked Lilia, then wait for me to return from the giant tree forest. It will be the day of their destruction. Ausen retreated as ordered, and I left the throne, flying alone towards the giant tree forest. Meanwhile, the king of the giant tree forest, I sensed something terrifying targeting us. In a huge palace in the giant tree forest, an elf dressed in priestly attire approached the throne. Uneasily said, I also sensed it, High Priest. You get the ones below ready. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. The elf king rubbed his forehead. The seal of the passage to the demon world had cracked, and the humans were embroiled in civil war again. The Sky Dragon Island had not repaired the crack in the seal, and their allies were completely unreliable. Now only their elf clan was guarding the seal, and with the appearance of the crack, the demon energy had entered through it. The mother tree that had originally suppressed the seal had been eroded by the demon energy and could not respond to the call of their elf clan. Sigh, we can't even contact the divine realm now. Everything now depends on us alone. Throughout the journey, Yake's mind was focused on his castrated golden finger. He needed this thing to edit a dragon language magic that would keep him calm. As time passed, Yake found that thoughts of consuming all living beings would occasionally emerge from deep within his body. At first, he thought it was just the nature of dragons, but later he encountered other giant dragons and realized that his state was abnormal. None of the other giant dragons had such thoughts, not even the low-intelligence white dragon. These thoughts easily affected his sanity, especially when he saw Lilia injured. He was already occupied by those thoughts. I can't be any more sober. Fanatical aura, dragon language magic editing successful. TSK. Wow. High plus losing sanity equals frenzy. If used on himself, it would be over, but overall it is a good legion enhancement aura. Yake withdrew his thoughts and seriously considered things related to calmness and sanity. Calm, stable emotions, agile thinking, high learning ability. Got it. I'm freezing like a dog now. Absolutely calm, incomplete, dragon language magic editing successful. Red Dragon. Although it was successful, let's try it first. Yake activated the dragon language magic. I'm about to freeze like a dog. Absolutely calm. The initial experience was like casting a spell. He really felt like freezing, with no other thoughts except for the cold. Damn! This is incomplete. If it's complete, would absolute calmness freeze to death directly? Yake had a picture in his mind, a person with complete absolute calmness, facing a life-threatening situation. He needed to survive the danger before freezing to death, and then quickly warm up. Thinking about this, his mind was filled with the idea of survival, with no other thoughts. It had to be said that it was indeed a kind of absolute calmness. Bullshit. This is completely a delayed activation of freezing spell, just focusing on torment. Useless golden finger. Since that's the case, let's try it the other way around. I'm about to go crazy. Frenzy, dragon language magic editing successful. Alright, directly brought out the frenzy. Now frenzy aura plus frenzy equals brainless. I am a mage. A mage. A flying and fleeing spell tower. Not that kind of brute force. Damn it. Boss, this time it's a big guy. Are you sure we can take him down? What's to fear? We've been through this so many times, just go for it. A few days ago, the Skeleton Mercenary Corps found a red dragon sleeping in the air. After a few days of tracking, they found that this red dragon was basically sleeping most of the time except when eating. And it's not clear whether it's the arrogance of the red dragon, but they didn't sense any magical protection on this red dragon. It's like a fat sheep flying in the sky. Today, the Skeleton Mercenary Corps decided to prepare to take action. They didn't know where this red dragon's final destination was, but if they didn't act now, the cooked duck would fly away on its own. Everyone, except the undead mages, leave the battlefield. I don't need to say the reason, you should all be clear. If you don't want the corpses to rise and join the battle, leave. The Skeleton Mercenary Corps is a mercenary group mainly composed of undead mages, with a few great knights and magic apprentices left. My servants, awaken and crush it. A series of spatial portals appeared behind the undead mages, and countless skeletal knights, skeleton soldiers, and liches poured out from them. Target. Red dragon. Attack. The undead mages gave the order, and the liches silently cast spells on the red dragon, causing it to lose its flying ability and only able to land. The red dragon, who was sleeping, woke up as soon as it lost its flying ability, folded its wings, and curled its whole body into a ball, falling towards the sea of undead bones. As the red dragon fell into the sea of undead bones, countless bone fragments flew around, not even touching the red dragon, but being shattered by the shockwave. Damn it! I can't even sleep without being attacked? The red dragon walked out of the deep pit it had created, shaking its dazed head and spewing dragon breath at the charging skeletal knights. Countless skeletal knights were hit by the dragon breath and turned into ashes, but there were still more skeletal knights pouring out of the portal. My minions, destroy this evil dragon. The necromancer and lich simultaneously cast spells, summoning more skeletal creatures from the portal, including skeletal soldiers and skeletal knights. Chimera, earth golem, griffin, goodness, what a mess. Wait, why do I see a white dragon? The red dragon, Yake, smashed the skeletal soldiers trying to climb onto him and squinted at the monsters pouring out of the distant portal. He did not expect the necromancers to have the body of a white dragon, and he did not know if they summoned it themselves or if it was a lich's collection. The countless skeletal army attacked the red dragon, and Yake tried to use his fear aura, only to find it ineffective against the undead. No wonder they are called the scourge of the undead, their numbers are truly annoying. As time passed, Yake realized that the skeletal creatures could not harm him through his dragon scales, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He had worried for nothing, thinking there would be a great battle, but it turned out to be a scratch service, disappointing. Of course, there were still some injuries, such as the wound torn by the white dragon's corpse, as the white dragon's intelligence was too low, making its physical body stronger. This resulted in a wound on Yake's body. The price the white dragon paid was its entire body turning to ashes. Damn it! How can this red dragon be so strong? Did my detection magic fail? The leader of the skeleton mercenary group looked at the white dragon turning to ashes, feeling a pang of heartache. He had paid a great price to obtain the white dragon's corpse, and now it had turned to ashes, causing him great pain. There's no need to hold back. Call out the big guy. Otherwise, we might be in trouble this time. With the leader's command, the necromancers and lich chanted spells, and all the portals merged into an even larger one. Come out! Bone Dragon Alien! A huge bone claw grabbed the edge of the portal, and a bone dragon walked out from inside. As the bone dragon emerged from the portal, the green soul fire in its skull surged, and it roared silently at Yake. Bone dragon? The red dragon shook off the skeletal remains on its body, eyeing the bone dragon warily. The bone dragon was about the same size as Yake, but without the support of flesh and blood, it looked slightly smaller. Red dragon? Green dragon? Blue dragon? Black dragon or white dragon? Yake couldn't determine which of the 5-colored dragons the bone dragon had been in its previous life. It's important to note that each of the 5-colored dragons excelled in different things. Neither of the 2 dragons made a move, instead waiting for the other to strike or reveal a weakness. Damn it! What are you waiting for? Go attack him! The human mercenary group leader on the side became anxious. Because the gods had established a rule that undead creatures should remain in the realm of death, not in the real world. So every time undead creatures appeared in the real world, the summoner's magic would be used as a medium. Once the summoner's magic was depleted, the summoned undead creatures would be forcibly pulled back into the realm of death. Many necromancers were killed because of this rule. However, where there are rules, there are loopholes, and the necromancers came up with a solution. They would summon a lich and make a pact with it. Then the necromancer would summon the lich, and the lich would summon the undead creatures, so the necromancer would only consume the magic needed by the lich. The Lich does not require much magic to summon undead creatures because they are also undead creatures. However, if they summon a big guy together, the Lich and that big guy will need to share the magic power. When the Bone Dragon heard the command and was about to act, the Red Dragon on the opposite side was faster. The Red Dragon, Yake, had already found the key point, which was the group of undead mages and the Lich. Seeing the Red Dragon charging towards them, the undead mages ordered the Bone Dragon to protect them, and the Bone Dragon could only obey and stand in front of the Red Dragon. Only one's own strength is the most real. Look at you, ants, can only rely on external objects to protect yourselves. Yake repeatedly looked for opportunities to attack the undead mages, while the Bone Dragon could only passively follow the Red Dragon. I really didn't want to eat you, believe me. Aura of fear, I'm telling you, I'm super fierce. Dragon's might. All the undead mages were shrouded in the aura of fear and the dragon's might, and they fell into a layer of illusion. In the illusion, they found themselves in a dark place, and suddenly a pair of giant eyes appeared in the darkness, looking at them as if they were food, with such coldness and disdain. Ha ha, die for me. Taking advantage of their immersion in the illusion, Yake seized the opportunity to crush them into a pulp. Without magical support, the Lich and the Bone Dragon were forcibly pulled back into the world of death. So weak, what is the purpose of your existence as undead mages? Just to drive away corpses for others? With a flick of the flesh on his claws, Yake took off into the sky. Meanwhile, the scene was being presented inside a magnificent church through a crystal ball. Pope, another evil dragon has appeared. I think we should send out the noble paladin to deal with him to prevent future troubles. A red-robed bishop looked at the red dragon in the crystal ball, involuntarily recalling the red dragon that nearly destroyed the natural church 500 years ago. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the bright church, the natural church might not exist today. Wait a minute, now that the connection to the divine realm has been severed, we can only rely on ourselves. The Pope looked at the red dragon in the crystal ball, a bold guess swirling in his mind, and he could hardly believe his own guess. After all, that would be blasphemous. Strange, why do I feel like someone has been spying on me all along, and now that feeling is gone? Yake scratched his head. Since encountering that mercenary group of undead mages, he had always felt that someone was spying on him, but he couldn't find them. Mad, there's old Six. Helpless against the eavesdropper, Yake could only let them watch, as he had nothing worth eavesdropping on. Flying towards the giant tree forest in the south, Yake discovered many human castles along the way. Those human castles were shrouded in various colors, making Yake's eyes hurt, and the people living inside the castles seemed to be unable to see him. This light pollution is too severe. After muttering to himself, Yake stayed away from the castles shrouded in various colors. First, it hurt his eyes, and second, the people inside would rush out one by one as soon as they spotted him, making no sense at all. The further south he went, the more humans there were, unlike where he used to stay, where he could fly for half a day without seeing a human castle. Even if he saw a castle, who knew if there were any people inside? Thinking of the ancient god in the castle last time, Yake's scalp tingled. Alas, the unlucky dragon doesn't want to talk. Yake yawned. Now he was getting more and more sleepy, following the normal growth path of a red dragon. Besides eating, he just wanted to sleep, but he was different. Since his birth until now, he had never had a good sleep, especially the kind of sleep that lasted for several years. He had never experienced it. Unable to resist the drowsiness, Yake continued flying and sleeping at the same time. It was unknown how long had passed when Yake crashed into a towering tree that reached into the clouds. The dazed and confused Yake had not yet reacted to what had happened when he was suddenly ensnared in a large vine net that dropped from the sky. Damn red dragon! How dare you come here? We should never have let you go in the first place. A team of elves jumped down from the top of the giant tree, watching Yake struggling in the vine net and gritting their teeth. Same old rules, continue to drive him out. Captain! We can't. I'm the captain. Are you the captain? After a brief argument within the elf team, they ultimately decided to drive the red dragon out. Hey, when you make a decision, can you ask me, the dragon involved? Watch out, I'll sue you for discriminating against red dragons. Yake broke free from the vine net, unable to believe that he, a 30-meter dragon, could be trapped in a vine net. The elf team was completely caught off guard by Yake's escape from the vine net. They had trapped numerous red dragons with that vine net, so could it be that this red dragon was not the one they knew? After confirming that Yake was an unfamiliar red dragon, the entire elf team hid in the canopy of the giant tree. Don't run away. I'm a good dragon, we can talk things out. Seeing the elves about to flee, Yake became anxious. Lilia urgently needed the life spring of the elf clan's mother tree, and now that he had just arrived at their doorstep, he was being treated as an enemy. The elf team had already informed the deep forest elves when they hid in the canopy, and now their goal was to delay this red dragon. Negotiate? You red dragons can negotiate? You must be joking. Hearing the voices coming from the canopy, Isekai'd couldn't help but feel that his kind had tarnished the reputation of red dragons. Even when he just wanted to be a good dragon, he was considered a joke. It's too difficult. Since that's the case, I'll defeat you first, and then you'll take me to see your elf king. I have something to discuss with her. Our king is someone you can see whenever you want? You're really full of yourself. Hearing this, Isekai'd, who had wanted to be a good dragon, became somewhat angry. He just wanted to be a good dragon. Why force him? Why look down on him? In the end, he was still not strong enough. Let me tell you, I'm super fierce. Dragon's might. Isekai'd's unique dragon's might spread out with his body, causing the elf team, who had been preparing to confront him in the canopy, to stiffen in place. It was the feeling of a top predator staring at its prey. Any slight movement would result in a swift strike that would send them back to the embrace of the mother tree. Isekai'd flew to the side of the canopy, sticking his entire head into it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, one short? Counting the number of elves, Isekai'd discovered that the original 10-member elf team was actually missing one. They moved fast, one actually ran away. What a pity. What Isekai'd didn't know was that when he had just stuck his head in, he had inadvertently pressed down on one of the elves. And because of the dragon's might, the elf dared not move, which also meant that Isekai'd didn't feel that he was pressing down on an elf. At this moment, the elf being pressed felt the high heat coming from Isekai'd's body, slowly breaking free from the influence of the dragon's might. You guys make me, a reasonable good dragon, have to resort to violence. Haven't you heard of a gentleman settling things without using force? Wait, if he used his mouth, he would just breathe out a breath of dragon's breath, so should he use his hands? A gentleman? What's that? The elves had never heard of the word gentleman, but they vaguely felt that the word didn't quite fit with this red dragon. Ignoring the elf group, Isekai'd pulled his head out of the canopy, sensing waves of fluctuations coming from deep within the forest, indicating that the main force of the elves was on its way. Although there wasn't much time from the meeting to controlling this group of elves, it was enough for them to call for reinforcements. Sigh, this matter is getting bigger and bigger. I clearly came to ask for something. How did it turn into a battle? I really didn't want to eat you, believe me. Aura of fear. With the appearance of the aura of fear, the group of elves on the treetops fell down like dumplings. Meanwhile, the majority of the elven forces deep in the forest had entered the range of dragon's might and the aura of fear. As soon as they entered the range, their warhorses knelt down one after another, completely disregarding the elves on their backs. In addition, the druids among the elves were most severely affected. As druids, they were even closer to nature and living beings, and they could deeply feel the devouring desire within the dragon's might. The entire elven army was unable to advance at this moment, but then a green light enveloped them, restoring their mobility. It's the Elven King. The king has arrived. The spirit of the Elven King covered the entire giant tree forest, and when the special dragon's might appeared, she had already arrived above the army. Powerful dragon from afar, please retract your dragon's might. I apologize on behalf of my incompetent subjects. Upon hearing the voice of the Elven King, the dragon retracted the dragon's might in the aura of fear. He was not yet powerful enough to defeat the Elven King, and she had given him an out, so if he didn't take it, it would be a slap in the face. I'm very sorry, esteemed Elven King. Forgive me for using such abrupt means to summon you. The dragon landed and retracted his wings, walking slowly to the Elven King who had already appeared before him. Your body looks great. Aura of healing. Countless healing auras appeared above the dragon and quickly enveloped the injured elves. Originally, when the elves saw their king arrive, they were so excited that they wanted to fight the dragon, but then the auras suddenly enveloped them, and they immediately thought it was an attack spell from the red dragon. Calm down. The Elven King spoke, and all the elves quieted down. They found that once the auras enveloped them, they merged into their bodies and began to heal them. This made them look at the dragon strangely, as if to say, "Brother, what are you up to?" The dragon looked satisfied with his work, proud of himself. The Elven King also looked slightly surprised at the dragon's healing aura, but showed no other expression. Follow me, I already know what you want, but you have to see it for yourself. The Elven King left behind a cryptic statement that left the dragon puzzled, reminding him of scenes in a novel from a past life where the protagonist had to undergo tests to obtain certain treasures. Could it be that I also have to go through it? Puzzled, the dragon followed the Elven King. As he passed by the elven army, he noticed that it was not a case of imbalance, but rather an imbalance in the opposite direction. Most of the elves were male, and there were very few female elves. But why was that squad of elves all female? Because female elves were more agile and therefore more suitable as scouts? What? You mean there might be no way to access the spring of life now? In the elven palace, a redhead youth stood up from his seat in disbelief. Yes, we haven't received a response from the mother tree for a long time, and the spring of life can only be obtained through the mother tree. So if you want to obtain the spring of life now, you have to go in yourself. The redhead youth scratched his head anxiously, as it was just as he had suspected. He had to undergo a test to obtain the treasure. Why is it always me who has to go in? Can't you go in and get it yourselves? Shouldn't you be more familiar with the inside than I am? The redhead youth voiced his doubts, as it didn't make sense for a stranger to be more familiar with the environment inside than the original owner. We also want to go in, but without the protection of the mother tree, we would be assimilated into a part of the mother tree if we went in. Upon hearing this, the redhead youth began to understand. It was rumored that the elven race was born from a divine tree, and this divine tree should refer to the mother tree. The mother tree is currently unconscious. If the elves enter the mother tree, the unconscious mother tree will capture and assimilate them as part of itself. However, if it is another species that enters the mother tree will consider it as an outsider and, if not deemed a significant threat, will leave it alone. Most of the time, the mother tree unconsciously destroys foreign species, as no one wants strange things inside their body. The red-haired youth, Yake, is frustrated and feels powerless. The Elf King also told him the main reason for the mother tree's unresponsiveness, ultimately due to problems with the seal of the demon world passage. Once this problem is resolved, the mother tree will revive, and they will easily obtain the spring of life. However, to revive the mother tree, one must enter its body, which will result in the mother tree killing any living being that enters. It's a dead end. Yake, who is preparing to leave, thinks of Lilia's appearance and faces a difficult decision. Forget it, in my previous life, I had no family, but in this life, I have you. How could I let you leave so easily? Yake is determined to enter the mother tree to obtain the spring of life. As for the seal, it is still too difficult for him, as he is still a young boy. The Elf King, seeing Yake's agreement to enter, leads him to the entrance of the mother tree. The location of the mother tree is quite ordinary, or the mother tree itself looks very ordinary. Placed in the giant tree forest, it may be one of the malnourished ones. This is the entrance, I can only take you here. Yake looks at the small tree hole. If he hadn't transformed into a human form, he wouldn't know how to squeeze his 30-meter dragon body into such a small tree hole. By the way, what is this black lightning? As they approach the entrance, Yake points to the flickering black lightning and asks in confusion, "What black lightning? Why don't I see it?" "Nothing, maybe I'm seeing things." Seeing that the Elf King can't see it, Yake doesn't say much and walks into the tree hole. Can this guy already see the traces of deeper energy? The Elf King looks at the small black lightning in her hand. She has already used half of her magic power to capture the small black lightning, and yet this guy can see it directly. Could he effortlessly capture these things? As Yake walks into the tree hole called the entrance, he feels like he's been deceived. It's pitch black, and his dragon eyes can't see clearly in the darkness. This mother tree is called the God Tree. It should at least have some light. Why is it so dark and with a creepy feeling? As he walks, Yake encounters an object. It feels hard and angular, somewhat like the scales on his body. Wait! He clearly remembers the Elf King saying that the mother tree would kill any living being that enters it. So what is this thing he's touching? A corpse? Or some kind of ghostly structure? You're touching yourself, Yake. Or should I say Zhang Yuan? A voice comes from above Yake, filled with mockery. When Yake hears the name Zhang Yuan, he feels as if he's been struck by lightning. This name is his human name from his previous life, and he hasn't told anyone since coming to this world. How does it know? Surprised? I told you, I am you. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Suddenly, there is a bright light around him. Yake instinctively closes his eyes and, once adjusted to the brightness, opens them. Before him stands a 30-meter red dragon, with sturdy limbs, massive wings, and a crown-like horn. Isn't this himself? Yake subconsciously looked at himself and found that he had turned back into a red dragon from a human at some point. Surprised, aren't you? Don't worry, there's something even more surprising waiting for you. Dragon's might. Aura of fear. A familiar wave emanated from another self, and Yake experienced for the first time the feelings of those creatures who had gone through such experiences. Helplessness, panic, the gaze of a top predator, and the greedy desire to devour all living beings. Who are you, really? Yake roared. Me? I am you. Babato Caesar Whirl Yake, or should I say Zhang Yuan? Why are you afraid of me? You should accept me. I am you. Saying this, he rushed towards Yake, and the two red dragons tore at each other. Yake, you are lucky and unlucky. Lucky that you crossed over, but unlucky that you came to this magical world of survival of the fittest. As the you under social order, you feel uneasy. In the dragon egg, you don't know what will happen. After birth, you don't know how to face Lilia. Facing the green dragon, you experience a life-threatening crisis. You have always lived in fear. What was once a normal routine of eating and sleeping is unsafe in your eyes. because you are not sure what will happen when you fall asleep. So you have been constantly eating, and after taking in the mountain dwarves, you have been fighting everywhere just to feel a little sense of security. In the end, what have you gained? You can't distinguish who you really are, whether you are the Jiang Yuan from human civilization, or the fierce red dragon Yake. Every word struck at Yake's heart, and his resistance gradually weakened. Yes, he really couldn't tell who he was now. Was he the red dragon Yake who roared to the sky to declare his arrival? Or was he the human Jiang Yuan? From birth until now, he has been in a state of fear, afraid of being recognized as not a red dragon, but a person who crossed over. He was afraid of being hunted by humans or other monsters while sleeping. The other red dragon, seeing Yake's lack of resistance, flashed a hint of excitement in his eyes. No! You almost got me there. I am me, a different kind of fireworks. I don't care if you're Jiang Yuan or Yake, as long as I'm alive, that's all that matters. As for your claim that I have always been in fear, that's not wrong. It's because I am too weak. If I were stronger, why would I be in fear? As for being afraid to sleep, what a joke. When I found that eating a lot promotes growth more efficiently than sleeping and digesting, why would I choose the less efficient option? Yake woke up, realizing that he was not strong enough. As long as he was strong enough, even if he really did come over, he would crush everything. The desire to devour within him was ignited once again, and Yake looked at his other self, finding it so delicious. Facing his other self, he revealed a fierce smile. So that's it. The so-called desire to devour is just a reminder from my body's instinct to promote strength. Yake reinterpreted the desire to devour everything from the depths of his body. It was a longing to become stronger, a push towards strength. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known these things. To thank you, I will slowly eat you up, mouthful by mouthful, and let you become the nourishment for my strength. The taste is strange, a bit like it's burnt. After a few bites, Yake found that his other self had disappeared, and he was holding a lump of blackened substance. Just as he was about to throw it away, it suddenly disappeared, and then the light in the entire space vanished, plunging Yake into darkness once again. This time, there was a new change in the space. Not far away, a small sapling was emitting a soft green light. Yake curiously approached the small sapling, gazing at it carefully. He is now the true form of the red dragon. If he's not careful, he might accidentally damage the little sapling. I've been inside for a while and haven't seen the mother tree. Could this little sapling in front of me be the mother tree that the elf king mentioned? The sapling is too small, even Yak's dragon eye is bigger than it. As Yak approaches, the sapling seems to sense something, and its small branches start to sway slightly. A faint wave of consciousness emanates from above. Sensing this faint wave of consciousness, Yak separates a strand of his spirit to make contact with it. As soon as he touches this wave of consciousness, a huge amount of information floods into his mind, causing Yak to subconsciously take a few steps back. Like receiving memories in the bloodline, countless images appear in his mind. In a desolate land, a seed breaks through the surface of the soil and grows into a towering tree at an extremely fast speed, bearing fruit. The fruit of the towering tree is very peculiar. Upon closer inspection, it is revealed that each one contains an embryo of an elf. So this is how the elf race came to be? Trees bear embryos, and inside are elves. Isn't this a bit unscientific? Yak unconsciously complains. The images have not ended yet. The elves inside the embryos have experienced countless years, and they have matured and landed to become the elf race. The towering tree emits waves of green light, and then its bark suddenly becomes harder, and inside, the heart of the tree becomes a new sapling. What happened next? And then what? You're not going to tell me that after taking off your pants, you're going to say it's not happening today? Yak finds himself truly annoyed by someone who starts something without finishing it, leaving him feeling itchy inside. Take me out. I'll give you what you want. A sporadic voice is transmitted through the connected consciousness, and Yak clearly senses that it's coming from the little sapling. Take it out? Give me what I want? Yak is somewhat undecided. He probably knows that this thing is the small sapling that was transformed from the mother tree's heart. But this little sapling gives him a strange feeling. He has a desire to eat it, but at the same time, he feels repulsed. How about taking a bite to taste it, since it can still grow back? Yak extends his claw, gently breaks off a small branch of the sapling, and tosses it into his mouth. Not knowing if it's too small or tasteless, Yak doesn't feel anything in his mouth. This prompts him to swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva to ensure that the thing goes into his stomach and doesn't get stuck in his teeth. No reaction? After waiting for a while, Yak finds that his body has no reaction, but he feels closer to the little sapling. Not good. This thing is poisonous. When he feels close to the little sapling, Yak knows that he's been had. Damn it! I'll eat you all, and then I'll see who I'll feel close to. Yak swallows the little sapling in one gulp, and suddenly, the eerie feeling of closeness shifts from the little sapling to the entire dark space. Damn it! Suddenly, a huge pulling force yanks Yak out of the dark space. Outside the tree hollow, the Elf King sees a red figure flying out of the hollow, or more accurately, being grabbed and pulled out by a branch. Before the Elf King can figure out what's happening, Yak controls his body and is already prepared to breathe out a dragon's breath. Wait! The Elf King hurriedly stands in front of Yak. Who knows what will happen if he breathes out that breath? After seeing the Elf King clearly, Yak disperses the dragon's breath and lands on the ground in human form. How is it? Did you find the spring of life? Yak glances at the Elf King and sneers. Do I look like I found the spring of life? I didn't understand anything and was just thrown out. The Elf King, puzzled, asks, then what happened when you went in? Did you not encounter the consciousness of the mother tree? As the Elf King says this, Yak remembers that he seems to have eaten a small sapling and was then thrown out. As for eating another self, he felt that even the Elf King might not believe it if he said it, so it's better not to say it. Avoid deepening the Elf King's negative impression of the red dragon. What does the consciousness of the mother tree look like that you're talking about? It's like a very fragile little sapling. Yak got into trouble because of greed. Just as Yak was about to speak, his stomach lit up with green light. In order to prevent anything from happening, Yak transformed back into his original form as a red dragon. After the transformation, Yak's abdomen was dyed green by the light, looking quite odd. Others have green on their heads, but mine is green on the belly, so how should I put this? In this green light, the Elf King felt a very familiar aura, somewhat like the mother tree, but mixed with other things. The green light gradually enveloped Yak, transforming him from a red dragon into a green dragon. Suddenly, all the green light condensed into a sphere and ran out of Yak's belly. The running sphere seemed to glance around and then burrowed into the soil. Soon, a scene that Yak was very familiar with occurred. As the sphere entered the soil, a small shoot emerged from the ground, quickly growing into a small sapling. This sapling looked exactly like the one Yak had eaten, even down to the broken parts. Mother tree? How is this possible? The Elf King saw the small sapling with an incredulous expression, knowing that the mother tree had already taken root and couldn't move. It's okay, it's just my clone, don't get so excited. A wave of consciousness emanated from the small sapling, and the Elf King seemed very excited upon sensing it. It's just sleeping, not responding to you all, why are you so excited? And you, little dragon, you're quite greedy, wanting to bite everything. Yak blushed, but because he was a red dragon, it was impossible to tell. Mother tree, why were you asleep? Is it because of a seal? Yes and no, the seal was broken, and I thought it was too late to repair it, so I just threw one of my clone seeds into the crack. Then I transferred most of my consciousness to that seed, and when it reached the demon realm, I just settled in the soil and grew wildly. Now my clone has occupied the passage to the demon realm on the other side. As the mother tree spoke, she seemed a little proud. Yak was amazed by the mother tree's thought process. Who knew she could operate like this? By the way, what does the demon realm look like? Yak asked curiously. The mother tree hesitated for a moment before replying, and Yak could sense it. Could there be some changes in the demon realm? Yak had never been to the demon realm, but according to the memories in his bloodline, it shouldn't be a good place. It's become very strange over there, with many tall buildings, countless iron lumps running around on the ground, and even in the sky. And I also found that they have a weapon that can shoot magic bullets. Yak was full of question marks. Is this the demon realm? Why does it have a taste of a science fiction world? And why did you describe it as Bayubi so accurately? What about the monsters of the demon realm? Have the demon kings and gods disappeared? I don't know about that. After I arrived, I just kept growing and didn't pay attention to them. And when I grew to a certain extent, they weren't afraid of me, and even directly protected me, saying that I was a rare research material and couldn't be damaged. Yak. Wow, so the fantasy world is invading the science fiction world. The development of this story is getting stranger and stranger, isn't it? By the way, I want to ask, do you still have any stock of the Spring of Life? Yes, I have it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. After all, it's of no use to me. Yak thanked the small tree from the mother tree and left without looking back. After this guy comes, if you can satisfy him, you must go satisfy him. Why is that? I saw something. I have never seen such a red dragon who would do anything to become stronger, or should I say, a person. The Elf King heard the mother tree say this and was somewhat puzzled. Clearly, he was a red dragon, so why call him a person? And Yak here didn't know what the mother tree thought of him. Right now, he just wanted to get back to Lilia as soon as possible and let her drink from the fountain of life. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist the desire to gulp down all of the fountain of life himself. Once I'm in the air, all you can see is my butt. Acceleration halo. When I'm in the sky, I can fly however I want. Aerial dance with the enhancement of 2 dragon language magics. Yake is now the most handsome guy in the air, faster than anyone else. How come I didn't think of doing this when I first came? I haven't even reached the stage of an ancient dragon. How did I get confused so early? Thinking back to how he just flew over, Yake found it amazing. Whatever, let's go back first. In no time, Yake saw the mountain dwarf's castle, and also saw the little red dragons playing outside the castle. Removing the acceleration halo, spreading his dragon wings to the maximum, Yake descended from the sky like a glider. As for why he didn't just land directly, it's because he was too lazy to flap his wings. The little red dragons playing were overshadowed by a huge shadow, and when they looked up, they saw that their big brother had returned and immediately ran back into the castle. This big brother is even stricter than the second brother Philip. If they did something wrong, the second brother would scold them and give them a few hits. But this big brother really beats them to death, and doesn't say a word, nor does he let them make a sound. Sometimes when passing by the big brother, for no reason at all, he would be pulled over and beaten, and after the beating, the big brother would ask where they went wrong, and if the answer was wrong, he would beat them again. He claimed it was for their own good. Your Majesty, you're back. Asen came out to greet Yake for the first time, followed by the red dragon Philip. Philip's condition was a bit poor, probably related to Lilia not waking up. Well, this is the fountain of life. Philip, pour this into Mom's mouth and see if it has any effect. It was only at this moment that Yake remembered to ask the mother tree if the fountain of life had any effect on the flame of life. Would it extinguish Lilia's flame of life like water? Asen, have you found the nest I asked you to look for? After Philip left with the fountain of life, Yake returned to the Iron Throne and looked down at Asen. Your Majesty, we haven't found it yet. After the dragon transformation squad went over there, they found many blue dragon nests, but none were our target. I suspect they received a message and hid in advance. Yake breathed out a burst of flames from his nose, stood up and used his tail to lift Asen's chin to look him in the eye. Asen, blue dragons are also dragons, their pride won't make them hide. Can I understand that you, who are currently incompetent, are no longer suitable to follow me? Gradually exerting force with his tail wrapped around Asen, the pressure around him and Asen's blood rushed to his brain. Respected Red Dragon Majesty, it's all my fault, please give me another chance. The approach of death made Asen shout out loud. Asen, a loud voice doesn't necessarily work. Over the years, how many chances have I given you all? I turned a blind eye to what you secretly left behind, but now I feel that my patience has reached its limit. Do you know what your dragon transformation squad is doing? You know, and I know. After all, the source of their dragon transformation is me. They are now in the tavern drinking, eating the flesh of Warcraft, and they don't care at all about finding the blue dragon's nest. In addition, they also call me the idiot among the red dragons, and they don't even like those shiny treasures. You said, how should I give you a chance? With every word Yak spoke, Orson's heart grew colder, and by the end, he was completely chilled. Abandoning the deceased Orson, Yak decided to revoke the contract with the mountain dwarves. Although it would slightly weaken his power, it was not a problem, as he could regain it by consuming a few more. I, the Red Dragon Yak, swear by my true name that I will unilaterally destroy the contract. At the same time, I will curse the Mountain Dwarf clan. Their newborns will not live past the age of 30, and only 1 out of 100 newborns will survive. Unilaterally destroying the original contract, Yak grunted, the cost was not very high. As for the curse, when he said it, he used a bit of a trick. As long as someone tried to lift one of the curses, it would trigger a chain reaction, causing all the curses to be lifted at once, and anyone trying to lift the curse would be entangled. As the contract disappeared, the Dragonized team in the Western Desert Tavern suddenly burst into flames and died, and the dwarves in the Mountain Dwarf Castle fell into panic. I, the Red Dragon Yak, now command all of you mountain dwarves to leave the castle. Yak's voice echoed in the castle. All the mountain dwarves stood in place, some in confusion, some with sinister expressions. Brothers, we've been discovered by that evil dragon. All we can do now is kill him and take back everything we've fought for all these years. All the mountain dwarves were awakened by these words. Yes. As long as they killed this red dragon, everything they had fought for over the years would still be theirs, and they would no longer have a master above them. Yak sat on the Iron Throne, the highest point in the castle, and witnessed everything that happened in the city. He felt no pity for these incited mountain dwarves. He had given them shelter, strength, and status, but they were still dissatisfied. They had been in a state of obedience for the past few years, and now that they had torn off the mask, the backlash was inevitable. Forbidden dragon language magic soul curse. Countless mountain dwarves stood still like wooden figures, their pupils dilated, and their life force disappeared as the dragon language curse targeted their souls. Philip, and the others, take Lilia and leave here. Philip and the young dragons looked at the mountain dwarves in the city, who were like wooden figures, feeling a chill. This was the first time they had seen their big brother show such contempt for life. In the past, their big brother had either been unruly or very serious. "Big brother, there are more mountain dwarves outside. What should we do about them?" "It's fine, I've already prepared for that." Philip remembered what his big brother had told him before: if you don't pull up the roots, the grass will grow back. "This is the first lesson I've taught you. We are dragons. Besides the gods, we are the most noble beings in this world. No one can fool us, not even our own kind. If we find them deceiving themselves, or even showing signs of being controlled, don't hesitate to kill them. Now you have Lilia, Philip, and my protection, but what about when the three of us are not here? Who will protect you then? The meaningless playtime should end. Think about how the blue dragons treated you. Think about what would have happened to Lilia and you if I hadn't come." All the young dragons looked at their big brother, who was even bigger than their mother, with fear, and even Philip felt a hint of fear towards his big brother. "Strive to become stronger. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line." Yak used levitation on Lilia, allowing the young dragons to drag her away from the castle. After they left, a human adventurer arrived at the castle and was frightened to see the mountain dwarves in the castle standing like wooden figures. At the same time, he seemed to remember something and went to the underground treasury of the castle, where he was delighted to see countless treasures. When he was overjoyed to receive these treasures, he saw a red dragon pattern on the wall. Without any hesitation, he dropped all the treasures he had collected and left behind all the valuable things on him. As for why he did this, he remembered a notice that the Church of Light had just issued. The notice only had 4 words and a red dragon pattern: "Beware of the red dragon." Returning to the scorched forest, Yake found a cave in a volcano and set it as a new dragon's lair. As for how the cave came about, he had to thank the original owner of the cave, a chimera. When the chimera heard that Yake needed a cave for a dragon's lair, it warmly let it out and even made itself into a meat pie for Yake to feast on. What a good person! It made Yake couldn't help but drool. After settling Lilia and the others, Yake ate all the creatures around him. This way, it would be safe. After making sure that there were no other creatures around, Yake set up a barrier and left. Now, as a lone dragon, he could finally go on a spur-of-the-moment trip. Destination: the Blue Dragon's Nest in the Western Desert. This time, Yake didn't use the acceleration aura, but relied on the aerial dance to freely float in the sky. "When I get there, I don't know if there are any ancient dragons. If I accidentally intrude, it's over." Now Yake could be sure that his strength was not yet at the level of an ancient dragon, let alone the stages of ancient and primordial dragons. These 2 stages of dragons, not to mention their age, just the number of forbidden spells they mastered was not small. Once they got angry and fought with you, they could cast a forbidden spell on you, and you would be gone, while they would only consume a little more magic power. Lost in thought, Yake completely didn't notice that he had arrived above a cliff full of griffins. I wonder if the noble knight can find a suitable griffin this time. Of course. Don't forget, he is the noble knight. The speakers were 2 members of the Church of Light wearing black robes, which was strange because they clearly believed in the light, yet they wore black robes. Boom! I'll give you 2 choices. First, come over and sign a contract to become my mount voluntarily, or second, I'll defeat you and make you my mount. At the Griffin Cliff, a man in ordinary medieval armor spoke. His arrogant words became very gentle after he said them. However, the griffin's response was a roar, and then it rushed towards him. "Brave! Come on!" The man abandoned his knight's greatsword and directly embraced the charging griffin with open arms. Under the inertia of the impact, the man slid back 10 meters while holding the griffin. Up! The man held the griffin's head with both hands, took a step back with his right foot to support his body, and used his waist to lift the griffin and throw it back. Boom! This nearly 4-meter griffin was heavily thrown to the ground, and the man didn't even breathe heavily, as if it was just a simple task. "Amazing, is this the noble knight?" one of the instructors admired. Originally, the 2 of them had a contract of equality brought from the church, and the church had made preparations to provide the noble knight with a mount. However, to everyone's surprise, the noble knight rejected the equal contract and told them that there would be loopholes in the contract. Instead, he, a human noble knight, and a beast like a griffin would sign an equal contract. This was not looking down on people, but also an insult. In this way, the noble knight, relying on his own strength, chose the strongest griffin among them, and it had to become his mount. At this time, Yake in the sky noticed the commotion below, and when he saw a man in armor lifting and throwing this nearly 4-meter griffin, he became interested. After all, this was the first time he had seen a human in this world with such a physique. The man lifted the head of the griffin, which was in a sorry state, and asked, "Do you want to become my mount?" There was no response, so the man punched the griffin in the face. "Do you want to become my mount?" Still no response, so another punch followed. This repeated until the griffin let out a weak cry, clearly indicating its agreement. The man then took out a piece of parchment from his armor, covered in densely written text. He first wrote his own name on it, then dripped his blood onto the name. Next, he grabbed the griffin's claw and pressed it onto the parchment, then pasted the parchment onto the griffin's face, successfully sealing the contract with its blood. The man closed his eyes and sensed, then placed his left hand on the griffin's head. Through the contract, the griffin understood the man's intentions and did not resist, lying on the ground weakly. The man's left hand on the griffin's head emitted a gentle light, which gave a sense of closeness to any creature that saw it. As the light enveloped the griffin, all its wounds visibly healed at a rapid pace. It's that miraculous light again. I wonder what blessing the god of light has given to the paladin to have such light, one of the instructors said. It's worth noting that for them, as instructors of the divine sect, the only magic they wielded was light magic, while the paladin possessed a completely new magic, which he called the holy light. Soon, the griffin became lively, and the paladin jumped onto its back. With their minds connected, the griffin understood the paladin's intentions and flew straight into the sky with him. Watching for a while, Isekai'd suddenly noticed that the armored man was flying towards him on the griffin, and he felt a bit panicked for a moment. Wait, why am I panicking? I haven't done anything wrong. So this is what it feels like to fly in the sky. It's much more exciting than riding an airplane. Isekai'd. What? A fellow countryman? Hearing the words of the armored man, Isekai'd suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Unable to hold back, Isekai'd descended from the sky to the front of the armored man. As soon as he arrived in front of the armored man, the griffin noticed the red dragon and was so scared that it froze, its wings not daring to move, and it fell straight down. Isekai'd didn't react at first, but then he looked at his own body and remembered. With his 30-meter size, calling himself a griffin without scaring it would be strange. Moreover, the griffin was one of the items on the dragon's menu, or rather one of Isekai'd's favorite foods. The paladin was now covered in cold sweat, as it was his first time coming into such close contact with a red dragon of such enormous size. Damn it! No wonder people in this world can fly but still prefer to walk. It's not safe at all up in the sky. The paladin used the holy light to calm the frightened griffin, then picked up his knight's sword and stood ready. As Isekai'd descended from the sky at this moment, the joy of seeing a fellow countryman disappeared, and he fell into contemplation. He didn't know if this fellow countryman came from the same place as him. What if he had crossed over from a place similar to Earth? What if he revealed the truth of being a crosser and was captured and dissected by the dragon clan? Thinking about this, Isekai'd began to take this matter seriously. Evil dragon, what are you doing here? Faced with the paladin's questioning, Isekai'd first thought of watching the excitement, then dismissed the idea. I'll go wherever I want. It's not like your name is written here. Do I have to give you gold coins to come here? Faced with the immense pressure from Isekai'd, the paladin felt that in his world, dragons were only things that existed in stories and games. Apart from humans, the most ferocious creatures were no more than tigers, lions, and bears. But this thing called a dragon, only when facing it could one understand the feeling. A huge body blocked the sun, and in the shadow, only a pair of red dragon eyes staring at him could be seen. Those were eyes that saw everything as food. Damn! This pressure is unusually high. The paladin tightened his knight's sword, and the members of the divine teaching who followed him here had already fainted at the sight of the red dragon. Everything could only rely on him alone. Are you trembling? Ant, can you lift your knight's sword and attack me? The paladin then realized that his legs were trembling at some point. Stomping his feet, the paladin stepped forward with his right foot, forming a bow step, and pressed his body slightly downward with his left foot horizontally on the ground. Do you want to resist me? Admirable courage. As long as you can repel one of my claws, then I will let you go. How about that? Are you tempted? But, if you fail to repel one of my claws, then I will eat this griffin, and then the two desserts behind it. Isekai'd's words were like the whispers of a devil, and the paladin knew what the desserts referred to, and now his pressure could be said to be at its peak. The sweat couldn't stop flowing down. Evil dragon, let me show you. Slow reaction. Not enough strength. As slow as a turtle. Only your willpower is passable. A red dragon pinched the man covered in scales, mocking him. During this time, the paladin exhausted all means, but only left a faint white mark on one of Isekai'd's scales. Too weak. Too weak. Since you have failed, then I won't be polite. Isekai'd grabbed the griffin, ignoring its struggles, and threw it into his mouth, chewing a few bites and swallowing it. Not bad, quite flavorful. Putting down the paladin, who was full of despair, Isekai'd approached the two unconscious divine teaching members. Lowering his head and sniffing, a foul smell hit him. These two guys were not unconscious, they were just pretending to be dead. Casually patting the two feigning dead people to death, Isekai'd disdainfully scraped his claws on the ground, as if he had touched something dirty. Alright, Now there's no one else around, shall we chat? Your body looks great. Healing aura. Yak casually healed the paladin's injuries and decided to extract some information from this guy. The paladin couldn't believe that this evil dragon actually healed his injuries, and shouldn't red dragons not be able to use healing magic? But before he could think about it, a sentence from Yak plunged him into fear. You are not from this world, right? Don't lie to me, the magic you use doesn't belong to light magic at all. It should be from your world or something you brought with you, right? The paladin had never expected that this evil dragon would actually see through his origins. Your life is in my hands now, I suggest you behave and don't lie, Yak said, staring at the paladin, or more accurately, at the paladin's left thumb. He noticed that when this armored man was thinking, his thumb would unconsciously rub against his fingers were the things in his hand. Indeed, there are differences between the real world and novels. The paladin decided to come clean as well. When he first arrived here, the Pope had already recognized that he was no longer the original owner of the body. And when the Pope found out, he didn't say anything, he just gave him a practice method called Holy Light and told him not to believe in the God of Light, but to believe in the Supreme God of Holy Light. The paladin listened to the Pope's words. He didn't believe in the God of Light, nor did he believe in the Supreme God of Holy Light. Jokingly, as an Easterner, why would he believe in these guys? Isn't it better to believe in the God of wealth? I come from a planet called Earth. Do you understand what a planet is? I understand. Don't digress, continue. The paladin didn't mind being interrupted, he was just curious that this evil dragon actually knew what a planet was. This Earth is ruled by the Shindan Empire, and I am a citizen of the Empire. Here we, blah blah, gibberish. After talking for a while, Yak roughly understood the world this guy was in. This guy is not from the same world as him, as his world does not have the Shindan Empire. And through comparison, Yak found that the so-called Shindan Empire's technological level is surprisingly similar to his previous world. After the paladin finished telling his own story, he found that the dragon in front of him was distracted, and he didn't know what it was thinking. Interesting world, if I have the chance, I will definitely go to the world you mentioned. Yak suddenly wanted to see what it would be like for a person from that world to suddenly see a red dragon enter their world. This boring game ends here. Here's some advice, buddy. This is not your original world. If you're scared, be scared, otherwise be careful, or one day you might be done for, and there will be no one to bury you. After saying this, Yak flew away, leaving the paladin looking bewildered. The disbelieving paladin pinched his thigh hard. It hurt, it was real. Damn, you're also a modern person? And you've become a dragon? It's really unfair. Yak couldn't hear the envy in the paladin's voice. Teasing the paladin made Yak feel a lot better, which had been ruined by the rebellion of the mountain dwarves. A little delay, and the blue dragons, your big daddy is here. Heading west, Yak finally reached his destination for this trip. Just as he arrived in the desert, Yak was about to roar, but ended up with a mouthful of sand. Pa. No wonder this blue dragon tastes like earthy. Spitting out the sand in his mouth, Yak suddenly noticed a blue dragon in front of him. This blue dragon was a bit strange, clearly having one head, but Yak saw the heads of 4 other colored dragons on it. Child, you have eaten the ringleader, there is no need to continue to harass the other blue dragons. How about, for my sake, spare their lives? The tone of the blue dragon was very gentle, but Yak saw the other 4 heads staring at him fiercely, and saying that if he disagreed, they would kill him. This strange scene made Yak doubt his own eyes. After confirming that it wasn't his problem, he saw a change in the blue dragon's eyes. Reveal your true form, you mongrel dragon. The blue dragon was stunned to hear this. It was the first time she had been called that by a dragon. Very well. You new dragons, as soon as you get something strange, you start to look down on your own god. It seems I need to teach you a lesson to understand how to respect your own god. The blue dragon shed its disguise, revealing its true form. Yak looked at the 5 heads in front of him, with a body of mixed colors, and even 2 thick tails, and his mind couldn't quite wrap around it. This is too ugly. No, how can you dare to go out looking like this? If you go out and scare the little dragons, what will happen? How much psychological trauma will you leave them with? I advise you to go home and sleep, you're really too ugly. Listening to Yak's nagging, Tiamat felt tortured every time she encountered these new dragons. Shut up, fool. All 5 dragon heads spoke at the same time, drowning out Yak's voice. You have more heads, so you're right, I can't argue with you. TSK. Being so angry, she remembered the last time and the time before that when she was beaten by the new dragons, and now she felt it was a mistake to come down to see this red dragon. Tiamat was about to step forward and argue with Yak, but found that this guy had actually run away. Damn it, I just came to seek revenge on the blue dragon, and these cowards actually called this mother dragon down. Yak flapped his wings and flew off into the distance at top speed. He couldn't believe what he saw on the dragon's body. It was really outrageous. The desert behind him was getting farther and farther away, but Yake was not ready to stop for a moment. He could feel the mother dragon following him at a steady pace. It was like a normal cat playing with a mouse. Remember this, when I become powerful, I will definitely kill you. Even if you hide in the divine realm, I will find a way to destroy you. Yake secretly vowed in his heart. The last time he was in such a sorry state was caused by the green dragon. One fleeing, the other chasing, the two dragons swiftly flew across the sky, startling countless humans and creatures who wanted to see what was happening. But when they saw Tiamat, they all bowed their heads and went about their business, not noticing anything in the sky. The mother of the five-colored dragon has come down. I'm afraid something has happened again. Since the mother of the five-colored dragon has come down, does that mean Bahamut, the metal dragon, has also come down? Are the five-colored dragon and the metal dragon going to war again? Why can Tiamat come down, but I can't contact my god? Could something have happened in the divine realm? Tiamat's appearance caused all intelligent beings to panic, as they found themselves unable to contact the gods they believed in. It was as if someone had separated the divine realm from them. Seeing the situation getting worse, Tiamat stopped chasing Yake. Now things were in chaos, which was not good news for the other beings in the divine realm. If her mistakes led to the failure of the plan, the beings in the divine realm would be willing to bring her down and take everything from her. You're lucky. Tiamat quickly left, and Yake had narrowly escaped. But he found himself seemingly lost, in a place he had never seen before, with the presence of many giant dragons. Where is this place? Yake was on high alert in this unfamiliar place filled with the aura of giant dragons he had never seen before. As he cautiously moved forward, he soon saw a group of floating islands in the sky. On these islands, he saw many dragons flying around, none of which he had ever seen before. Could this be the legendary Dragon Island? Yake remembered Lilia telling him that dragons were not just the evil five-colored dragons, but also the benevolent metal dragons. The metal dragons had their own habitat called Sky Dragon Island, while the five-colored dragons lived alone without a specific habitat. So, have I come to the side of the metal dragons? Yake descended, realizing that coming as a five-colored dragon to the territory of the metal dragons was asking for trouble. But due to his large size and bright color, he was quickly spotted by a nearby bronze dragon. This bronze dragon was very curious about Yake, as he had never seen this red giant dragon before. In his limited knowledge, there were only gold dragons, silver dragons, brass dragons, copper dragons, and bronze dragons. This new red giant dragon made him feel a sense of novelty, and he called his friends to come over. The called bronze, copper, and brass dragons followed Yake. As Yake landed and walked forward, they followed along. Could these guys be young metal dragons who haven't fully grown yet? How dare they follow me like this? Yake chuckled at the group of metal dragons following him, imagining what would happen if an adult metal dragon saw them. Just then, an adult bronze dragon noticed the situation with the young metal dragons. As he was trying to figure out what the little ones were up to, he noticed the red giant dragon in front of them. Roar! The adult bronze dragon was startled by Yake's presence. He had never expected a five-colored dragon to sneak into Sky Dragon Island. He was so scared that he immediately let out a sharp dragon roar. Upon hearing this sound, all the adult metal dragons on the floating island immediately drove all the juvenile metal dragons back into their caves. The five-colored dragon is invading. Quickly, go and destroy him. When the adult bronze dragon roared, Yake immediately flew into the sky, picked a direction at random, and charged headlong. However, what he didn't notice was that when the adult metal dragons saw the direction he was charging in, they were basically in a panic. The place Yake charged towards was where their dragon eggs were located. Damn it! Stop him. His target is our dragon eggs. The outer perimeter of the Sky Dragon Island was mostly made up of brass, copper, and bronze dragons, with silver and metal dragons at the center of the island. And now, with Yake causing such a commotion, the silver and gold dragons at the center of the Sky Dragon Island were also alarmed. When they saw the direction Yake was heading, they too were in a state of panic. Although they lived in different places, the dragon eggs were basically in the same location. If this red dragon were to barge in, with just one breath, who knows how many dragon eggs would be destroyed. Alert! Sound the alarm. Quickly inform the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. A five-colored dragon has invaded. Its target is our dragon eggs. An anxious silver dragon said. Yake became more and more frightened as he flew, not knowing what had gotten into this group of metal dragons. More and more metal dragons began to surround him, forcing him to constantly change his route. However, the metal dragons became even more frantic. Even though the circle of dragons surrounding the five-colored dragon had changed its route, in the end, it still charged towards the direction of the dragon eggs. Damn it! This red dragon is too cunning. He must have been sent to his death. His target is our dragon eggs. Countless metal dragons gritted their teeth. This red dragon had endured their dragon language magic and various breath attacks, yet still charged towards the dragon eggs. You all step back, leave the rest to us. Upon hearing this voice, the metal dragons stopped chasing Yake. They were all too familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the Golden Dragon King. With the Golden Dragon King's arrival, it was clear that the Silver Dragon King was also by his side. With these two powerful beings here, the red dragon was probably finished. Seeing all the metal dragons leave, Yake also stopped. He realized that not all the metal dragons had left. 2 had stayed behind, 1 golden dragon and 1 silver dragon. Both of these dragons were about a size larger than Yake. The Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King blocked Yake's retreat from the left and right, both very curious about what this red dragon was thinking. How could he dare to intrude alone into their metal dragon's stronghold? Little one, tell me who sent you here. The Golden Dragon King spoke, leaving Yake at a loss for words. Should he tell them that he was being chased by Tiamat and ended up here by accident? Would they believe him? Could they believe him? Seeing Yake remain silent, the Golden Dragon King continued, speak up. Your 5-colored dragons have no absolute loyalty. One moment they are expressing loyalty, the next they are thinking of betrayal and keeping all the wealth for themselves. The Silver Dragon King remained silent, but powerful magic surged around him. If Yake made any sudden movements, he would strike a fatal blow. I could say that I came here by accident. Would you believe me? Yake scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Do you think I would believe that? The location of Dragon Island changes every 10 years. You're telling me it was an accident? For a long-lived species like dragons, 10 years was just a blink of an eye. So in their eyes, Dragon Island changed its location in the time it took for a nap. Who would believe that someone accidentally came in? Yake was also aware of the dragon's concept of time, so when the Golden Dragon King said this, he didn't know how to argue. Forget it, destroy him. I can't be bothered to argue anymore. Yake gave up and turned to cast a dragon language spell at the Silver Dragon King. Your words are too harsh. I don't want to listen. Silence technique. With the use of the silence technique, the Silver Dragon King's dragon language magic was momentarily interrupted. This was exactly what Yake wanted. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, Yake approached the Silver Dragon King. One claw closed the Silver Dragon King's mouth, while the other fiercely struck the back of his dragon eye. This spot was similar to the human temple, and a blow here could induce a certain dizziness in the giant dragon. Bang! Yake struck the Silver Dragon King, rendering him motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Yake grabbed his tail and spun the Silver Dragon King like a windmill, then hurled him towards the approaching Golden Dragon King. Take this, meteor hammer. All of this happened in just 5 seconds. When the Golden Dragon King finally reacted, the massive body of the Silver Dragon King was already flying towards him. The Golden Dragon King caught the Silver Dragon King and used a dragon language magic to awaken him. The enraged Silver Dragon King could set the sky on fire. This was the first time he had been used as a weapon by another dragon. The collision between giant dragons should have been a clash of magic and physical bodies, so how could there be such a bizarre red dragon? Yake knew that he couldn't delay much longer. When he saw the Silver Dragon King in a state of fury, he remembered one of his own dragon language magics. I'm going crazy. Berserk, I'm as awake as I can be. Fervent Aura 2 dragon language magics accurately hit the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King did not feel threatened by the dragon language magic, so he allowed the Silver Dragon King to be affected. However, he soon realized that something was wrong with the Silver Dragon King. Normally, giant dragons had high immunity, but he found that the dragon language magic used by the red dragon seemed to bypass this immunity, and it could even use enhancement magic on the giant dragon. The Silver Dragon King, who had been hit by 2 dragon language magics, completely lost control, and the combination of Berserk and Fervent Aura, along with his existing fury, made him lose his sanity. He was like a dragon beast without wisdom. Damn, the combined effect of these two is too strong. I need to get out of here. The Golden Dragon King could only watch as Yake escaped, knowing that he had to deal with the problem of his companion first. Kill. They all have to die. The Silver Dragon King, who was now speaking nonsense, began gesturing towards the Golden Dragon King. Ah, how can dragons of such age still be affected by the magic of a younger dragon? The Golden Dragon King immediately noticed that Yake was still an immature red dragon, and the reason for his unusually large size was probably due to some precious treasure. The Silver Dragon King also noticed this, so he didn't take Yake seriously, even speaking his dragon language magic openly. If Yake had been an adult red dragon, the Silver Dragon King would have used his dragon language magic without speaking, and engaged in physical combat. As for why the Silver Dragon King harbored such animosity towards red dragons, It all stemmed from their ancestors many generations ago. Simply put, the Silver Dragon King looked down on red dragons and held a grudge against them. Similarly, red dragons also held a grudge against the benevolent Silver Dragon, and whenever the two dragons met, one of them would inevitably be injured or killed. Wake up, stop with the killing, your act is just too pathetic. The Golden Dragon King gave the Silver Dragon King a couple of slaps. This guy's acting was just too over the top, and the little red dragon would probably catch on soon. What should we do then? If it weren't for him suddenly telling us, could I have acted so over the top? Speaking of which, our god is really something. With so many outstanding young dragons among our metallic dragons, he had to pick someone from the five-color dragon side. At this point, the Silver Dragon King didn't look like he had lost his sanity at all. It was all just an act. Careful what you say, he must have his reasons for making that decision. Walk, 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 let's go back and continue drinking with me. You should know that there aren't many secret elf tribe drinks left. If you want to drink more, you won't be able to. The Golden Dragon King pulled the Silver Dragon King over and said as he wagged his tail. These two guys didn't look like giant dragons at all, but rather more like two people who loved to drink. Perhaps this was related to their preference for taking on human form. Let's go drink. And that little guy really played a dirty trick on me. My head is still spinning. If I had known, I would have avoided it earlier. Damn! I was careless. I've been fooled. In the human gathering place, a red-haired young man who was bathing in a tub stood up. This person was Isekai'd, and now that he had just settled down, he recalled the process of encountering the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. He suddenly realized that these two guys had initially been hostile towards him, but suddenly seemed to have received something. Starting from when the Silver Dragon King was affected by his dragon language magic, he didn't believe that this Silver Dragon would be so easily influenced by his close-range interaction. They must have been prepared in advance. Really cunning. Coming out of the tub, he used magic to evaporate the water on his body and looked at himself in the mirror. A plain young man with red hair and eyes, the kind that would be hard to spot in a crowd. This appearance was crafted based on his previous life, except for the fact that his hair and eyes were not black. Everything else was exactly the same. Isekai'd remembered an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since he had come to the human gathering place, he wanted to experience the local customs and culture. After all, this was his first time taking on human form and coming here. In the gathering place, there were 3 guilds, the Magic Guild, the Mercenary Guild, and the Warrior Guild. Each of these guilds had several sub-guilds, such as the Hunter Guild and the Assassin Guild within the Warrior Guild. Isekai'd had now arrived at the Mercenary Guild, which was very lively, with people arguing and making noise everywhere. Some people were arguing with each other over a commission task, some were disputing the settlement of the reward for a commission task with the staff, and some were gossiping while snacking on melon seeds, occasionally glancing at the arguing mercenaries. Stop arguing, you won't kill each other by arguing. Hurry up and fight. Isekai'd, who enjoyed watching the excitement, goaded them on. His goading actually led to some of them agreeing to meet at a designated location for a showdown. Quite entertaining. This was how Isekai'd evaluated the situation. He found that no matter how much he goaded them, these people wouldn't fight in the Mercenary Guild, but instead agreed to meet at a designated location. It seemed that there were big shots backing the Mercenary Guild, otherwise he wouldn't believe that these bloodthirsty people would follow the rules like this. Too bad, it would be fun if they really fought. I wanted to see what kind of existence was behind this Mercenary Guild. Perhaps influenced by his current youthful disposition, Isekai'd had become somewhat mischievous, unlike his original self who was always in a serious state of mind. Hey, kid, this lady is currently in need of someone to form a mercenary group. If you're interested, come and join me in forming a mercenary group. Isekai'd looked around and then pointed at himself, looking puzzled at the girl in front of him who seemed to be the same age as him. The girl was very casual, and behind her was a taciturn young man carrying a huge axe. You're inviting me to join your mercenary group? Are you kidding me? How old are you? Isekai'd had an expression of disbelief. He hadn't expected someone to ask him to join a mercenary group. I'm not inviting you. I'm ordering you. And I'm already 15 years old. The girl put her hands on her hips, showing great anger towards the red-haired young man who looked down on her. Bro, just agree. Miss Villy offers a lot of rewards. The taciturn young man behind the girl spoke up. Rewards? How much can you offer me? You should know that I'm very expensive. If the price isn't right, I won't agree. Isekai'd decided to tease the girl a bit. The girl took out a money pouch from her pocket and found only 10 gold coins inside. 10 gold coins? That's not enough. It seems you and I are not meant to be, Isekai'd said gleefully as he looked at the 10 gold coins the girl had taken out. The girl couldn't believe she only had 10 gold coins left and turned to stare at the taciturn young man. Miss Vivi, don't look at me. You spent quite a bit of gold on helping beggars, wanderers, and some injured mercenaries on the road. I've been trying to advise you to spend less, but you never listen. You could have solved it with just a few copper coins, but you spent 2 gold coins." The taciturn young man sighed heavily. Since following Miss Vivi, he had watched her spend money needlessly, which pained him. The girl's face quickly turned red as she looked at Yak, feeling a bit at a loss. "Forget it. I'm happy today. 10 gold coins it is." The girl hadn't reacted yet when her money pouch was already in Yak's hands. Yak shook the money pouch, enjoying the sound of the coins clinking. The money pouch disappeared from Yak's hands in a flash, and neither the taciturn young man nor the girl noticed where Yak had hidden it. "Let's go, esteemed Miss Vivi. Please lead us in forming a mercenary group," Yak said, extending his hand politely for the girl to walk ahead, while he walked alongside the taciturn young man. "Hey, how much did she pay you to follow her?" Yak pointed at the girl and asked the taciturn young man in a low voice. "A piece of bread," the taciturn young man said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he lowered his head, and Yak was surprised to hear that. "Just a piece of bread and she bought you? I can see you're not weak either." Yak looked at the surging magic power within the young man and began to suspect if he had some special purpose. "When I encountered a monster before, my money pouch was knocked off during the fight," the taciturn young man explained. "But if your money pouch fell off, wasn't there still the monster? You could have sold the monster's body for money," Yak said. "I was starving at the time, so I roasted and ate the monster," the taciturn young man continued. "And I found out that the monster's meat was poisonous, and I had diarrhea for 3 whole days after eating it." Yak was speechless. What kind of people are these two? He thought. One is generous but spends money recklessly, and the other is a bit dim-witted. What a bizarre combination. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the office, and Vivi skillfully arranged the formation of the mercenary group. However, when the staff asked for a gold coin as the formation fee, she was at a loss. All her money was with Yak, and she couldn't possibly sell the magical equipment her family had given her, could she? Seeing the girl in a panic, Yak reluctantly took out a gold coin from the money pouch and threw it to the staff. "Sigh, I haven't even warmed it up, and I've already used one. It hurts. It hurts so much I can't breathe," Yak complained. Hearing this, the girl lowered her head and poked her finger. "Let's go. Why are we still here when the money's been given away?" Yak put away the money pouch, waved his hand, and prepared to leave, only to find Vivi and the young man staring at him. "What's wrong? Did I just look so handsome that I mesmerized you both?" Yak noticed the two staring at him and arrogantly flicked his hair. The girl picked up a piece of paper and pointed to the member list on it. Yak, not feeling embarrassed at all, stepped forward and signed his name on it, then complained, "What? You didn't even tell me to sign, and I'm the one feeling embarrassed for you." "As long as it's not me feeling embarrassed, then it's them." The girl and the young man had never seen someone with such thick skin, and they were stunned by Yak's actions. The staff, who had seen all kinds of scenes, was also at a loss for words after Yak's behavior. "3 of you, what's the name of your mercenary group?" All processes finished, the staff asked the mercenary group's name, and the girl, without hesitation, said, "Dawn. Dawn Mercenary Group. The mercenary group that brings the dawn." Yak didn't know what to say when he heard this name. A mercenary group that brings the dawn, wouldn't that make him a red dragon that brings the dawn? Yak really wanted to tell the girl that his true form was a red dragon. He wanted to see what expression the girl would have. Seeing that the other 2 didn't object to the name he mentioned, the girl also confirmed that the mercenary group's name would be Dawn Mercenary Group. Leaving the mercenary guild, the girl reached out her right hand to Yak and said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Vili. From now on, I'll be your captain." "I'm Mukdo." "I'm Yak. You can chat with me when you're free, but please don't bother me if it's not important." The 3 introduced themselves to each other, and at the same time, they had to face a problem. That is the issue of food and lodging. Originally, Vili and Mukdo came by carriage, but they just found out that their carriage had been stolen. In the end, Yak had no choice but to lead the 2 to his place, a tavern where they could stay. The tavern was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was the tavern, and the second floor was the lodging, somewhat similar to a modern hotel. Vili was given a separate room. Mukdo stayed with him. For Yak, it wasn't that he couldn't afford to open another room, but it was unnecessary to spend extra money. Mukdo didn't mind, but Vili looked at him with a strange look for a long time. That look seemed to say, "Yak, you're really someone I can trust." Yak understood Vili's look and couldn't help but sigh at how open-minded people in this world could be, and also that this girl wanted to be spanked. In the room, Mukdo took off the huge axe he had been carrying on his back. Yak curiously approached Mukdo. According to his observation, most humans now used large swords, bows and arrows, knights' long spears, various shields, and the like. There were very few people like Mukdo who used huge axes, almost none at all. "Do you have anything to say about this axe?" Yak tapped the huge axe with his fingers. There's nothing to say, it's a family heirloom, only I can wield it. Yak didn't believe it. He reached out and tried to lift the huge axe, but found that it didn't budge. Ha! I'm a dragon after all. Isn't this embarrassing? Yak refused to give up and tried to lift the axe with all his strength, but it only moved a little, and then there was no more movement. Mukto also noticed the change in the axe, and when Yak couldn't lift it, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, almost exposed my true strength. Yak could have lifted it just now, but thinking about Mukto's condition, he pretended to struggle. This scene was a bit like the one in the movie where Captain America tried to lift the hammer. What's the use of this broken axe? Is it just for crushing people with its weight? Yak casually let go of the axe and walked to the only bed in the room. My grandfather told me that it's not that it doesn't have an edge, it needs the blood of a giant dragon to unlock it, so it can reveal its true form. Mukto recalled what his grandfather had said while drinking and beating him. In order to buy wine for his grandfather, he took the axe out to sell it. After his grandfather found out, he bought the axe back and gave him a childhood memory that he would never forget. He remembered that the weather wasn't very good that day, and he was in pain all over. Yak suddenly had an impulse to cut his finger and see the true form of the axe. Should I do it? Or not? Or not? He really wanted to see what the true form of the huge axe looked like, but he resisted. This gathering place really turned out to be the right one, it's all full of surprises. I'll rest first, if you're tired, come up and sleep together, the bed is quite big. Yak moved over a bit, and without hesitation, Wuto also lay down. Yak. Yeah, what's up? Why do you sleep during the day? Because I'm broke. Huh? Broke? Yeah. Look, the newly established mercenary group, and the leader Villi, doesn't even take on missions. How are we supposed to survive? It's not like my little tavern can support us all. Wuto sat up in bed, grabbed Yak lying beside him, and asked with wide eyes, what did you just say? Say it again. Yak repeated, it's not like my little tavern can support us all. Got that? If you didn't, I can say it a few more times. Is this tavern yours? Yeah. Then why didn't you say so? You didn't ask. Give me a new room. Broke, can't afford it. Wuto. At that moment, the door was kicked open by Villi, who ran in excitedly and exclaimed, I've got a mission. We need to deliver something to the giant tree forest. Wuto jumped out of bed excitedly upon hearing this, while Yak looked puzzled. He had just left the giant tree forest not long ago, and now they had to go back. He didn't know if it was good news or bad news. Villi, can you tell me how you got this mission? What's the big deal? This mission was specifically assigned to the Dawn Mercenary Group. Hearing Villi's explanation, Yak felt that this was a conspiracy against the Dawn Mercenary Group. He didn't know if it was against Villi, Wuto, or even himself, Yak. I think we should withdraw from this mission. Yak poured cold water on the two, leaving them puzzled. Look at where we are, and then look at where the giant tree forest is. It's a dangerous journey, far beyond what our new mercenary group should take on. Ha! Yak, did you forget about the teleportation array? Villi looked at Yak as if he were a fool. Ha! Yak was stunned. He had actually forgotten about the existence of the teleportation array, always flying around in his original form, forgetting about this thing. I've been overthinking, forgot about this, my mistake. With this in mind, Yak felt that this mission was simply a beginner's task, as simple as it could be. By the way, Yak, do you have magic crystals? You need them to activate the teleportation array. Ha! Magic crystals? What's that? Am I being made to look like a fool? Yak began to search through his bloodline memories, and soon found images of magic crystals. Magic crystals were the magical cores of magical beasts, and generally, magical beasts had their own magic crystals. These crystals were rich in magic and were the favorite snacks of dragons. Snacks? Magic crystals? How come I've never seen this thing before? When Villi took out the magic crystal, Yak finally saw what it looked like. It was a multifaceted crystal, filled with intricate magic, and Villi said that the more uniform the color of the magic crystal, the purer the magic. Seeing this, Yak remembered that back in that underground temple, besides the pile of golden treasures, there were also many black crystals. At the time, he thought they were just decorations and didn't pay much attention to them. Now, it hurt. It hurt so much he couldn't breathe. There had been a pile of snacks in front of him. He hadn't cherished them. If there was a chance to start over, he just wanted to taste what magic crystals really tasted like. Magic crystals. I sold them all, they were taking up too much space, Yak casually said, but Villi still didn't believe him. Yak, don't you know about the space ring? A storage bag? Are you kidding me? The brain quickly turned, and Yak finally remembered how to solve this loophole. I was robbed by a red dragon, and he took away everything valuable from me. Upon hearing this, Villi and Muto expressed sympathy for Yak. Being robbed by a red dragon without losing their lives could be considered a narrow escape. Muto suddenly felt something was wrong. If everything valuable was taken from Yak, then how did he buy this tavern? Or did he deceive me into thinking that this tavern is his? Or is Yak, like him, also from the countryside, but still knows about magic crystals and space rings? Could it be that Yak is a wild person? If Yak could hear Muto's speculation, there would definitely be a grand celebration, and he would tell him that he is not a wild person, but a wild dragon. Forget it, forget it. I still have a few magic crystals here, enough for us to start the teleportation array, but when we come back, we need to obtain new magic crystals. Villi took out 2 magic crystals from her personal belongings and gave one to Yak and one to Muto. The 3 of them arrived at the teleportation array in the mercenary guild, and handed the magic crystals to the staff. The staff skillfully placed the magic crystals on the teleportation array, then verified the destination of the 3, and began the teleportation. With a flash of white light, Yak and the others arrived at the mercenary guild in the giant tree forest. As they walked out of the teleportation array, Villi and Muto hurriedly ran outside the mercenary guild and vomited. Yak, on the other hand, felt nothing. It was quite convenient, just opening and closing his eyes, and he was there. After vomiting for a while, Villi and Muto, with pale faces, came to Yak's side. It was their first time using the teleportation array, and they did not expect the experience to be so terrible. Young man, exercise more. You can't handle just one teleportation array. Back in my day, I sat through 5 or 6 in a row without even blinking. Pulling Villi and Muto, Yak bragged while looking at the destination of the commission task. The destination was on the edge of the giant tree forest, and the recipient was a reclusive magician. Through their understanding, reclusive magicians are generally poor. In another scenario, reclusive magicians are big shots, and this time, the recipient is most likely a big shot, because the payment for this commission task is made with magic crystals. Yak was looking forward to meeting this magician. He wanted to see what this big shot looked like. What a coincidence! I really don't want to see you. A voice appeared in Yak's mind, and it sounded like a child. Oops, I forgot to conceal my true thoughts. Yak, underscore? A big question mark appeared on Yak's forehead. He retracted his previous thoughts. This magician is probably not a big shot. Not only that, this magician is probably underage. The voice in his mind spoke a few more sentences and then disappeared. Yak turned around and asked Villi and Muto if they heard someone speaking in their minds. Villi and Muto shook their heads, looking at Yak as if he were crazy. Yak scratched his head. How could he explain this thing? He couldn't just take out his brain and let them listen to it, could he? Soon, Yak and the others arrived at the destination of the commission task. It was an ordinary wooden cabin, with nothing magical about it. Villi took out the space ring and took out the commission item, placing it at the door of the wooden cabin. Hello, I am from the Dawn Mercenary Group, and I have come to deliver the commissioned item to you. Creak! The door of the wooden cabin was pushed open, and a girl slightly shorter than Villi walked out from inside. Seeing someone come out, Villi handed over the commissioned item and quietly waited for her to inspect it. Not bad. I finally got this thing. The girl took the commission item and inspected it, confirming that it was hers. Villi breathed a sigh of relief, as this was her first time completing a task. Please wait a moment. I will go get the payment for this commission task for you. The girl hurriedly ran in with the commission item, and Yak and the others heard a sound of rummaging through the boxes and cabinets, then saw the girl come out covered in dust. In her hand, she still held a red and blue magic crystal. The purity of this magic crystal is not bad. It's the payment for your mission this time, Vivi said dreamily as she took the magic crystal. She hadn't expected such a big reward for this mission, so much so that she was in a daze all the way until she returned to the mercenary guild in the giant tree forest. Yak, Muto, look, this is our first commission's reward. Vivi excitedly took out the magic crystal, but before she could fully display it, Yak snatched it and stuffed it into his arms. After snatching it, Yak put the money bag that originally belonged to Vivi in her hand. Vivi looked at the money bag in her hand, then looked at the magic crystal hidden in Yak's arms. Just as she was about to get angry, she saw Yak's expression. Yak's eyes signaled Vivi to look around, and she only then noticed that all the mercenaries around were looking at them. If Yak hadn't snatched the magic crystal in time, she wouldn't have known what consequences would have resulted from being seen by this group of mercenaries. Understood? Understood. The two exchanged glances, while Muto on the side looked bewildered. What were these two guys rolling their eyes around for? Were they in a daze? 5 whole gold coins. I never thought we could get so much money. Hearing that it was only 5 gold coins, most of the mercenaries shook their heads, recalling the first time they earned gold coins as mercenaries, unable to help but smile. Perhaps they understood the feelings of Yake and the others at this moment the most. Although most of the mercenaries no longer paid attention to Yake and the others, there was still a small group of mercenaries eyeing the money bag in Vivi's hand. For these bloodthirsty mercenaries, 5 gold coins were enough motivation to take action. Who knows when they might die, so they might as well enjoy themselves before they die. Seeing that someone still didn't give up, Yake's eyes gradually turned cold. They say red dragons are greedy, but they are far from being as greedy as humans, and they wouldn't resort to violence for just 5 gold coins. Vivi, give me the money bag, then wait for me in the guild for a while. I'm going out. Vivi handed the money bag to Yake, looking somewhat worried. She knew what Yake meant, but she still couldn't help but worry. Those mercenaries were all adults, and Yake was still a young boy. Even if each of them took a swing, Yake would be turned into mincemeat. Don't worry, I'm super strong. Yake imitated the smile of a protagonist from a previous life's tokusatsu show, raising his thumb. Holding the money bag, Yake left the mercenary guild without haste. Not far from leaving the guild, he suddenly accelerated. The mercenaries chasing after Yake all ran after him. Stop running, hand over the gold coins. Otherwise, you'll suffer a bit. Want the gold coins? Catch up to me first. Yake accelerated again, leaving the mercenaries behind dumbfounded. They had never seen someone who could run so fast. The mercenaries all used magic to accelerate themselves, but they found that every time they accelerated, the red-haired kid was a little faster than them. It was as if he was deliberately holding back his speed, increasing it every time they did. After running for who knows how long, Yake looked around and, after confirming that they were far enough from the mercenary guild, stopped. Damn it! How can someone with just 2 legs run so fast? This little brat can really run. Seeing Yake stop, the mercenaries couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 123,456, there are only 6 of you left. Counting the number of mercenaries, it was clearly less than half of the group that had just come out of the mercenary guild. It seemed they all thought they couldn't catch up and gave up. What? Do you still think you can escape from the 6 of us? One of the mercenaries with a large sword said. No, I just think it's surprising that there are still 6 idiots who can continue to follow me, Yake said. Know that smart people have long realized something was wrong when I started running, only some fools followed me, said Yak, as steam began to emanate from his body. The steam quickly dissipated, and the 6 mercenaries looked around but couldn't find Yak's shadow. Are you looking for me? A familiar voice came, and everyone looked up towards the source of the voice, only to find a huge red dragon tilting its head and grinning at them. A red dragon? How is this possible? How could there be a red dragon in the giant tree forest? The dragon's gaze filled them with fear, and the familiar voice plunged them into despair. I told you all that you 6 are fools. Yak casually swatted a mercenary to death, and the death of their comrade brought the remaining 5 to their senses. They each fled in different directions, hoping that the others could hold off the dragon for a while. Then they planned to run to the mercenary guild and sell the news of a red dragon in the giant tree forest. It was a beautiful plan, but reality was harsh. Yak quickly caught up to the 5, and with a gentle squeeze of his claws, they each became minced meat. If there was anything different, it was only the order in which they were crushed. Your Excellency is truly elegant, playing with people like this here. The elven king clapped his hands as he emerged from a giant tree, but Yak paid no attention, as he had long since noticed the elven king hiding in the tree. I'm sorry for dirtying your territory. To make amends, give me some magic crystals. Yak reached out his claw towards the elven king, who was momentarily unsure whose territory this really was. But remembering the words of the mother tree and her instructions, she drew a space crack and took out many single-colored magic crystals from within. By the way, give me a space ring, and also teach me how to create a space crack like you did. The elven king was shocked by Yak's shameless behavior. She had never seen such a shameless dragon before. After hesitating for a moment, she took off a ring with a green gem from her finger and threw it to Yak. Yak then transformed back into his human form and put the ring on his middle finger. Surprisingly, the ring fit perfectly, and the green gem turned red. How do you use this ring? And why does it have a fragrance? What kind of man wears perfume? Just as the elven king was about to tell Yak how to use the space ring, she heard his words and her face turned dark. Is there a possibility that I am actually a female elf? Yak approached the elven king, looked left and right, and even compared their fingers. Shaking his head, he sighed. With a clear understanding of Yak's meaning, the elven king gave him instructions on how to use the space ring and then left, fearing she might lose her temper if she stayed any longer. After the elven king left, Yak excitedly raised his middle finger towards the group of magic crystals placed on the ground, and with a slight mental effort, the crystals were placed into the space ring. Ah, this is much more convenient. It's a pity the Elven King didn't teach me how to create a spacecraft. With a hint of regret, Yak found the right direction and began to retrace his steps. On the way, he saw the mercenaries who had been chasing him and then given up. Seeing Yak come out smiling and with his clothes still neat, they understood that the 6 unlucky souls were no more. I still have good things in my hands. Do you want to continue? Yak shook his right hand and then raised his middle finger towards the mercenaries. The mercenaries looked at the space ring on Yak's middle finger and none of them felt any greed. After all, the lesson from the past should still be fresh in their minds. What a disappointment! The mercenaries pretended not to hear and quickly distanced themselves from Yak, avoiding the jinx. Even if someone had the greed to snatch it, his companions would directly hold him back and leave. In this way, Yak casually broke off a small grass from the ground and held it in his mouth. Then he hugged his head and walked towards the mercenary guild. So you're back like this? Villi looked incredulous. What does it mean for a red dragon to be unhappy with the mercenaries and then fly over and crush them? Is this dragon so idle? Or is this dragon targeting you? Yak threw the money bag to Villi, and whether she believed it or not was not his business. By the way, the stuff is also inside, don't lose it. With Yak's words, Villi understood that the magic crystal was also in the money bag, so she hurriedly put the money bag into the space ring. Muto stood aside and watched Villi start to value the gold coins, unable to help but show a smile like an old father. His daughter knows how to save money and understands the importance of money. The 3 of them prepared to leave the giant tree forest through the teleportation array after a brief discussion, but when they arrived at the teleportation array, they remembered one thing. They didn't have a magic crystal to use the teleportation array to leave, and the only one was the dual-color magic crystal that was the reward for the mission, which was too wasteful to use here. Although Yak also had magic crystals, they were all of too high quality and single-colored magic crystals. He was afraid that if he took them out, this place would become a battlefield. Although it didn't matter to him, these 2 guys probably wouldn't be spared. You haven't left yet? I happen to be looking for you. Yak heard a voice and turned back, only to find that the wooden house girl was behind him, and he didn't feel anything at all. I still have a commission here. I don't know if your Dawn mercenary group will accept it? Accept. Before Yak could ask what the commission was, Villi directly accepted it, while Muto on the side covered his face and didn't want to speak. Seeing Yak and Muto not saying anything, one covering his face, Villi knew she had done something wrong. Tell me about your commission. I need to consider whether it's worth accepting. Yak took the initiative to speak first, not giving the decision-making power to Villi, who was completely impulsive and dared to accept without asking anything. My commission is very simple. It is for your Dawn mercenary group to protect me for 5 years. During these 5 years, all expenses will be covered by me. Will you accept it? After hearing this, Yak circled the girl 3 times and then said, Are you sure? Then Yak pointed to Villi, Muto, and himself. A mercenary group composed of 3 teenagers is already ridiculous, and now you want these 3 minors to protect you for 5 years? Are you out of your mind? The girl didn't speak, but took out a heavy bag and handed it to Yak. Yak opened the bag, which was full of magic crystals. Most of them were dual-colored, and a few were single-colored. Miss, if you have anything to say, I will definitely handle it properly for you. Yak quickly changed his attitude, showing the same expression as Yak to Villi and Muto, who were puzzled, and then they all changed their expressions at the same time. Good. Let's leave here now. The girl waved her hand, and Yak and the others followed, and of course, the magic crystal for the teleportation array was paid for by this little rich woman. Hurry, tell the magic guild that their forest witch has left the giant tree forest. Quickly send people to reinforce the magic barrier. After the girl and Yak and the others left, the staff of the mercenary guild hurriedly contacted the other side of the mercenary guild. Forest witch? Sounds familiar. Where have I heard that name before? Idiot, it's the one who blew up her own guild with magic potions. Damn, is that fierce person? This time the magic guild is probably going to be in trouble again. Yak didn't know what had happened on the side of the mercenary guild in the giant tree forest. They were currently being blocked by a group of people at the entrance of the mercenary guild. Outside, a group of people wanted them to return to the giant tree forest, while the staff inside wanted them to leave the mercenary guild. One side wanted to go back, the other side wanted to leave, and in the end both sides were furious. They started fighting, and Yak took the opportunity to escape from the chaos. Can you explain what's going on here? Yak guessed that the reason for this situation was the girl who was panting heavily next to him. The girl sat on the ground without any image, took a deep breath, and said nonchalantly, "There's nothing to explain, I just accidentally sent the magic guild into the sky." Yak and the others were confused. What did she mean by accidentally sending the magic guild into the sky? Did she have a misunderstanding about going to the sky? 5 years. 5 whole years. Yake didn't know how he had spent these 5 years. It was either moving or on the way to move. This young lady, known as the Forest Witch, was either blowing up houses or on the way to blow them up. If it weren't for the generous gifts along the way, Yake and the others would have left long ago. 5 years have passed, let's part ways. Don't contact me in the future, I might not be able to resist hitting you. After sending off the Forest Witch, Yake also bid farewell to Vili. In these 5 years, the Dawn Mercenary Group, with the wealth of the Forest Witch, had become one of the top 10 mercenary groups in the area. When saying goodbye to the two, Yake called them over alone, then transformed back into his original form and flew away while they were still confused. I love seeing the two of you looking so confused. I'm out of here. Goodbye. As Yake's voice echoed in their ears, Vili realized that Yake was not human, but she had never expected him to be a red dragon. Blue dragons, I'm back to wreak havoc again. This time, no one can protect you. Yake flew quickly towards the western desert. However, after flying around in the desert for a while, he didn't see a single blue dragon, or any living creature for that matter. Damn, is this place haunted? After confirming that there were no traces of blue dragons, Yake left disappointed. After Yake left, a spatial crack appeared in an inconspicuous place. A blue head poked out from the crack to observe the situation, but when it didn't see the bright red color, it retracted. Didn't I just smell the scent of a blue dragon? How come it's suddenly gone? Yake's sudden appearance made the creatures inside the spatial crack too scared to make a sound. As time passed, Yake eventually left. Quick, he's gone. According to the mother of the 5-colored dragons, we need to relocate to a new place, or this guy will keep staring at us. The blue dragons ran out of the spatial crack, mostly young ones, while the older blue dragons waited in another place for Yake to give them a big surprise. The young blue dragons quickly left, and Yake was also attracted to the group of older blue dragons. When the older blue dragons saw Yake being drawn over, they started fighting each other until both sides died. Of all the 5-colored dragons I've seen, you are the most ferocious, so we have unanimously decided to exile you, said the last old blue dragon before taking his last breath. But Yake waited for a long time and didn't see any sign of being exiled, suspecting that the blue dragons were lying to him. He tried to take a step, but there was no response. The second step, still no response. Yake finally relaxed and took the third step to jump and fly away, but he was grabbed by a dark hand and thrown into a spatial crack. Damn it! Although there were some mistakes in the process, the overall plan is basically fine, Bahamut said, watching Yake being thrown into the spatial crack with a headache. After being thrown into the spatial crack, Yake was tossed around by the chaotic flows of the void like being in a meat grinder. As the chaotic flows and grinding continued, Yake's body slowly shrank from 30 meters, 29 meters, 28 meters, 27 meters. Finally shrunk to 20 meters. Although his body shrank by 10 meters, Yake felt that his body had become stronger. But this is not what he wanted. He wanted to walk the path of the red dragon. Physical combat is so weak. Yake's mood at this moment is not good, but this is all a chaotic flow of void, there is no place to vent his anger. What's more infuriating, he didn't know how long he had drifted with the chaotic flow of void. Yake counted the dragon scales on his body while paying attention to the surrounding environment, trying to find a way back. Even if I throw this godhead into the chaotic flow of void, I won't give it to you, give up. With a voice, a crystal-like object hit Yake's head, and coincidentally, the chaotic flow of void brought this crystal into his stomach. What the heck? What did I eat? Yake hadn't understood the meaning of that sentence, and he was fed something inexplicable. After the godhead was swallowed, Yake felt like his stomach was on fire. It's worth noting that this situation simply doesn't exist in the red dragon. Even if something made of iron enters, it would be digested. Now, there is a feeling of being on fire, which is simply incredible. Soon, the feeling of being on fire spread from the stomach to the whole body, and finally, he really caught fire. Danger detected, unbinding. Danger detected, unbinding. Yake, _? A big question mark appeared on the dragon's face. This broken gold finger can still unbind? What kind of operation is this? With the unbinding of the gold finger, Yake's head was suddenly filled with various bloodline memories of dragon language magic, and he also realized how wrong it was for him to want to be a law master. The strongest of the dragon clan is still the physical body, and his pursuit was a bit off track. However, the transformation was not over yet. The flames on Yake's body began to condense and finally turned into a black crystal that merged into his heart. As the crystal merged into his body, Yake immediately received information from the crystal. This crystal is a godhead, and it is also a devouring godhead, unexpectedly matching Yake. The godhead has only two functions, devouring and strengthening. Clearly, Yake was very sure that this was his own gold finger, and things like that editor were an insult to the gold finger. Understanding the function of the godhead, Yake was soon overwhelmed by drowsiness. It shouldn't be, why am I suddenly feeling drowsy? Oh well, I'm the only one in this chaotic flow of void, so it shouldn't be a problem to sleep for a while. In the chaotic flow of void, Yake curled up like a cat and started snoring. As Yake slept, a thin film appeared on his body. At this time, the chaotic flow of void stopped, and Yake was pulled into a world. 85% of this world was made up of seawater, and unsurprisingly, Yake fell into the sea after being pulled in. Countless giant monsters in the sea looked at this unexpected visitor who had suddenly intruded, and many of them attacked the thin film on Yake, trying to get him out from inside. Don't mess around, be careful I eat you. Yake unconsciously said a word in his sleep, and the sea monsters quietly observed. Yake continued to sink in the sea and finally reached the seabed. Here, there were no creatures except darkness, not even the group of monsters had come here. In a world mostly composed of the ocean, a red dragon soared in the sky. Its huge body dispersed the white clouds in the blue sky, and its fiery breath roasted the prey on its claws. However, after this red dragon had finished eating, it did not leave immediately, but circled in the sky for a while. After a loud dragon chant, the red dragon suddenly swooped down, leaving a long white trail on the ground. Then, the huge body of the red dragon suddenly accelerated and rushed away at a speed several times faster than before. A red light was left behind. This red dragon is the Yake who was dragged into this world, and it is now the third day after waking up. During these 3 days, Yake tried to find land in this world, but all he found was more sea. How unlucky, coming to a world full of nothing but water, it's so uncomfortable being all sticky and wet. Yake wished he could evaporate all the seawater with his dragon breath, it was just too uncomfortable. Suddenly, Yake spotted a fire on the sea surface. This fire was very bright on the light blue sea surface, and Yake flew towards it with great excitement. As he got closer to the fire, Yake saw that it was a small island, where more than 20 dog-headed people were roasting strange beasts they had hunted over the fire. Dog-headed people? How can there be dog-headed people here? Upon closer observation, Yake discovered that these dog-headed people were not afraid of the light. It was known that these creatures lived in the darkness underground or in dense forests, but this group of dog-headed people lived on a bare little island. And they even lived in red brick houses, which was quite unusual. Yake flew down and approached the group of dog-headed people. The dog-headed people, upon suddenly seeing a creature, picked up their weapons, but when they realized it was a giant dragon, they dropped their weapons and cheered. Upon closer observation, Yake discovered that each of these dog-headed people had a small protrusion on their heads, somewhat resembling dragon horns. Dragon horns? Yake picked up one of the dog-headed people and observed his head up close, and indeed, there were dragon horns, and he also felt something similar to dragon power within this dog-headed person. The dog-headed person, when picked up, did not panic, but instead shed tears and kissed Yake's claw. Great dragon! You have finally come! An elderly dog-headed person was helped out, and upon seeing Yake, he knelt down in worship. Seeing this old dog-headed person, Yake felt a sense of closeness, as if he were his own offspring. Oh my! I'm still a dragon! How did I suddenly have offspring? Seeing the old dog-headed person kneel before him, Yake asked him to rise, but the old dog-headed person did not react at all. Upon careful sensing, Yake realized that this old dog-headed person had died just like that. The other dog-headed people also noticed the death of the old dog-headed person, but they did not mourn. Instead, they all gathered around the body and buried him with the soil from the ground. Quietly watching the dog-headed people bury their companion's body, Yake casually tore off a hind leg of the strange beast and chewed on it. Well, to be honest, these dog-headed people are quite good at roasting meat, it tastes great. After burying the old dog-headed person, all the dog-headed people knelt before Yake. What's the matter? He died on his own, it has nothing to do with me. And I was just eating some meat, you're not going to hold that against me, are you? I can catch a bigger one for you. None of the dog-headed people answered, but among them, a young dog-headed person approached Yake's claw. Fluent dragon language came out of his mouth. Sir, can you come and see something? Hearing the dog-headed person speak in dragon language, Yake was not surprised at all. If this group of dog-headed people with dragon blood flowing through them couldn't speak dragon language, then he would be surprised. Yake shrank his body and quickly transformed into the form of a red-haired young man. The young dog-headed person had anticipated Yake's transformation, and he led Yake to a red brick house. This red brick house was different from the others. It was surrounded by countless minerals, with the most being gold ore. And that's not all. Once inside the house, Yake was nearly blinded by the shining magic crystals. The young dog-headed person brought over 2 pairs of sunglasses, and Yake put them on, feeling much better on his eyes. It's getting more and more interesting, there are even sunglasses here. The young dog-headed person led Yake to the center of the room, where he knelt on the ground 3 times and then pulled a hidden lever. Yak and the place where he was standing began to descend. The sound of gears turning could be heard. As they descended further, Yak gradually felt a wave of hot air hitting his face. They descended again, and before long, they reached their destination. Here, Yak saw a huge red dragon statue. This red dragon statue was 9/10 like him, the only difference being that the statue had a crown on its head, while he did not. The crown looked somewhat familiar to Yak, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite remember. In addition to the red dragon statue, Yak also saw 5 abstract stonewall paintings. The first painting depicted a red dragon surrounded by numerous multicolored dragons, with many red dragon corpses around him. The second painting was similar to the first, but with the addition of other giant dragons, all of which appeared to be metallic dragons. The third painting showed the red dragon not being surrounded by the giant dragons, as he had killed them all and piled their bodies into a mountain of dragon corpses, while the red dragon stood on top, roaring at the humanoid creatures in the sky. In the fourth painting, the red dragon was covered in wounds, and the humanoid creatures he faced were all gone, leaving him sitting on the ground in a daze. The fifth painting was very strange, showing only a pair of eyes, with nothing else except for a small line of text. This line of text made Yak's heart skip a beat, as it was not written in the script used by humans in this world, but rather in the simplified Chinese characters from his past life. I tried to resist, I succeeded and failed. Reading this line, Yak was completely puzzled. What did it mean? Did this line, combined with the 5 paintings, imply that the red dragon was resisting some kind of existence, and that he had succeeded but also failed? Damn it! Riddle people should all die. After a long time of not making sense of it, Yak gave up. Looking at the little dog-headed person beside him, he found that this little guy actually looked at him with a worshipful gleam in his eyes. Could it be that these dog-headed people mistook him for the red dragon? Yak didn't know when these stone wall paintings had started to be recorded, but based on the extent of their deterioration, he could determine that they had existed for at least 5,000 years. 5,000 years. Considering how many years he had been in this world, how could it be possible for him to be related to them? It was completely absurd. Besides, even if they looked alike, he didn't have that crown, and even if he did, he definitely wasn't the original red dragon, because he was Yak. Crown, crown, crown. Yak remembered. He had seen that crown when he was young. That damn crown had summoned an ancient god, and he had almost fallen into the hands of that ancient god. Damn it! Could these dog-headed people be the minions of that ancient god? Suddenly, Yak felt as if he had walked into a trap, with the ancient god outside the trap, grinning at him. Wait a minute! There was something wrong with this crown. The summoning crown he had seen had 3 gems on it. They were crimson, azure, and obsidian. However, the crown on this statue did not have these 3 gems, and it also had a huge crack. Yak didn't know what was going on with these dog-headed people. After looking for a long time, he found no information about these dog-headed people in the paintings. He was very curious about these dragon-blooded dog-headed people in this world. The little dog-headed person seemed to sense Yak's confusion and led him to another stone wall painting. This time, there were only 3 paintings. The first painting showed the red dragon arriving in a new world, where he rested and recuperated. The second painting depicted the red dragon tearing open a rift in space and pulling out several dog-headed people, bestowing his dragon blood upon them. The third painting showed the red dragon shattering space and taking away most of the dog-headed people's tribe at the time, leaving only a small portion in this world. So they were brought here. It's really pitiful. Understanding the origins of these dragon-blooded dog-headed people, Yak couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for them. He probably also knew the meaning of this group of dog-headed people. They should go back to the world that originally belonged to them. But he couldn't do it. The red dragon over there left by directly shattering the space with its physical body, and now he couldn't even make the space fluctuate slightly. I'm still too weak. Wait, I seem to have a cheat code. Yak remembered his new cheat code, it seems. Probably. Should be able to make him reach the level of shattering space with his physical body. No, shattering space is fine, but how to find the way back? It's impossible to drift in the void like him, right? It's better to just stay in this world and wait to die. Yak followed the little dog-headed people onto the elevator they were riding. As the elevator slowly ascended, Yak began to think about how to use the devouring divinity. Should he first devour flesh and blood to see the effect, or should he test it from another angle? The other approach has a certain level of danger, and Yak is somewhat doubtful whether it can be done. When passing those flashing magic crystals, a feeling of hunger spread throughout his body, as if he had been hungry for decades and suddenly saw delicious food. Ha! Yak picked up a magic crystal, and as he held the crystal, the feeling of hunger became even stronger. Yak could feel the magic energy inside the crystal being slowly devoured by his hand at an extremely slow speed. Sir! What's wrong? The little dog-headed person noticed that Yake was holding the magic crystal and not moving, and asked with concern. Yake glanced at the little dog-headed person, and a thought rose from the bottom of his heart. Eat it! Eat this blood food! Yake's originally red pupils lit up with a crimson light as this thought arose. The little dog-headed person noticed Yake's abnormality, immediately moved away from him, and ran out of the red brick house. Seeing the little dog-headed person leave, Yake closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Hoo! Placing the magic crystal near his mouth, Yake slowly opened his mouth. Now he had a bold idea. Crack! Yake bit off a small piece of the magic crystal, and with this fragment in his mouth, Yake felt the devouring divinity within him start to move on its own. He liked this kind of self-movement. A pure energy surged as the divinity devoured, and then strengthened his body. Effective! The energy provided by a small fragment was not much, and it was soon exhausted. Yake directly stuffed the magic crystal in his hand into his mouth, and a large amount of energy strengthened his body as the divinity devoured. Not enough! This is not enough! Too slow! Stepping out of the red brick house, Yake found a slightly open space to transform back into his original form. At this time, the little dog-headed person returned with a large group of dog-headed people. Each of them carried a crude basket, which seemed to be filled with something. Quick! The Sir is about to feast. The Sir needs us. The little dog-headed person noticed Yake, who had returned to his original form, and ran excitedly to him, holding up the small basket on his back. Sir, please let your servants bring you the best food. Yake did not understand what the little dog-headed person meant, but when he saw the magic crystals in the small basket, he understood. Yake lay his entire body on the ground, then opened his mouth wide. Seeing this, the little dog-headed person immediately poured the contents of the small basket into Yake's mouth, and then left very happily. Then all the dog-headed people lined up in a long queue, feeding all the magic crystals they had brought into Yake's mouth. After feeding the magic crystals into Yake's mouth, the dog-headed people did not leave. Instead, they held some strange tools and surrounded Yake. At this time, the little dog-headed person also came over with a smaller tool and bowed to Yake. Please, sir, do not move. Yake also wanted to see what this group of dog-headed people could do, so he let them do as they pleased. All the dog-headed people began to climb onto Yake's body with their tools, and as they climbed up, Yake felt itchy all over. Looking up, I found that this group of dog-headed people were actually cleaning themselves, and they didn't miss a single scale. After not finding anything unusual, Yake continued to open his mouth and wait for the dog-headed people to feed him. With a large amount of magic crystals entering his mouth, Yake found that he couldn't fit any more in and closed his mouth to chew a few times. Soon, the magic crystals were crushed and swallowed into his stomach. The huge energy strengthened his body through the divine grid, and Yake felt himself getting stronger every moment. Speaking of which, these dog-headed people are so skilled. Could they be from the Red Dragon Church? And why would they know that I'm hungry and need to eat? Could it be that this divine grid belongs to that red dragon? Thinking about this, Yake was a little curious about where the red dragon went after breaking through space. If this divine grid belonged to him, then what had he experienced? As more and more questions arose, Yake began to sink into contemplation, but these dog-headed people were just too understanding, and a refreshing feeling made him give up thinking about these things. The dog-headed people cleaned every part of Yake's body, even the dragon horns on his head that resembled a crown. In this way, night quickly enveloped the small island, and all the dog-headed people stopped their work at this time and jumped down from Yake's body. It's getting dark, time really flies. The world at night is not peaceful, the small island is mercilessly battered by rolling waves, and all the dog-headed people hide in the red brick house. The waves grew higher and higher, and eventually even washed over Yake. Something's not right. The frequency of these waves is a bit off. Yake stood up and shook off the seawater from his body, squinting at the distant sea level at the edge of the island. In the distance, there was a large head floating on the sea level, surrounded by countless tentacles waving. Wow! This octopus is really big. Comparing it, Yake found that even with his current 20-meter size, he still couldn't match one of the octopus's tentacles, and he dared not imagine how big the creature's main body must be. Can't provoke, can't provoke. Farewell. When it's time to be timid, be timid. Yake enveloped the entire island in magic to reduce the wave's impact. After all, the creature was making a lot of noise. As the sound of the waves diminished, some of the red brick house doors opened and the dog-headed people inside stuck their heads out to observe the situation. Among them, the little dog-headed person had the most courage, and he ran to Yake's side to look at the large octopus in the distance. So this is the source of these waves. It's too big. The little dog-headed person marveled at the size of the octopus, and at the same time, he clung tightly to Yake, as only Yake could give him a sense of security. After all, his only relative, the old dog-headed person, had already passed away. A pale red magic enveloped the small island, making it look like a ruby. Suddenly, the magic was struck by something and revealed a large hole, through which a lot of seawater was washed in by the waves. Looking at the little dog-headed person beside him, Yake silently spread out a dragon wing and blocked the seawater that was about to fall on the little dog-headed person. The little dog-headed person looked up, his eyes shining as he stared at Yake. Yake didn't look at him, just increased the output of magic, and soon the magic that enveloped the entire island changed from a pale red to a deep red. Testing the strength of this magic, Yake made sure that there would be no problems, then he crouched down and closed his eyes. Seeing this, the little dog-headed person ran back into the red brick house and brought out a slightly worn-out blanket. He covered one of Yake's claw fingers with the blanket, and the rest he wrapped around himself. Although the blanket covering Yake's finger had little effect, for the little dog-headed person, it was his world. The little guy is quite interesting. Closing his eyes, Yake focused on devouring the divine grid in his body. As he devoured a large amount of magic crystals, the originally black divine grid gradually took on another color, red. This thing is getting more and more interesting, and it looks like it's probably related to that red dragon. I don't know what happened to the guy who threw the godhead into the chaotic flow of the void back then. Maybe there's a chance to find him and thank him. Provided that guy isn't dead. The waves gradually calmed down, and the giant octopus on the distant sea surface also disappeared, and everything fell into silence again. In the blink of an eye, it was daytime, and Yake came to the open space as usual, waiting for the goblin to feed him. This time, Yake found that it was not magic crystals being fed, but various kinds of ores. These ores were quickly devoured by him, much faster than the devouring speed of magic crystals. And Yake also found that devouring these ores actually strengthened his scales, dragon claws, dragon horns, and teeth. With the intake of a large amount of ores, these parts of Yake began to emit a metallic luster. If he could paint his scales, maybe he could blend in with the metal dragons openly. This idea just flashed through Yake's mind, and he felt it was unrealistic. After all, the dragons don't identify their kind through their eyes. If they did, their treasures would have been stolen by humans long ago. Especially those metal dragons who trust humans, they would definitely be the most pitifully stolen. After the goblins finished feeding him, they did not continue to clean Yake's body, but each of them took tools from the blacksmith's shop. The goblins climbed onto Yake's body and began to hammer the damaged scales. Because of the ingestion of these ores, the damaged scales on Yake's body began to regrow. And now, what the goblins had to do was to knock off these damaged scales and let new ones grow. This process made Yake very uncomfortable, as if you were plucking each hair from your body for depilation. The most unbearable thing was the damaged scales on his abdomen, itchy and painful. If it weren't for his strong will, many goblins would probably have been accidentally scratched to death due to his itching. This project was too long, and after a whole day, only about half of Yake's scales had been dealt with. No, these little guys are helping me so seriously, I have to show my appreciation. Yake took a deep breath and plunged into the sea while it was dark. There were countless giant sea beasts in the sea, and Yake searched for a suitable one and started to fight it. In the water, the red dragon's power was limited, mostly relying on its own claws, dragon horns, and other attacks. Because of the intake of ores throughout the day, Yake's claws were exceptionally sharp, and with a slight touch, a large wound appeared on the beast. Yake bit the beast's neck, and soon blood spread in the area. Countless sea beasts were stimulated by the blood and began to show their fangs at Yake. Yake let go of the beast, which was already dead, and roared at the group of sea beasts showing their fangs. With Yake's roar, a large number of bubbles were produced. Yake didn't care about them, he found that he didn't need to hold his breath in this water. Since then, Yake completely let go, no longer afraid of suffocating and drowning in the sea. Yake tangled with these sea beasts. Several beasts opened their mouths to bite Yake's dragon wings, and Yake shook his tail to drive them away. Then he extended his claws to intercept the beast that was swimming rapidly towards him. This beast was extremely powerful in the sea, pushing Yake to a seabed with countless sharp stones. How could it have its way? Yake spread his dragon wings to increase resistance, then deeply pierced the beast's eyes with his dragon claws. Although in the sea, these beasts' eyes were like decorations, they still felt pain when injured. The beast, in pain, began to shake its head, trying to shake off Yake's claws. The strange beast had lived in the sea for a long time, and its forelimbs had long since degenerated into parts more suitable for the sea, like fish fins. Therefore, it could only rely on shaking its head and body to counteract Yake. Yake turned around again, and when the distance was about right, it folded its dragon wings and then used its dragon claws to step on the beast's head, propelling it a certain distance. The beast, in pain and struck by Yake's blow, was unable to stop and was directly pierced by these sharp stone bodies. After struggling for a moment, the beast showed no response, and those sharp stone bodies emitted a blue light. After the blue light flashed, the beast's body on the stone bodies disappeared, along with the red-dyed sea area. Yake could confirm the disappearance of that sea area because he saw that the sea area was empty, with nothing in sight. Soon, the seawater poured in and filled the area, but Yake felt a chill at the sight. Now he just wanted to leave quickly, this was too eerie. Yake quickly swam back to the location where he had just hunted the beast, where nothing could be seen except for some debris. Damn it! Trying to steal my spoils. None of you will get away today. Yake cursed loudly at the other beasts who were trying to take advantage of his spoils. After searching for a while, Yake did not find any other beasts. He rushed out of the sea and circled in the sky. As time passed, Yake saw a beast breathing above the sea surface. It folded its dragon wings and dove straight down at the beast's position. Thud! The sound of a giant entering the sea rang out, and Yake successfully hit the beast, biting off its airway and dragging it out of the sea. This blood is really hard to drink. How can it have such a foul smell? Yake spat out the blood of the beast from his mouth and quickly rinsed his mouth with seawater. The blood was really too foul. Before dawn, Yake flew back to the small island, intending to quietly place the beast on the island. But he found it unnecessary, as the group of dog-headed people were all standing at the edge of the island, watching him. Yake didn't know what to say at this point, feeling as if he had been caught sneaking out to play without his parents' knowledge. Yake placed the beast in front of them and said, "I had an unexpected gain while out, and since I don't need to eat this, I brought it back." The little dog-headed people came out to look at the beast, then looked at Yake, and shouted loudly, "Hail! Hail! Hail!" All the dog-headed people shouted hail loudly, and Yake had no idea what it meant, so he just let them continue. Soon their shouting stopped, and they went to work on the beast's body. Some were responsible for cutting the meat, some for taking the bones, and some for drawing blood. The scene was bustling. Watching these dog-headed people in the dark, Yake gathered a ball of magic above their heads. The ball of magic emitted a slightly dazzling light. The dog-headed people noticed the glowing ball and shouted hail loudly, then worked even faster. "It seems that these dog-headed people prefer light and dislike darkness," Yake observed, looking at the torches burning next to each red brick house and their desire for the light. Soon the beast was completely dismembered by the dog-headed people, and each household received enough beast meat. The remaining meat was dried as emergency food reserves. As they dealt with the beast meat, the night turned into day. "Little one, come here." Yake called the little dog-headed person over. The little dog-headed person came over, looking up at Yake. "I'll give you a chance. Do you want to purify the dragon blood in your body?" Upon hearing Yake's words, all the dog-headed people quieted down, waiting quietly for the little dog-headed person's reply. Yake clearly sensed excitement, nervousness, and unease from these dog-headed people. He did not urge the little dog-headed person, just watched him quietly. "Adult, I don't want to." When the little dog-headed person answered like this, all the dog-headed people became excited, and even a few of them ran over to hug him, and then kept apologizing to Yak. "Adult, he is still young. He doesn't understand what kind of opportunity you have given him. Adult, please spare this ignorant little dog-headed person." All the dog-headed people begged Yak to forgive the little dog-headed person's mistake, but only the little dog-headed person thought that what he did was right. "Adult, what am I now? Dog-headed person. Then what am I when I have been purified with dragon blood?" Hearing this, Yak thought for a moment and replied, "When you have been purified with dragon blood, you are my offspring. You will be my dragon descendant. I long to become your dragon descendant, but I know that my tribe needs me." The little dog-headed person said the words that had been weighing on his heart for a long time. Letting go of the little dog-headed person, since the old dog-headed person passed away, they had been following the instructions left by the old dog-headed person. They no longer had their own leader, and the entire tribe was in a state of disarray. "I hope you will recommend me to be the chief of the tribe." The little dog-headed person spoke out the words that had been weighing on his heart for a long time. Yak leaned his head against the little dog-headed person, listening to his weak heartbeat, and grinned. "A very wise choice. When the dog-headed people select their leader, it is usually through a life and death battle. Only the one who survives becomes their future leader. In addition, there is another way, which is for a dog-headed person designated by a giant dragon to become the leader, thus avoiding the bloody infighting within the dog-headed tribe and also uniting all the dog-headed people. However, this is only for the dragon-blooded dog-headed people. The other ordinary dog-headed people remain as they are." Yak agreed to the little dog-headed person's request, but he added a condition: the little dog-headed person must have a name of his own. This name must be chosen by himself, and if it is chosen by Yak, then he will become Yak's servant. Upon hearing this, the little dog-headed person was a bit dumbfounded, and so were the other dog-headed people. They had not expected the giant dragon to propose such a simple condition. Hail! 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 Amidst the cheers, the little dog-headed person left amidst the embrace of the other dog-headed people. Adult, today you only need to eat these. The little dog-headed person was followed by 4 dog-headed people, each carrying a basket with a dried tentacle inside. Yak stared at the tentacle. It looked a bit like an octopus, but it had shrunk to the size of an adult dog-headed person's fist. Not paying attention to this, Yak gestured for them to throw the 4 tentacles into his mouth. As soon as the tentacles entered his mouth, a tremendous life force erupted from within. Yak was startled by this sudden burst of life force, and soon his devouring divinity began to operate on its own. After the life force was devoured, it was transformed into a purer life force and absorbed by his body. I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. Even now, I haven't devoured a single one of them. Sensing the 4 tentacles enveloped by his devouring divinity in his stomach, Yak saw for the first time that his devouring divinity was actually devouring something so slowly. Normally, things like ore and magic crystals would be completely devoured as soon as they entered his stomach, leaving no residue. Suddenly, the previously calm sea surface surged, and the cloudless sky was covered by dark clouds, with lightning and thunder, like a doomsday scene. The 4 tentacles enveloped by Yak's devouring divinity seemed to sense something and began to wriggle. Quick! Let all the dog-headed people hide in the underground cave with the statue. If Yak's guess was correct, it was probably the giant octopus coming for them. It's just eating 4 tentacles, what's the big deal? You can't bear to let go even after regenerating? Stingy. The not yet emerged giant octopus was labeled as stingy by Yak. If he knew, would he kill Yak? The goblin commanded all the goblins to enter the red brick house in an orderly manner, and then came to the statue of the red dragon through another passage. The sea became even more turbulent. Sharp-eyed Yak saw several exotic beasts torn to pieces in the sea. Suddenly, a tentacle quickly emerged from the sea and slapped towards Yak's position. Yak had been on high alert, and as soon as the tentacle appeared, he jumped into the air. Just as he had dodged the first tentacle and flown into the air, 3 more tentacles emerged from the sea, and 4 tentacles directly blocked Yak's evasive direction. Seeing no way to escape, he breathed out a long-awaited dragon breath, hitting one of the tentacles. Damn! It's useless! Yak clearly saw that the spot where the tentacle came into contact with his dragon breath was only slightly charred, without even a wound. At this moment, a 5th tentacle suddenly emerged from the sea, catching Yak, who had just evaded and not yet adjusted his body. The tentacle tightly gripped his body, a feeling of nausea surrounding Yak. His body told him that the pressure was now unbearable and he needed to escape from this tentacle. I am a red dragon. Don't underestimate me. Yak opened his mouth and fiercely bit the tentacle. The tentacle, which couldn't even be affected by his breath, was pierced by Yak's teeth, and a sweet liquid flowed into his mouth. At this moment, the tentacle, in pain, released Yak, and at the same time, its main body emerged from the sea. A huge octopus, with countless spiral patterns on its body, which could draw one in if looked at for too long. Red dragon, didn't we make a deal? A thought formed by consciousness entered Yak's mind. A deal? Could it be that red dragon and its deal? Thinking of the departed red dragon, Yak was at a loss. If this guy really made a deal with that red dragon, then this guy had lived for at least 5,000 years. What to do? Impersonate the red dragon? Or reveal his identity? Either one would definitely cause a big problem if discovered. Spit out my tentacle. Our deal was that you give me my tentacle, and I give you some crystals. At this point, the giant octopus spoke first. Yak heard and spat out one of the 4 tentacles. After the tentacle was spat out, it began to fall from the sky. The octopus didn't care about the falling tentacle, but instead sank into the sea, then brought some broken crystals to the small island. Our deal ends here. Don't come and fight me again. Yak heard a hint of grievance in the words of the giant octopus, but what did it have to do with him? He didn't beat you, what's with your resentful little eyes? After the giant octopus had completely left, Yak flew down from the sky to the side of the broken crystals. As soon as he arrived at the crystals, the devouring divinity within Yak began to stir. Then Yak himself also felt a desire to devour these crystals. What the hell is this? Yak picked up a crystal, licked it, and then threw it into his mouth to taste it. As soon as the crystal entered his mouth, the devouring divinity in his heart jumped out on its own. The divinity wrapped the crystal with its power, and then wrapped all the crystals on the ground with its power. At the same time, some information appeared in Yak's mind. Ignite the divine fire, chant the true name, lift up the divine kingdom, and become a true god. Now Yak looked at the floating devouring divinity, and he guessed that the sudden appearance of this information should be related to the devouring divinity. Could these crystals be the shattered divinity? A bold idea popped into his head, startling Yak. These colorful crystals, if they are all divine, how many true gods must have died to have this quantity? And he only used one of his 4 tentacles to exchange for these crystals, and he wasn't sure if the remaining 3 could continue to exchange with the big octopus. Crack! Some of the crystals wrapped in divine power suddenly exploded into pieces, and then several more crystals exploded into pieces. This puzzled Yake. After these things ran out of his body, they had nothing better to do than to explode things? Soon Yake discovered that as the crystals exploded into pieces, the black on the divine power was reduced a bit, and the red increased a bit. Bang! The crystals wrapped in divine power all shattered, and at this time the divine power that had been devoured became half red and half black. With all the crystals shattered, the devouring divine power also obtained what it needed and returned to Yake's heart. With the return of the divine power, Yake felt that his heart seemed to be beating faster. Damn! I'm about to ignite. This feeling came and went quickly, and in no time it disappeared. Yake felt as if he had been under an illusion. Why not try exchanging one more time? Yake really wanted to see what effect it would have if the divine power turned red, and his subconscious told him that turning the divine power red would bring unexpected gains. Red Dragon, our agreement is already fulfilled, don't bother me anymore. X3 Yake found that this big octopus seemed to have a malfunctioning brain. Clearly, he had called him out 3 times in a row, but this guy was just like an NPC. After fulfilling the set agreement, there was no response, and if he hadn't bitten and swallowed that blood last time, he would have suspected that this was a fake big octopus. With a large number of crystals, Yake no longer suppressed the excitement of devouring the divine power, allowing it to come out and devour these crystals. The devouring divine power came to the top of these crystals, and the divine power wrapped these crystals and then began to set off fireworks. Crackling sounds of various explosions, the smaller crystals exploded as soon as they came into contact with the divine power, while the medium-sized ones could hold on for a while. As the devouring continued, the originally half-black and half-red divine power all turned red. This was not the end, the red divine power began to change from red to crimson. Playing with these Russian dolls? The transformed crimson devouring divine power only consumed 1/3 of these crystals, and the remaining crystals were all transformed into pure energy and injected into Yake's body. With a large amount of energy injected, his body felt swollen and painful, and Yake hurriedly called a halt to the divine power. But now the divine power was like a stubborn mule, continuously injecting energy, regardless of whether Yake's body could withstand it. It's full! It's full! Damn it! It's already overflowing! Yake's scales burst, countless small wounds appeared on his body, and dragon blood flowed from the wounds. Soon Yake was covered in dragon blood, looking extremely fierce. As these wounds appeared, some of the energy flowed out through the wounds and gathered behind Yake. The gathered energy underwent irregular changes, and Yake didn't care about the changes in the energy behind him. Right now, he just wanted to vent, as it was too uncomfortable to hold it in. I can't hold on anymore. Yake flapped his wings and flew high into the sky, rapidly ascending. As the altitude increased, frost began to appear on Yake's body, and soon his blood was frozen. Higher! Fly higher! As he flew higher and higher, Yake felt that the energy in his body was no longer causing him pain. Now the energy in his body began to repair Yake's damaged body, destroying and repairing at the same time. Pop Yake burst out of this world and into the space of this world. In the universe, the oxygen in his body was only enough for him to survive in this vacuum for 5 minutes. But Yake estimated that he didn't need to wait for his oxygen to run out, as he was about to be killed by this absolute zero in the vacuum. Damn it! The red dragon couldn't survive in space, so weak. Soon, a fresh red dragon ice sculpture floated in space. The ice sculpture was lifelike, with a fearful expression. At that moment, the irregular energy behind Yake began to transform into a huge halo. The halo slowly rotated behind Yake, and the ice on Yake's body began to melt and shatter. Bang! Yake broke free from the ice and found that he no longer needed to breathe. His body had acquired a devouring divinity trait, and a new energy organ had appeared inside him. This energy organ connected all his body's organs, spreading like a large network within him. Through the interaction of the halo behind him and the energy organ inside him, he realized that he no longer needed to eat to replenish energy. Suddenly, the halo began to rotate faster, and the devouring divinity in Yake's heart melted into a crimson crystal, then turned into a burning flame. Damn! It's really burning this time! Yake was startled by the sudden ignition in his heart, but he realized that it had no temperature and didn't harm him. Babados Caesar Wall Yake. Yake blurted out his true name, not knowing why. Suddenly, he remembered the message: ignite the divine fire, recite the true name, uphold the divine realm, and become a true god. Wasn't the current situation entering the second stage of reciting the true name? The first stage was igniting the divine fire, which was the flame formed by devouring divinity. But now, he was about to enter the third stage of upholding the divine realm, and Yake was at a loss. In the vacuum of space, how could he uphold a divine realm? He didn't even know how to do it, and he had completed the first and second stages in a daze. Uphold the divine realm. Since there's the verb uphold, does it mean I just need to make the gesture of upholding? Yake's mind suddenly cleared, and he felt that doing so would definitely work. Then, a red dragon appeared in the universe, making the gesture of upholding an object. As soon as he made the gesture, Yake felt something on his right claw. It's working! It's happening! The weight on his right claw gradually increased, and Yake realized something was wrong. Why was it getting heavier? Unable to bear the weight, Yake raised his left claw in the same gesture. After both claws made the same gesture, Yake felt a little relieved, but then the weight suddenly increased. Unable to continue the gesture, Yake stood up on his hind legs, raising both claws as if he were supporting the heavens and the earth like Pangu. Damn it! I was just putting on a show. Why do I have to suffer like this? Yake's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and now even his head began to bear the weight. He couldn't hold on anymore. Yake's claws broke, and the bones pierced through the skin, exposed to the vacuum of space. The blood flowed out and froze. As the blood entered his eyes, Yake's vision turned completely blood red, and he faintly saw a red dragon with a crown gazing at him. He seemed to hear the red dragon saying something, but he couldn't make it out. To turn a mature universe into your divine realm, I have to say your ambition is quite grand. Since you have such ambition, I will lend you a hand. Yake didn't hear a word of the red dragon's words. He only saw the red dragon transform into a flame and merge into his body. The flame felt familiar to Yake, and he even saw a very small crystal at the center of the flame. This crystal is exactly the same as the devouring deity, except that this smaller devouring deity is a kind of black that can absorb light, instead of the crimson color inside him. All the backhands can only help here. The arrangements in the divine realm have long been made, it's all up to you. The words did not reach Yake's ears, and now he felt that he had inexhaustible power all over his body. And the damaged claws had been repaired as good as new, without any signs of being broken or injured. Rise for me! A silent roar in the vacuum, the flames inside Yake's body spread all over, and the halo behind him began to emit a divine light. Boom! In the depths of the universe, in the center of that black hole, a crimson claw with a metallic glow suddenly stretched out from inside. This was followed by a second claw, and then a huge dragon head emerged. The dragon head could not move after coming out halfway, and he found that the black hole was still too small to allow his entire body to come out. He could only let the dragon head and claws stretch out from inside. The dragon head roared in dissatisfaction, then retracted into the black hole, and all of this was seen by Yake. This black hole is just too small, completely unable to let my true body come out from inside. Yake now could be said to be just a clone of his true body inside the black hole. Now, in this form, he could instantly create countless clones, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache even if they were damaged or destroyed. So, just now, was I actually holding up this universe? Having achieved true godhood, Yake understood why this situation had occurred when he made his move. At the same time, this universe became his divine realm, and his true body was also inside the black hole. Now, if he wanted his true body to come out completely, he needed to become stronger. And there was only one way to become stronger, and that was to eat, to devour other universes. At this moment, Yake thought of a sentence from a novel he had read: "The universe is so vast, I'll just take a bite." Now he also wanted to say, "The universe is so vast, I'll just eat a few." Ah, why haven't I encountered other universes? Yake drifted aimlessly in the chaotic void. Since achieving true godhood, he had begun his journey to find other universes. As for the dog-headed people, they had been moved to a planet that was even more abundant and had a reasonable amount of water surface area. As for the original planet, Yake continued to let it stay in its original position, and he also took a glance at the giant octopus, whose brain was fine, but its memory was not so good. But this brought up another question: how could it remember the agreement made 5,000 years ago? This puzzled Yake, until he saw several paintings in a deep-sea cave where the giant octopus was. Sizzle, a faint signal was captured by Yake in the chaotic void. Following this signal, Yake discovered a new universe, and the signal was emitted by an almost scrapped satellite. This satellite had been continuously sending out a segment of electromagnetic information, and Yake was able to decipher the contents. The content was all about Earth, and after many years, Yake had finally encountered something related to Earth. But the content was not only about Earth, it also contained a distress signal. Strange, what kind of crisis could make the humans on Earth send a distress signal from this satellite? Knowing the location of Earth from the satellite, Yake sped through the vacuum at the speed of light. Warning! A high-energy entity has been discovered in space. According to calculations, the high-energy entity's target is indeed Earth. The target will reach Earth in 14 hours. If the high-energy entity continues at its current speed, it will definitely collide with Earth. In a high-tech war room, a red dot on the central screen was rapidly approaching Earth, and all they could do now was repeatedly report the situation of this high-energy entity's location. The current confirmed disaster level of the high-energy entity is Apollyon. The operations meeting room fell silent, with no one making a sound. The Apollyon level indicates an anomaly that cannot be contained and will cause significant harm or even extinction to humanity. The upper-level meeting has determined this level for the high-energy entity, which means they should start praying to each other. Damn it! How could this level suddenly appear? It's all because those idiots wanted to get rescue and sent a satellite out, exposing the distress signal and the Earth's location. Damn it! I really want to drag those idiots out and kill them. You won't have the chance, because they've already been killed, and by now, they should have successfully reincarnated as pig fetuses for the 8th time. Yake, flying towards Earth, witnessed many miraculous things in this lively universe. He saw two deities clashing through their respective followers, one believing in machinery and the other in flesh and blood. The two deities also saw Yake, and through their divine senses, they only gave a slight greeting. It was obvious that these two did not like this new deity interfering, and Yake was happy to see this situation. Yake had never seen such a lively universe, unlike his own, which was desolate. Soon, he arrived at Earth. To prevent accidentally crashing into Earth, he floated in before entering the Milky Way. However, this action made the members of the operations meeting on Earth even more afraid. Through their analysis of the high-energy entity, they discovered an unknown divinity, and this high-energy entity was also an intelligent being. A being filled with divinity, capable of physical movement in the universe, was not good news, no matter how you looked at it. After arriving at Earth, Yake did not enter, as he found some strange things on Earth, and he might end up sacrificing a clone if he entered. Although he didn't care much about the clone, he didn't want to sacrifice it for no reason. Yake shrank his body and landed on the moon, curling up in a meteorite crater. Yake quickly sent a part of his consciousness to Earth, using some small pieces of his clone's flesh and keratin to mold a human form of himself. After moving his limbs, the human body still didn't feel as comfortable as his dragon body, but in order to understand the situation on Earth, he had to endure it for now. Yake was now staying in a city called Night City, where the technological civilization was passable, but the overall technological level of the planet had not reached the point where it could develop the Earth. They didn't even have space stations, relying solely on satellites for space travel. In Night City, Yake's first stop was the History Museum, as he needed to know the history and experiences of this Earth. As soon as he arrived at the History Museum, Yake was stopped at the entrance by a guard who pointed to a sign on the side. Please buy a ticket to enter the museum. Yake was well aware that he had no money on him and had to leave. I've already paid for his ticket, a voice came, and Yake turned around to see a man in a white suit holding 2 tickets. When the man saw Yake looking at him, he politely smiled. Seeing that Yake now had tickets, the guard did not continue to stop him and let him in. As soon as he entered, the man in the suit followed. I wonder what brings you here. The man's tone was calm and very respectful, but Yake clearly felt his nervousness, and he also saw the pinhole camera on the man's suit. Through the pinhole camera, he also saw people in an operations meeting room looking nervous, some even drawing a cross on their chests. Just out of curiosity, I wanted to see what the situation was with you guys, who are freely roaming the universe. As he said this, the man in the suit was already sweating profusely. This skilled individual speaks fluent Mandarin and uses gaming jargon, indicating familiarity with human culture. This freedom mic thing was a big mistake on our part, and we apologize for disturbing you. The man in the suit listened to the words coming through his earpiece and repeated them after making some modifications. Apologize? Why should we apologize? Without your freedom mic, I wouldn't have found such an interesting place. Look at this. It's a moving steel and concrete body that can move at high speed, breaknecks when turned away, and seems to contain something fun inside. And this one. It goes crazy and kills anything that sees its face, even in photos. And this one. It rapidly heals from fatal injuries and evolves in a targeted manner. Your world is truly fascinating. With each word from Yake, the man in the suit grew paler, realizing that he was hearing things he shouldn't. He could already imagine the memory erasure process of at least B-level taking place in the war room. Don't be so nervous. I just like a lively atmosphere. What you're doing is just child's play. I've even witnessed a clash between 2 deities in your world. Before the man in the suit could finish, he underwent a sudden transformation. Gears and mechanical parts covered his left side, while various growths such as eyes and mouths appeared on his right side. Just from Yake's words, the clash of the 2 deities manifested within the man in the suit. Although the signal transmission was promptly cut off in the war room, many people were still infected by the man in the suit and met the same fate. Everyone, isolate and carry out an A-level memory erasure, and implement containment measures for at least 2 months. The Nine-Tailed Fox Special Forces quickly arrived at the war room to eliminate those infected with the divine virus. Flesh is weak, ascend with machinery. Stars, consume. 2 voices sounded simultaneously, and Yake helplessly waved his hand as the transformed man in the suit dissipated without any pain. As for the 2 faint traces of divinity on him, Yake had already consumed them while no one was paying attention. After all, those 2 deities wouldn't mind losing a bit of their divinity. The History Museum is not as interesting as your base. I might as well take a stroll in your base. Through a pinhole camera, Yake had already located the position of those behind the scenes. Now he just needed to go there. As for the consequences, why should he care? Would you care about the life or death of an ant? Ha! Why is there a dog wearing human clothes? Upon arriving at the base, Yake saw a dog wearing human clothes, tapping away at a computer. Dr. Dog? You guys are really interesting. Yake patted the dog's head, which felt quite comfortable. Wait, patting? Dr. Dog realized that most people who came to the base would report in, and he knew almost all of them. No one would have the audacity to come and pat his head. Dr. Dog turned around and saw a red-haired, red-eyed young man patting him. Sniff sniff. Seeing Dr. Dog turn around, Yake instinctively sniffed a few times. Who are you? Dr. Dog escaped the clutches and pressed the alarm button at the library entrance, watching Yake warily. Me? I'm just a traveler who likes to eat. I came to see what's interesting here. Yake arrived at the computer where Dr. Dog had been and saw that many things had been encrypted. Casually browsing, Yake saw information about himself. Red Dragon, containment level Keter, downgraded. Currently its main body is sleeping in a crater on the moon, and is currently being contained through other containment objects. Note, he is a divine red dragon, most likely a divine being or it itself. Organizer, Dr. Kane. Yake probably guessed that this dog doctor had just been organizing his information. After all, the cursor was still blinking behind Dr. Kane. Interesting. How did you become a dog, Dr. Kane? I can become a dog just by changing at the genetic level, but even the soul form has been altered. How did you do it? Yake casually pulled out Dr. Kane's soul, which had been inexplicably contaminated, with fewer and fewer human features and more dog features. But in this soul, Yake also found a glimmer, which was composed of a lot of knowledge. And this glimmer composed of knowledge happened to delay the abnormality of Dr. Kane's soul. Putting the soul back into the body, the dog doctor, that is, Dr. Kane, showed a worried expression on his dog face. Just after his soul was pulled out, he also saw the abnormality of his soul. He originally thought it was just a genetic mutation in his body, but he didn't expect that there would be abnormalities in his soul. Don't move! At this time, the Nine-Tailed Fox Special Task Force finally arrived. Their main force was still dealing with the divine contamination in the operations conference room, so they could only send a small team first. Most of this small team were rookies. Although they had undergone training from veterans, they had never truly experienced it. Red-haired personnel ahead, stay where you are and don't move. Hands up over your head, let us see your hands. One by one, rifles aimed at Yake, and this rookie Nine-Tailed Fox small team was exceptionally nervous. The veterans had said that if someone suddenly appeared in the base, it must be an anomaly, and such things needed to be eliminated or contained. In the event of an emergency in the base, they had the right to prioritize the elimination of anomalies. In this situation, the captain of this Nine-Tailed Fox small team was somewhat hesitant. In his eyes, the dog doctor was now being held hostage by this suddenly appearing red-haired youth. If it wasn't handled properly, the dog doctor would. The team leader didn't want to think further. Although there had been proposals from the higher-ups to eliminate the dog doctor, he couldn't die now, or at least not at the hands of his own people. The two sides were at a standstill, and Yake was the first to break the deadlock. I surrender, I will go with you, but I want to see your higher-ups. I mean the O5 Council. That's impossible. The captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox small team refused without even thinking. The 13 members of the O5 Council would not interfere with the Foundation, nor would they come into contact with anomalies. They held the highest authority in the Foundation, and once they came into contact with anomalies, the Foundation's secrets would be exposed. Agreed. A voice suddenly sounded in the library. Before the Nine-Tailed Fox small team could react, Yake had already identified the source of the voice and found the person who had just spoken. Hello, being from another universe, I am O5-2 of the O5 Council. A shadow spoke, and Yake couldn't see the true face of this O5-2, probably obscured by some containment object or something else.
Since you know that I am from another universe, why do you dare to meet with me? Aren't you afraid that I will harm you? I am afraid, but I am more afraid of the appetite behind you. 05-2 mistakenly recognized Yake's true form as the mastermind behind the scenes, and Yake was now the vanguard soldier of that mastermind. Yake pressed against 052's face. The dark and blurry face showed no expression, but through the pheromones emitted around him, he felt 052's tension. Don't worry, I have no desire to harm you humans. I'm really just curious about how you manage to survive in this kind of world. 2 supreme gods, countless anomalous entities, and occasional daredevil humans, and yet this world has not been ruined, and humans still survive in it. It's simply a miracle. 05-2 remained silent. He also knew how absurd his world was, that the underlying rules of this world were just like this. He couldn't change it, unless the entire universe is destroyed and reborn. Yake voiced 052's thoughts. 05-2 subconsciously touched his face, confirming that the thing was still there, even more shocked that Yake could speak his mind. It's a normal operation. By analyzing the pheromones you emit and combining some reasons, it's easy to guess. Yake waved his hand, indicating that it was no big deal. Since achieving true godhood, knowledge had been constantly increasing within him, and he didn't even know how deep his current knowledge storage was. After hearing this, 05-2 disappeared directly, clearly not wanting to appear in front of Yake. Yake saw the guy leave without a word, and then walked around the foundation on his own. The foundation was very large, with anomalous entities contained in every room. Yake arrived at the door of a room numbered 173, inside of which was a concrete statue resembling a peanut. Yake knew about this containment, and generally found it quite interesting. Yake opened the containment room door, and as soon as he blinked, 173 quickly moved behind Yake and attempted to break his neck. One attempt, unsuccessful. Another attempt, still unsuccessful. 173 was somewhat puzzled as to why this human in front of him was different from other humans. Clearly, he could easily break the fragile necks of other humans. Never seen this before, have you? Surprised, aren't you? Yake turned his head 180 degrees, looking at 173's strange face as he reached out his left hand to touch it. Pockmarked, obviously not treated well. How about I repair you? If anyone were present, seeing this terrifying scene in front of them would be enough to scare them to death. 173 was frightening enough, but adding another even more eerie one would make people think they were in a horror movie. Thinking that his current appearance wasn't very good, Yake turned his entire body around to inspect this thing. Suddenly, he felt like trying to eat this thing to see what would happen. A bizarre idea popped into his head, and Yake exerted a little force to break off 173's arm, then licked it. No taste. TCH, doesn't even give me the desire to eat. Throwing the arm away, Yake walked out of the room, leaving 173 looking at its arm lying on the ground, feeling wronged, sad, and various other emotions. It didn't understand why it had these emotions, even though it had life, it didn't have emotions. How is this possible? Clearly, the instrument scan results show that he is human. Why can't 173 cause any harm to him? Someone sent out as a vanguard. How could it be so easily resolved? Moreover, even if he looks like a human, is he definitely a human? SCP-682, the indestructible reptile, possesses high intelligence, adaptability, and regeneration, and is currently contained in a 5x5x5m container filled with hydrochloric acid. Note, this containment object is extremely hostile to all life. Goodness, in a sense, this thing is like a god of reptiles. Physical damage, reality distortion, and concept erasure cannot eliminate it. It can be said to be a god of reptiles. Because SCP-682 was tightly surrounded, Yake couldn't see what was inside at all. Originally, he only sensed the presence of this thing, and driven by curiosity, he really wanted to see what this immortal fiendish lizard looked like. It's a pity, it would be somewhat unethical to let you out, even though I don't have this thing. Leaving the room containing the immortal fiendish lizard, Yake wore a disappointed expression, but quickly found a new interest. What he didn't know was that while he was still in the containment room, the immortal fiendish lizard didn't dare to move in the hydrochloric acid. Even the flesh and blood corroded on its body stopped regenerating, and it was very clear how high the status of this being outside was. If this being took an interest in eating, he might really be wiped out and digested. This world is getting lively. At this moment, Yake still didn't know how terrifying he was in the immortal fiendish lizard's mind. He was currently playing with an irregular, viscous object. This thing was running amok in the Foundation and encountered Yake. Seeing this thing running amok in the Foundation, Yake thought that this thing must be very powerful. Otherwise, why would no one be managing it? But after he came into contact with it, he found that this thing posed no threat at all. If there was any, it was being suffocated by blocking the nose and mouth.
Yak really couldn't think of any threat this thing could pose, except for making people happy. It was useless, and this thing was sweet, not recommended for consumption. After playing with the irregular, viscous object for a while, Yak let it go, but the thing kept following him and he couldn't shake it off. Forget it, if you like following, then follow. Not caring about having an extra tag-along, Yak continued to wander around the foundation. Number 049, the plague doctor from the Middle Ages, with clothes, surgical instruments, and all tools growing out of his body. Hello, you seem to be sick. Speaking in medieval French, Yak was puzzled by what this thing said. After studying for a moment, Yak finally understood what 049 had said. I'm not sick, but I think you seem to be sick. 049 looked at Yak with a puzzled expression. After watching 049 for a while, Yak left. This guy was too rigid and couldn't be entertained at all. After wandering around the foundation again, Yak left with little interest. There was nothing here that could pique his interest, so he might as well go for a stroll in the human city. Back in the night city, Yak casually found a street stall and started gulping down beer. He hadn't tasted Earth's food in a long time. And this street stall in the night city was quite popular, and the owner was a bit overwhelmed. It was full of life. After a few bottles of beer and some skewers, Yak left. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue eating, but some people wouldn't let him. These people were divided into two camps, one wearing white clothes with broken gear patterns on them, and the other mostly in a fruiting state, with all sorts of things tattooed on their bodies. Hey, you over there, put on your clothes quickly. It's affecting the city's appearance. And it's too garish. Yak turned his head. He would rather look at the other group of people than the fruiting lunatics. Great being, I feel the divinity of my god in you. What is your relationship with my god? A person from the white clothes camp came out and said. They all believed in the supreme divinity, the broken god. In order to witness the broken god, they even created a pseudo-broken god, but it could also be said to be real. It's just that there was no suitable heart, which caused the broken god to only stay in this body for a while and then leave, leaving only the body contaminated with divinity to move on its own. Broken god. I have nothing to do with him, we just nodded at each other as we passed by. By the way, it's the same for you guys, I and the flesh and blood god you believe in just nodded at each other. As for the divinity of these two on my body, I accidentally brushed against it. All the believers did not believe what Yak said. This existing being is not much different from the two of them. Seeing that these two groups of people did not believe, Yak sighed deeply. It's really difficult to be trusted these days. Yak snapped his fingers, and he transformed the thoughts of these two groups of people from believers in the shattered god and the flesh god to steadfast materialist warriors. Is it not good to be a steadfast materialist warrior? Do you have to believe in those things? Can't he help you ascend? Yak saw these two guys not personally taking action, but acting through their believers. Every time they act through their believers, it means a life. After all, humans are not strong enough to bear divinity. There were some exceptions at the beginning, which is normal. After all, there will always be some abnormal things in the normal, which is inevitable. Just as he finished modifying, Yak noticed two pairs of eyes falling on him. What's the matter? Do you want to try? Yak's human form disappeared, and the dormant red dragon on the moon woke up. After waking up, Yak flapped his wings and flew towards the whereabouts of the shattered god and the flesh god. It just so happens that I have no reason to take action against you, but now you have come to me, I won't let you go. In the void, Yak licked his lips. He could already imagine the taste of these two guys. It should be very delicious. How dare you? With a hollow voice, the space around Yak was frozen, and then the space where Yak was located began to collapse inward. I'm coming too. It seemed as if countless people were speaking, and Yak heard his whole body uncontrollably growing some unnecessary limbs and flesh. Human hands, cancerous and decaying spider heads, scales bursting fishtails, bodies rotting and oozing with worms. Yak calmly felt the changes in his body, and he found that these changes were caused by the divinity of the flesh god. It can be said that the divinity of the flesh god is similar to a virus-like existence, which can promote evolution and change genetic levels of the body. This inevitably reminded him of the dog doctor in the Foundation. Is this all? It's not enough. It's completely not enough. Yak struggled to crawl out of the collapsing space, and roared towards the distant figures that were tall enough to pick up planets and play marbles. Bang! Yak's body finally couldn't hold on, and countless flesh and blood scattered in the universe. This scattered flesh and blood began to gather together, gradually forming a door made of flesh and blood. From the door came a chanting, at the end of all things, the stars shine, and all the world will welcome his arrival, rejoice. Rejoice. You will go to his kingdom and become his people. Holy. A red dragon's head stretched out from the door, showing a fierce smile, and then took a bite of flesh and blood from the flesh god. The dragon did not eat the flesh and blood, but integrated it into the door, further expanding its size. The dragon tried it, and half of his body walked out of the door.
Both of you, become my nourishment.
The shattered god and the flesh god saw Yak's true form, and by comparison, they found that the position of this dragon was above them. But now, this dragon only came out with half of its body, so they still had some hope of driving this guy away.
Yes, only drive him away.
They could not cause substantial harm to Yak. Any attack touching his body would be inexplicably swallowed. Only close combat with flesh could cause some damage. One deity was responsible for suppressing Yak, while the other was to dissolve the door that brought him into this world.
It's useless. Just the two of you are not enough to deal with me.
As long as there are people or other creatures in this universe who remember me, I will locate this place.
No matter how far, I will come and devour this universe. Unless you can.
Both sides were pulling and tugging at each other, one trying to come in and the other trying to stop. The originally hostile shattered god and the flesh god joined forces to fight against Yak at this time. At this moment, the other supreme beings in the universe sensed the outbreak of the divine battle and rushed over. Although these supreme beings were all hostile to each other, most of them defaulted to not unleashing excessively powerful forces that would cause suffering in the universe. Now, such a strong wave suddenly erupted, and they were curious about who had broken this default. When they arrived, they discovered a new spectacle. Two gods who had been hostile to each other for many years were actually joining forces to fight against another god, and they had never seen this other god before, and they sensed strong malice from this foreign god.
Quick! This guy's true form should not appear in our world. Find a way to send him away.
All the supreme beings acted together, gradually pushing Yak back into the door, while the supreme beings opened a crack in the universe and intended to send Yak into the chaotic void.
You will regret this. When I find this universe again, I will devour you completely.
Yak was finally pushed back into the door, and at the same time, the door was restored to its dragon form by the supreme beings and thrown into the chaotic void.
Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?
In the chaotic void, a red dragon scratched its head in confusion, opening its eyes in a place full of wind and water. The red dragon spread its wings and wandered aimlessly in the chaotic void, where there was no sign of life. Splash, plop, the red dragon plunged into a floating river in the chaotic void. After it fell into the river, countless worlds where the existence of this river could be seen couldn't help but frown.
What had fallen into the river of time?
They dared not enter the river of time, as the flow of time in it was too chaotic. 1 second could be old age, and the next second could be infancy. Unless they had already merged their parallel selves into an anchor, entering it would mean death. In the river of time, Yak swam wildly, subconsciously believing that this was how one swam. At one moment, Yak turned into a dragon egg like black charcoal, and at another moment, it turned into a huge creature with no visible features. Eventually, the red dragon stopped in a certain form, with a crown on its head and a huge crack above the crown. The red dragon, in this form, was thrown out of the river of time. After being thrown out, the red dragon arrived in a world that felt very familiar to it, but it just couldn't remember where this familiarity came from.
Run! There's a red dragon here. Everyone, run for your lives. A red dragon? Am I a red dragon? And what is this thing that moves on 2 legs and looks so scared of me?
The red dragon casually grabbed a person, but ended up squeezing them to death with too much force.
So fragile?
Shaking off the flesh from its claws, the red dragon continued to walk slowly. Along the way, whether it was people or other creatures, as soon as they saw it, they would immediately run away, as if they had seen a natural enemy, until it reached an island floating in the sky.
There's still land flying in the sky, how fascinating.
The red dragon spread its wings, exerted force with its limbs, jumped into the air, and then flapped its wings to fly towards the island in the sky. During the flight, the red dragon noticed many hidden gazes, and these hidden individuals were watching it fly towards the island in the sky.
Where did this red dragon king come from? How dare he have such audacity? He flew to the sky dragon island of the metal dragon. How would I know?
It's probably that old guy who has woken up from his slumber again. But what I feel from him is the aura of a young red dragon. Speaking of this, the group of guys secretly fell silent. Soon, some of them reacted and hurried to intercept the red dragon. When the red dragon saw someone blocking its way, it was about to make a move but then saw another red dragon just like itself. The red dragon spoke first. Who are you?
What's your name? Why are you blocking me?
The red dragon in front clearly hesitated, looking at the other red dragon and noticing its absent-minded gaze. It was obviously in a state of amnesia, and it was the kind of amnesia that was suddenly sealed.
Me? I am your father.
The red dragon in front was delighted, knowing that being sealed in memory meant being a newly born red dragon. As long as the lies he weaved were perfect, this amnesiac red dragon would surely believe them.
But reality is cruel despite beautiful imagination.
Before his dream could finish, he was grabbed by the red dragon with a crown around its neck and, in his incredulous eyes, his neck was twisted. Clearly, you are not my father. After twisting the red dragon's neck, the crowned red dragon couldn't resist taking a bite of his body. It tasted good. The crowned red dragon ate him piece by piece, and those who were hiding in the dark saw their companion being eaten, and they all came out, surrounding the crowned red dragon. Do you want to eat too? I invite you to eat. The crowned red dragon tore off a leg and casually threw it to the blue dragon closer to him. Seeing this, the blue dragon quickly attacked, tearing at the crowned red dragon. The other 5 colored dragons followed suit. Soon, they realized that their attacks had no effect on the crowned red dragon. Instead, the crowned red dragon could easily inflict heavy damage with a swipe of its claws, sending them flying back meters away. Damn! How can he be so strong? Only a few 5-colored dragons remained on the scene. The white and blue dragons had been killed at the beginning. The white dragon was killed first because it was not smart enough, while the blue dragon, for some unknown reason, the crowned red dragon was determined to kill. Whether he is strong or not, we need to escape back to our camp and seek help from our clan. The remaining 5-colored dragons looked at each other. None of them left first, because the first to leave would surely be noticed by the crowned red dragon, becoming a bait. The dragons waited, none of them moved, waiting for the other to leave first. In the end, due to the pressure from the crowned red dragon, they decided to escape together, relying on their own abilities to seek help from their clan. 3, 2, 1, run! The remaining 5-colored dragons scattered and fled, and the crowned red dragon did not pursue them, but continued towards the dragon island in the sky. Unbothered, the crowned red dragon quickly ascended the dragon island, only to be surrounded by a group of metal dragons. Raise the alarm! There are 5-colored dragons coming up. The metal dragons were on high alert, ready to launch a deadly strike the moment the crowned red dragon made any move. Unconcerned about the metal dragon's aggressive stance, the crowned red dragon only felt disappointed with the scenery above. The scenery was no different from the ground, except for a group of dragons with different colors from those who had fled. You, the red dragon ahead, you have 30 breaths to leave Dragon Island. A golden dragon stepped out from the metal dragon camp, warning the crowned red dragon. However, the crowned red dragon ignored the warning and continued to walk around the dragon island. Attack! Take down this 5-colored dragon who defies us metal dragons. The army of metal dragons surrounded the crowned red dragon, launching various breath attacks at it. Various breaths were like fireworks, and the crowned red dragon stared blankly, ignoring the attacks coming towards it. Some metallic dragons, seeing the crowned red dragon not dodging, showed expressions of disbelief. They had thought a formidable opponent was approaching, but it turned out to be a clown. The breath quickly reached the crowned red dragon. Boom! A cloud of smoke billowed, and the metallic dragons stopped breathing. The smoke obstructed their view, but they were certain the breath had hit the red dragon. With so many breaths, even a demigod would have to retreat, and they didn't believe the red dragon could emerge unscathed. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the smoke, and there stood a red dragon wearing a crown, picking its nose. Seeing these comical metallic dragons, the crowned red dragon began to doubt if they were all a bit dim-witted. Muse, go and try him, the golden dragon said to an empty space. With a ripple in the air, the time dragon Muse emerged from a watery space. Muse raised his head high, never deigning to look at ordinary metallic dragons unless they were exceptionally powerful. When he saw the crowned red dragon, his eyes widened. What was this? What kind of creature had emerged from the river of time, and why couldn't he see its past or future? It was the first time the metallic dragons had seen the proud Muse show such an expression. What are you? Muse asked the crowned red dragon, unable to see its past or future. Me? Obviously, I'm a dragon. Do you have a problem with your eyes? The crowned red dragon was puzzled by the question. I'm asking for your name. What are you called? Muse asked again, restraining his anger. The crowned red dragon began to seriously consider its name. It remembered having a name, but it seemed that it couldn't be spoken, as something terrifying would awaken if it were uttered. If I say it, you might not believe me. It seems that something terrible will happen once it's spoken, the crowned red dragon said earnestly, but seeing Muse's skeptical expression, it realized that no one believed it. Not only Muse, but the other metallic dragons also seemed to think it was a foolish dragon. Frustrated by their disbelief, the crowned red dragon decided to speak the name. Listen up, my name is Y. As soon as the first letter was spoken, the clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, and lightning and thunder raged. Stop, stop, I don't want to know your name anymore, Muse said in terror. He believed it, he truly believed it. This red dragon was probably an incarnation of some deity, and its memories had been sealed. He just didn't know if this deity was benevolent or malevolent.
If it was benevolent, they might survive, at most facing a bit of punishment. If it was malevolent, well, they should quickly choose a peaceful posture to welcome death. My name is Yark. Yark awoke from his slumber, and as soon as he awoke, he saw this group of metallic dragons, each looking as if they had seen something terrifying. Yak moved his body a bit and found it extremely weak. He thought about strengthening his current body through his true form. However, he found that he couldn't summon his true form and sensed the aura of the river of time on his body. Damn it! Wasn't I engaged in a god battle in another universe? How did I wake up here? And I can't even awaken my true form. Surveying the surroundings, Yak flew away from there, knowing that these metal dragons were the most annoying to the five-colored dragons. He didn't know what his clone had done while he was still unconscious, but it had made these metal dragons so afraid. What kind of weather is this? Disperse! The previously overcast sky instantly turned into a clear blue sky, and the thunderstorm disappeared as if it had never happened. Muse prostrated on the ground, paying the highest respect to Yak, regardless of whether the figure in front of him was a true god or an evil god. Paying respect to a god was not embarrassing. Glancing at the time dragon, Yak resisted the urge to devour him. He knew that time dragons were very rare, and eating him might awaken something related to time. Muse, at this moment, resisted the urge to escape. He knew that the figure in front of him was waiting for the moment he tried to escape, as he could be devoured directly if he did. Chaos and order, the god of chaos. The time dragon Muse's head swelled. Regardless of whether it was a true god or an evil god, they all followed a rule. However, the gods of chaos did not follow the rules. They were not so much gods as a group of more powerful beings, a group of gods who did as they pleased. Chaos and order? Quite interesting. I've never heard of it before. Coming to Muse's side, Yak said what he had heard. In fact, Yak didn't know which side of the gods he belonged to. He was definitely not a true god, and he couldn't be considered an evil god either. He was probably really chaotic. Planning to continue teasing the time dragon, Yak felt a pulling force. This force was initially small, but as Yak resisted, it gradually increased. Damn it! Yak decided to stop resisting this pulling force. He wanted to see where it was trying to take him. In the gaze of the metal dragon and the time dragon Muse, Yak was pulled away by a white light, and Muse even saw Yak's impatient expression as he was being pulled away. This guy finally left. All the dragons present breathed a sigh of relief. It was already outrageous for this guy to not have awakened yet. The moment he awakened, he made the sky clear, which was even more frightening. Come, let me see who's been pulling me all this time. Following the pulling force, Yak accelerated towards its source. In no time, he arrived at the source of the pulling force, the divine realm. Upon arriving in the divine realm, Yak found it very strange. Each divine realm was floating in the sky but slowly crumbling. The sun was being eroded by darkness. There were no people, no gods, and it was completely a dead world. The divine realm? Since there are no gods here, where is this pulling force coming from? It can't be that this dead world is pulling me here, can it? Flying in the high sky of the divine realm, Yak entered one divine realm after another. All the statues absorbing faith inside were shattered, and it was impossible to tell whose divine realm it was. And now he also found that there were some monsters in the divine realm that were like black mud, and he did not sense any life aura from these monsters. In addition, these monsters also possessed a bit of divinity. You know, this thing is. Yak didn't continue to think about it. Now there was a huge black mud monster in front of him. This monster had 2 pairs of wings on its back, 6 legs, and no head or neck. It looked like a giant black pepper sausage. What the hell? Is this the Emperor Jiang? Isn't this thing supposed to appear in the Western world? Yak was dumbfounded. If a black mud angel or a black mud titan appeared, he wouldn't be surprised. But there is the Emperor Jiang from the Eastern mythology, which is completely different from the worldview. Suddenly, the entire divine realm fell into darkness, and the sun in the sky had been completely eroded into black. Apart from the divine kingdom, there was no light in the entire divine realm. At this time, the giant Emperor Jiang took advantage of this moment and rushed towards Yak. Yak, relying on the weak light of the divine kingdom, discovered Emperor Jiang. Yak flashed and appeared in a shattered divine kingdom, and then Emperor Jiang also arrived in this divine kingdom. However, Emperor Jiang's size was too large, and as soon as he arrived, he completely destroyed the shattered divine kingdom into ruins. The divine kingdom became a ruin, and the divinity inside it was completely absorbed by Emperor Jiang. Damn, can he even absorb divinity? Does Emperor Jiang have this ability? Yak flashed away again before Emperor Jiang arrived here, and just as he left, he saw the scene just now. He was really puzzled by the black mud monster in the divine realm, and his true form did not respond. Now there was only this avatar, and this avatar was too weak, just an ordinary red dragon. Question: How can an ordinary red dragon defeat a creature similar to a deity? Online urgent, wait. Emperor Jiang and Yak chased and fled, and in this chase, the few divine kingdoms in the divine realm were all destroyed. When the last divine kingdom was destroyed, there was no more light in the divine realm, and everything fell into darkness. In this darkness, Yak was completely blind, just like when he entered the mother tree's body. In addition, the largest and only black mud monster in the divine realm, Emperor Jiang, also fell into darkness and could not find Yak. Originally, there were many black mud monsters in the divine realm, but because Emperor Jiang was chasing Yak, he not only absorbed the divinity inside the divine kingdom, but also absorbed the black mud monsters inside, because his companions also carried divinity. Damn it, I don't have any syrup to rush with, why is he chasing me? Yak groped his way in the dark, he didn't even dare to fly now, for fear of accidentally running into Emperor Jiang. As the divine realm fell into darkness, it seemed that there was no sight or sound in this world, only touch remained. Without sight or sound, everything was groped by touch. Yak was startled by some small stones, which were icy cold. If there was a little light in the divine realm now, you could see a creature like a big sausage slowly flapping its wings in the air. And on the back of this sausage monster, there was a red dragon with a crown, occasionally touching a small stone and startling. It was unknown how long had passed. When Yak crawled forward, he felt a downward curve in the ground beneath him. Stopping at this position, Yak hesitated whether to go down. He had no idea what was below. What if it was an abyss? Wait, this is the divine realm, how could there be an abyss? Swallowing hard, Yak chose to jump down. As for whether he would survive, it didn't matter to him, he was just an avatar. Yak jumped down, and something caught him. Yak found that he was not dead. Yak was overjoyed. Yak was dumbfounded. In another perspective, after Yak jumped down, he happened to land on Emperor Jiang's wing. Yak, who found that he was not dead, was overjoyed, and then he found that the thing catching him was fleshy. Damn it! If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. I'll just eat you directly. Two claws fiercely plunged into the wing, and then he bit the wing. Pa, pa, pa. Yak got a mouthful of black mud. He forgot that this thing was completely like black mud. Where was the flesh? Just as Yak was about to pull out his claws, he found that he was actually being pulled into the body by this black mud, and he also felt something very familiar inside Emperor Jiang's body. Could it be the thing I'm thinking of? Yak didn't hesitate and plunged into the body of the Emperor Jiang. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried to move deeper into the body of Emperor Jiang, he could only progress at an extremely slow pace. It was so slow inch by inch, Yak found himself sinking in, swallowing a lot of black mud, which tasted no different from ordinary soil, just a bit fishy. After a while, Yak finally reached the depths of Emperor Jiang's body and, as he explored, found something that was exactly as he had imagined. Sure enough, this thing is inside this thing. A complete and brand new divine essence. Emperor Jiang sensed that someone was approaching something very important inside his body and began to wildly sway his body. When he realized that swaying his body had no effect, Emperor Jiang began to strike the ground, attempting to shake out the intruder from his body. Meanwhile, inside Emperor Jiang's body, Yak grabbed the divine essence, and no matter how Emperor Jiang tried to shake him off, the divine essence remained unmoved, creating a strange relationship. Holding the divine essence, Yak felt its characteristics, not exactly familiar, but he also had this thing. It turned out to be a complete devouring divine essence. Yak could hardly imagine that this thing would appear inside Emperor Jiang's body, and that he could actually activate this divine essence. As Yak further interacted with the divine essence, the aura of the river of time on his body gradually increased, eventually forming a thin film covering him. This film also covered Emperor Jiang's divine essence, and with a flash of light, Yak and the divine essence disappeared. Emperor Jiang, without the support of the divine essence, soon exploded into a puddle of black mud covering the ground of the divine realm. The film of time brought Yak and the divine essence to a new world. Before fully entering this world, Yak swallowed the divine essence in one gulp. As for whether his current body could withstand the divinity of the divine essence, he was sure it could. Through a glint of reflection from the film of time, he saw his current appearance. This appearance he had seen before, in the underground of the dog-headed People's Island, the 9/10 similar crowned red dragon. And now he realized that he had become that appearance, or rather, the crowned red dragon was Yak himself. Based on Yak's own experience, the devouring divine essence he obtained should be the crowned red dragon, and the divine essence of the crowned red dragon should have been snatched from Emperor Jiang. So this was a closed loop of his experience. He needed to go back to the past to snatch the divine essence, and then experience everything the crowned red dragon had experienced. Finally, find a way to leave this divine essence to his past self, who had been exiled to the chaotic flow of the void. This should complete the closed loop, so this external attachment was probably given by himself? Before he could continue thinking, Yak was sent by the film of time to a battlefield.
Smack! The film of time disappeared, and Yak arrived at a relatively quiet place on the battlefield. This place belonged to the rear of the five-colored dragon, with no one else except for the young dragons. After arriving here, Yak did not immediately hide himself. After all, a red dragon lurking in the rear of the five-colored dragon was not a good idea, right? Just a few steps in, Yak thought of something. In the underground of the 5 maps, it seemed that the first one was the great battle between the red dragon and the five-colored dragon group. So it seemed that he had to hide himself. He didn't even know why he had fought the five-colored dragon group, so it made sense to hide first. And so, Yak hid himself and lurked in the rear of the five-colored dragon. All of these actions were reflected in a palace on the Sky Dragon Island. The leader of the metal dragon side looked at the sneaky red dragon and was somewhat puzzled as to why he was doing this. Even if it was for treasure, he should have acted sooner. After all, several five-colored dragons had gone to steal treasure in the past few days, and now there was probably nothing left in the treasury except for the statue of the five-colored dragon mother. Give the five-colored dragon a little surprise. The metal dragon decided to let the red dragon cause chaos in the rear of the five-colored dragon. After all, there was nothing good about the five-colored dragon. A huge fireball fell from the sky, targeting the sneaky Yak. Feeling the heat above his head, Yak knew he had been tricked, not knowing which old sixth was specifically targeting him. He decided not to hide anymore, and directly revealed himself openly, then decisively slipped away from the fireball. Joking, he wasn't even sure if he could withstand the big fireball. Although his body had previously withstood the breath of a group of metal dragons, he didn't dare to bet that he could definitely withstand it. In the end, his strength was too weak. If his true form could respond, he would directly sneeze and kill the old sixth who had ambushed him. Running all the way, the big fireball followed Yak, just like Emperor Jiang, constantly chasing after him. Damn it! An Emperor Jiang, a big fireball, just chasing after me. What's the rush to advertise for glucose syrup? In the end, Yak chose to tough it out with the big fireball. He bet that he wouldn't die, because if he died, the time loop would fail. The big fireball quickly approached Yak, and just as it was about to touch his nose, the big fireball was transferred to another place. Yak clearly felt that the power to transfer the big fireball came from his future self, and it was his true form who personally made the move. It's really close, I almost said goodbye. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, Yak breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his future self had successfully closed the loop for time. He just didn't know what the cost was. Soon, Yak stopped caring about his future self, and now he had to explain the sudden appearance of the big fireball, and why the big fireball had hit the high-level members of the five-colored dragon. Damn it! Can't you stop being so tricky, future self? Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Facing the army of five-colored dragons, Yak was really messed up by his future self. He finally understood why the first stone painting showed a red dragon facing so many five-colored dragons, as if it was all his own fault. Damn it! Countless breaths and dragon language magic roared towards Yak, and he used his divine power to form a small black hole in front of him. All the attacks were swallowed by the small black hole, and Yak let out a belch. This pile of stuff was really strong, it made him feel bloated. Seeing this, the five-colored dragons no longer attacked from a distance, but engaged in close combat with Yak. It's worth noting that the great dragons value physical strength the most, everything else is just incidental. Countless five-colored dragons launched an attack on Yak together, biting, clawing, ramming, and whipping. Anything that could be used as a weapon was used on Yak, and Yak stood up and used the grappling techniques he had learned in his previous life against them. A grab, a trip, a throw, Yak played with the grappling techniques, but all this only caused minor injuries, unable to make a fatal blow. Seeing that Yak couldn't make a fatal blow to them, the five-colored dragons attacked Yak even more fiercely. Bullying me for being physically weak? The grappling techniques were useless, and Yak, feeling pressured, began to use his body as a weapon, just like a wild beast. A blue dragon managed to get close to Yak, but before it could make a move, Yak bit its neck and killed it. At this time, several black dragons aimed their corrosive dragon breath at Yak's eyes, and then focused on his abdomen. Yak narrowly avoided the corrosive breath of the black dragons, and then spread his dragon wings to protect his abdomen. The claws of the black dragons pierced the dragon wings and got stuck, unable to move. Yak took the opportunity to bite down on one of the claws, then stepped on the dragon's body and forcefully pulled the entire claw off. He chewed on it for a few bites, and Yak struggled to swallow it. The meat was sour. The swallowed black dragon meat was quickly digested by the devouring divinity, transforming into life force to repair the body's injuries rather than strengthening it. Several other black dragons, seeing this, went mad and began tearing at Yak's dragon wings, determined to rip them off since they couldn't pull them out. Feeling the pain in his back, Yake paid no attention to the 5-colored dragons surrounding him, instead placing a claw on the black dragon's head, biting down on another black dragon's neck with his fierce dragon head, and using his tail to coil around the neck of the remaining one. With a crack, the black dragon's head shattered, and its neck was bitten off in one gulp, while the other had its neck strangled by Yake's tail and was now convulsing. Yake's appearance frightened many of the approaching 5-colored dragons, and the blood of the giant dragon flowed over the red dragon scales, making the already red dragon even more vibrant. The crown on his head had turned red at some point, stained with dragon blood, though it was unclear whether it was Yake's own blood or that of his opponent. Who else is there? Yake threw the severed black dragon head in front of the group of 5-colored dragons, and they clearly saw the disbelief in the dying black dragon's eyes. All the 5-colored dragons hesitated and dared not approach the red dragon. What are you afraid of? He's just a dragon. We can wear him down to death. One of the 5-colored dragons boasted, but the others did not listen to him, as the facts were right in front of them. The red dragon clearly showed no signs of fatigue, but instead seemed to be gaining more and more vitality. At this moment, the devouring divinity finally began to resonate with Yake's current body, allowing him to replenish his vitality through the devouring divinity. The 5-colored dragons made several attempts at this time, and Yake soon had more bodies at his feet, with the red dragon's body being the most numerous and obvious. At this point, the 5-colored dragons finally stopped their attack and surrounded him, not daring to approach. At this moment, the first scene in the stone painting was formed, and Yake felt a lightness in his body, as if some shackles had been broken. Yake tried to call out to his true self, and it actually worked, but his true self was now in a deep sleep, with only a little consciousness. Through this bit of consciousness, Yake finally understood how he had become like this and began to ponder the position of the Foundation in the universe. He found that he did not have the location of the Foundation's universe, and there was no record of himself there either. It seemed that either a universal life purge had taken place, or an unwanted memory wipe had occurred. Regardless of which method, he now had no way to find that universe, not even through tracing back to the source via that satellite. I am still too weak after all. Yake drew life force from the bodies, and now that his true self had successfully responded, the most important thing now was to make this avatar strong enough. Wait, why can't this devouring divinity strengthen the body, only replenish life force? Yake frowned, remembering that the devouring divinity had both the functions of devouring and strengthening when he first obtained it. Now, this devouring divinity only had the ability to devour, with no trace of strengthening. Did he really have to set an enhancement ability for his future self? Is he really making a cheat for himself? With the increase in life force, Yake's body became bloated, completely lacking the muscular appearance of a typical red dragon. He stopped drawing life force, realizing that he could not strengthen his body, and that all this life force was only allowing him to repair his body more quickly. Yake stepped down from the bodies, and the many 5-colored dragons made way for him. Respected Red Dragon King, where do you wish to go? All the 5-colored dragons were in awe of Yake, as they saw him wearing a crown and assumed he was the king of the red dragons. Originally, there were a few hotheads who disagreed, but when they saw those bodies, they closed their mouths silently. They didn't want to become one of the corpses. The 5-colored dragons are really a bunch of rabble. They can't even handle a red dragon. A group of metal dragons flew down from the sky, mocking the 5-colored dragons below. However, the 5-colored dragons completely ignored the mockery of the metal dragons. If you're so powerful, come and face us. Don't just talk. Soon, many metal dragons mixed in with the group of 5-colored dragons, and the second picture in the stone painting was formed unconsciously. Yak stopped his pace. He no longer needed to leave. He was about to reach the scene of the third stone painting. The rhythm of time for the closed loop is getting faster and faster. You damn heretic who disrupts time, why aren't you dead yet? A light gate opened in the sky, and a humanoid creature made of light walked out from inside, stepping down on the air step by step. Yak was puzzled. Who is this guy? As the humanoid creature walked down slowly, the light that fell from him was unconsciously absorbed into the bodies of the dragons below. Soon, these dragons, like they were infected with some kind of virus, had bloodshot eyes and became extremely agitated. Especially when these dragons saw Yak, they wanted to pounce on him and devour him. Damn it, the chaos virus? Another thing that crosses worlds. You really should die. Yak felt like he was being manipulated by a puppeteer behind the scenes, occasionally bringing out things that didn't belong to this world, which was very annoying. Charge! Take him down! Countless infected dragons rushed towards Yak without any formation. Many of the infected dragons were trampled into meat patties because they didn't react in time. Is that it? Countless dog-eat-dog tactics sprang from his mind in an instant, as he bounced and said, "Choose me, sir. I can play them to death. Sir, I can not only play them, but also play you. Sir, come play with me." Sir. Except for the first one, the rest became more and more absurd. If he didn't stop in time, he was afraid he would come up with some strange things. The infected dragons quickly pressed in. Yak casually grabbed the body of a blue dragon with only the back half, and with a few swings, a large meteor hammer was formed. Not bad, it can be used. Roar! The infected dragons came up, and Yak's blue dragon meteor hammer smashed a large number of them, and those that were smashed were trampled into mush by other dragons. After a few swings, the blue dragon meteor hammer was soon reduced to just the tail, either bitten off by the infected dragons or shattered upon impact. Come on! I don't have much here, just a lot of corpses. With the blue dragon meteor hammer gone, it's the green dragon meteor hammer. When the green dragon meteor hammer was gone, it's the red dragon meteor hammer. When the red dragon meteor hammer was gone, it's the white dragon meteor hammer. As for the black dragon meteor hammer, Yak chose not to use it, as it was small and uncomfortable to hold. And his favorite was the white dragon meteor hammer, very durable, much better than the other meteor hammers. The number of bodies under Yak's feet grew, and fewer infected dragons remained. When the last infected dragon fell, the humanoid creature in the sky who had been watching the show personally came down. He applauded as he approached Yak. I have to say, you are still so outstanding, but this time I am fully prepared, so please. Before the humanoid creature could finish speaking, Yak bit off half of his body. Not bad, melts in the mouth. Yak smacked his lips and swallowed the remaining half of the body in one gulp. Now Yak just wanted to say 2 words, is that it? The style is so high, but the result is just spreading a virus to infect the dragons, and then being a weakling himself. This is too cheap. So how did he end up with so many injuries in the 4th painting? This thing couldn't possibly come back to life and give him a beating, right? Yak looked around for a while and found no signs of anything. The weather was clear and the climate was pleasant. Except for the Dragon Corpse Mountain, there was nothing else. Once it was determined that there was no danger, Yak began to doze off, not knowing why he suddenly felt very tired, for no apparent reason. Yak didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just because of the intense battle earlier, and he needed to rest. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Yak, who had just fallen asleep, hitting him right on the head. Although the power was not very strong, it left Yak feeling a bit dazed. The lightning said, the force was just right, not enough to hurt your brain. This lightning was a signal, as soon after the first bolt, countless bolts of lightning struck Yak, each more powerful than the last. He had just wanted to take a nap, so why was he being struck by lightning? The power of the lightning kept increasing, and Yak had to draw life force from the Dragon Corpse Mountain to repair his body. Each time the lightning struck, he quickly repaired his body, like a doem, a slang term for someone who enjoys being teased or bullied. Yak couldn't remember how long the lightning had been striking, but he knew that most of the Dragon Corpse Mountain had turned into bones, and their flesh and blood had all been devoured and transformed into life force to repair his body. As the final bolt of lightning struck, Yak instinctively stopped drawing life force to repair his body, but the lightning suddenly hit him with a big one. A spherical bolt of lightning appeared next to Yak, and as he stared at it with wide eyes, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Before he could finish, the spherical bolt of lightning erupted into a dazzling light, and Yak saw the light. After enduring the spherical bolt of lightning, Yak sat on the ground in a daze. Once he was sure there were no more lightning strikes, Yak came to his senses and used his life force to restore his severely damaged body. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky. The beam of light shone on Yak, and without flapping his wings, he slowly rose from the ground. Damn! What is this? Ascension? Did I experience the heavenly tribulation and then ascend? As he got farther from the ground, Yak flew out of this world and into the universe. From the universe, he looked back at the world he had just been in, a planet with only half its ecosystem, the other half nowhere to be found. Upon reaching the depths of the universe, the beam of light did not disappear but continued to pull Yak further into the depths of the universe. Along the way, Yak saw turkeys darting around in the sun, humans practicing on 8 harsh planets, and a young man chasing after a rainbow sea. Finally, Yak stopped at the outskirts of a black hole in the depths of the universe. Due to the immense gravitational pull of the black hole, he was sucked in. However, because of the beam of light on his body, he was not immediately crushed into pieces, and inside the black hole, he saw something interesting. A human soul, slowly dissipating, and a dragon egg as black as charcoal, devoid of any life force. Without thinking, Yak stuffed the human soul into the dragon egg, and then he plunged into the river of time, holding onto the dragon egg. The human soul was dissipating too severely, and even with the nourishment of the dragon egg, it was ultimately futile. So Yak decided to bring them through the river of time to an earlier era, where the human soul could gradually recover through long-term nourishment and then be born from the dragon egg. Although he didn't know if this would work, his intuition told him it had to be done, and it could only be done this way. Yak traveled through the river of time to the world that was only half a planet at the beginning. He placed the egg there and then left, returning to the depths of the universe and the black hole. As soon as he returned, Yak felt a familiar sensation and realized that he had returned to the black hole where his true body resided. The true body inside the black hole was vast and boundless, and Yak could only see a huge dragon head, with its eyes barely open. Yak felt as if he were caught in a vortex. Was this really me? As his eyes opened fully, Yak transformed into a red light and merged into his true form, regaining a bit more power, this time. Is it time? Before being sealed, Yak's true form split into countless versions of himself and traveled to other universes, hoping to become stronger through the power of other universes and to break the seal. In another world, where am I? Yak woke up from the seabed, remembering that he was still in the midst of a divine battle. So how did he suddenly end up at the bottom of the sea? Yak stood up from the seabed and discovered an unusually active energy here, and upon careful sensing, he found that it was radiation. Was the source of this radiation himself? Then it's fine. As he moved around at the bottom of the sea, Yak unexpectedly encountered some giant beasts, each of them hundreds of meters in size, making Yak's 30-meter size seem insignificant to them. In their eyes, am I just a little hatchling? Keeping away from these giant beasts, Yak continued to move around the deep sea floor. After walking for who knows how long, in the lightless seabed, Yak, by modifying his body, gained sonar and discovered an egg here. This was very strange. There was an egg at the bottom of the deep sea, not yet crushed by pressure. Without thinking, he knew that it must have been laid by one of those giant beasts. Avoiding this egg, Yak continued to explore the seabed using his sonar, and before long, he encountered another egg. Yak? Yak approached this egg, touching its shell up and down, feeling its texture but also feeling something strange. Why did this egg look so much like the first one he saw? Yak discovered that as he touched this egg, the radiation energy within him was slowly being absorbed by this egg. This egg is actually absorbing radiation? Grabbing the egg, Yak quickly left the area. He felt that this egg was very important to him, and as for where it was important, he would have to wait and see what hatched from it. If the little guy is useful, no, very strong, then he would raise it. If it's weak, then sorry, it can go play by itself. Shortly after Yak left with the egg, a giant beast arrived at the scene. If Yak were present, he would definitely recognize this giant beast and call out its name, Godzilla. Godzilla, realizing that its child was missing, roared in the depths of the sea. With this roar, the giant beasts in the seabed and on the land all woke up and rushed over, while those on the coast quietly waited. As the suspect Yak injected all of his radiation energy into the egg, which was originally only 2 meters in size, it quickly grew to 10 meters. Looking at the 10-meter egg, Yak didn't know what he had brought out, but he could clearly sense the high life intensity inside. Come out quickly! Yak was very curious about what was inside, so he didn't explore this world. Crack! The eggshell shattered, and a lizard head with dead fish eyes poked out from inside. Seeing this dead fish-eyed creature, Yak was stunned. What kind of thing is this? If he hadn't clearly felt his own radiation energy from this dead fish-eyed creature, Yak would have suspected that something else had crawled in. Alright, dead fish eyes are just dead fish eyes. Yak accepted it. After all, it wasn't easy to bring out a little guy by forcing the egg to mature. The little guy had just come out and climbed onto Yak's back with his claws, falling asleep. Yak clearly felt that this little guy was absorbing the radiation energy from his body at an extremely terrifying speed. At this rate, in less than a day, Yak would definitely be sucked dry. Damn, did he just raise an old man? Yak didn't know why his magic had turned into this radiation energy. He tried to call his true form to replenish his energy, but his true form was as silent as the dead, not responding at all. Damn it! Why is the clone so unappreciated? The capitalist orders people around and even pays them, but your true self gets nothing. The capitalist would cry if they saw your true self. Yak grabbed the dead fish's eye and quickly headed towards a submarine volcano. Most of the submarine volcano leads to the Earth's core, and now Yak's task is to enter the interior of the submarine volcano and find a way to the Earth's core. He needs to replenish his radiation ability, or else he will be sucked dry by this dead fish's eye. As he groped his way forward, for some unknown reason, Yak's own sonar suddenly stopped working. And at this moment, the dead fish's eye came in handy, as if this little guy knew where Yak was going. He stood on Yak's head and looked ahead. When a turn was needed, he would tug on Yak's horn, and Yak would turn in the direction the horn was pulled. After wandering around, Yak arrived at the mouth of a submarine volcano. Feeling the scorching sea currents, Yak rushed in. The dead fish's eye hid under Yak's wings, as he was not yet able to withstand this heat and could only hide under Yak's wings to avoid injury. As Yak gradually delved into the submarine volcano, he discovered that there were many eggs inside,
containing various kinds of small monsters. These small monsters were on average 10 meters in size, much larger than the 6-meter dead fish's eye. Yak slowly passed by these eggs, and since there were eggs here, it meant that the parents of these small monsters should also be nearby, but it was unknown how far away they were. Suddenly, a small monster inside one of the eggs suddenly struggled, and Yak was so scared that he dared not move, only watching the small monster inside the egg struggle. In a moment, the egg and the small monster inside were crushed by the pressure of the sea, as if a switch had been flipped. Countless eggs were crushed by the pressure of the submarine, like blood-colored fireworks. The submarine volcano was quickly dyed red, and Yak did not want to stay there for a moment, quickly flying deeper. After Yak left, the red color quickly faded, leaving only a dozen or so eggs. The small monsters inside these eggs quickly emerged, eating the eggshells and then turning their gaze on the other small monsters. The remaining small monsters quickly began to fight each other, and in a moment, only one small monster was left. This small monster was different from the others, as it was much smaller in size, even smaller than the dead fish's eye, probably only 3 meters in size. This small monster had very few wounds on its body, mostly just superficial cuts. After eating the bodies of its kind, its size increased slightly, and then it quickly headed towards the coastline along the submarine volcano. Meanwhile, Yak had successfully found the passage to the Earth's core, but this passage could only allow the dead fish's eye to pass through, while Yak could only stay outside. Yak tried to make himself smaller, but the radiation energy only raised his body temperature and expelled energy, with no other effect. It seemed that this world did not allow the use of magic, and all the magic inside Yak's body had been forcibly converted into radiation energy. As for the initial modification of his body, it was done before all the magic had been completely converted. Helplessly, Yak had to let the little guy go in first, and then he continued to search for a new passage along the submarine volcano. This passage had to be at least 50 meters long, or else Yak would not be able to enter. Suddenly, Yak remembered something. Although the visibility had improved a lot in the submarine volcano, there were still some things that he could not see, usually things that the little guy would tell him about. Now that the little guy had been sent in, how should he face these things on his own? And why were there murals in this submarine volcano? And why did the murals depict a person standing next to a large lizard? Wait a minute? A person standing next to a large lizard? A sea monster? This can't be from the monster universe, can it? The headache finally made Yak understand why his magic had turned into radiation energy. It seemed that the rules of this universe did not allow for magic to exist, and any magic that appeared would be forcibly transformed into other types of energy that were in line with this universe. Thinking about this being a monster universe, Yak felt a shiver down his spine. Titans towering hundreds of meters high, and now he was just a 30-meter little red dragon, he would be nothing but a sitting duck. Wait! Since it was a monster universe, there should be an organization that studied monsters and protected humans, the Emperor Organization. Maybe he could seek help from this organization, but the problem was how to find them. Yak didn't know what era he was in, and if it was the time when the Emperor Organization discovered King Kong, it would be fine. But if it was when Godzilla landed, he was a bit hesitant to approach them. After all, at that time, Godzilla and Mothra had just wreaked havoc on the continent, and if he went there, he would surely be hit by a nuclear bomb meant for the monsters. And that wasn't the only concern. The main thing was that this monster universe must not be the same as the monster universe in anime. In the anime's monster universe, there were Godzilla, Space Godzilla, King Ghidorah, and others, which were too powerful. Thinking about this, Yak scratched his head in the sea, realizing that the monster universe in the movies was not simple either. Legendary Godzilla, Space Godzilla, King Ghidorah, and King Ghidorah of the End. Damn! None of them were simple. How could he handle this? Was it a dead end from the start? No! Yak remembered that he seemed to have a little helper. And this little helper seemed to be Godzilla, and it was the one that evolved rapidly, right? It was only now that Yak remembered that the first time True Sauce appeared, it was like a dead fish, so did he really have a Godzilla? Godzilla vs. Godzilla, the Battle of the Titans? At the first thought, Yak imagined himself and True Sauce rampaging in this world, with True Sauce responsible for the rampage and he for the chaos. Very reasonable. Okay. The first thing now was to make little True Sauce evolve quickly. But he couldn't get in there. The problem came back again. Now he needed to get into the passage inside the underwater volcano, but he couldn't get in there. Unless he could find or create a passage the size of his body. And in the deep sea, unless there was something like a laser cutter. Laser cutter. Breath. Isn't this just a larger version of a laser cutter? Excited, Yak swam wildly in the sea, and at this thought, he ran straight back to the underwater volcano, then activated the radiation energy inside his body. Bubbles gradually came out of his mouth,
and a red to purple energy beam came out of his mouth, cutting the small passage. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. In no time, a piece of the passage's skin was cut off, and Yak continued to increase the energy output, but accidentally overdid it. Yak was buried under a pile of rubble. A moving giant radiation source has been discovered at the bottom of the deep sea. Based on the data comparison, it should not be at the level of a titan monster. Should we eliminate it? In a secret base deep in the mountains, elite personnel from various countries had formed the Emperor Organization. At this moment, they detected a new radiation source at the bottom of the sea and were deciding whether to eliminate it. Follow and observe for 7 days. If there are signs of growth, immediately deploy 2 oxygen destroyers. Report. The radiation source has disappeared, and an 8.6 magnitude underwater earthquake has been detected. Report. The radiation source has been confirmed to have disappeared. The Emperor Organization was not surprised by the recent events. These monsters often ended up killing themselves, unless it was a newcomer to the Emperor Organization. What the hell? How did it suddenly collapse? Yak struggled out of the rubble at this time, and he didn't expect this thing to be so fragile. If he exerted too much force, it would explode. Fortunately, he made it into the passage, where the seawater hadn't flooded in. There were some glowing stones and algae in the passage, and Yak crawled along the ground following their faint light. As he went further, the space gradually widened, and Yak was able to stand and walk. Inside, Yak found a bright light that was not dazzling, but rather very soft. When he reached the light, Yak showed a look of realization. The gravity field here had some problems. In some places, there was basically no gravity, while in others, the gravity was so strong that a stone thrown in would shatter instantly. Here, Yak saw his dead fish-eyed little guy, who was now sleeping on a red glowing surface. The little guy's body had already reached a size of 20 meters and was quickly catching up to Yak. In addition, Yak also saw the body of a huge monster, which looked somewhat like one of Godzilla's archenemies, Muto. This Muto seemed to have some developmental issues, as its size was much smaller, resembling a Muto cub. Oh no! Does this mean the dead fish-eyed little guy is in trouble? Yak hurried to the front of Muto, with energy ready to be released from his mouth. Dead? This Muto cub had long been dead, with countless wounds of all sizes on its body, the most severe being the piercing wound around its neck. Upon closer inspection of this piercing wound, there were scorch marks around it, clearly caused by a high-energy beam. And True Sauce is capable of emitting high-energy beam atoms, so did True Sauce kill this Muto cub? But this Muto cub is only about 10 meters in size. Isn't True Sauce supposed to crush it with his 20-meter body? Oh, True Sauce is a fragile mage, so it's okay. Of course, fragile refers to comparison with other Godzillas. Compared to humans, this thing is ridiculously tough. After confirming that Muto was dead, Yak released a breath of energy, but unexpectedly, the energy breath just touched the Muto cub, causing it to jump up and run away on its own. Ha! Isn't this thing supposed to be dead like this? And it even plays dead, isn't that a bit too much? As the Muto cub ran further and further, a purple beam hit it, followed by Yak's energy breath also hitting the Muto. Yak turned around and saw smoke rising from True Sauce's tail, which soon caught fire. However, True Sauce remained asleep and had no reaction to this, but his tail was swinging around on its own. Seeing this, Yak immediately ran over to put out the fire on the tail and then slapped True Sauce awake. "Wake up, you idiot!" Slapped awake, True Sauce had no idea what had happened and just saw Yak, then started howling and hugging his leg. True Sauce, howl, 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 howl. "Yak, what are you saying, kid? Underscore?" The little guy seemed very anxious, but True Sauce's eyes were very out of place. "No communication, big brother. It's no use being anxious." The little guy also realized that they couldn't communicate, with one speaking dragon language and the other speaking an unknown language. With no common language, True Sauce could only bite Yak's wing and pull him forward. Being pulled forward by True Sauce, Yak saw a small gorilla fighting a skeletal giant lizard. "Oh, I misspoke. It's King Kong, and it's an underage King Kong." This little King Kong was having a tough time fighting the skeletal giant lizard, and surprisingly, he didn't use the surrounding items to fight the lizard. He just kept swinging his fists to hit the lizard's hardest head, and Yak could see the little King Kong secretly gasping in pain. "So you just wanted to tell me this?" Yak lowered his head to ask Dead Fish Eye, who was tilting his head to look at him. They forgot that they couldn't understand each other. Yak extended his claw, pointed to his own eye, then pointed to Dead Fish Eye, and then pointed to the direction of Little Kong. Dead Fish Eye nodded, then crawled over to Little Kong. The posture was very eye-catching, like a bug crawling with a guy-on sound. "No, little brother, that's not what I meant." Yak meant, "Do you want me to look over there, right?" But this little guy misunderstood. Yak watched as dead fish eye crawled little by little to a place not far from the two giant beasts, secretly raising his head and tail. Small purple beams of light were ready to shoot out from these two places, and dead fish eye aimed slightly and then fired the beams. Two purple beams successfully hit the left eye of the skeletal giant lizard, and Little Kong took the opportunity to grab a handful of dirt and throw it at the other intact eye. The skeletal giant lizard instinctively closed its eyes and tilted its head to the right. Little Kong didn't care about his own failure, but instead delivered a straight kick to the chest of the skeletal giant lizard. Bang! With a muffled sound, the skeletal giant lizard flew backward, its chest sinking, and it seemed to be out of breath. Not bad, a bit smart, Little Kong said, looking at Dead Fish Eye, who was smoking at both ends. Little Kong didn't feel any particular fondness for this little guy who suddenly helped him, only curiosity. Seeing Little Kong's gaze on him, Dead Fish Eye hurriedly ran back behind Yak. Yak didn't think his 30-meter body could stop Little Kong's 50-meter one, even with Dead Fish Eye. Roar! Don't roar, I don't understand. Yak didn't pay attention to Little Kong's roar. You can roar all you want, I'll admit defeat if I understand. Yak didn't understand, but Dead Fish Eye did, and hurriedly ran out from behind Yak, roaring at Little Kong. Dead Fish Eye, roar, a-woo woo woo. Little Kong, a-woo, roar, a-woo woo. The two guys were roaring and howling on the side, while Yak was completely confused, wondering what these two guys were saying and why they were still pointing at him. How could that big monkey still look down on the dragon? After communicating for a while, it seemed that the two had reached some kind of agreement. Little Kong grabbed one of Yak's claws and, despite Yak's objections, dragged him to a place. In a purple cave, Yak was shamelessly eating a kind of purple ore. This ore was found by Little Kong and Dead Fish Eye, and at first, he was not willing to eat it. But after being forcibly fed by Little Kong, he felt the increase in his internal energy, and then he really enjoyed it. In this cave, besides Yak eating the purple ore, there was Dead Fish Eye sleeping with two nuclear waste barrels, and Little Kong playing with an axe made by Yak. Bang! The axe in Little Kong's hand flew out and accurately pierced the purple ore that Yak was about to eat. Damn! Ha! One was still half asleep and didn't know what had happened, and the other dropped the purple ore in his hand and angrily went to find Little Kong. Seeing this, Little Kong immediately ran away, and the two of them ran out of the cave. Just as they came out, they saw a group of skeletal giant lizards outside staring at them. Roar! Roar your uncle! Let's retreat quickly! Yak grabbed Little Kong, who was getting worked up, and ran inside. There was no need for more fighting. Deep in the cave, Yak kicked Dead Fish Eye awake, grabbed the purple ore with the axe in it, and took these two underage troublemakers to escape frantically. Why am I so unlucky? Yak ran while instructing Dead Fish Eye to release energy beams behind them. This little guy released energy quickly, but the cooldown was long. Every time, it can only be released at a critical moment. As for the Little Kong, besides roaring a few times and throwing some stones, it has no other use at all. Damn it! Don't let me make contact with my true self, otherwise I'll eat you all in one bite. Roar! I don't know how long I've been running. The skeletal giant lizards behind me are gone, and Yak and the others don't know where they've run to. It's icy and snowy here, making Little Kong unable to help but sneeze. The curious Dead Fish Eye looked around this new place. The special organ inside him was constantly generating heat, making him feel cool in this icy world. Yak, as a red dragon, dislikes this icy world even more. He prefers the place of the volcano. Suddenly, a monster similar to an anteater and an armadillo rushed out from under the snow. This monster immediately targeted the continuously heating Dead Fish Eye, and Little Kong, seeing this, stood in front with an axe. Yak, on the side, prepared to breathe out energy, ready to support Little Kong at any time. But as Yak breathed out energy, the monster clearly felt the higher heat from Yak's side, and turned to pounce towards Yak. Yak immediately breathed out energy towards the monster, only to see the monster not dodge, but open its mouth full of tentacles and start absorbing the heat from the energy breath. Damn it! Yak was stunned. This thing can actually absorb energy breath? No, you're just a little smaller than me. How can you have such an outrageous ability? Yak was speechless towards this monster slightly smaller than him. Now the energy breath is ineffective, and they can only rely on physical strength. Staring at the white eyes of the monster, Yak actually saw cunning in them. Not good. Yak thought of something. Just as he turned around, he found that there was nothing happening with Little Kong, but the monster had burrowed underground. Damn it, cleverly outwitted. Yak thought that the monster had another companion, and the target was the Dead Fish Eye, but it turned out that this thing was just playing tricks. The monster burrowed underground, and Yak and the others had no way to determine its location, and could only passively retreat step by step. Suddenly, the ground cracked and the monster burrowed out from it, targeting the Dead Fish Eye between Little Kong and Yak. From start to finish, the target of this monster was always the Dead Fish Eye,
and the sudden change to Yake midway was just a smokescreen it released. This shouldn't be. How can this monster's intelligence be so high? Yake felt that this was too bizarre. The intelligence of this monster was a bit too high. Little Kong noticed the target of this monster, and raised the axe to strike its head. The monster rolled to the side to dodge, and the axe struck the ground directly. The monster took advantage of this opportunity to quickly run to the dead fish eye. At this moment, the dead fish eye's energy beam shot out from its mouth and tail, but the monster did not directly confront it like it did with Yake's energy breath. Instead, it quickly burrowed underground, swiftly moving underground to the position below the dead fish eye. Boom! The ground under the dead fish eye cracked, and the monster took the opportunity to pull the dead fish eye underground. The dead fish eye struggled, and pieces of flesh kept falling from its body. Yake and Little Kong grabbed the tail of the dead fish eye, which was still above ground. They didn't know what was happening underground, but Yake and Little Kong combined were no match for the strength of the monster below, and they were being slowly pulled underground. At this moment, a flame emerged from the tail of the dead fish eye. This flame was not large, but it gave Yake an idea. Since this monster thought the heat of the dead fish eye was high enough, then he raised his own heat, and the target of this monster changed to him, right? Thinking of this, Yake activated the radiation energy inside him, and as the energy became active, Yake's tail began to light up with red light, which spread from the end of his tail to the tip of his dragon horn. The current yak is the brightest cub in this snowy area, bright on a physical level. It has dazzled the little King Kong so much that it can't open its eyes. The monster below sensed a creature with higher heat than the dead fish eyes above, immediately released the dead fish eyes it was dragging, and turned its head to drill upwards. Seeing this, the dead fish eyes immediately twisted its body, attempting to retreat and get itself out from underground. Roar! The monster was stimulated in the eyes by a burst of red light as soon as it drilled out. Originally, its eyes were not frequently used, and the dazzling red light from the yak made it very uncomfortable for a moment. The yak noticed the condition of the monster and immediately flew into the sky, exhaling the energy in its mouth. Just as the monster adapted to the yak's red light, it noticed the energy breath that was about to hit its face and tried to dodge underground. As a result, the dead fish eyes in King Kong had already grabbed its hind legs and tail. Since it couldn't dodge, the monster opened its mouth full of tentacles and began to absorb the energy breath. Seeing the monster absorbing its energy breath, the yak increased its energy output, and the originally red to purple energy breath directly turned black. The monster gradually had red accents on its original black body, indicating signs of its body collapsing due to being unable to withstand the yak's energy breath. At this time, both King Kong and the dead fish eyes had already let go of it, with one running to pick up an axe and chop down on its head, and the other grabbing its tail and biting hard. Click! The axe of King Kong was embedded in the monster's scales, and no matter how hard the dead fish eyes bit, it couldn't break the skin, only the yak's energy breath continued to make its body collapse. The two sides were in a stalemate, and soon the yak couldn't hold on anymore. The originally black energy breath turned back to red. The monster was also staggering, its whole body covered in blood, and the tentacles at the corners of its mouth were already limp. Hurry up! Its obvious weak point is its mouth. What's the use of chopping its body with the axe? The yak saw this and was anxious. This big monkey was really stupid, and he really wanted to go down and snatch the axe. It seemed that King Kong heard the yak's thoughts, pulled out the axe embedded in the scales, and fiercely chopped down on the monster's mouth. At this time, the energy beam of the dead fish eyes also recovered, and simultaneously targeted the monster's mouth and fired. Seeing the two of them cooperating like this, the yak released all of its energy in one breath, and the energy breath turned black once again. The axe fell, and the monster's mouth was chopped off. The energy beam and the energy breath hit the wound in the monster's mouth at the same time, and a large amount of energy poured into its body, which the monster couldn't bear and exploded into pieces. Finally, it died. The yak was completely exhausted, falling from the sky, and King Kong, seeing this, dropped the axe and accurately caught the yak. The price was that both of his arms were dislocated and broken. Ha, what an exciting battle! I didn't expect that you monsters actually have intelligence. Let me see. A not yet adult King Kong, a mutated Godzilla, and what surprised me the most is a red dragon that only exists in myths. A helicopter descended from the sky, and an old man came down from the helicopter, holding a notebook in one hand and recording with the other. In addition to this old man, there were several fully armed soldiers who came down with him, each equipped with individual high-powered weapons. All eyes were on the yak as the old man had studied monsters for countless years and saw a mythical creature for the first time. La bai dang, what are you looking at? The old man's gaze made the yak feel goosebumps. What kind of weird look was this? It was like he was looking at a treasure. Your posture is too beautiful. I am deeply attracted to it. X2, can't you speak human language? Can you understand what I'm saying?
The humans and the yaks present were all stunned. The yaks thought that without magic, the humans wouldn't be able to understand the language of the dragons, but this group of people still understood what he was saying. And not only did he understand the English spoken by the yak, which made no sense at all. Could it be that everyone in the universe speaks Mandarin? Respected Red Dragon, I wonder if you... Stop! The yak interrupted the old man, knowing what the old man was going to ask without him saying it. Probably about where he came from, where he was going, how many people were in his family, whether he had any kin, whether he had any gods. The old man didn't mind being interrupted. He was completely captivated by the yak, this creature of Western mythology, emitting a mysterious aura. The old man's own filter, mysterious, powerful, lazy, disdainful of weaker beings. The reality, weak, energy dispersion causing a glow all over, exhausted after a big battle and not wanting to move, too lazy to talk. The filter was too big to evaluate. You must be from the Emperor's organization, right? The old man was shocked, secretly thinking that this mythical creature was indeed knowledgeable. Ignoring the old man's surprise, the yak continued, now, the Emperor's organization will serve me. Do you have any objections? No objections. Professor, you're defecting too quickly, don't you want to ask the other high-ranking officials? Even if you don't ask them, you should ask us who are following behind you. The yak now had all these magical abilities, but he had only judged this from the old man and the armed personnel without any other insignia behind him. Professor Harlan, can you show a little bit of the human wisdom that you represent? In the underground secret base, Professor Harlan, in his 60s, pushed a cart filled with all kinds of meat in front of the yak. In addition to him, there were many others wearing similar religious attire pushing various foods behind him. It had been the 4th day since they arrived at the underground base of the Emperor's organization. With the arrival of the yak, everyone here had gone crazy. They had actually seen living mythical creatures, and they had regained hope that had been lost due to the appearance of these titan behemoths. People of various skin colors came to worship every day, and the yak was getting annoyed by this group of people. Stop worshipping, it's useless to worship me now. Instead of putting your hope in me, you might as well continue to study Godzilla. I can tell you a secret, Godzilla and King Kong can be considered your allies, and there's also a big moth called Mothra, which is also your ally. After saying this, the yak ate all the meat brought by Professor Harlan. Although it couldn't increase his energy, satisfying his appetite was still good. This Professor Harlan was the old man who had come down from the helicopter. Originally very devout in worshipping the yak, Professor Harlan immediately opened his notebook and wrote down what the yak had said. At the same time, he carefully asked about the ways to deal with these 3 titan behemoths. After thinking for a moment, the yak casually said, give Godzilla a large enough nuclear bomb, find a beautiful woman or a little girl for King Kong, and as for Mothra, go and protect a tribe. That's about it. Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder, don't try to awaken King Ghidorah, otherwise you will taste a candy called despair. King Ghidorah? Why hadn't they heard of this monster's name? Could it be that this monster had not been discovered by their organization? With doubts, Professor Harlan left. Just as the yak was about to mention King Ghidorah's characteristics, he saw him walking away and didn't say anything. After all, this little old man would come back soon. However, the yak's guess was wrong. Professor Harlan did not come back, and he didn't even come to him for a whole week. Through asking other people, the yak learned that Professor Harlan had been transferred, and no one knew where he had been transferred to. 80% went to the base in Antarctica with Ghidorah. I don't know if this old man can survive after Ghidorah wakes up. Why do I care about him? The most important thing should be to contact the real body as soon as possible. Shaking his head, AK continued to eat the food brought by these believers. But for some reason, these believers seem to have seen some strange things and actually put some beautiful human women in the food. Why? Although he is a red dragon, he doesn't eat people. Or do they want him to do something unspeakable with these women? But have they considered reproductive isolation? Have they considered whether these human women can fit in? They are simply a group of lunatics. Driving away these human women, AK got up and ran out of the underground base. He saw that the group of people had brought some crocodiles and giant lizards for him. North up, south down, left west, right east. Confirming the south, AK swiftly flew towards Antarctica, not for Professor Harlan, but to find a normal guy to accompany him. Report, the red dragon codenamed Bahamut has set off for the Antarctic base. Should we intercept? No need, Bahamut is already somewhat resentful of our actions, so it's good to let him go out and get some fresh air. After all, he will understand us. But the conversation abruptly stopped, and the secret base fell into silence. The cool breeze gently blew into my collar quietly, stealing away the sound of summer. In the high sky, AK hummed Season of the Wind while looking down at the situation below. Below him was a base standing in the glacier, which was now bustling, with occasional sounds of grenades and gunfire. How lively! In order to see more clearly, AK descended to a certain height, and then he was hit by a poisoned dart missile from the ground. Boom! Hit! There was a loud cheer from one side of the crowd below, while the other side looked at them as if they were idiots. Can't they distinguish between a helicopter and other things? How dare they aim a poisoned dart missile at the titan beast in the sky? After various supplements and consumption in the underground base, AK's size had reached 100 meters. Due to the increase in size, he subconsciously flew at a high altitude to avoid accidentally killing these humans with his airwaves. But now this group of people dared to shoot missiles at him, which he had not expected. AK shook his body and then fell from the sky, accidentally trampling the group of people who had shot missiles at him, feeling very sorry. After all, they were too small, like ants. Another group of people swallowed their saliva. Although they had heard of a red dragon from a mythical story in another base, they still remained skeptical. Now that they had seen the red dragon in front of them, who dared to doubt? Drag them out and execute them. AK lowered his head slightly and asked in the lightest voice possible, "Have you seen Professor Harlan?" He's an old man with a somewhat lewd smile. Everyone shook their heads. They had never seen this Professor Harlan. So, AK thought that either this group of people were not at the right level, or Professor Harlan really hadn't come to this base. If he hadn't come to this base, then where would he go? Just as AK was scratching his head in doubt, the ice cracked not far away, and a huge creature emerged from below. This monster came out and roared at AK, then grabbed him and dragged him into the water. Godzilla? What is this guy doing here now? Ghidorah hasn't even appeared yet. Breaking free from Godzilla's embrace, AK flew into the air. In theory, Godzilla shouldn't attack him. He's not a natural destroyer, nor is he an alien. Oh, he really is an alien, then it's okay. Yak probably guessed the intention of Godzilla attacking himself, because he is not a native titan monster of the earth. However, the fact is exactly the opposite of what he thought. Godzilla also does not want to care about this alien. After all, it has not caused any harm to the earth. But this guy abducted the only offspring of Godzilla, which made Godzilla very angry. "I don't care about you, do as you please. As a result, you stole the egg and put it on my head. Do you have any reason to explain that?" The red energy breath and the light blue atomic breath confront each other. The sky and land are both dyed with these two colors. The humans below do not understand why these two suddenly started fighting, even though they have never met. As Godzilla's blue light on his dorsal fin gradually weakened, the power of his atomic breath from his mouth also gradually decreased, and Yak also reduced his output accordingly. Soon both sides stopped, and Yak was about to fly down when he saw a huge white object flying towards him. If he didn't see it wrong, it should be Godzilla throwing it towards him from above the glacier. He dodged to the side, then released an energy breath towards Godzilla. The energy breath did not hit Godzilla, but passed by him and directly hit the frost hog that had just emerged nearby. Yak was very familiar with this frost hog, because he had killed one, the monster that had attacked him, the one with dead fish eyes and little Kong. Through the monster files in the King organization, Yak knew a lot of other monster information, such as this frost hog. Godzilla also did not expect Yak's energy breath to attack the frost hog. According to reason, it should have been aimed at him. Godzilla looked at the shattered frost hog, feeling somewhat annoyed, and roared at Yak. "Why are you roaring so loudly?" Yak flew down and also roared at Godzilla. Whether Godzilla could understand was not his concern. After all, he couldn't understand what Godzilla was roaring about. Heat sprayed from Godzilla's nose. "Why is this egg thief so arrogant?" He continued to roar at Yak, and Yak also roared back. The two big guys just kept roaring at each other. The exchange went as follows. "Godzilla, where is my egg?" "Yak, my head hurts." "Godzilla, I'm asking you where my egg went, not where it hurts." "Yak, my head doesn't hurt anymore, my leg is cramping." "Godzilla, are you out of your mind?" "Yak, I can spray you to death in one breath." Finally, Godzilla ignored Yak. He found that there was no way to communicate with this guy, and as for that egg, it was probably eaten by this guy. Anyway, it's just an egg. He can just find another one in the ruins. Maybe he can find one again. Otherwise, who would believe that such a big boy could lay an egg? And he's not hermaphroditic. With no result from the exchange, Godzilla left, not even looking back at Yak, afraid of dirtying his eyes. TSK, are you leaving just like that? Not going to continue chatting for a while? I still want to keep roaring for a while. Seeing Godzilla leaving without looking back, Yak smacked his lips and came to the group of people below. "Do you have a giant monster frozen in your base, with 3 heads? The people below covered their ears, turned left and right to look at their companions, and no one knew the monster Yak was talking about. Strange, how could it not be there? According to this time point, King Ghidorah should have been frozen long ago and the King organization should be studying it. Yak scratched his head, and countless sparks emerged from his head, accidentally igniting a nearby supply station.
Yak! People below. I didn't mean to, I don't know if these people believe it or not.
In another underground base, a radiation-suited recorder with a small device approached Dead Fish Eye. At this moment, the dead fish's eyes had just undergone a transformation. Now, its claws were facing upwards, its eyes no longer had the appearance of dead fish eyes, and its size had reached 100 meters. There was a new sign of life at the end of its tail. Radiation levels are off the charts, and there are no other specific comparisons in the same category.
It is recommended to continue observing in the future.
The recorder wrote this down and entered another large room through a small door. Inside, a King Kong was sound asleep. The recorder went up and patted the King Kong twice, and as a result, the creature rolled over and even scratched its butt. In an unknown stage, the individual is currently in a state of sleep and highly resistant to external information contact. As the recorder was leaving, he casually plucked a hair from the King Kong, who showed no reaction at all. Based on the current situation, both of these creatures have come into contact with Bahamut, but both have undergone different degrees of change. First, let's talk about this Godzilla. This Godzilla should be of the same species as the one in our records, but for some reason, whether it's because of Bahamut or something else, the current appearance does not match the records at all, except for the massive radiation. Flipping through the records, the recorder observed the dead fish's eyes while comparing them to the records.
Someone from the higher-ups spoke up on the side, and what about this King Kong? The recorder set aside Godzilla's records, took out another file with a red cover, and said, this King Kong has also undergone some mutations. Currently, this King Kong can be said to be the smartest one we have come into contact with. Apart from not being able to speak, it is simply a magnified version of a human. And compared to its counterparts, there are too many uncertainties with this King Kong. What do you mean? The higher-up person became interested.
Since it arrived here, this King Kong has been sleeping all the time. Except for necessary feeding, it is always sleeping, and we have no way to analyze its behavior and actions. We speculate that this King Kong is trying to hide itself as much as possible, and the only thing that could make it do so is Bahamut. However, we have found that it cannot communicate with the Titan monsters in our world through Bahamut. So now, we are at a certain bottleneck with this King Kong, and we cannot determine whether Bahamut is lying or if it's the behavior of this King Kong. Closing the file, the recorder shrugged helplessly. But because he was wearing a radiation suit, no one could tell that he was shrugging. At this moment, another person wearing a radiation suit came over and handed a file to the recorder.
The latest news is that Bahamut can communicate with the Titan monsters. Here is a video of Bahamut communicating with Godzilla.
The recorder led the higher-ups to a large screen and played the video of Yark communicating with Godzilla. In the video, Yark and Godzilla were roaring, and through the changes in Godzilla's facial expressions, they confirmed that both sides had communicated.
However, the communication process seemed somewhat unpleasant, and in the end, Godzilla clearly left with disdain.
It's not clear what Yark and Godzilla said to each other.
No, this is not right. How come there's a laden frozen in this ice?
A frozen monster was brought out from the Antarctic base, and this monster was not King Ghidorah, but Laden. Breaking the surface ice, a breath of energy was sprayed onto the frozen Laden.
Creak! A strange cry rang out as Yark stopped breathing and looked at the rolling Laden. Boom!
A foot stepped on Laden's body, and Laden struggled to get up, but a huge dragon head pressed against his face, emitting red light from its mouth, and it immediately cowered.
Very good, indeed, it's Laden, recognizing the big brother so quickly.
With Laden's submission, Yark prepared to go to a place, Baby Island. This place has a guy, she and Godzilla, Laden collectively known as the Earth Guardian, although Laden is a 25-year-old, but she is indeed a guardian.
At this time, she should still be in her infancy, right?
I don't know if I can meet the people of the Guardian clan who can communicate with her. Thinking of this, Yake's head hurts. The current situation is too different from what he remembered. He is afraid that something has gone wrong on Infant Island. With Yake's speed, he quickly arrived at Infant Island, and when he arrived, he was dumbfounded. He actually saw a huge stone statue here, and Yake's heart sank when he saw the statue. The statue was a standing monster with a pair of horns on its head, bone-like armor on both sides of its shoulders, and a split tail at the end.
Damn it, Monster X!
This special big problem has not been found. How did he encounter the statue of this thing? Isn't this purely seeking trouble?
Yake clearly remembered that this thing was the predecessor of King Ghidorah. How did this happen? Did they call the End Emperor over? Leaving Infant Island, Yake's mood was not good all the way.
He didn't know who built the statue of Monster X, and the whereabouts of the big problem were unknown.
Either one of these things is enough to give him a headache, and now they are put together. Monster X, the predecessor of King Ghidorah, is also the doomsday weapon of the X-aliens.
And the X-aliens like to invade the Earth, and they also have a monster legion. Thinking of this, Yake's head was spinning. How can this be handled? And he only found legendary Godzilla and dead fisheye here, and he didn't even see the shadow of the End Emperor. If another monster suddenly appears, won't it be completely over? Just as he was thinking about it, several giant crystals fell from the sky. At the same time, a slightly familiar roar came from above. Giant crystals plus familiar roar, Yake didn't need to think to know who had come.
Damn it! Space Godzilla! In addition, a beam of laser suddenly emerged from the ground, narrowly missing Yake. Accompanying the laser was a similarly familiar electronic roar. Great, Mechagodzilla! GAGA!
Seeing two unexpected guests suddenly appear, laden behind Yake let out a scream, and then flew towards Space Godzilla still in the sky.
Yake immediately dived towards Mechagodzilla on the ground. Seeing the situation, Mechagodzilla scanned and then made the best choice.
It propped up its tail on the ground and stomped its feet fiercely into the earth. Yellow light lit up on its abdomen and on both sides, then converged into a blue energy orb.
After the energy was gathered, Mechagodzilla slightly tilted its body backwards and launched its ultimate move Absolute Zero.
Yake's diving speed was too fast, and he was unable to maneuver in time, so he could only use his energy breath to restrain the advance of Absolute Zero. However, this could only restrain the advance of Absolute Zero, and could not slow down his diving speed.
So Yake increased the energy breath. He needed to return it to its owner before he came into contact with Absolute Zero.
The data in Mechagodzilla's eyes increased crazily, and after a moment, it cancelled the energy output of Absolute Zero and adopted an emergency evasive action.
Boom!
Yake crashed into the ground, creating a huge meteorite crater, and before Yake could react, Mechagodzilla's shoulder devices opened, and countless missiles were launched from inside, all flying towards Yake. Countless explosions occurred in the meteorite crater, and Yake came out with a dirty face. Spitting out a mouthful of sand and a few broken teeth, Yake immediately pounced forward. Mechagodzilla, which was rushing towards him at high speed, was grabbed by Yake, and with the inertia, Yake was pushed back several steps. As the inertia disappeared, Yake took the opportunity to bite off the two weapons on Mechagodzilla's shoulders into pieces. At the same time, he tightened his grip on Mechagodzilla, attempting to break it in half.
Mechagodzilla opened its mouth and fired a close-range magnesium beam at Yake. Unable to withstand the power of the beam, Yake released it and also kicked it far away.
Mechagodzilla was kicked away, and the magnesium beam did not hit Yake, but instead hit Space Godzilla, who was fighting in the air with Rodden. Rodden, degree is identical to degree, Space Godzilla, degree. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rodden flew back to Yake's side. Rodden also had many injuries, with dried blood at the corners of its mouth. Space Godzilla, on the other hand, had few injuries except for the marks from the magnesium beam. Space Godzilla landed in its crystal pile, which was more like an energy crystal tower than a crystal pile. In this energy crystal tower, Space Godzilla was in a place where it could continuously regenerate health and energy, unless the crystals on its shoulders were destroyed. Space Godzilla accelerated its energy in the energy crystal tower, and a red corona beam shot out from its mouth.
Meanwhile, Mechagodzilla released Absolute Zero.
Seeing this, Yake kicked Rodden, who was slow to react, and gathered all the energy in its body to counter them.
However, Yake had already released an energy breath once, and it couldn't absorb cosmic energy like Space Godzilla could. The energy breath, suppressed by the corona beam and Absolute Zero, quickly reached Yake. Seeing this, Rodden flew into the sky and then accelerated to supersonic speed, crashing into Mechagodzilla. Sensing the threat in the sky, Mechagodzilla's back launched numerous missiles, all flying towards the diving Rodden. Rodden did not dodge the missiles, but instead flapped its wings to accelerate its dive. All the missiles were either deflected by Rodden or directly intercepted by it. Mechagodzilla then raised its head and released the magnesium beam, which would reduce the energy output of its Absolute Zero. Boom!
The magnesium beam hit Rodden's wings, creating a large hole. With its wings damaged, Rodden could not control its descent and fell with black smoke, causing the ground to tremble. Yake, unconcerned about the fallen Rodden, was quickly running out of energy in its body. It didn't know if its body could withstand the energy attacks from these two opponents. Suddenly, a blue energy beam shot from a distance.
This is the atomic breath? Roar! Godzilla is here! A massive figure gradually entered Yake's sight. It was him, legendary Godzilla.
The atomic breath directly hit the unprepared Space Godzilla, and Mechagodzilla quickly targeted Godzilla through data comparison.
Godzilla approached Yake and roared softly. What's going on? Do you have some kind of grudge against our Godzilla species? Yake ignored Godzilla, now with its energy depleted and only its physical strength left. Yak raised its claw and poked Godzilla, who looked at Yak. Yak pointed at Space Godzilla, then at Godzilla. Godzilla understood Yak's meaning, and they switched opponents. Soon, Space Godzilla and Legendary Godzilla clashed, while Yak waited for the other to make a move. Data flowed in Mechagodzilla's eyes, quickly selecting the best and most energy-efficient plan. Its energy was only enough for 2 hours of activity, and now, after releasing Absolute Zero twice and the Magnesium Beam once, it only had enough energy for half an hour of battle. A short sword popped out of Mechagodzilla's right hand, and it propelled itself towards Yak with energy jets at its feet, moving at high speed. Yak did not react in time and was cut at the waist by the short sword, with dragon blood flowing from the wound. Mechagodzilla landed a successful blow and quickly closed in on Space Godzilla again, his short sword aimed directly at Space Godzilla's head. Sensing the chill from his forehead, Space Godzilla understood that Mechagodzilla was about to deliver a fatal blow. Tilting his head to the left, he swung his tail viciously at Mechagodzilla. Bang! Mechagodzilla was sent flying by Space Godzilla's tail. It tried to struggle to its feet, but a prompt indicated that it had insufficient energy and was unresponsive. Seeing this, Space Godzilla did not immediately go to support Godzilla, but first went to see why Mechagodzilla had not moved. Space Godzilla slowly approached it, and before he could take a good look, he saw Mechagodzilla raise its right hand, and its short sword shot out. Space Godzilla had not expected this trick, and a shallow cut was made on his dragon face. This time, Space Godzilla learned his lesson. He ran over to pick up the short sword and then picked up a huge rock to smash the fallen Mechagodzilla. Boom! Mechagodzilla showed no reaction, and Space Godzilla was not sure, so he left it there for the time being and hurried to help Godzilla. Flapping his wings, he arrived at the battlefield where both sides were still fighting. Taking advantage of the situation, he approached Space Godzilla. Lifting Mechagodzilla's short sword, he fiercely stabbed at Space Godzilla's head, only to be blocked by the energy crystal tower. Damn! What is this? Space Godzilla had not expected that the energy crystal tower could also be used as a defensive weapon. Unable to land a blow, Space Godzilla continued to attack, but before he could make a move, a sharp spiral energy crystal tower came at him. Damn, can this thing be used like this? The energy crystal tower attacked like a poisonous dragon drill, and Space Godzilla scrambled to dodge one energy crystal tower after another. You big idiot, give me some help. Can't you kill it? Space Godzilla shouted loudly at Godzilla, who was already grappling with Space Godzilla. Godzilla had already noticed the situation on Space Godzilla's side, but he had no way to completely deal with this alien visitor. As long as he caused a little damage, this guy would recover through the energy crystals, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Close combat won't work. I'll hit you with a big move. Just as his energy was starting to recover, he released an energy breath directly at Space Godzilla. Space Godzilla was momentarily startled, and then took the opportunity to restrict Space Godzilla's movements. Space Godzilla paid no attention to the incoming energy breath and summoned energy crystal towers to float around him, then rapidly spun and stabbed at Godzilla's dorsal fins. Is this guy trying to resist my breath? With a puzzled look, Space Godzilla quickly understood why Space Godzilla had chosen to resist. Space Godzilla had a reflective shield around his body, and all of Space Godzilla's energy breath was reflected away, some even splashing onto Godzilla. What's wrong with you? With all his remaining energy used up, Space Godzilla once again found himself in close combat. He and Godzilla held Space Godzilla from both sides, with Space Godzilla biting down on one of the crystals on his shoulder, while Godzilla vigorously beat the other crystal. Damn! How tough is this? Sparks flew from Space Godzilla's teeth as he bit down on the crystal, but there was not a single mark left on it, and Godzilla winced in pain. How can I break this thing? Space Godzilla recalled memories from his past life, but his memories of Space Godzilla were too vague. He only remembered that the weak point was the crystals on the sides, but he couldn't remember anything else. But now that he knew the weak point, was there any way to break it? He couldn't just let it break on its own, could he? He's not an idiot. Break it on its own? Break it? Slurping back the saliva at the corner of his mouth, Space Godzilla dodged the energy crystal tower's attacks and pulled Godzilla away from Space Godzilla. Space Godzilla, roar. Good-looking guy. Godzilla, roar? What? The two of them dodged Space Godzilla's corona beam and energy crystal towers, while communicating through gestures and movements. Yak, White, big, smash him. Godzilla, roar, roar, roar? What? What white big? What are you talking about? Dodging the almost hit coronal light, Yak flew up and grabbed a spinning energy crystal tower, then hugged the energy crystal tower and smashed it towards the crystal on the left shoulder of Space Godzilla. Ping pong! The crystal on the left shoulder of Space Godzilla and the energy crystal tower in Yak's hand shattered at the same time.
Seeing this situation, Godzilla ran into the group of energy crystal towers and forcefully pulled out one to smash the crystal on the other shoulder of Space Godzilla. With one crystal already destroyed, Space Godzilla was already on high alert, and seeing Godzilla wanting to destroy the other one, it immediately shrank and formed a large energy crystal flying in the air. Godzilla looked at the energy crystal tower in his hand, then at Space Godzilla in the air, and directly threw the energy crystal tower on the ground. Blue light lit up from the tip of the tail, reaching the head along the dorsal fins, and a blue energy flame spewed from the mouth. Atomic breath. The crystalline state of Space Godzilla seemed unable to deploy its refractive shield and was hit by the atomic breath and fell from the sky. And our protagonist Yak had already secretly arrived at the point where Space Godzilla fell with another energy crystal tower, waiting for Space Godzilla to come out of the pit. Sure enough, Space Godzilla emerged from the pit, and Yak seized the opportunity to raise the energy crystal tower and smash the crystal on the right shoulder. This time, the situation was different from when the crystal on the left shoulder was smashed. This time the crystal shattered, but the energy crystal tower did not. Instead it was driven into Yak's chest by the impact force. What? The energy crystal tower pierced his body, and Yak felt no pain, but instead felt a cool sensation from the chest. Both Godzilla and Space Godzilla were puzzled by this situation, one wondering why he didn't die, and the other wondering why he could still do this. Trying to pull the energy crystal tower out of his chest, the thing was as if it were rooted there and wouldn't budge. But Yak felt that he could absorb the energy from the surrounding energy crystal towers through this energy crystal tower in his chest. Soon, his body was filled with energy, and the abundance of energy allowed Yak to stand up again. The energy breath output was like it didn't cost anything, and the black energy breath appeared again. The approaching Godzilla felt the terrifying power of this black energy breath and immediately stopped and retreated. While Yak was still absorbing energy, Space Godzilla had already come to the side of the mechanical Godzilla, which had run out of energy. Seeing the energy breath flying towards him, Space Godzilla grabbed the mechanical Godzilla and held it in front of himself. Drip, 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 drip. The dormant mechanical Godzilla was forcibly awakened, and a prompt for energy replenishment appeared, but it exploded into fragments due to internal energy overload just as it was about to release absolute zero. With no mechanical Godzilla to block it, the energy breath was about to hit Space Godzilla, who, seeing the situation, released all the energy through its mouth as a coronal light. The black energy breath collided with the red coronal light, and without the replenishment of energy, the coronal light was not making any progress and was instead being suppressed and was about to hit Space Godzilla. Seeing this, Yak gestured to Godzilla on the side to quickly make a move, but Godzilla didn't understand his gesture at all. Big brother, hurry up and make a move. What are you doing there watching the show? Boom! Before Godzilla could make a move, Space Godzilla, unable to continue using the coronal light due to lack of energy, was directly hit. The maximum output of the energy breath claimed another victim, and that was Space Godzilla. On the ground, with no sign of mechanical Godzilla and Space Godzilla, there were only fragments of the mechanical Godzilla and some energy crystal towers. Damn it, suddenly ambushed, hit for no reason. With the deaths of the two different Godzillas, Yak breathed a sigh of relief on this devastated land. He had no idea where these two different Godzillas came from, but thinking about the Monster X statue on Infant Island, he felt it should be related to the X-aliens. And the X-aliens are also good at controlling monsters. In the past, they controlled Rodden to attack the King of the End. Wait, Rodden! At this time, Yak remembered the exhausted Rodden with pierced wings and walked to the place where Rodden fell. Apart from the large pit formed by the fall, there was no trace of Rodden. Yak sniffed around but couldn't find Rodden's scent. How could a Rodden just disappear? And it disappeared right under his nose. Is this world a bit strange? When he turned around to look for Godzilla, he found that Godzilla was also missing, and there were footprints he had just left on the ground. No, this is a trap. Before he could finish his sentence, Yak fainted, and there was no trace of him in the original place. Great, 3 high-quality monsters harvested at once, including the Guardian of the Earth. In a spaceship, 2 humanoid X-aliens looked at the data of the 3 monsters on the light panel. They were Rodden, Godzilla, and Yak, all of whom were now in a coma. What kind of monster is this? Why doesn't he have a name, and most of the data is garbled? One of the X-aliens pointed at the comatose Yak and asked in confusion. I don't know either, but this guy is quite strong. He defeated Mechagodzilla 3 and Space Godzilla 1. So strong? When did the Earth have such a strong monster? Could it be another Guardian of the Earth? The X-alien manipulated the data on the light panel, and soon they found the answer they wanted. According to the information passed on by the humans who had joined them on Earth, this monster suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly appeared, if it's not the only one,
I really want to cut it open to see what's going on. And this guy can even fuse the main energy crystal of Space Godzilla 1 without side effects. I really want to cut it open and see. Report. The radiation sources of Bahamut and Godzilla have disappeared. Before they disappeared, 3 other abnormal radiation sources also disappeared. Good, now that these 2 giant beasts are gone, other monsters are not to be feared. Transmit my orders, all oxygen destroyers are to be deployed according to plan. With a single command, the massive human society sprang into action, with countless bomber squadrons, carrier battle groups, and ground forces mobilizing. In the alien spaceship, Godzilla, who was originally in a coma, suddenly woke up and found that this was not where he originally was. He stood up and exhaled atomic breath from his mouth. The orange warning light flashed in the spaceship, but the 2 ex-aliens present paid no attention to it, as they had experienced this situation many times and were familiar with it. One of the ex-aliens casually tapped the light panel in his hand, and a large amount of mist appeared where Godzilla was. This mist was specially designed by them to capture monsters and contained an excessive amount of paralyzing neurotoxins. In addition to this paralyzing mist, they also had physical means to help monsters sleep. Godzilla inhaled a large amount of paralyzing mist and soon became completely paralyzed, with his atomic breath also ceasing. Nearby, Yake, who was still unconscious, experienced a new situation. The energy crystal on his chest flashed with his breath. Suddenly, Yake's breathing became rapid, and the energy crystal also flashed more rapidly, eventually turning into a large light bulb. Damn! How can that monster have such a high energy fluctuation? The anomaly on Yake's side was discovered by the ex-aliens. The energy crystal on Yake's chest was the only one they had replicated after capturing the original Space Godzilla. Their research progress on the main energy crystal of Space Godzilla was only 25%, and based on this 25% progress, they had replicated a new one. They replicated Space Godzilla in order to test this new main energy crystal tower. However, the experimental data received so far is not very good, and at the same time, this replicated main energy crystal tower has encountered new problems. The replicated main energy crystal tower has fused with a monster, generating high energy fluctuations, which was unexpected for them. Quickly find a way to resolve this, otherwise the current increase in energy fluctuations will soon blow us up. The ex-aliens tapped and clicked on the light board, but none of the emergency plans were similar to their current situation. I have an idea. Throw him down. But our replicated energy crystal tower will also. The replicated energy crystal tower can be replicated again, but if we're gone, then we're really gone. The 2 ex-aliens argued, and one of them snatched the light board. He pressed the discard button aimed at Yake. A huge hatch opened where Yake was, and the pressure difference inside and outside pushed everything in Yake's compartment out with a whoosh. Yake, who was unconscious, was squeezed out and instantly turned into a large red ice block. Seeing Yake being thrown out, the 2 ex-aliens breathed a sigh of relief and apologized to each other for their previous dispute. There were only the 2 ex-aliens on the spaceship, and any disagreement between them would be fatal. It's a pity for such a rare monster. One of the ex-aliens looked at Yake drifting farther and farther away, expressing regret. Damn it, how did I end up in space again? When Yake was frozen into a large ice block, he was forcibly awakened. He never expected to have a second chance to be in the vacuum of space and become a large ice block again. Now, he couldn't replicate the initial situation, and the only thing he had was a main energy crystal tower that could absorb energy. Main energy crystal tower? Absorbing energy? Isn't this a weaker version of the devouring divinity? Yake's consciousness sank, focusing entirely on the main energy crystal tower fused with him. Give me the power to absorb. With Yake's command, the main energy crystal tower, which was emitting light, suddenly went out, followed by a strong suction force. Along the path Yake drifted, some small asteroids were pulled towards him by his suction force, and he could only watch in horror as these small asteroids followed him. He only wanted to absorb some free-floating energy in the universe, not to absorb asteroids. At this rate, he would soon become an asteroid belt. With enough absorbed energy, Yake had already transformed his body internally, allowing him to survive in extreme environments. According to reason, as a subordinate achieving true divinity, his body should have been adjusted with divine power and able to survive in the universe. But now, it seemed that he had been forcibly modified by this universe, becoming similar to ordinary biological systems. The world is unpredictable. If I could summon my true self, I would conquer this universe. Breaking out of the ice, Yake aimlessly flew through space, followed by a spectacular group of small asteroids. In the universe, there was no concept of time, and Yake didn't know how long he had been flying. He absorbed energy along the way, and now he finally had a semblance of his true self. A wandering cosmic monster, followed by countless small asteroids. Suddenly, a planet entered Yake's sight.
This planet looked very similar to Earth, and upon closer inspection, apart from minor differences, it was almost identical.
Earth? No, it's not.
Yake approached this planet and sensed a strong malice. Through this malice, Yake descended upon this planet. During his time wandering in space, his body size had exceeded 300 meters, and now his descent was like an impact from a small asteroid.
From breaking through the atmosphere, intense flames wrapped around him, but Yake didn't pay any attention to the flames, not even feeling the heat. Flapping his wings to slow his descent, Yake successfully arrived on this planet. Ruins, ruins, still ruins.
This planet seemed to have suffered some catastrophe, as everything was in ruins, with no trace of civilization to be seen.
Strange, how did that malevolence just disappear?
As Yake wondered, a tall, bipedal monster slowly descended behind him. Sensing something, Yake turned around and found a creature almost as tall as himself, emanating the malevolence.
Monster X? Is this the world invaded by the X-aliens?
Before Yake could react, Monster X jumped and landed a flying kick to his head. Then, grabbing Yake's tail, Monster X lifted him and slammed him to the ground. After pummeling Yake, Monster X released his ultimate move, the gravity beam, leaving Yake no time to react. First, he was dazed by a kick, then hit on the head, and finally, the gravity beam brought him to his senses, albeit with a sharp pain. Damn, Monster X's speed in this form is too fast.
I can't keep up at all.
Shaking his head, Yake realized that the humanoid Monster X was having a great time dealing with this giant quadrupedal creature. Without giving Yake time to recover, Monster X quickly closed in, grabbed Yake's head with both hands, and delivered a powerful knee strike to Yake's neck.
Crack!
Yake heard a clear sound of bone breaking. After the knee strike, Monster X released Yake's head and continued to unleash the gravity beam. Ignoring the intense pain in his neck, Yake quickly used his energy breath to counter Monster X's gravity beam. The collision between the two resulted in a massive explosion, causing both behemoths to stagger backward. As Yake stumbled backward, he tripped over something and looked down to find a dead monster, one that he recognized. It was the demise of Godzilla. The Emperor of Demise, whom Yake had been thinking about, was actually dead. The fatal wound on its body indicated that it had been injured by a giant chainsaw-like weapon, followed by a powerful energy beam piercing through its body. Seeing this, Yake thought of another weapon of the X-aliens, the modified monster mech, Gigan. Looking around, Yake quickly found a U-shaped weapon, clearly Gigan's chainsaw arm.
Before Yake could continue pondering, Monster X unleashed another powerful attack. Damn, a sneak attack. Energy breath.
The two clashed again, but this time, Monster X dodged after releasing the attack for a short time, causing Yake's energy breath to miss.
Monster X suddenly dropped to all fours and extended the two heads on its shoulders. Its exoskeleton began to crack as the flesh underneath expanded, and a pair of huge wings emerged from its back. 3 loud dragon roars sounded, and the Golden King Ghidorah appeared. With its appearance, a spiral-like dark cloud formed above its head.
The anti-gravity beam, Destruction King Wave, 3 golden beams, struck Yake, not harming him but lifting him high into the air before slamming him to the ground.
Is that all you can do, dropping things? Shaking off the rubble from his body, Yake and King Ghidorah faced off without making a move.
Both were waiting for an opportunity, at this stage, either to engage in close combat or deliver a fatal blow. A thunderous sound in the sky, and the two colossal creatures sprang into action. King Ghidorah charged forward for a distance, then suddenly flapped its wings, causing its body to fly backward, while simultaneously releasing the anti-gravity beam, Destruction King Wave, from all 3 mouths. As Yak rushed over, he made the same move as Caesar King Ghidorah, but he did not release an energy breath. Instead, he flew high into the air. This caused Caesar King Ghidorah's Destruction King Wave to fail, but it was just a failure. Caesar King Ghidorah controlled himself and flew towards the sky.
With your bulky body and no exoskeleton protection, you are now vulnerable. So, you scoundrel, take my meteor strike.
Flying to a certain height, Yak folded his wings, raised one foot in a kicking motion, and plummeted towards Caesar King Ghidorah at high speed.
Ah, here I come.
Ignoring the Destruction King Wave hitting him, Yak felt that the flying kick might not be enough, so he started spinning in the air like a top. Seeing that his Destruction King Wave had no effect, Caesar King Ghidorah wrapped himself in his wings, preparing to resist Yak's spiral flying kick from the sky.
Swish boom!
With the collision of the two colossal creatures, numerous earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and other natural disasters erupted across the land.
2 different dragon roars sounded, both sounding like cries of agony.
The dust and thick fog from the collision did not dissipate, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But flashes of red and gold could be seen, indicating that these two behemoths were clashing.
Splashing!
The broken ground was soaked by rain, and the dust and thick fog dispersed, revealing Yak and Caesar King Ghidorah. Both sides looked extremely miserable, with two of Caesar King Ghidorah's 3 heads missing, and one wing having a large hole. Yak had one foot broken into 3 sections, one eye bleeding and unable to open, and one front claw broken off at the root. Spitting out the struggling dragon head from his mouth, Yak released an energy breath to turn it to ashes. Roar! Come on! Yak roared at Caesar King Ghidorah. Now that they were both injured, it was a matter of who would back down first. The remaining head of Caesar King Ghidorah, unwilling to admit defeat, roared back. Even with only one head left, he would never give up. The damaged Yak, affected by the Destruction King wave of the reverse gravity beam, did not watch as Caesar King Ghidorah attacked, but instead activated the main energy crystal in his chest to the extreme. After being driven to the extreme, the originally milky white main energy crystal gradually turned red. Feeling the high temperature emanating from his chest, Yak ignored it and only wanted to eliminate the creature in front of him. Come on, taste my final energy breath. Extracting the energy from the completely red main energy crystal, a black energy breath was released as Yak opened his mouth. Die! The two sides once again entered into a clash, this time being the final clash. The black energy breath suppressed the golden Destruction King wave, allowing Yak to relentlessly drain the energy from the main energy crystal. He completely ignored the fact that the main energy crystal had completely merged into his body. The black energy breath drew closer and closer, and Caesar King Ghidorah's eyes revealed his unwillingness. He never expected to be defeated by this nameless monster. Boom! Caesar King Ghidorah gave up resistance, and as the black energy breath hit, he was completely pulverized starting from his head. Seeing Caesar King Ghidorah disappear, Yak's body slumped, completely relaxing. So, this is the purpose of my existence as a clone. Yak's body began to dissipate into light, and in his final moments, he remembered why he had appeared here. Before the main body was sealed, countless clones were sent to various universes to learn and utilize the energy systems of those universes, ultimately providing feedback to the main body. This allowed the main body to break free from the seals of the divine beings from the Foundation universe. It's a pity that I didn't reach the peak before it ended. I wonder if I can help the main body. Also, the two guys, Dead Fisheye and Little Kong, know what will happen when they are gone, and the big lizard. Finally, Yak's clone completely turned into light and dissipated, leaving only a floating red main energy crystal in its place. Suddenly, the floating main energy crystal was swallowed by a small black hole. Is it over? Was that Caesar Ghidorah defeated? A group of creatures identical to humans on Earth emerged from the ruins, and it was noticed that there was a red X on their clothes. It's over. It's all our own fault. How could Caesar Ghidorah be controlled by us Xians? It was just playing along with us. What about the other monster? The Xians in the ruins looked at each other, none of them recognizing the sudden appearance of the red monster, as if it had appeared just to defeat Caesar Ghidorah. Now that its mission is over, it has left. This time, there are 2 new gains. Let me see what's going on. In the black hole, Yak carefully examined the 2 objects in front of him, a red energy crystal and a slightly damaged temple. Yak glanced at the temple and threw it aside, as he was mainly interested in the energy crystal. He found that the energy crystal was actually in an unfinished stage, and it was highly compatible with his divinity, a rare find. Injecting a bit of his divinity into it, he then used the power of time to throw the energy crystal into a world entirely made of black mud. At the same time, he brought over the temple that had been thrown aside, made some repairs, and placed something inside. He then used the power of time to place it deep underground, waiting for a little guy to arrive. After doing all this, Yak calculated the time and used the power of time to open a small black hole. This black hole connected to a past time point, and with a single thought, Yak saw his clone sneaking around. This time point happened to be when the crowned red dragon was sneaking around behind the 5-colored dragon, and the metal dragon's fireball arrived as expected. With a thought, Yak casually threw the fireball to a place, but it didn't matter where it ended up. As he was leaving, he seemed to hear his clone praising himself. Really, what was there to praise about himself? Retracting this thought, Yak immediately entered a state of feigned death, feeling a terrifying power rushing towards him along with the retracted thought. Before entering the feigned death state, he formed a clone with 1/3 of his power, and then ruthlessly threw it away. As for where this clone ended up, it was all up to fate, as he was now entering feigned death. Whoosh! The clone broke through countless universe membranes, entering and exiting several universes without stopping, until finally it rushed into a universe with a grayish tone and did not exit. Plop! After entering this universe, the clone fell into the sea, and before he could wake up, he slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. If the heavens are willing to grant me a little grace, then I hope that the gods can eliminate the consequences caused by my accidental sighting of a piece of paper. Words left behind by an unknown investigator on the Azure Ocean. A severely damaged ship drifted with the wind. The ship was not very large, about 110 feet long, and there were some unidentified scratches on the surface of the ship, as well as some green viscous substance. Apart from this, there was only one surviving crew member on the ship, who was found gnawing on the body of his own companion before being discovered. According to the account of the rescue personnel at the time, there were 23 people on this ship, but in the end, only one crew member survived. Currently, this crew member has lost his sanity due to the shock.
Damn, how many times has this kind of thing happened already?
In the detective agency, a scruffy middle-aged detective threw the newspaper on the table. He had received a commission a month ago to investigate a group called the Dragon Cult. It was said that the people of this dragon cult were very peculiar. They often held rituals at sea and gained a power called dragon transformation through these rituals.
This dragon transformation ability allowed them to transform into humanoid monsters with greatly enhanced speed, strength, and resilience, and they could even breathe fire.
Acquiring this ability was extremely difficult. In order to obtain it, they had to undergo a very peculiar ritual at sea, and those who survived the ritual would gain the dragon transformation ability. If the ritual failed, it would become news in the newspaper, just as it had been reported recently.
This cult is completely beyond my reach.
It's all because I was too greedy in the beginning. He played with the ancient silver coin in his hand. Initially, he had taken on this commission because he was penniless and was being pressured to pay various expenses, including rent. Now he realized that this commission was not something he could handle. He had encountered supernatural phenomena before, but this was beyond his scope. Clearly, this commission was intentional, specifically targeting his life.
But he was just a scruffy, disheartened middle-aged detective. Who would target him?
As he flipped the ancient silver coin in his hand, it suddenly fell to the ground, and the middle-aged detective thought of someone. This person had been his good partner, but due to an accident, he had been captured by a cult and offered as a sacrifice.
At that time, the middle-aged detective had hidden in the shadows, watching his good partner being sacrificed. It can't be. I saw him being sacrificed. How could it be him?
He stooped to pick up the fallen ancient silver coin, and as he looked up, he saw a pair of feet covered in scales.
The middle-aged detective's heart skipped a beat.
Slowly standing up, he saw a figure clad in a black robe, completely covered in scales, appearing before his eyes. He recognized this scaled figure. It was his former good partner. I crawled out of the deep sea hell to find you, Johnson. The ancient silver coin fell to the ground again, along with a few drops of blood. Not long after, the detective agency was engulfed in flames, and the fire brigade quickly arrived to extinguish the fire.
They did not find the middle-aged detective in the agency when they left.
As they were leaving, a child ran into the burning ruins to pick up treasures and found a blood-stained ancient silver coin. One of the firefighters snatched the ancient silver coin and put it in his pocket. The child did not cry when he saw his treasure being taken away, he just quietly watched the firefighter leave. Once the firefighter had completely left, the child made a strange gesture and then ran away. When the firefighter returned to his unit, he took out the ancient silver coin from his pocket. He cleaned off the blood, dried it with his sleeve, and blew on it with his mouth. Pinching the ancient silver coin between his thumb and forefinger, he saw a red dragon roaring inside the coin when the sunlight shone on it.
Ding!
The ancient silver coin fell to the ground, and the firefighter instinctively moved away from it. Rubbing his eyes, he carefully picked up the ancient silver coin again, but this time, when he looked at it in the sunlight, he did not see any red dragon. The firefighter scratched his head, thinking that he must be hallucinating from being too tired from fighting fires these past few days. However, he did not know that underneath his clothes, on the side of his ribcage, a red scale had appeared.
Damn, I'm a red dragon. How did I wake up at the bottom of the sea again?
This time, Yake's avatar had once again awakened from the depths of the sea. This time, through the main body's detachment, he had brought most of his memories to this world. His first impression of this world was that it was crowded. This world was filled with all sorts of things, and if he wasn't careful, he would crush them. What impressed him the most was the time he curiously burst a bubble, causing it to emit a sharp scream, which made him stay away and accidentally break other things on the way.
You don't belong here. Please leave.
A noisy voice came from the depths of the sea, and among these voices, Yake easily distinguished the one that was speaking to him. Octopus, don't be so selfish. This sea is not your territory, and besides, you can see that I am trapped here now, Yake said, moving his body. There were countless chains with various strange patterns on the surface of his body. Whenever Yake wanted to move his body, the patterns on the chains would light up, and the chains would tighten, preventing him from moving.
Do you think I would believe that you could be trapped by these small chains?
A huge figure slowly emerged from the depths of the sea, with an octopus head, bat wings, and a bulky human body. As he approached, countless whispers sounded in Yake's ears.
Stop. Just stand there, you're too close to me and it's a bit noisy. He ignored Yake and instead walked closer, finally pressing his octopus head against Yake's head. I don't mind you being in my territory, but I can't tolerate you contaminating my followers. Pressing against Yake's head, he slowly spoke. Don't talk nonsense, they are just lambs. How did they become your followers? Moreover, it's because you and I had a fight on the sea and the lambs found us, and as a result, they couldn't bear to see us contaminated. The lambs contaminated by you all died, while those contaminated by me survived, enduring my contamination, receiving my knowledge, and naturally becoming my followers. I didn't touch them at all during the whole process, it was entirely their own doing. Yake casually broke the chains on his body and pushed him away from his face. When he first arrived here, he was unfamiliar with the place and had a fight with the original owner, and as a result, was accidentally seen by a group of mortals. This group of mortals was directly contaminated by the two of them, and a few lucky ones survived under his contamination, leaving the sea and creating a group called the Dragon Sect on the land. As for how these people survived, of course, Yake personally transformed them, allowing them to survive under his contamination. All of this was easy for Yake, who possessed 1/3 of the main body's strength, and even if he found out, he wouldn't say anything. After all, he couldn't beat him. I need some time, give me some time and I will leave here soon. Ignoring him, Yake turned the chains that bound him into ancient silver coins, which were exactly the same as the one in the firefighter's hand. I don't advise you to do this. Lambs should have their own freedom, and your forced intervention will cause uncontrollable factors. He strongly disagreed with Yake's forced intervention, believing that everything should go with the flow. The biggest uncontrollable factor is us, so what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of him waking up? Don't worry, this little thing hasn't reached the point of waking him up yet. In the end, you are still afraid of disappearing when he wakes up. Countless ancient silver coins were scattered by Yake, some in the sea treasure, some in the pockets of merchants, and some in the hands of some people to play with. You are different from us, after all, you are an outsider, and you cannot understand our feelings. After speaking, he left. Ha ha, big harvest. Brothers. A group of gold prospectors danced around a chest that had just been salvaged. They had been at sea for 3 months just for this chest. If it weren't for their luck, they probably wouldn't have been able to salvage this chest after their food and fresh water ran out. Get out of the way, let me see what treasures are in this chest. The leader of the gold diggers kicked away the little brother blocking the way in front, pulled out the sailor's knife from his waist, and aimed it at the lock of the treasure chest. With a swift strike, the lock was broken, and the leader eagerly opened the chest. As soon as the chest was opened, the gold coins inside reflected the sunlight, shining brightly. We're rich! We're rich! We've struck it rich! The gold diggers, seeing the chest full of gold coins, didn't care about their leader and directly grabbed a handful, scattering them in the air. At the first moment of opening the chest, the leader took out an ancient silver coin and placed it on top of the gold coins. In a chest full of gold coins, having an ancient silver coin placed on top meant it was the most valuable, right? Even if it wasn't valuable, it was still nice to play with in hand. Boss! A hurried cry came, and the leader put away the ancient silver coin he was playing with and went to his little brother. He casually put his hand on his little brother's shoulder, about to speak to them, but then he found that his group of little brothers were all bleeding from their 7 orifices, each of them lifeless. What happened? The leader, in horror, moved away from the bodies of his little brothers. From their facial expressions, it was clear that they had died in an instant, not even their joyful expressions had changed. They took something they shouldn't have. A voice came from behind the leader of the gold diggers, and he turned to see a group of people in black robes slowly approaching him. The leader of the gold diggers immediately picked up the sailor's knife that he had thrown aside, wearing a black robe in broad daylight and suddenly appearing on his ship. If this wasn't targeting him, he might as well jump into the sea and end it. Who are you? When did you board my ship? What is your purpose? Are you here for this treasure chest? He cautiously asked the group of black-robed people as he retreated. Us? We are your companions. The black-robed people in the scene all took off their hoods, revealing faces covered in scales. Damn it! What are you people? Seeing their true faces, the leader of the gold diggers let out a sharp scream. In their line of work, once the masked ones no longer concealed their faces, it meant that there would be no survivors. Don't be afraid, you are just like us, chosen by the great beings, the lucky ones. The leader of the gold diggers recalled whether he had picked up any strange stone statues or eerie scrolls in the past 3 months, but he couldn't remember anything except for the ancient silver coin he had just obtained. Wait! The leader of the gold diggers took out the ancient silver coin, which had been corroded by seawater and now turned blood red. The strange people in black robes all made a very peculiar gesture, with the left middle and ring fingers bent back, the thumb pressed on top, and the index and little fingers extended, then the right hand holding the left index finger, the right thumb covering the tip of the left index finger.
What a stupid gesture. The leader of the gold diggers silently mocked in his heart. At that moment, the ancient silver coin in the leader's hand turned into a wriggling mass of flesh and blood. As this mass appeared, the leader of the gold diggers heard a low murmuring in his ear, and a huge, indistinct presence appeared in his line of sight. I understand. I get it. Ha ha ha. Is this the truth of the world? The mass of flesh and blood slowly moved into the leader of the gold digger's mouth, and he unconsciously swallowed it. Then his skin began to crack, his hair and scalp fell off, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his rough fingers became longer and sharper. Gradually, the leader of the gold digger's appearance became exactly the same as the group of strange people in black robes, and he also made the same, very foolish gesture. Welcome back, my fellow. Long time no see, my brother. Both sides greeted each other, just like long-lost brothers. This new emerging dragon sect is becoming more and more rampant. They dare to propagate their doctrine in public. Don't they know the rules of the extraordinary world? In a magnificent church, a group of people sat around a huge chandelier. Those present were representatives of some of the most powerful extraordinary forces in the human community. It took them centuries to separate the extraordinary world from the ordinary world. Now a new group wants to overturn their efforts, which is intolerable to them. This dragon sect is not very clean. I suggest that we take them down before they grow too strong. A man in a white suit with a crescent moon emblem on his chest spoke among the crowd. His meaning was understood by everyone present, but the main issue now was which faction should make the first move to attract the attention of the dragon sect, and then the rest would move to eliminate them. No one present wanted to make the first move, as doing so would mean greater losses in this campaign against the dragon sect, disproportionate to the gains. Since the moon worship sect has spoken, why not let you take the lead? A very beautiful woman, with bright eyes and a charming smile, corresponding to the man in the white suit of the moon worship sect, attracted the attention of everyone present. Ahem! A cough brought everyone back to reality, and many representatives of extraordinary forces lowered their heads and suppressed something. Ahem, Scorpion Woman, you'd better rein in your abilities. With another cough, an old voice sounded, and the woman known as Scorpion Woman whistled. She was not surprised by this situation, and if possible, she could have done something even more extreme. Your allure is so great, I still think it should be you who lures them, and then we go to their headquarters to eliminate them. This way, you can get high-quality slaves again, and we can take over the dragon sect's property. What's not to like? The representative of the moon worship sect spoke, knowing that there was friction between the moon worship sect and the extraordinary forces behind Scorpion Woman. Old Ian, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm telling you, it's impossible for you to deplete our strength. Give up on that idea. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm leaving. And old Ian, you better be careful when you go out, don't just suddenly disappear. Scorpion Woman stood up and left after making a harsh remark to the representative of the moon worship sect. Some who had a good relationship with the force behind Scorpion Woman also left. The representative of the moon worship sect remained silent with a grim face, and at the same time, he was also worried that he might suddenly disappear one day. Ah, young people are really something. Back in my day, I didn't dare to say harsh words in front of others, fearing for my life. The old voice sounded again. Yes, you really didn't dare to say harsh words back then. You just went ahead and killed them. Everyone present silently criticized the living fossil of the extraordinary world. They dared not show any disrespect to him. After all, the last time a young hothead wanted the living fossil to step down, he ended up being beaten to a pulp with a cane. Ahem, where was I? Let me think. It was about dealing with this new group, the dragon sect, right? My proposal is to leave them alone. The living fossil's words surprised all the representatives of the extraordinary forces present. Could it be that this old man has already taken care of the dragon sect? Ahem, I haven't taken care of them, I just made a deal with them. They traded something with me that I couldn't refuse. Everyone present was speculating about what the dragon sect had traded with the living fossil, and only the representative of the moon worship sect had an idea. He stood up in panic from his seat and was about to leave when he was stopped. Where is the vice leader of the moon worshipper sect in such a hurry to go? Upon hearing this voice, the vice leader of the moon worshipper sect recalled some legends about this living fossil. It was said that this extraordinary old man often made deals with some entities in the darkness in order to live longer. Although the content of each deal was different, the old man ultimately gained a longer lifespan. I remembered that there are still some matters in the sect that I haven't dealt with, so I'm in a hurry to go back, the vice leader of the moon worshipper sect said, his back already soaked with sweat and a hint of panic in his voice. Since the vice leader has urgent matters to attend to, then you should go back first, he was told. Upon hearing this, the vice leader immediately left his seat and began to run towards the door. Clack! Just as the vice leader ran out of the gate, his vision began to blur. He saw a headless body standing at the gate, dressed in a white suit with a crescent moon emblem on it. This is my body? At the last moment, the vice leader recognized that the body at the gate was his own, and at the same time, he also saw the scorpion woman licking the blood on the dagger hidden in the darkness. The vice leader was filled with unwillingness, and even in his final moments, his eyes were wide open. Alright, the irrelevant personnel have been taken care of. Now, let's discuss how to bring him down. The living fossil emerged from the darkness. He had been in the darkness since the meeting began, and now that the irrelevant personnel were dead, there was no need for him to remain hidden. Seeing the living fossil emerge, all the representatives of the extraordinary forces present made a gesture. After making this gesture, everyone present shed their disguises and transformed into dragon-like beings. Ah, I still prefer this form, full of power. Who wouldn't? If it weren't for the convenience of using a human body, I wouldn't want to revert from dragon form. Silence. The living fossil spoke, and everyone present closed their mouths. He is eager to descend. We need to prepare for his arrival. How about the offerings you prepared? Everyone present, except for the scorpion woman, said there were no problems. I have encountered a slight problem, but I can resolve it quickly. Please trust me. The scorpion woman hurriedly explained, fearing that she would soon be torn to pieces by her own kind for delaying the progress. Resolve it quickly. Your followers' actions are too conspicuous. They have alerted some individuals. Grabbing the one who made the ancient silver coins, he couldn't help but roar. Since this guy came to the seabed, he hadn't had a good rest, either coming to take a look or that. The one who made the ancient silver coins stopped and collected the remaining coins, stretched his muscles, and then pushed him away. I'm leaving. Ha! This guy is leaving? Why is he suddenly leaving? Could it be that he found something? Ignoring the guy who was staring blankly, the one who made the ancient silver coins let the seawater carry him up to the sea level. Splash! The one who made the ancient silver coins burst out of the sea and stopped on the surface, where a small boat was waiting. On the boat, there were 3 red figures, and upon closer inspection, these 3 were covered from head to toe in scales, with a pair of horns growing on their heads. Dragon people? No, not quite dragon people, they can only be called half-dragon people. These 3 were among the first to be contaminated by the one who made the ancient silver coins. The 3 half-dragon people looked calmly at the one who made the ancient silver coins emerging from the sea, their emotions extinguished by him, leaving only obedience. Time and place. At the highest point of the sun tomorrow, there will be an operation against the barrier in the west of the continent. You can enter from there, the half-dragon person said, and the one who made the ancient silver coins nodded. In this world, he had no desires, or rather, the world he was in now was like a dream. It was a world created by a great being in slumber, a false yet real world. Because he is an outsider, he sees 2 different scenes in this world. One is vibrant and full of various creatures, while the other is a lifeless wasteland, or even the sea god he converses with, and the 3.5 dragon people before him are walking skeletons. You go back, prepare, and don't forget tomorrow's cleansing plan. The 3.5 dragon people left upon hearing this, and Yake aimlessly flew over the vast sea. Occasionally, people on passing ships would catch sight of Yake, only to be turned into a pile of flesh due to the pollution. However, to Yake, they were just walking skeletons turned into scattered bones. He looked up at the sun and then dove into the ocean. As he looked up, he noticed something outside of the earth looking back at him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he chose to hide in the territory of an old friend. Haha, how does it feel to be under surveillance so soon after leaving? I told you, your followers have made too much of a stir. They've even turned other existing followers into your own. No, they should be called kin. After all, only your kin can withstand even a bit of your flesh and blood. He walked slowly from the seafloor, unaware that a thick layer of flesh and blood had already covered his own body. This layer of flesh and blood had been gnawing away at his original body, gradually replacing it. Speaking of kin, aren't you one as well? Granting knowledge, assimilating bodies, distorting souls, these are your specialties. Unfortunately, you've used these things on me. Yake tore off his own wings, plucked out his right eye, and then removed his heart. As these were taken from him, various distorted limbs began to appear on them. Eyes grew legs and ran away from Yake's hands, wings sprouted 2 heads that argued over who was the elder, and the heart grew a mouth full of sharp teeth, attempting to take a bite out of Yake. How is this possible? How did you find out? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. After all, he had quietly made these changes while Yake was unconscious. How could this guy have found out? Surprised? At first, Yake hadn't noticed the changes in his body, until he accidentally burst a bubble and received a vision of himself tearing off his wings, plucking out his eye, and removing his heart while he was unconscious. After doing all this, he covered his wings over Yake's, and stuffed his eye and heart into Yake's mouth.
This scene almost made Yake vomit. Can you imagine an eye with legs running around in your mouth, finally running to your head and merging with your eye? Or a heart with tentacles wriggling in your stomach, corroding it, and then running to your heart to fuse together?
At that moment, Yake's first thought was to use his divine power to expel these foreign objects from his body.
But if the other could do it, why couldn't he?
Since then, he had been staying at the bottom of the sea, where his body was constantly being eroded.
Now, you can see what you've become.
To deceive this being, Yake used most of his divine power on him. Now, as he withdrew his power, he finally realized that something was wrong with his body.
Damn, when did this happen?
After waking up, he found that apart from his head, there was no flesh and blood on his body that belonged to him. He acted decisively and, while he still had control over his body, promptly chopped off his own head.
Chopping off its head did not kill it.
Instead, it grew countless tentacles and its body gradually enlarged.
Foreign god, I will make you regret.
The giant octopus, carrying the power of the sea, charged towards Yake. Yake used his regained divine power to restore his body to its original state and quickly escaped from the ocean with the previous body of the giant octopus. The ocean was the giant octopus's advantage, and he was not strong enough to fight in someone else's territory.
Flying into the air, Yake breathed a breath towards the oncoming giant octopus, wrapped in waves.
One of the giant octopus's tentacles stretched out, and as it swung, the seawater directly met the breath. A large amount of seawater evaporated, but the breath was not suppressed and continued to shoot fiercely towards the giant octopus. Seeing the failure of the seawater barrier, the giant octopus was not surprised. It straightened the tentacle and then directly broke it off from its body. Drip, drip. The dark green blood at the end of the tentacle dripped into the sea, causing various fish in the sea to undergo mutations after swallowing some blood, growing various tentacles on their bodies.
It was too eerie and twisted.
Grabbing the broken tentacle, the giant octopus casually waved it, and sword light shot out from the tentacle.
Hey buddy, isn't your style a bit off?
Stopping the breath and dodging a flying sword light, 3 big question marks floated above Yake's head. There were some outsiders who were very weak.
I caught and assimilated them, gaining something.
I always thought their attack methods were too simple, but now I don't think so. Touching his own tentacles, the giant octopus said slowly. As he touched them, the flesh on the tentacles fell off, revealing long swords gleaming inside. An octopus holding a long sword, how strange.
Alright, you want to play like this?
Throwing the giant octopus's body into his personal space, Yake decided to show this guy what an outsider god could do.
Hey, you look pretty lonely, let's play with you. Grand Summoning. Yake used the long-in-use dragon language magic. With the activation of the Grand Summoning, 5 huge water giants suddenly appeared on the sea. Summoning water elementals? Do you think they can do anything between us, cheerleaders? The giant octopus disdained the water elementals summoned by Yake.
They might be useful against others, but in the face of their existence, they were just moving water pots.
I'll protect myself. Divine shelter, I'm your father, but you're not my father, so what am I to you? Cognitive distortion, one used on the water elementals, the other on the giant octopus. The water elementals were covered by Yake's divine power, allowing them to harm the giant octopus. The giant octopus affected by cognitive distortion believed it was just a long-lived giant octopus.
Under normal circumstances, cognitive distortion had no effect on the giant octopus, but now with only one head and its body on Yake's side, it had no way to resist the dragon language magic from Yake. The giant octopus spat out a few bubbles, feeling confused as to why it had come to the surface from the deep sea.
And why was it floating on the surface? Still feeling confused, the giant octopus wondered what its motive was for coming here, when the 5 water elementals surrounded it. What are these 5 things? Why do I feel like they have ill intentions towards me?
The giant octopus subconsciously reached out its tentacle to touch the water elementals, and they grabbed it and merged it into their bodies.
What does this mean? After doing the same to the other water elementals, they raised their huge fists. Aura, 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 aura.
Countless fists fell on the octopus, and the water elemental giant, blessed by the divine protection, beat the octopus until it saw stars. Yake also took the opportunity to kick the octopus a few times, almost waking it up from the cognitive obscuring spell. Upon realizing the situation, he immediately cast another cognitive obscuring spell. The giant's fists landed on the octopus, spreading like thunder far and wide, causing many fishing boats preparing to set sail to take the day off upon hearing the sound.
Aura, 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 aura. While the water elemental giant was attacking the octopus, Yake moved away and took out the original body of the octopus from his personal space. By this time, the octopus's body had been completely consumed by Yake's flesh and blood, making it Yake's new body.
What's the use of this thing?
Should I attach my head to it?
Contemplating this body, Yake recalled a memory that was transmitted to him when the main body created him. Upon searching this memory, Yake quickly understood the purpose of this body.
Why should I, a mere clone, do the work that the main body should be doing?
Yake began compressing the essence of the flesh and blood inside the body, and with the compression of his divine power, the massive body was soon divided into 4 portions of flesh and blood essence. Compressing these 4 portions again, they quickly turned into 4 dry tentacles, barely visible to Yake's eyes.
TSK. So this is why I came to this world.
The main body didn't just throw me here randomly, there was a plan all along. Yake stored the 4 tentacles in his personal space and returned to the octopus.
Aura.
The ruthless water elemental giant faithfully carried out the tasks given by its master, while the octopus passively endured the relentless fists from the water elemental giant. According to their initial encounter, this guy should recognize me, but why does he not harbor any hatred towards me and instead seem somewhat aggrieved?
Did I do something to wrong him at this time? Did I cheat on him?
Ugh! Shaking off these thoughts, Yake couldn't figure out what he had done.
And where did those divine fragments come from?
Annoyed, Yake kicked the octopus a couple of times, this time to prevent it from breaking free from the cognitive obscuring spell, and he cast 3 more spells to avoid any mishaps. After kicking the octopus fiercely, Yake felt a sense of relaxation in his body and mind.
But what should I do now? Can I get a hint? Damn it! The main body.
The memory transmitted only provided the method for making the dry tentacles, and for the subsequent content, the main body shamelessly covered it with a mosaic and wrote 4 big words: stay tuned. Yake now wished he could strangle himself and have a life and death duel with the main body. Buzzing whispers echoed in his ears. At the end of all things, the stars will shine, and all in the world will welcome his arrival.
Rejoice! Exult! You will go to his divine kingdom and become his people. Hallowed be. Who called me?
A flesh and blood door appeared in front of Yake, and he curiously reached into his head to check the situation. Through the door of flesh and blood, Yake discovered that on the other side was a city of lambs, a city that had only reached the steam age in terms of technology. In this city, blood filled all the streets. The wailing, the screams, the pleas, this was a hell for the lambs, but Yake didn't care about any of this, he just wanted to know who had summoned him.
Great being, you have finally descended.
A voice came from the left of the flesh and blood door, but Yake looked around and didn't see where the voice was coming from. It wasn't until he casually looked down that he saw a lamb, not even half-dragon, dragging half of its body and making a strange gesture.
What is this lamb doing?
What's with this gesture?
How ridiculous! To ensure your successful arrival, I sacrificed 80% of the population of this city. I wonder if you are satisfied. The half-bodied lamb looked fervent and mad as he spoke. Sacrifice? You sacrificed to me? How come I didn't receive anything? Did you embezzle it?
Yake asked the gate of flesh and blood, and the gate of flesh and blood said that it was directly summoned and didn't receive any offerings.
This puzzled Yake. Clearly, he was the one who was summoned, so how come he didn't receive any offerings? It's impossible that he was intercepted, right?
Thinking about his many other incarnations in other universes, Yake's face turned dark. It's worth noting that these incarnations have no connection with each other, and they are unaware of each other's development in their respective universes. The most likely scenario is that the offering was mistakenly given to another incarnation, and then he was summoned.
What a mess!
Yake spat out a spark to ignite the half-bodied lamb, then withdrew from the gate of flesh and blood. As he left, he threw a small clump of dragon fire into the city to prevent the survivors from causing harm to other lambs. He returned with a gloomy face, having accomplished nothing and feeling like a fool. The octopus was still being dragged by Ola on the side. Checking the time, there was still some time before the settlement tomorrow, and Yake looked up at the sun and calculated the time again, feeling uncertain if he had miscalculated the time. How come so much time has passed, yet there's been no change in time? I have stabilized time, foreign god. A colorful bubble appeared beside him, and with its appearance, everything in the world paused. Looking at the bubble, Yake was about to say his name but was stopped.
It's best not to say it.
The entire world is on the verge of collapse, and any slight stimulation will cause it to collapse and awaken him, the bubble explained, and Yake closed his mouth, swallowing the words he had just wanted to say. The bubble circled around Yake, making clicking sounds from time to time. I never thought I would be able to see you in a rational state, even though you are just an incarnation.
This guy has seen himself?
Don't be puzzled, I have indeed seen you. Perhaps it was your future self, or your past self, the bubble said, and Yake understood. It must have seen another incarnation, and as for where that incarnation went, he didn't ask. After all, they all ultimately returned to the main body. I don't know why you've come to find me. Yake remained cautious about the appearance of the bubble without any warning. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He didn't believe that this guy just happened to pass by here for no reason and then came to greet him. There is indeed something I need your help with. Don't rush to refuse, you must help me with this, and it's the price you have to pay for what you gave me. Yake was about to refuse, but the bubble interrupted him and continued, there's a cause for every effect. Do you remember the bubble you accidentally burst? That's the cause, so you have to repay me with an effect. Thinking of the bubble he burst, he widened his eyes. This guy had calculated it early on. He calculated through divine power and found that he couldn't avoid this effect. It was very uncomfortable for him, and he didn't want to inexplicably get involved in something. Go ahead, what is it? Yake admitted, this time it was an accident, and it definitely wouldn't happen again next time. Help me destroy this world. Ha! Yake patted his ear, realizing that he seemed to have overused his brain and was experiencing a slight hallucination. Say it again. Help me destroy this world. Confirming once again, Yake found that he hadn't misheard, feeling somewhat puzzled. You should know what the consequences of destroying this world are, right? I know, that's why I want you to destroy this world. Yak fell silent, feeling helpless about this matter. As the main body, he should have been able to handle it. However, he was currently only a third of the strength of the main body, and it was impossible for him to accomplish such a task. Listen to me first, then think about whether it's possible. Bubble began to explain its plan. In its plan, all the foreign gods, ancient rulers, and ancient gods of this world would be captured and offered as sacrifices to Yak. Through these sacrifices, Yak should be able to reach a whole new level, and then destroy this world. Wait! Yak interrupted Bubble, feeling that something was not right. You want to destroy the world, right? Why go through all this trouble? Just speak out his name and the world will be destroyed, right? Or, do you want me to destroy not this world, but him? With Yak's question, Bubble did not answer him, but drifted to the side of the giant octopus. I have been trapped in this world for too long, so long that I can't remember when it started. Yak was very shocked, unable to understand what kind of being could trap this one in this world. Are you surprised at who trapped me in this world? Actually, I am also very curious. I once sought the truth, but the results were all disappointing, and in these disappointing results, I found that it seemed like I voluntarily came in. Saying this, Bubble released the time stop on the giant octopus, and then gestured for Yak to come over. Yak flew over, and Bubble pointed at the giant octopus, saying, beat him. Just as the giant octopus recovered from the time stop, it saw a red fist coming towards it. The giant octopus, sigma, degree, fist after fist landed on its body, but the giant octopus did not break free from the cognitive obscuring technique, instead using its tentacles to protect its vital points. I have placed the constant cognitive obscuring on him. No matter how you hurt him, he will not be able to break free from it, Bubble said slowly, pausing the giant octopus in time once again. At this moment, the latter half of the memory transmitted to Yak's mind did not have any mosaic, and he could clearly see the images within. The images were not much different from what had just been experienced, except for a progress bar appearing at the top of the screen, with the words analyzing written below it. TSK. You really are a pain, main body. Let me think about it again. Okay, I'll wait for your reply. After saying this, Bubble left, and the world's time returned to normal. Removing the grand summoning and divine protection, Yak came alone to the side of the giant octopus. At this moment, the giant octopus tightly wrapped itself with its tentacles, trembling uncontrollably as Yak approached. What are you trembling for? Yak just wanted to take the long sword from one of the tentacles of the giant octopus, but this guy kept trembling. The long sword almost cut a gash in Yak. You're so ugly. Hurry up and turn into stone. Petrification as Yak cast the dragon language magic, a bright light shone from his eyes, and the giant octopus immediately turned into a stone octopus. Taking advantage of this moment, Yak took the long sword from the giant octopus's tentacle, accidentally breaking the tentacle wrapped around it. For a creature like an octopus, which could regenerate, this should not be a problem. With the sword in hand, before Yak could test it out, the sword directly turned into a pile of minced meat and fell into the sea, where it was devoured by the fish in the sea. Fish, thanks for the gift of nature. Yak. Alright, it was all for nothing. Carrying the stone giant octopus, Yak returned to the seabed, feeling a sense of home for some reason. This made the red dragon feel terrible. After returning to the seabed, Yak began to ponder the events of the day, setting aside the sacrifices that had not been obtained. The most important thing was the sudden appearance of Bubble. He really doesn't believe a word of what this Bubble is saying. As an all-knowing and all-powerful being, he doesn't believe he could be trapped in this world. And the deepest part of this world gives Yak a strange feeling. If he reaches there, then everything in this world will be easily solved. But Yak doesn't like this feeling. He doesn't know if it's really him who is sleeping in the depths of this world. If it is him, then he can't understand how everything can be easily solved. If it's not him, then who could it be in the depths of this world? Yak walks back and forth on the seabed. He originally thought that as long as he didn't go too far, he would be safe in this world. After all, he possesses 1/3 of the power of the main body, which is considered upper middle level here. But now, the actual situation seems to be different. Now, this power seems to only be able to protect himself, and he probably can't intervene in other matters. Are you targeting him or something else? Yak stopped at the bottom of the sea, raised his head and gazed through the seawater at the sun above. Regardless of whether they are targeting him or something else, the most important thing for Yak now is to bring the giant octopus to a specific time point. If that time point doesn't have the giant octopus, there might be some problems. Before I deal with my own affairs, you'd better not bother me, or I will directly wake him up or call the main body over. Yak curled up and fell into a deep sleep at the bottom of the sea. Scorpio, is this the result you gave us? Scorpio, missing the right half of her body, lay on the cold floor, her eyes staring blankly and helplessly at the ceiling. If she weren't in dragon form now, a normal person would have died in this situation long ago. She's useless now, get rid of her. The dragon sect doesn't keep waste. Hearing this, Scorpio had some reaction. Dragon sect? Ridiculous. The so-called dragon sect is just a bunch of cockroaches and bugs. You actually try to guess his thoughts, it's too ridiculous. Scorpio screamed wildly. She saw it clearly in another city destroyed by him. They were like ants, and he didn't care about their actions. What he thinks and cares about is something they can never guess. Just like lambs don't know why they are being fed. Is it because they are interesting? Or is it because of boredom? At noon, when the sun was at its highest point, it's time, everyone get ready to act. All members of the dragon sect put on pure white clothes with a fierce dragon pattern embroidered on the back. Hail! Hail! All the members of the dragon sect were filled with fanatical emotions. Today, they would complete the greatest sacrifice, offering the lives of this city's inhabitants to become part of his divine kingdom, to become his people. The sacrifice begins. As the sacrifice began, 6 altars rose at the 5 corners of the city. On these altars were placed 100 crow's eyes, 66 snake fangs, 4 black sheep heads, a screaming human-faced ghost grass, and a burning black flame. Suddenly, the other items were ignited by the black flame, and then a huge hexagram magic array appeared in the sky. With the appearance of the hexagram magic array, the flesh and blood of all the creatures in the city, whether human or livestock, were forcibly sucked away. The members of the dragon sect were able to avoid having their flesh and blood sucked away due to their transformation into dragons. But soon, one member of the dragon sect, who had a fanatical expression on his face, became terrified. Although he had transformed into a dragon, his flesh and blood were being forcibly absorbed by the hexagram magic array. In addition, the enhanced regenerative ability after transformation into a dragon caused the flesh and blood that had just been sucked away to quickly regenerate. He was just the beginning, and soon the same situation occurred in other members of the dragon sect, causing them to panic. Damn it! What's going on? Why is this happening? Damn it! We've been deceived. The people of the dragon sect are completely a group of lunatics. Soon, these members of the dragon sect could not recover as quickly as the absorption speed of the hexagram magic array, and they all turned into skeletons and fell down. As these people in white robes died, a group of people in black robes arrived. These people collected the bones of the dragon sect members and then came to the center of the city, which was also the center of the hexagram magic array. Here, there was a sacrificial altar that had appeared at some point, and it was different from the other 6 altars. The other 6 altars were just ordinary altars made of materials, while the central altar was made of flesh and blood. This flesh and blood altar had many small eyes, a terrifying big mouth with countless small barbed teeth, and black sheep heads and screaming faces on the surface. Almost done, the leader of the black-robed figures said. The rest of the figures poured the collected bones into the terrifying big mouth of the flesh and blood altar. Crunch, crunch. The seemingly small teeth crushed the hard bones. The black-robed figures couldn't help but shiver at the sight. Even though they were mentally prepared, the impact was still too great. As all the bones were poured into the big mouth of the altar, the black-robed figures took off their hoods. If the vice-sect master of the moon worship sect were still alive, he would surely recognize that these figures were from the transcendent world. The ritual has officially begun. Everyone, take one last look at this false world. We'll see you in our divine kingdom. After saying this, the leader of the figures burst into a pile of flesh, and then all the others did the same. After their bodies turned into flesh, their souls appeared above the flesh, feeling a distant call. With this call, they flew out of this world, out of this universe, and into a universe that was entirely crimson. They tried to touch the membrane of the universe to enter, but found that they couldn't. The call was clearly coming from inside this universe, but they were blocked from entering.
What wants to come in? Go wherever it's cooler, don't bother me.
The main body of Yark in the black hole sensed a group of soul bodies wanting to enter his universe and directly refused.
Are you kidding me? Can you just come in if you want to? Do I have no shame?
The soul bodies were rejected at the door, and just as they were about to continue trying to enter, a giant mouth appeared from somewhere and swallowed them all. Cutting off the connection from the King Crimson Dragon, Yark ate the soul bodies at the door.
Even sleeping is disturbed, really annoying. It's completely cleared, it's time for the Father God to descend.
3.5 dragon people came to the side of the flesh and blood altar, and they cut their wrists around the altar, and the blood dripped onto the altar. As the blood gathered on the altar, the face on the altar began to suck the blood and make a joyful sound. When the face was satisfied, it spat out 3 red beads from its mouth. The 3.5 dragon people picked up these 3 beads, and without minding that they were spat out from the mouth, they directly put the beads into their mouths. As the beads were swallowed, the half-dragon people began to change. The scales on their bodies fell off, the dragon horns on their heads fell off, and the emotions that had been erased by Yark returned to them.
They gradually turned back into human form. Where am I? Wasn't I on the sea? What happened here? Why am I holding this thing? And where are my clothes? One of the people who had turned back into human form asked in confusion. He was an amateur investigator, and a month ago, while he was packing and moving things around in his house, he found a piece of paper under the table leg. Originally just a piece of scrap paper, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, this piece of scrap paper seemed to have some kind of magic, compelling him to pick it up and take a look. Upon opening the scrap paper, he saw a drawing. In the drawing, a red monster was wrapped in something resembling an egg, sleeping. Various strange creatures surrounded the egg, with a colorful bubble being the most eye-catching. As he looked at the strange creatures in the drawing, he inexplicably felt their fear, as if they were afraid of the awakening of the red monster inside the egg. This was not the entirety of the drawing. After fully unfolding the scrap paper, he discovered a pair of giant red eyes behind the egg. Looking at these eyes, he felt as if he was being drawn in, until his assistant's knocking brought him back to reality. After that, he had no further memory, but he remembered that he seemed to have taken his team to the sea to meet something. Mr. Olsen, why are we here? Weren't we at sea? Where did the others go? What's going on here? Why do I have a bead in my mouth? Why am I naked?
Why is there a flesh and blood altar here? One of the 3 men had fully regained his human form, spat out the bead, and bombarded Olsen, the first awakened business investigator, with questions. Olsen rubbed his temples, also wanting to know why, but he had no memory of any of this. Soon, the 3rd person also woke up, and Olsen went through the same process again. After waking up, the 3 men picked up black robes from the pile of flesh, and although it wasn't embarrassing for 3 grown men to see each other naked, it was still a bit awkward. After wrapping themselves in the black robes, Olsen absent-mindedly felt the pocket of the robe and found something inside. Putting his hand into the pocket, he felt the texture of the object inside, which seemed like paper and had marks from being pressed by a heavy object. Clang! Olsen thought of something, the scrap paper. Olsen hesitated for a moment and then took out the item from the pocket, which turned out to be a wanted poster. Olsen breathed a sigh of relief, but when he looked at the wanted poster, he was stunned. The person on the wanted poster was actually him. No, the person who looked very much like him on the poster should not be him. He didn't have scales on his body, nor did he have horns, and he didn't have that cold, icy feeling. Suddenly, his head throbbed, and a memory surged from the depths of his mind. In the memory, his appearance matched the one on the wanted poster, and there were 2 other people who seemed to be the ones next to him. The 3 of them had established a group called the Dragon Sect. At first, the Dragon Sect consisted only of the 3 of them, but then Olsen went to a place and made a deal with an old man. After the deal with the old man, he went to various places to trade with the forces of the extraordinary world. These people were brought into the Dragon Sect by him and became the first members of the Dragon Sect. After that, he did not continue to manage the Dragon Sect, but returned home. When he returned home, he killed all of his relatives and disguised it as an accidental fire. Seeing this, Olsen withdrew from himself, overwhelmed by immense grief. The fear, sadness, and pleading expressions of his relatives were magnified in his eyes as he looked at his hands. His once clean hands were now covered in the blood of his relatives, including that of his young child. How could this be? How could it be like this? This must be fake. The same thing happened to the other 2 people. They didn't believe the image in their memories. They didn't believe that the person covered in scales and with horns on their head was themselves. Boom! A huge shadow loomed over the 3 of them, and Yak woke up from the seabed to the city. As soon as he arrived, he sensed that his 3 half-dragon companions were having seizures here. Ha!
How did these three people turn back into humans? And why is there not a single person in this city, not even a living creature? Upon seeing Yak descending from the sky, Asen and the others, ignoring their grief, loudly questioned Yak, "Why? We have already become your subordinates, why do you still want to control us to kill our relatives?" Yak was full of question marks. He had contaminated them into half-dragon people, but he hadn't given any orders during this time, except for calling them to inquire about entering the barrier not long ago. Right, the barrier. Yak woke up from the seabed to this city and didn't encounter the so-called barrier, but instead saw many lifeless cities. In response to the three's questioning, Yak chose not to answer, but instead grasped the flesh and blood altar. Divine power gathered in the dragon's eye, and Yak saw a thick chain connecting from the flesh and blood altar to the depths of this world. Poof, time stopped, and Bubbles appeared next to Yak. "Is everything behind these three people caused by you?" "Yes." Facing Yak's questioning, Bubbles did not deny but directly stated that the deaths of Asen and the others' relatives were all arranged by it. As soon as Bubbles admitted this, Asen and the others burst like bubbles. Yak glanced at Bubbles, not concerned about the deaths of Asen and the others. "Do I have to destroy this world?" Divine power flowed in his eyes, and the two different worlds in his sight completely turned into one. A world filled with deathly silence, where only he and Bubbles were truly present. No, there was one more real existence. That giant octopus. The giant octopus, which should have been a skeleton, had now become a real existence. Yak looked at Bubbles, realizing that this matter was probably related to this guy. "Don't look at me. All of this is entirely your own doing, and has nothing to do with me." Bubbles began to explain. "I tried to analyze your petrification technique. According to normal reasoning, petrification should only render a life unable to move on a material level. But your petrification, for some reason, actually performed a true petrification on both the material and spiritual levels. Your petrification turned this guy's false soul into substance, truly miraculous." Yak understood Bubbles' meaning. His petrification technique made something that didn't exist into reality. But your petrification technique also has a flaw, which is that in this universe, making something false into a real existence is not recognized by the universe. You can only place it in another universe and then release the petrification, allowing it to become a true existence. You have experienced so many universes, you should understand that every time you enter a different universe, you will pass through a layer of universe membrane. Yak indicated that Bubbles should stop for now, as he needed time to process the information. After some thought, following Bubbles' words, Yak was able to understand. In other words, the giant octopus was recognized as false by this universe, but under his petrification, it became real. The current universe does not recognize it, so it needs to let the giant octopus travel to another universe and cross its cosmic membrane, recognized as a real existence by the cosmic membrane. In this way, the giant octopus will become a real existence, rather than a false non-existent thing in this universe. So does this mean that the giant octopus will never come back to this universe? Yes. Bubbles' affirmation made Yak think of the world he had mistakenly entered when he was exiled to the chaotic flow of the void. At the same time, the universe of that world has now become his kingdom of gods. So the giant octopus finally became a citizen of his kingdom of gods? That's okay. Besides, that is the main body's kingdom of gods. What does it have to do with his avatar? Yak came to the side of the giant octopus stone and tried to open an energy channel with the amount of time, but he found that he could not lock onto himself in the chaotic flow of the void at that time. How about it? Do you need my help? No need. Right. Why did he want to lock onto himself in the chaotic flow of the void? After all, at that time, he had discovered that the giant octopus had survived for at least 5,000 years, so he could have just chosen a time period of 5,000 years or more in that world. This time, it didn't take much effort. He probably chose a time period nearly 6,000 years ago and used his divine power to send the giant octopus through the cosmic membrane, then released the petrification spell and threw it directly into the planet that was almost entirely made of water. After retracting his divine power and closing the energy channel, Yak suddenly made a move against Bubble next to him. "Oh, are you going to attack now?" Yak remained calm after his attack failed, as if he hadn't been the one to make the move. Oh, it was his claw. Bubble didn't mind either, and he led Yak to the depths of this universe, the source of all the worlds in this universe. An egg? Is this so-called source an egg? Is it an egg? Yak looked at the egg in amazement, feeling that it was absorbing everything in this universe. No! Yak's understanding of this universe was overturned. Originally, he had thought that this universe was just a dream composed by him, but when he saw this egg, he realized that his understanding was wrong. This universe really exists, it's not just a dream. Thinking of this, Yak's scalp tingled. Realized it? Do you feel a sense of horror?
Bubbles' colorful body was abnormally flickering, and Yak felt that this guy was uneasy. This world was originally real, but it is also really a dream of a great existence. One day, that existence woke up, and he couldn't bear to let everything in the dream just disappear, so he dragged the dream into a newly born universe. Through this newly born universe, he transformed the false dream into a real universe, and merged the two universes together, and all of us, born through him, left behind a trace of consciousness in this newly born universe, and followed him away. But what no one expected was that the newly born universe was also a dream, but this existence's dream was just too real, even he was deceived. The consciousness we left here was devoured by this sleeping existence, and even his dream universe became his nourishment. So do you understand why I want to destroy this world? If what Bubble said was true, Yak felt that there was really no need. It was just a trace of consciousness, and if it was destroyed, it was destroyed. The dream universe was just his dream. He now suspected that the trace of consciousness in Bubble seemed to have entered some kind of obsession. Crack! The sound of something breaking rang out, and Bubble and Yak both looked towards the source of the sound. They saw that the giant egg had cracked open, and through the crack, they could see a dark red gas flowing inside. It's too late, everything is too late. Bubbles made a desperate sound, and then the crack in the egg sucked it in. After being sucked in, there was no sound inside, but Yak understood that this guy was probably gone. Crack! The sound of the egg breaking sounded again, and this time the egg shattered completely in front of Yak. He also saw clearly what was inside the egg. It was red, round, and had two small wings that flapped laboriously. How does this look so familiar? Ah woo! A very childish roar entered Yak's ears, and he couldn't help but cover his face when he heard the voice. Why did I turn back to my childhood appearance? And why am I so fat? The red creature tried to turn its head to look at its body, but because it was too fat, it rolled several times in the universe. Yak quietly watched the red creature roll in front of him. The red creature rolled faster and faster, and finally Yak had to reach out to help it stop. Thank you, Yak walked out from behind the red creature, feeling a strange sensation when he heard the creature thank him. Yak walked calmly in front of the red creature and sat down. Hey, red dragon. You look pretty handsome. Let me tell you, I used to look super handsome. I don't know why I suddenly turned back to my childhood, and I become so fat. I only slept for a while, and, I tell you, the red creature stopped and looked at the red dragon in front of him, becoming more and more familiar. Look at these horns, look at this body, look at this handsome appearance, isn't this himself? You audacious imposter. How dare you impersonate the appearance of your Yak master? I think you have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. I'll breathe fire at you. He said a harsh word, and then the fire from his mouth was about to spray at Yak in front of him. Well, after circling around for so long, this mysterious being turned out to be me. Rising from the brink of death, the boss is actually me. Stop your uncle. Damn your uncle. I'll damn your uncle. The two Yaks suddenly started fighting without warning. Originally, Yak wanted to persuade the other self to calm down and listen to his explanation. But this guy didn't want to listen at all, he just started fighting. What a big idiot. The two Yaks breathed fire at each other, and surprisingly, the smaller Yak did not match the round Yak. You know, he is a third of the main body's strength. Stop. The round Yak immediately called a halt, and he realized that the round Yak in front of him seemed to be himself. Both sides stopped, and after getting to know each other, Yak understood what was going on with the round Yak in front of him. Before the main body was sealed by the Foundation's divine power, countless clones were created, some with complete memories leaving, some with fragmented memories, and some with no memories at all. The round Yak in front of him was a clone with fragmented memories. His memories probably stopped when he just arrived at the dog-headed people's island. So you were thrown here, and then accidentally ate something you didn't know and fell asleep? Brother, what's wrong with your brain? Can't you stop being so greedy? At least make sure there's no danger before you eat it. Yak patted the gluttonous clone's head. This guy was too bold, he dared to eat anything. There must be no danger. If there was danger, I wouldn't be in front of you. And at that time, there was a voice in my head urging me to eat it, so I did. Yak covered his dragon face, he didn't want to hear this guy talk. Ding! A crisp sound came from his head, and Yak saw 4 words attached to his eyes. Analysis complete. Analysis complete? What are you analyzing? Can you see this thing? Yes. Isn't it floating here? Yuan Gungunyak said and also scrambled the first 4 words, becoming by analysis complete. Yak did not speak, quietly waiting for what would happen next. After a moment, a scene appeared in front of the two Yaks. This scene had 2 parts, one about how Yuan Gungunyak came to this world, and then how he ate an unidentified object and turned into an egg, and finally his dream became the universe. The other part explained about the unidentified object, which was a small white hole, the opposite of a black hole. If the black hole where Yak was located represented devouring and destruction, then this white hole represented a different kind of creation and new life. Well, this luck is really okay. After the scene finished playing, the two Yaks looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. How about returning to the main body? Okay, let's return to the main body. I'm afraid I don't have much combat power outside. Both sides chose to return to the main body. Without any hesitation, they turned into two red lights and left. The return of the two avatars woke up the sleeping Yak, who couldn't help but yawn, feeling very tired. Let me see what they have experienced. Accepting one of the memories, Yak quickly flipped through it, pulling the sleeping octopus from the seafloor in the divine realm. The octopus was sound asleep, and Yak poked it for a while with no response, so he put it back. Not bad, a slightly bland experience. Yak evaluated this experience, then flipped through the other memory. Yak couldn't help but marvel at the luck of this avatar, actually encountering a white hole. Yak separated the white hole that had just returned from the avatar's body. With the appearance of the white hole, the space inside the black hole began to become unstable. Yak just moved his body a little, and then the black hole stabilized. Then he pulled out a few basic rules from the white hole, rolled them into a ball, and used the power of time to open a passage and threw it into a world where a dragon egg turned black as coal. Damn! I forgot to adjust the energy needed to open the passage. Yak wanted to go back to make changes, but the other side of the passage had already turned into chaos. Damn it! He had wanted to make a complete change, but forgot to adjust the energy needed to open the passage, so in the end, nothing could be changed. Yak cursed his bad luck. He didn't expect to make such a low-level mistake. Could it be that this was something he had to experience? Forget it, since it's already a foregone conclusion, there's nothing he can do about it. Yak fell asleep again, and before falling asleep, he thought of the god and the creator mentioned in the memories of the two avatars. There shouldn't be any problem, after all, this was caused by the avatars. What does it have to do with my main body? Yak fell into a deep sleep, and at the same time, his other avatar returned to the original world, at the exact time when he was just being exiled by the old blue dragons. Aha! I'm back again! You little brats, your Yak daddy is back. This avatar seemed a bit off, exuding a wicked aura. I can fly in the sky as I please. Aerial dance flying into the air, Yak searched for the traces of the blue dragons in the desert, but he didn't find the blue dragon, instead he found someone else. The five-colored dragon mother, Tiamat. He. Yak laughed a bit maliciously. He didn't expect to encounter her here. Although he was just an avatar without divine power, with his immense magical power, he could still contend even if a demigod came. Clearly following the pre-planned route, why does this red dragon always appear unexpectedly? I always feel like there's someone behind him. Tiamat was very distressed. According to reason, she didn't need the old blue dragons to sacrifice themselves to exile Yak. The original plan was for the master of this group of blue dragons to sacrifice himself to exile Yak. Could it be that just because I made a small change, allowing Baidyea to find Yak, it caused this consequence? How is that possible? This is just a major setback she set for Yak's growth path. What are you thinking? Handsome! A voice came from above, and Tiamat's 5 heads all looked up at the sky. Then she saw a giant dragon foot appear in front of her. Take this, you scoundrel! Tiamat was kicked away by Yak. She didn't expect someone to suddenly attack her. I'm here, I'm gone, you can't catch me, hee. Teleportation with a flash of white light, Yak teleported away, leaving Tiamat to pull her head out of the sand. Who's there? With a flash of white light, Yak fell out of the teleportation. After falling out of the teleportation, Yak finally experienced what Vili and Mudo felt when they sat on the teleportation array. Obviously, when he first sat on the teleportation array, he didn't feel anything. So why did he feel so uncomfortable after his own teleportation? Yak didn't know if the spatial energy was extremely violent, and humans had to appease and tame the spatial energy on the teleportation array in order to use it. When he used the teleportation, he violently gathered the spatial energy and then activated the teleportation. It's like riding an untamed wild horse. Although it can run forward, during this process, it will resist you and try to throw you off its back. Similarly, if the spatial energy is not tamed, when you forcibly bring it over for teleportation, it basically wants to kill you all the way. After vomiting for a while and feeling much better, Yak began to observe the surroundings. Because it was a random teleportation, he didn't know where he had been teleported to, so he could only grab someone and ask for directions. Stop hiding, I'm not blind. Scouting, he threw out a scout, and the feedback Yak received was only some small wild animals, with no presence of intelligent life. I can fly in the sky as I please. Skydance Yak jumped and flew into the sky, looking down while flying, trying to find the presence of intelligent life below. After flying for who knows how long, Yak finally found an intelligent life form through scouting, which according to the feedback from the scouting, was a giant dragon. TSK. Just don't know what color of dragon it is. Yak flew towards the direction of that dragon. As the distance got closer, he smelled a scent. This scent was still fresh in his memory. He had almost died at her hands before. That green dragon, Baidyea. Yak squinted his eyes. This had to be a great opportunity. He had tried to find the green dragon Baidyea before, but he didn't find her, as if she had been hidden by something. Now, he unexpectedly encountered her through a teleportation. It was time to settle the old scores. Arriving at the cliff cave of Baidyea's dragon nest, like some of the green dragons, they liked to hide the entrance of the cave, either behind a waterfall or behind plants. Taking a deep breath, the surging energy came from his chest to his mouth, and a dragon breath was sprayed towards the hidden entrance behind the plants. Boom! The plants at the entrance of the cave were ignited and burned to ashes by the breath, and after receiving a breath, the dragon's nest cave let out a loud roar. That dragon outside, I'll kill you. Baidyea's wings were pierced, and there was a bloody wound on her slender neck, obviously caused by Yak's breath. Oh, he was still so arrogant before coming out. Take another breath from me. The breath entered the dragon's nest cave again, and it was met with a green breath. Baidyea stepped out of the cave step by step under Yak's breath. She wanted to see who this dragon outside really was. When she saw the red dragon outside, she was stunned. This guy looked a bit like the cub of Lilia she had killed back then. Could this guy be its father? Baidyea was somewhat uncertain, knowing that the red dragon would not stay to take care of the hatchlings like their green dragon counterparts. It was often the male red dragon who left, leaving the female red dragon to care for the hatchlings alone. And once the hatchlings had a certain level of mobility, the female red dragon would either drive them away or leave on her own. If this was the little guy's father, then what had Lilia paid for? It couldn't be that she had given him all her wealth, could it? Yak saw Baidyea and himself exchanging glances, and immediately increased the output of his breath. Damn it! Not paying attention for a moment, Baidyea's breath was suppressed, and she immediately stopped breathing and dodged Yak's breath. However, injured, she was still affected to a certain extent, and one of her hind legs disappeared when hit by the breath. Intense pain shot through her head, but Baidyea endured it, knowing that she just needed to hold on a little longer until her husband returned. Last time, Lilia was able to snatch the dragon eggshell purely by luck, as her husband had gone to confront the dragon hunters, otherwise the two green dragons would have surely killed Lilia on the spot. Thinking of the dragon hunters, Baidyea remembered the stolen green dragon hatchlings, and if it weren't for Lilia, none of this would have happened. Suppressing the hatred, Baidyea struggled to stand up and said, "What did that bitch Lilia give you in exchange for trying so hard to kill me? What is this green dragon talking about? Has he gone mad? What does it have to do with my mother? I want revenge on my own." Yak looked at his own size and instantly understood. This green dragon actually considered him as his father. After all, normal red dragons had not yet grown up at this time. Maybe he had just been thrown out and was shivering outside. After all, there were not many like him who grew rapidly like they had taken hormones. "You're overthinking it," Yak said, coming up behind Baidyea, treating her just as she had treated him before. He tore off Baidyea's tattered dragon wings and then broke the remaining 3 legs. "It seems like the order is wrong. Shall we start over?" Recalling the scene, Yak realized that his limbs had been broken, then the dragon wings torn off, and then he had been grabbed by the tail and thrown around. Grabbing Baidyea's tail, it was a bit prickly but not a big problem. Taking a deep breath, Yak grabbed Baidyea's tail and beat her as he had been beaten before. Finally, he lifted Baidyea into the air and let go, breathing fire towards her. At that moment, a green breath suddenly hit Yak, causing his breath to deviate from Baidyea and shoot towards the nearby forest. Boom! Countless trees were blasted into the air, including some squirrels and other small animals nesting in the trees. Squirrels and other small animals, thank you. As Baidyea fell, she was caught by a green dragon, who slowly descended and placed Baidyea on the ground. Baidyea's blurry dragon eyes looked at her husband in front of her, and after 1,000 words, she only said, "Be careful," before returning to the embrace of the 5-colored dragon mother. TSK. Seeing Baidyea die like this, Yak also felt a pang of regret, as the green dragon's return was too coincidental. The green dragon flapped his wings and came in front of Yak, his large dragon eyes staring at Yak. Then, without looking back, he left, leaving Yak bewildered. "Hey, big brother, you're back. I'm seriously injured. My magic is exhausted. I can't do it. I'm out of energy. I can't fly." Yak pretended to be very weak, but the green dragon left even faster. Strange, why didn't he fall for it? Could it be that he didn't believe the act? Yak scratched his head, wondering why there were no more fools falling for it. The green dragon has flown away, and Yak landed in the dragon's nest cave. Inside, there was nothing except a statue of the five-colored dragon mother, not even a single treasure.
Could it be hidden below?
Yak dug downwards, but he didn't find any treasure, not even a trace of it.
These two guys couldn't possibly have no treasure, right? Could there be a dragon who's a pauper?
After confirming that there was no treasure from the green dragon, Yak grabbed the statue of the five-colored dragon mother and smashed it on the ground.
My child, what do you need me for?
The statue shattered, and the projection of the five-colored dragon mother, Tiamat, appeared.
Seeing the Tiamat projection, Yak instinctively wanted to teleport away.
But he stopped when he realized that Tiamat hadn't seen his face clearly at that moment.
He didn't stop because he couldn't handle the teleportation. My child, what do you need me for?
The projection of the five-colored dragon mother Tiamat continued to inquire, and Yak thought for a moment before saying, I want to become the father of the five-colored dragon.
My child, what do you need me for?
I said, I want to become the father of the five-colored dragon.
My child, what do you need me for?
I want to be the father of the five-colored dragon and the metallic dragon. The two sides remained deadlocked, and finally, the projection of the five-colored dragon mother closed on its own. She realized that the guy in front of her was just a pauper.
Just talking and not giving money, was he trying to freeload? Besides, could he pick something more normal? What kind of nonsense is being the father of the five-colored dragon? A ridiculous red dragon. The Tiamat projection disappeared, and Yak also walked out of the cave. Now he wanted to know the purpose of the main body sending him back to the original world. For revenge? Or for something else? It couldn't possibly be to harm the original world, right?
Walking to the side of the body of Badia, Yak burned her body to ashes and blew it away in one breath.
Scattering the ashes. Yak was very satisfied with this.
He wiped away the non-existent sweat on his head, then turned around and dug the ground a few times.
Should he erect a tombstone again? After some thought, Yak decided not to.
It wouldn't be right to do that when she had nothing left.
Flap the wings, take off.
Woohoo! Yak once again fell into aimless flight until he encountered a group of strange creatures. These creatures made Yak feel uncomfortable all over, from psychological discomfort to physical discomfort.
What kind of thing is this?
In front of him was a group of dark-skinned creatures with a large vertical eye replacing the facial features on their heads. All their limbs were hands, and their bodies were very small, about the size of an adult.
Yak noticed them, and they noticed him at the same time.
The group of creatures said a few incomprehensible words to Yak, and then Yak fell from the sky.
What the heck? Anti-aircraft? Yak controlled his body to descend to the ground.
These strange things saw Yak falling from the sky and then picked up stones from the ground, which turned into clubs in their hands.
Stone clubs? Making weapons on the spot?
Seeing the magical means of this group of creatures, Yak was a bit stunned, but he didn't relax his guard. Who knows what other means these strange things might have.
Bang!
The group of strange things quickly ran to Yak's feet and raised their stone clubs to strike at Yak's legs. At first, their attacks had no effect, but later, Yak felt a numbness in his legs. These stone clubs actually had a paralyzing effect when they hit him. Yak swung his tail to crush all the monsters under his feet, but it didn't end there. After being crushed, the monsters reassembled themselves in no time, and in the end, they turned into a larger creature. After growing larger, the creature's body also changed. Its head became larger, and golden patterns appeared around the vertical eye. At the same time, its torso disappeared, replaced by countless hands, which looked so densely packed that Yak felt a bit of trypophobia.
A gift crab. What kind of thing is this? How can it be so irritating?
Unable to stand it, Yak spat out a breath, but it had no effect on the guy. Instead, it made the guy squint his eyes, looking very comfortable and enjoying.
Enjoying? I'll make you enjoy.
Yak increased his output and covered the guy with his dragon power. The guy, covered by the dragon power, was stunned for a moment, then it seemed like it found something fun, and all the hands on its body clapped. Clap, 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 clap. Brother, how can your shadow move? Shadow binding technique. Yak secretly activated the dragon language magic, and the guy's shadow stood up by itself, then saluted towards its main body and entwined around it, making it unable to move. This shadow was quite polite. Seeing its own shadow moving, the guy was stunned for a while. It didn't expect its shadow to be able to move independently. What's even more unexpected was that its shadow not only didn't help it, but also bound and restricted it. Not only that, it even saluted. What's with the courtesy before the fight? Yak stopped spitting out breath and cautiously approached the monster. Currently, the monster was only half the size of his body. His body was about 50 meters in size, so this guy was at least 20 meters tall. Such a 20-meter monster was actually a combination of a group of adult-sized monsters. Who would believe that? Yak stopped in front of the monster, leaving a certain distance, and curiously poked the vertical eye of the monster with his claws. Before the claw tip touched the vertical eye, it was blocked by an invisible force. This force was somewhat like mental power, but also quite different. Where was the difference? Yake couldn't say, but he just felt that it wasn't mental power. Yake poked a little harder, and his claws easily pierced into the vertical eye, and the invisible force disappeared as soon as he poked into the vertical eye. As Yake's claws pierced in, the golden patterns around the monster's vertical eye lit up, and Yake suddenly found himself in a new world. In this world, he found many modern buildings, and besides these, he also saw a towering giant tree that seemed to reach the sky. From this giant tree, he felt a familiar aura, and a sentence popped into his mind involuntarily. "I'll just rest in peace." Oh, I remember now. It's the mother tree of the elf clan, so it's okay. Quick, there's an intruder here. Catch it. Intruder? Are they talking about me? Just as Yake heard the voice and was about to look in the direction of the voice, everything went black before his eyes, and there were no more modern buildings. Did I travel to a new world, or is it some kind of memory of this guy that I've become aware of? Yake thought about everything that had just happened and retracted his claws, but the monster suddenly underwent a transformation. It seemed like it was being gnawed at by something, and one after another, gaps appeared on its body. Even the shadow entwined around it had gaps. Yake immediately flew back at the sight, and his intuition warned him to leave this place quickly. Boom! The monster and the shadow disappeared together, and at the same time, the ground they were on also disappeared. If viewed from above, it would look like bite marks left by some creature. Yake wiped off the cold sweat that had broken out. He had almost disappeared along with them. Damn, why is this world so dangerous? Does it even allow dragons to live? Yake flew into the air, looked down at the disappearing ground, and silently flapped his wings to leave the place. It was too eerie here, whether it was that monster or the inexplicable creature that had just eaten the ground along with it. Not long after Yake left, the people of the Church of Light arrived. It's the aura from the demon realm. Besides that, there was also a red dragon here just now. Damn! These guys from the demon world just can't stay quiet, especially at such a critical time. You should know that our church is about to hand over the bright god's teachings to. Careful what you say. There were a total of 6 people who came here, and if Yake were present, he would have recognized one of them, the Holy Knight. The Holy Knight's eyebrows twitched when he heard about the red dragon, thinking of the same one who had crossed over and then played tricks on his wicked compatriots. Damn it! Why can't he also cross over and become a red dragon? Envy. He's not crying. Remember, church matters cannot be spoken of, regardless of whether there are others around or our own people. Yes. After checking for a moment, this group of people left, and at that moment, Yake poked his head out from the high clouds. Red dragon poking head. JPG oh ho ho. It seems like something incredible has been heard. It seems that someone's teachings in the Bright God's Church have some internal problems. Should he report it? I wonder if the people of the Bright God's Church would believe the report of a red dragon. What if they did believe it? Thinking about this, Yake was eager to try it out. Just now, he didn't leave because of his super strong magical sense. He realized that someone was coming, and he didn't expect the person who came could give him such interesting news. Yake's whole body emerged from the clouds, and then he subconsciously rubbed his paws, feeling a kind of inexplicable slyness, just like a fly rubbing its hands. He. Yake flew down, following the trail left by the group just now. As long as he followed this group of people, he should be able to leave here. He could use a targetless teleportation to leave here once, but he didn't want to try that terrible experience again. Walking in the direction the Holy Knight and the others left, Yake soon saw a castle emitting light. On this castle, Yake saw angels flying around above. Shouldn't these things be staying in the divine realm of the Bright God's kingdom? I don't know if they've been discovered, but Yake feels like these angels are all looking in his direction. Could it be that they've found me? I've hidden so well. The angels gradually flew towards Yake, and now he was very sure that this group of guys had indeed seen him. Damn it! Yake didn't know how he had been discovered. It should have been far enough away. There shouldn't have been a way to discover him. Stand there. Don't move. Paralysis spell the angels hadn't flown over yet, all frozen in midair. At this time, the people in the castle noticed that something was wrong with the angels, and they all rushed out of the castle, and then they saw the miracle. In the sky, a huge golden gate appeared. With the appearance of the golden gate, a staircase made of gold appeared in front of it, with angels made of gold on either side of the golden staircase, who should have been paralyzed. The angels blew their horns, and feathers made of light fell from the sky. A figure walked out of the golden gate, and as he walked out, all the light around him gathered on his body. Goodness! A handsome guy with his own spotlight. Yake looked at the guy who came out of the golden gate and silently complained. Because of the gathering of light, it was as if there was an extra sun in the sky, and everyone subconsciously lowered their heads. Very well, in the face of God, you should lower your heads. The guy who came out of the golden gate spoke, and Yake heard it, but he stubbornly stared at the guy in the sky, despite the stinging in his eyes. I'm stubborn. If you have the ability, come down and push my head down. The god in the sky noticed Yake, but he didn't care, instead slowly walking down the golden staircase step by step. Really good at pretending, and still have to walk down step by step. Why not fly down? Afraid of losing your cool? Yake's eyes were already swirling with tears, but seeing this god still walking down step by step, he continued to complain. The god paused at the next step of the stairs, unsure whether to continue. After all, he couldn't resist the urge to beat up the guy below. If you can't help but complain, just do it in your heart. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that the people below won't hear you? He caught sight of several guys below twitching at the corners of their mouths, pinching their thighs, looking like they were enduring a lot. The god dissipated the golden staircase and floated in the air, while the angels beside him put away their horns and began to scatter petals with their flower baskets. The fresh fragrance of the petals swept away everyone's fatigue. A voice of dissent sneezed, and everyone knew who it was, but they dared not look over. Yake wiped his nose and sneezed. Could it be that I'm allergic to flowers? He said, pretending to be deep. The god had the angels put away the flower baskets, as someone was causing trouble below, and if this continued, he would lose face. Yake, give me a reason. Why did you come to my domain? Ha, ha ha, he actually knows me? I'm famous in the divine realm? Yake was full of question marks in his head. He didn't even know he was so famous that a god in the divine realm knew him. I'm just wandering around, Yake's eyes rolled around, wondering whether to tell the god in front of him about the things he knew. After all, from the appearance and location, this was the god of light, directly telling him that there were people in his divine teachings undermining him, starting their own fires, and attempting rebellion. The god of light came down from the sky to Yake's face, looking at this big god who didn't have a real head, and Yake didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, this guy's real body wasn't really just this big. Your eyes tell me that you're hiding something from me. No, absolutely not. The dragon and the god stared at each other, and soon Yake couldn't stand it. As for why, try shining a spotlight in your eyes and see if you can keep quiet. Wait a minute. Let me say something first. How did you know about me? Yake interrupted the god of light, eager to ask. Ha, just like that. Yes. Well, let me tell you, you ignited the divine fire and became a true god, right? At the moment you became a true god, your title appeared in the divine realm. As for the god's position, I didn't see it. Title? God's position? Yake couldn't help but wonder what his title was, and he was clear about the god's position. Unless he went up and abolished a god, there was no extra god position suitable for him now. Facing Yake's expectant eyes, the god of light said Yake's title, Dragon of the End. Why does it feel like the title of a major villain? He was clearly a lovable and popular little red dragon. Why would he have such a title? And besides, he hadn't done anything. Is there something wrong with the title Dragon of the End? I feel like it doesn't suit me. Yake asked the god of light, who gave him a meaningful look and then said slowly, You're right, no other god can have this title except you. Everyone below lowered their heads even more. From the moment Yake and the god of light spoke, they knew that the status of this red dragon was not right. Now they understood, and at the same time, they were grateful that the god of light came in time. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine the consequences of confronting a god. Among this group of people, the paladin's teeth were almost ground to pieces. This comrade was just too lucky. Not only did he become a red dragon, but he also became a god. He was so jealous that he was almost unrecognizable. Comparing the two, he either wields a sword every day or is on the path of wielding a sword. He hasn't even touched a girl's hand since he crossed over to the present. Even when he goes out and encounters the mother of monsters, he still feels refined and elegant. Wait a minute. A girl. What did the paladin think of? It seems that the only thing this red dragon can find is another red dragon, right? In other words, it seems that his compatriot has no way to enjoy. He. Thinking of this, the paladin couldn't help but burst into laughter, causing the people from the holy sea beside him to subconsciously move away from him. After all, this guy is either practicing swordsmanship or on the path of practicing swordsmanship, afraid that he might jump up and draw his sword to attack people, which is too frightening. Yake is unaware of the paladin's thoughts, and even if he knew, he would transform into a human form in front of the paladin. Then, he would say in front of him, Didn't expect that, huh? Bro, I can still transform into a human. Since you're fine, hurry up and leave my territory. The god of light began to issue an eviction order, and Yake glanced towards the castle. He wanted to go inside and take a look. The The god of light knew well that even if these dragons became gods, they couldn't change their nature, so he could only urge him to leave quickly. Seeing the god of light urging him, Yake had to dispel the idea of going to the castle to take a look, thinking that the treasures inside must be very sad. After all, the only one who understands them cannot come in and out. My poor babies, I'm leaving. If I have the chance, I will definitely take you away from the clutches of the demons. Yake wiped away the tears in his eyes and turned to leave. God of light, whose clutches are you talking about? How come you dragons never change your ways? And that guy, what are you wiping crocodile tears for? The more he thought about it, the angrier the god of light became. He flashed behind Yake and kicked him in the butt. A red light disappeared into the sky, accompanied by an angry roar. God of light, you wait until my main body returns. I'll see if I don't destroy your lair. The god of light's eyes twitched as he listened. Fortunately, Yake's main body was not unsealed yet. Boom! What's happening? Attack! We're under attack. Mom, help! In a gathering place for human mercenaries, something crashed here, causing chaos in the gathering place. Yake climbed out of the big pit he had created, not expecting the god of light to be so petty, just because he coveted those treasures that he couldn't use. Looking at the chaotic situation around him, Yake silently flapped his wings and left. In the meantime, he took a glance at the gathering place and, just with that glance, he found a familiar flag in the gathering place. The flag was predominantly blue, with a golden sun in the center, and inside the sun was a red dragon. A familiar sight. Yake left the gathering place and turned back into a human form, a young boy, and returned to the place. Upon his return, he immediately ran to the camp with the flag he had just seen. The camp was as chaotic as the outside, with many people moving goods and treating the wounded. Yake maneuvered through the crowd, and in the meantime, he received some fruits from some people in the camp, who also warned him not to run around as it was dangerous here. Compared to Yake, he could only say, well, you're quite nice. After thanking these people, he arrived at the largest tent in the camp. As soon as he entered the tent, he was almost beheaded by a huge axe. If he hadn't been so tough, his head would have been chopped off. He touched his head and found that a strand of hair had been broken, which made Yake very distressed. Good fellow, I didn't expect that even after my axe was unsealed by dragon blood, it only cut off one strand of your hair? Wuto carried the axe on his shoulder and looked at the red hair in Yake's hand, feeling a little unhappy. If I really let you chop off Yake's head, would that be enough? Vili walked over from the side, and Yake was stunned by her current appearance. She held a magic wand in her left hand and a slender female dagger in her right. No, Vili, what kind of outfit is this? Are you playing ambidextrous combat? Is your brain still not growing after all this time? Who meets someone and immediately tries to hit them with an axe? Yake snatched the axe from Mutuo's shoulder and found that it was surprisingly heavier than the first time he tried to pick it up. Mutuo, tell me the truth. Do you have a relative with golden hair, wearing a red cloak, and likes to play with hammers? Mutuo looked puzzled. Besides his grandfather, he had no other relatives. Are you sure that person with golden hair, red cloak, and a love for hammers isn't a weirdo? Yake threw the axe back to Mutuo and turned his gaze to Vili. The two of them had grown up completely. Vili had transformed from a little girl into a beautiful woman. But this beautiful woman seemed a bit different from ordinary people. Yake noticed that, in addition to a wand and a dagger, Vili also had many hidden weapons on her. Was this something a magic user should carry? Shouldn't it be magic crystals, potions, scrolls, and the like? Self-defense. It's very reasonable. When a mage is approached, it's very reasonable for me to use these for self-defense, so shut up. Yake closed his mouth, feeling that the person in front of him seemed to be angry. It would be best not to speak to her, lest he inadvertently ignite a powder keg. They walked into the depths of the tent and each found something to sit on. Through their conversation, Yake learned that they were in this gathering place to replenish supplies and prepare for their next mission. Yake inquired about the mission, and Vili told him it was just a routine exploration mission. As for the specific location of the exploration, it had not been disclosed. They would only be informed upon arrival. The special aspect of this mission was that they had to learn a new language and be able to communicate fluently. Yake didn't understand. They were going to explore somewhere, and they also had to learn a new language. Could it be that they were going to a new world? Mutuo and Vili said they were not sure. The level of secrecy was too high, and they couldn't find out any information. By the way, do you want to come with us? Vili asked Yake, who replied that he didn't want to do any exploration unless he was paid. Vili said she understood and then threw a money bag containing 10 gold coins to Yake. Just 10 gold coins? Are you trying to hire a beggar? Do you think you can buy me with this little money? Am I so cheap as a red dragon? Yake threw the money bag back, dissatisfied. Don't give it to me. Of course I will. Yake immediately took back the money bag. He couldn't believe that he had been bought for 10 gold coins to be a thug. This was no way to live.
Stick this on your forehead. This is the language you need to learn for the mission.
Taking the magic crystal handed to him by Mutuo, Yake stuck it on his forehead, and soon information about the language for the mission flowed into his mind. Looking at the language he had to learn for this mission, Yake's expression became strange. Villy and Mutuo approached him and asked what was wrong. Yake then fluently spoke a sentence in Mandarin.
Are you sure this is the language we need to learn? Yake was dumbfounded.
The language they had to learn was actually Mandarin.
Could this be true?
Villy and Mutuo understood what Yake had said and were shocked. As expected of a dragon, he learned things quickly. However, what the two of them didn't know was that, apart from watching some movies, Yake had basically been speaking Mandarin in his past life. If it weren't to make it seem like he was encountering this for the first time, Yake would have wanted to recite a tongue twister in Mandarin.
Could this exploration mission be about finding his old home?
Yake couldn't help but suspect this, as he couldn't think of any other reason why they would need to learn Mandarin.
Since you've already learned it, let's start this mission immediately. Yak looked at Muto and Lily. Could it be that this mission was only for the three of them?
Lily didn't speak, she just waved her wand and formed a teleportation array under the feet of the three, then a flash of white light. Nothing happened, the three just stood there dumbfounded.
Is the teleportation completed?
Muto asked, and Yak immediately covered his mouth.
This guy is really clueless, isn't it obvious that it failed?
Lily's face swelled with anger. She continued to wave her wand on the ground to form a larger teleportation array.
Boom! Teleportation failed.
Seeing this, Lily squatted on the ground, then used the end of the wand to draw circles on the ground, while a dark cloud appeared above her head. Yak dispelled the dark cloud, pulled up Lily who was drawing circles on the ground, and hugged Muto, then asked them, "Are you ready?"
Not speaking means ready. Lily and Muto?
"I'm here, I'm gone, you can't catch me, la la la." Teleportation with a flash of white light, only burnt marks were left in place.
Swish boom.
With another flash of white light, Yak and the others appeared dripping wet inside the tent, and the three of them ran outside the tent to deal with the dizziness and vomiting caused by the teleportation. No, how can this teleportation be so intense, like putting people into a magic crystal cannon and shooting them out? Muto weakly walked back, while Lily, with an unpleasant look on her face, leaned on the supply box.
Can you please ask for the coordinates before the next teleportation? Lily stared at Yak with resentment.
Yak awkwardly scratched his head. He forgot about this and ended up with a targetless teleportation, sending them directly into the sea. Fortunately, Lily remembered the coordinates of the tent, otherwise the three of them would have to open another targetless teleportation in the sea.
Unexpected. Let's do it again. Yak obtained the coordinates from Lily and prepared to start the teleportation.
When he saw Lily and Muto, he was stunned for a moment. One of them was covered with a magic shield all over, and the other was wearing armor from who knows where, and was tightly holding a large axe.
Hey, is it necessary to be so extreme?
Yak was speechless, and could only open the teleportation again, while silently putting on a layer of magic shield for himself.
How did he not think of this before?
The main objective of this mission is to explore the power distribution of this newly discovered world, and also to understand the strength of the other side. In addition, it is best to capture a creature from the other side, and finally, on the first day of the teleportation, Yak and the others first met with the high-level members of the Mercenary Guild, and then obtained information about the new world from them. At the same time, they also put on clothes similar to those in the other world. Because of his red hair and red eyes, Yak was given a non-mainstream outfit. Lily wore a casual outfit, Muto was given a very ordinary suit, and a briefcase. After confirming that everything was fine, the high-level members of the Mercenary Guild began to explain the problems that had arisen.
Yak almost fell asleep listening to them. Alright, that's all for now, the rest is up to you.
After the high-level member of the Mercenary Guild finished speaking, Yak immediately applauded and woke up the sleeping Muto. So, let me explain a few more things. Before the high-level member of the Mercenary Guild could finish speaking, Yak immediately pulled Lily and Muto to a very three-dimensional rift. Through this rift, they could see another world, but the other side of the rift couldn't see them. The three of them looked at each other, then walked into the rift together. As soon as they entered the rift, the chaotic flow of void that came rushing at them made Lily and Muto somewhat at a loss. Yak had guessed that they would encounter the chaotic flow of void before entering the rift, so he had already stood in front of the two early on. The chaotic flow of void was completely blocked by Yak, and at the same time, he cast a layer of magical shield on himself, mainly to protect the clothes he was wearing. Although it was a bit unconventional, he quite liked it. Within this chaotic flow of void, there was a damaged magical passage connecting to the other end of the world through the crack.
Now, Yak and the others were walking in this magical passage, with Yak leading the way due to the erosion of the chaotic flow of void, while Vivi and Wood were hiding behind him. This made Vivi feel that the 10 gold coins she spent were really worth it. If it weren't for Yak, she wouldn't know how she and Wood would have made it through. Creak! The magical passage began to make some noise, and Yak immediately accelerated his pace, with the two behind him following suit. At the last moment, they entered another world, and the already damaged magical passage was completely shattered by the impact of the chaotic flow of void. Thank goodness! Wood patted his chest. It was really too dangerous just now. If it weren't for Yak pulling him in at the last moment, he would have ended up just like the magical passage. At this moment, Wood began to focus on this new world. The first thing that caught his eye in this world was a thick layer of clouds, underneath which were various large chimneys, as well as various flying iron boxes. Wood! I can't sense any magic power, Vivi exclaimed beside him, and Wood shifted his attention away from the flying iron boxes. He carefully sensed that the magic power on his body was slowly dissipating, and at the same time, he couldn't absorb any magic power in this world. Yak, you! Never mind, you probably don't need to worry, after all, your magic power is off the charts. Wood was about to express concern for Yak, but thinking of the immense magic power of the dragon, he felt a bit presumptuous. It's okay, there's no magic power here, it's just too thin for you to sense, no big deal. If you run out of magic, I can transfer some of my magic power to you. Yak waved his hand nonchalantly. At the rate his magic power was dissipating, he wouldn't run out even if he died. The three of them first confirmed their next plan, and then quickly dispersed. Yak went alone, Vivi and Wood went together. When they left, Yak noticed the strange look in the eyes of the two. Wood, who was slow to react, had no response, and with a worried look, told Yak to be careful. On the other hand, Vivi blushed and punched Wood before pulling him away with a bewildered look on his face. Well, I'd become a third wheel. Shaking his head, Yak also left. Before leaving, he cast a layer of magical shield on Vivi and Wood, along with an alarm spell, so that if something happened to these two, he would know immediately. This familiar yet unfamiliar world, here I come. Yak headed towards the city with the most floating cars. Yes, Yak had given those flying cars a new name, but as for what they were called, he would find a living person first. As soon as he entered the city, Yak felt out of place in his unconventional clothes. It was a pure white high-tech zone, and his colorful and unconventional outfit made him stand out like a sore thumb. Sizzle! While still pondering his oddity, someone in a dark corner to Yak's left waved at him. Seeing the gesture, Yak walked over to the person. As soon as he entered the dark corner, Yak was surrounded by a group of 2-meter-tall muscular men. The person who had waved to him just now walked out of the shadows. He was very thin and only slightly taller than Yak, who was currently a teenager, but the muscular men around him showed him great respect. Kid, just woke up, huh? At this question, Yak was stunned. What did waking up mean? This person saw Yak's expression and continued to speak. It looks like your cryogenic chamber should be very backward. Otherwise, those advanced cryogenic chambers have dedicated personnel to attend to the newly awakened individuals with one-on-one service. Cryogenic chamber? Awakened? Is this world so advanced? Thinking of the flying hovercars everywhere in the sky, Yak also thought that if it wasn't advanced, how could these cars fly in the sky? I don't know what you're talking about, please let me leave here, thank you. And please don't use force. If you do, I will retaliate. Saying this, Yak pushed away the muscular men surrounding him, but he didn't budge. The pushed muscular man let out a cold snort. Yak once again pushed the muscular man with force, leaving amidst the bewildered gazes. He's a genetically modified person. He's a fat sheep. Don't let him go. The thin man seemed to have realized something and shouted excitedly at the muscular men. The muscular men's eyes lit up one by one. It's worth noting that a genetically modified person is very valuable in the black market, especially a living one, basically in a state of high demand and low supply. All the muscular men rushed towards Yak. Seeing this, Yak put his hands in his pockets and helplessly said, I've already said not to use force. If you do, I will retaliate. After saying this, Yak kicked one of the muscular men in the face, sending him flying like a football. Seeing their companion being kicked, the remaining muscular men were not afraid but instead charged even more fiercely. Seeing that the intimidation tactic failed, Yak jumped up and kicked another muscular man in the head. The muscular man's head shattered like a watermelon, and the headless body, propelled by inertia, fell forward for a distance before collapsing. Then, Yak used the wall on his left to push off and stood on the shoulder of another muscular man, bending down to look at his face with a smile, saying, What are you looking at? After saying this, the muscular man's perspective spun 360 degrees, and then he fell down. Seeing their companion with a twisted neck, the remaining muscular men felt a chill. Don't be afraid. He's just temporarily strong. He hasn't injected the gene stabilizer, so let's wear him down first and capture him later. The thin man shouted loudly from the back, and the few remaining muscular men looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, there were still 4 muscular men left. Wait, Yake clearly remembered that there were many muscular men when he came in. How come there were only 4 left after taking down 2? Could the problem be with that guy? Yake's gaze fell on the thin man in the back, and the man, seeing Yake looking at him, made a gesture of wiping his neck. Good. I hope you can be so arrogant later. The remaining 4 muscular men surrounded Yake, and seeing this, Yake shook off the flesh from his shoes. Now there are 4 of you, so it's not excessive for me to use both hands, right? He extended his hands from his pockets and used them to tidy up his somewhat disheveled hair. The 4 muscular men didn't waste words with him and, with great tacit understanding, pounced on Yake together. Seeing this, Yake grabbed the collar of the man on his right, stepped on the man's right leg as he stepped forward, and used this force to mount the man's neck. The man, being ridden by Yake, immediately tried to pull Yake off, but his hands were broken as soon as they reached out, and the broken bones pierced his skin, causing the man to scream in pain. The other 3 men tried to pull Yake down, but Yake held down the man's head beneath him and propped himself up in midair. He has no point of leverage in midair. Seize this opportunity to capture him, the thin man said from the back, but Yake disdainfully sneered. Yake gathered magic under his feet into a transparent board and used it to make a midair turn, aiming directly at the thin men in the back. The slender figure saw Yake rushing towards him with a sneer on his face. I've been waiting for you. The slender figure's clothes burst, and then he transformed into a muscular man even larger than before, reaching a height of nearly 3 meters. The boss's clothes burst, entering the first stage. Seeing the slender figure transform behind him, Yake was not surprised at all. Watch how I defeat the boss single-handedly. Yake's hands were covered in dragon scales, and his fingers turned into dragon claws. Real dragon claw. Yake's right hand attacked the boss's eyes, but the boss blocked with his arms. Ding! A sound like steel rang out between the dragon claw and the flesh. The boss's arms turned black, and sparks flew as Yake's dragon claw left no marks. Boss is mighty. The other muscular men cheered for their boss as Yake's attack was blocked. However, they did not know that their boss was sweating profusely, completely surprised by the young man's immense strength. Get lost! The boss roared, sending Yake flying. Yake landed lightly on the ground, while the boss looked serious. Now he was certain that this guy was definitely not just a newly awakened frozen person. He must be some kind of hunter with a twisted sense of humor. The boss shouted to his henchman behind Yake, "Bring me the enhancement needle. This kid is trouble." The muscular men quickly left with their injured brothers and threw something like a syringe. Yake caught the object, which had enhancement needle written on it. The boss was furious that Yake intercepted the enhancement needle, but he had to endure it and hope that Yake was illiterate and didn't know what it was. By the way, why don't you use your trump card on yourself instead of your little brother? Yake played with the enhancement needle, and the boss's heart raced as he realized that Yake recognized it. Do you want it? Yake teased, and the boss charged at him fiercely. Yake dodged the boss and inserted the enhancement needle into his back in that instant. A powerful energy spread through his body, causing the boss to grow from nearly 3 meters to 5 meters, with his muscles shining like steel. You dare use the enhancement needle on me? You really have no fear as a newcomer. The boss scratched his head, feeling a bit sluggish due to the needle's effect on his brain. Yake sneaked up to the boss's feet, feeling his thick thighs and tapping on them. If it weren't for the fact that he was a person, he would have thought it was a piece of high-quality steel. The boss noticed Yake at his feet and lifted his foot to crush him. Seizing the opportunity, Yake ran under the boss's foot and tickled it. The boss couldn't help but laugh and lost his balance, falling to the ground. This enhancement needle isn't that great. It only strengthens the body's bones and muscles, but weakens muscle control and makes it more sensitive. Yake commented on the fallen boss, while the boss's body began to emit a large amount of steam and his skin turned red. What? Isn't this your boss's second stage? You can still transform? A large amount of steam billowed out, obstructing Yake's line of sight. He gradually gathered his magic and saw the boss through the steam. At this moment, the boss's body size had become that of an ordinary person, but his muscles had become dry and dehydrated. Be grateful, this is the first time I've used this form. You are the first to die in this stance, and you won't be the last. The boss took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Yake, leaving a residual image in his previous position. So fast. Yake hadn't expected this guy to be so quick in this form, and he was caught off guard. Yake covered his back with dragon scales, unable to turn around in time, and could only withstand the blow. The boss clenched his fist and delivered a seemingly ordinary punch, sending Yake crashing through 5 or 6 walls before coming to a stop. Impressive. Is this the second stage of the boss? So powerful. Yake brushed off the debris from his body and left the bar amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Drinking is harmful, remember to drink less, Yake said before being taken away by a figure at the hotel entrance. How's that? Do you like the taste of my fist? The boss relentlessly attacked Yake with his fists, but Yake simply covered his body with dragon scales, likening the experience to a vigorous massage. Gradually, the boss realized something was amiss. He didn't know how many times he had thrown punches, and initially there were cries of pain, but later there were only murmurs, as if he were being massaged. Could this guy think I'm giving him a massage? Outrageous! The boss grabbed Yake's head and flung it away, then fled in the opposite direction. After being beaten for so long without any injuries, why wouldn't he run away? Yake, seeing the boss fleeing, decided to give chase. A shockwave formed behind Yake as he broke the sound barrier and quickly caught up to the fleeing boss. Yake slowed down and descended towards the boss, but inadvertently collided with him, reducing the boss to a pile of flesh. Is that it? Yake used magic to clean up the flesh and conjured a torch to incinerate the remains. Finally encountered someone interesting, only to ruin it myself. By the way, was this guy always in a state of undress? Yake suddenly remembered something. When this guy turned into a muscular man, it seemed like his clothes burst. Then, when he entered the second stage and became 5 meters tall, he should have been naked, and Yake was beneath him, able to see. Yake quickly censored his thoughts. If he kept going, there would be trouble. By the way, why did I come here? Yake had almost forgotten why he came here, having been dragged over by this guy. Oh, the hover car, gathering information, right. Gathering information. Yake remembered, and as he was about to leave, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Stop, don't move, police. Name. Yake gender. Male age. Let me think. Sitting in the interrogation room, Yake began to count on his fingers to calculate his age. He didn't know the conversion between dragon and human ages, so he had to make a guess. 14 so young? What are your parents' names? And why don't you have an identity tag? Yake was at a loss. He only knew his mother's name, and as for his cheap old man, he had no idea. And isn't it normal for him not to have an identity badge? In the interrogation room, 2 police officers looked at Yak, who was counting his age by breaking his fingers and thinking about who his parents were, and couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. When did this start freezing? He couldn't even remember his age and parents. Child, don't be afraid, this is just registering your information, one of the police officers comforted Yak, while inadvertently rubbing his eyes. No, why are you crying? And what's with that look in your eyes? Why do I feel like you're looking at a poor soul? The 2 police officers comforted Yak for a while and then left the interrogation room. Shortly after, Yak was taken away from the interrogation room and taken to a very cozy-looking room. In this room, he saw a pile of video games, all kinds of snacks, and a large cake with an identity badge inserted on top. What is this? As soon as Yak entered, he was dumbfounded. Are you really treating me like a child? Bang! Countless colored paper fell from Yak's head, and Yak looked blankly at the female police officer holding a confetti cannon next to him. As he watched, the female police officer started crying, and at the same time, the large cake was brought in front of Yak, with birthday candles already inserted, waiting for Yak to make a wish and blow them out. Child, make a wish and blow out the candles. Hearing someone say this, Yak inexplicably blew out the candles and made a wish only he knew. After blowing out the candles, the large cake was split open, and Yak's face was covered in a lot of cream. He looked at this group of people sincerely blessing him. Here, Yak, this is your identity badge. Remember to keep it safe, and if you have any difficulties in the future, remember to come to us. Yak took the identity badge, which had his passport photo on it, taken at an unknown time, and it even had gold embedded inside. After keeping the identity badge, he left here amidst the blessings. After Yak left, the smiles on some of the police officers' faces disappeared, and they were still very worried about this child. According to the information obtained, this child was frozen just after the success of cryogenic technology, for the sake of a strange disease on his body. But unfortunately, even in this era, they are still helpless against this disease. No one wants to reveal this news. He is still just a child, in this unfamiliar era, without parents, and can only rely on himself to survive. They are really a group of good people. Yak arrived at the door of a house with his identity badge. This was the exclusive room for thought people, a kind of relief room. After swiping the identity badge to open the door, Yak walked in. The decoration inside was very simple, with a bed, a desk and chair, and some other daily necessities. The magic here is slightly more abundant than in other places. Jumping onto the bed, Yak carefully sensed and found that something was not right here.
It seemed that something was forcibly collecting the surrounding magic, and this thing was about 1,000 meters deep underground.
Interesting. Knock, knock, knock.
The sound of knocking on the door rang out, and Yak jumped off the bed and came to the door to see the person outside through the screen. The person outside was a man with a tired face, covered in a tattered coat.
Who are you? What do you want?
Kind person, have mercy on me.
I haven't eaten anything for 3 days.
Great, I just finished eating, still digesting.
Do you want to hear what I ate? Tattered coat man?
Listen, first I took a bite of the cake, then I had sweet and sour spare ribs with red wine, and while I still had the taste of the ribs in my mouth, I stuffed in a fried chicken leg. The two flavors of the chicken leg and the ribs lingered in my mouth, so to avoid choking, I gulped down a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Yake continued talking without noticing that the man in the windbreaker had already left the door.
Speaking of crayfish, it has to be spicy to be good. Are you still listening?
Hey.
Yake glanced at the screen and saw no one at the door. How could such a good person be so uninteresting? Yake opened the door and followed the magical traces left by the windbreaker man. At first, Yake didn't want to waste his breath and time, but he sensed a faint magical fluctuation on the windbreaker man. This fluctuation was so weak that it took Yake some time to sense it.
Thinking about the magical collection device 1,000 meters underground, the windbreaker man was probably related to that, or to something he had come into contact with. In order to remember the faint magical fluctuation on the windbreaker man, Yake blabbered at the door for a long time.
He even felt like eating those things himself. Following the magical trail, Yake soon arrived at a dilapidated spiral staircase.
According to the magical trail, the windbreaker man had jumped straight down from the middle.
Damn, is this guy going to fall to his death? Yake peered into the deep darkness in the middle, hesitating whether to follow the magical trail and jump down. Hey, what are you doing here?
A voice came from behind, and Yake turned around to find the windbreaker man who had been begging for food at his door. The windbreaker man at this moment looked as new as ever, with no signs of hardship or fatigue on his face, as if he were a different person. Yake cleared his throat and explained, I just got here and ended up here after wandering around. As he spoke, Yake also showed his identity card, but the windbreaker man, seeing the defroster symbol on Yake's identity card, ignored him. The windbreaker man left, and Yake did not sense the magical fluctuation on him, but instead felt the magical fluctuation below had become much stronger. Without hesitation, Yake jumped down the center of the spiral staircase.
What are you doing? Don't do something foolish. Just as Yake jumped down, someone from behind grabbed him and pulled him back.
Yake turned around to find the windbreaker man who had just left, now holding him with a panicked look on his face.
Good timing, but bad timing, Yake thought.
The windbreaker man carried Yake to a safe place and began to lecture him. You're so young, you shouldn't waste your life.
Would your deceased parents want to see you like this? Do you not consider how heartbroken they were to have you brought to this era for cryopreservation?
I don't know what happened to you, but now please show some courage as a man. Even if you have to kneel, you must live on. Hearing the windbreaker man say so much, Yake felt a bit nostalgic for his former deskmate.
He used to say the same thing, no matter what happens, you must live on and live up to your parents.
I really miss that. The windbreaker man wanted to continue, but seeing Yake distracted, he left a small light in his hand.
This is my light. If you need anything, you can tell me. Maybe I can't help you, but I can be someone you can talk to.
After speaking, the windbreaker man left, and this time Yake sensed that he had truly left. Looking at the light in his hand, Yake silently stored it close to himself. Once again at the spiral staircase, Yake looked around for a while and confirmed through his senses that there was no one around, then he jumped down.
Who?
The wind was howling in his ears, and Yake sensed the magical fluctuations below.
It seemed that something was falling.
Yake pointed his head downward, gathering magical power at his feet to create a thrust, allowing him to descend faster. In the darkness, Yake accelerated bit by bit, quickly catching up to the magical fluctuations.
Soon, the magical fluctuations stopped, and Yake slowed down.
Sensing the magical fluctuations beneath his feet, Yake gathered magic in his eyes to see clearly in the dark. Under his feet was just a moldy floor tile, nothing else.
Yake squatted down and tapped the moldy floor tile.
The echoing sound indicated that there was something underneath. His right hand transformed into a dragon claw and pried up the tile. Underneath, there was a pull ring.
Yake gently pulled it, and suddenly the dark environment was filled with light.
With the light source, Yake dispersed the magic and saw the surroundings clearly, resembling a medieval architectural style. The magical fluctuations that were originally under his feet appeared in a tunnel ahead. Intrigued, Yake followed the magical fluctuations into the tunnel, which was overgrown with weeds and occasionally visited by mice. It was hard to imagine what sustained their growth. As he walked deeper into the tunnel, Yake began to doubt if he had entered some kind of loop, as he couldn't see the end. Just as he thought this, the end of the tunnel appeared, and Yake hurried over. Upon reaching the end, he heard voices from the other side.
Given the current situation, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on much longer. Everything we've done has been in vain. There's no other way.
This old machine has held up for quite a while already.
Machine?
Upon hearing this, Yake cautiously peered into the tunnel's end to observe the situation.
There were two people, one in a windbreaker and the other hidden in the darkness, whom Yake couldn't see clearly but could tell was a man. In addition to these two people, there was a huge machine emitting black smoke and occasionally twitching, as if it might fall apart at any moment. At the same time, Yake sensed that this memory contained a huge amount of magic, roughly equivalent to 2.5 times his own magical power. If this thing exploded, wouldn't it send the entire continent into the sky?
No wonder magic was so scarce outside. It had all been forcibly absorbed and stored by this machine.
But Yake couldn't understand the reason for doing so. Could it be that magic was toxic?
As Yake was lost in thought, something cold was pointed at his temple, and then a large hand pulled him out. The owner of the hand was surprised to find a child in the darkness, but he didn't remove the object from Yake's temple.
Speak! Who sent you?
Yake had never seen this person before. It must have been the one hiding in the darkness. The windbreaker man also arrived, and Yake sensed the magical fluctuations from him.
Don't shoot!
I'm just a weak, helpless, lost child.
You wouldn't kill me, right?
Upon hearing Yake's voice, the windbreaker man's body stiffened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Clearly, he recognized the voice, but he hadn't expected the person at the door to be a young boy. The windbreaker man expressionlessly took the weapon pointed at Yake's head from his companion.
Seizing the opportunity, Yake glanced at the windbreaker man's companion.
What he saw left him stunned.
How could there be two windbreaker men?
No, something was off about the second windbreaker man. He seemed even older than the one beside him. What should we do with this guy? According to the old rules, or whatever, this world is beyond saving.
If it can't be helped, let it live. The man in the windbreaker put away his weapon and looked at Yak with a hint of sympathy.
Just awakened from cryostasis, and now the world was about to be destroyed.
How tragic. Hey, mister, can you speak properly? What do you mean this world is beyond saving? And you, sir, I don't like that look in your eyes.
I hope next time you keep them closed.
Windbreaker Man X2.
The two windbreaker men seemed filled with despair about the days to come, ignoring everything Yak said. Finally, Yak ran to the huge machine and attempted to dismantle it to get these two to speak. Through them, Yak learned a bit about the origins of the machine. According to them, their world was not always like this. The original world was called the Demon Realm, where humans lived at the bottom of society. They were either food for the demons or cheap slaves, until one day 3 people descended from the sky. They defeated the oppressing demons and helped humans develop, then suddenly disappeared one day. To prevent other demons from discovering their disappearance, the human leaders decided to gather the wisdom of all humans in the world and create a machine that could drain all magic. This seemingly far-fetched idea was actually realized, but only halfway. Although the magic was drained, it was all stored in the machine. If the machine was damaged or reached the end of its lifespan, the magic inside would gush out all at once. The area closest to the machine would be cleansed of all life. Helpless, the human leaders decided to move the machine closer to the demon territories, so that they would be the first to suffer the consequences. However, during the move, they found that the demons had also disappeared, just like the 3 humans. This news left the human leaders in silence, and they ordered the machine to be placed as far away from human habitats as possible. During this time, they selected a small group of people to live near the machine and report on its condition every week. This was roughly the story, but Yak felt like he was listening to a bedtime story.
What do you mean 3 people descended from the sky and defeated the demon realm? Are you playing some reincarnation fantasy of becoming a hero in another world? And that machine that drains magic, is this some nonsensical anime plot? You actually made it, and it's not even complete. No wonder the demons all disappeared. Yak wanted to point out countless flaws, but he held back.
So, what's your situation? Why do you look exactly the same?
Yak asked the 2.
Each windbreaker man took out a cigarette from their pockets and lit it, taking a deep drag.
We are both clones of the same person. One of the 3 people?
Yes.
Hearing this, Yak fell silent. What were these people trying to do? Were they trying to clone an exact replica of the original? It's clear that you are not from our world. Here's some advice: leave this world, it's beyond saving. You should know that we didn't just create one of these machines.
There's one of these machines in various places in this world. Well, others might go down with their enemies, but you guys are going down with the whole world. It's like saying if we can't play, then no one can.
Yak touched his head and suddenly regretted coming in with Vivi.
If he had known, he wouldn't have been greedy for those 10 gold coins. Damn it! Oh right! Vivi and Muto. These two guys still don't understand the situation in this world. Thinking of this, Yake turned and ran towards the tunnel, leaving a magic mark here before leaving. Arriving at the spiral staircase, magic gathered under Yake's feet. He leaped up and burst out of the spiral staircase. On the ground, the magic shield left on the two was activated, and the warning magic on it transmitted information to Yake. Something's wrong. Yake emitted high-temperature steam all over his body, transforming back into a red dragon and flying towards Vivi and Muto. Even if he was exposed now, it didn't matter. After all, this world was about to be destroyed. Let the people of this world see his handsome appearance. Mom, look at that thing in the sky. A little girl with a lollipop in her mouth pointed at a fast-moving red object in the sky, curiously asking. The girl's mother looked up at the rapidly moving red object in the sky, and then the air defense alarm sounded. She hurriedly took the girl to the air defense shelter. Mom, hurry! It's racing with me. The girl's mother covered her eyes, no longer letting her look up. What? Why can't you do that? Yake retracted his claws, feeling somewhat indignant. He was now heading towards the location of Vivi and Muto, not knowing how these two managed to be in the far west of this world. The place they entered was in the far east, which was like crossing a world. Vivi, while Yake's magic shield is still on us, let's leave here quickly, or we really won't be able to leave. Muto smashed the heads of the mechanical guards with a briefcase, retreating to Vivi's side. At this time, Vivi was using all her magic power to heal an elf child. The situation of this elf child was very bad, with countless cuts on her body, and her sharp ears were neatly cut in half. Vivi exerted all her healing magic, but it had little effect on the elf child, only barely keeping her alive. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Vivi weakly pounded the ground. If they had found this little guy first, maybe she could have activated her. The elf child weakly opened her eyes and gently wiped away Vivi's tears with her heavily scarred right hand. Thank you, the elf child said in Elvish, and then fell weakly from Vivi's face. Muto turned around and found the dead elf child, smashing all the surrounding mechanical guards into pieces. Damn, you two rude people, you actually killed my test subject. Behind the mechanical guards, a disheveled old man in a white coat jumped in anger at the death of his test subject. Swish! A fragment of a mechanical guard flew past his ear, leaving a cut on his face. The old man touched the wound on his face, looked at the blood on his fingers, and silently retreated behind the mechanical guard next to him. Damn outsiders! The old man muttered softly. Under the siege of the mechanical guards, Muto's physical strength gradually couldn't keep up, and a mechanical guard took the opportunity to smash his head with a police baton. Fortunately, Yake's magic shield was still there, otherwise Muto's head would have been smashed. But in order to block this attack, the magic shield finally shattered and disappeared. Now only Vivi still had a magic shield. Go! Let's find Yake! He must have a way. Muto picked up the dazed Vivi and threw her out of the encirclement. Several mechanical guards wanted to follow Vivi, but they were quickly smashed into pieces by the broken limbs thrown by Muto. Run! Run! Go find Yak! Vivi was awakened by Muto's shout. She slapped herself twice, feeling that this situation should not have happened to her, letting Muto get surrounded. Vivi got up and was about to leave when she found another wave of mechanical guards surrounding her. Helplessly, she found a slightly sharp fragment on the broken mechanical guard to defend herself. Ha, this time I don't believe you can escape. The old man was emboldened to see the two of them surrounded again, and he directly emerged from behind the mechanical guards. If it weren't for these two outsiders, he could have discovered the secret of the experimental body today, and at the same time, he could have made contact with that tree. It's all because of these damn outsiders. Boom! A loud noise came from the sky, and Yak made a dazzling appearance. Yak breathed out, melting all the mechanical guards around Muto into molten iron, and then squeezed Vivi out of the encirclement. Yak! X2 The two were pleasantly surprised to see Yak, and at the same time, they felt ashamed for needing Yak to come and save them. Yak, you must not have expected what I found here. Vivi, you must not have expected what I found. Yak! Vivi! Muto? You go first. X2 Yak covered his face, indicating for Vivi to speak first. Yak, you must not have expected what I found here. A spirit, and it's in a juvenile state. Do you know? Spirits are mature adults, and there is no concept of juveniles. Do you know the significance of my discovery? Calming down the excited Vivi, if what he saw on the way was not wrong, he knew how this juvenile spirit was born. On the way, he saw a towering tree breaking through the clouds, and all the spirits on this tree were in an immature state, which is the juvenile spirit Vivi mentioned. And this tree is the mother tree of the Rest in Peace spirit tribe. Yak saw that the split body of the mother tree attempted to communicate with it, only to find that there was no consciousness in the body. And there were no cracks under its roots, making Yak start to doubt whether what the mother tree said was true. By the way, Yak, what did you want to tell us? Vivi interrupted Yak's thoughts, and Yak only then reacted. I almost forgot. We need to leave this world quickly, this world is about to be destroyed. Ha! Vivi and Muto both had 3 big question marks above their heads. They had only been in this world for less than a day. How could it be about to be destroyed? Could it be Yak's doing? The two looked at Yak with suspicion, and Yak was speechless. How much ability could a red dragon like him have to destroy a world? The one who could destroy the world is still sealed and waiting for someone to save him. Don't look at me, it's not me, it's the people of this world who are asking for it. Yak quickly denied, and at the same time, he came to the side of the juvenile spirit's body. Don't sleep, wake up! Soul calling the juvenile spirit suddenly sat up, looked around in confusion, and then touched her face. Am I dead? Is this the realm of death? The juvenile spirit spoke in the spirit language, and besides Yak and Vivi, only Muto couldn't understand what she was saying, so he could only look around. You are dead, but I called you from the realm of death, I have something to ask you. Yak directly communicated with her consciousness. Although he understood the spirit language, it didn't mean he would speak it. It's more convenient to communicate through consciousness. Ask me. When you were born, was there still consciousness in your mother tree at that time? No. Hearing the juvenile spirit say this, Yak began to ponder some things. Although I was not conscious when I was born, there is a spirit who should know, because he is the first and last complete spirit in this world. The young elf thought and said to Yak. Yak nodded, that's right, although the magic is thin, adding the mother tree itself and these thin magic should give birth to a complete body. Okay, your information is very useful to me. Do you have anything you need me to do? The young elf looked at her body covered with scars and said nervously, can you repair my body and bury it under the mother tree? Yak was stunned, is that all she wants? He thought there would be some outrageous request. Seeing Yak stunned for a moment, the young elf nervously said, if you think it's troublesome, you don't have to do it. Your body looks great. Healing aura, a halo burst out from Yak's body and then merged into the young elf's body. Her wounds were quickly healed, and her body became complete under the effect of the healing aura. The elf who became complete couldn't believe her current body, but she thought that she would soon return to the realm of death, and a sense of loss lingered in her heart. Let me see who dares to snatch someone from our realm of death. Don't they know that our leader is the death goddess? A skeletal giant gate full of death energy appeared, and a grumbling voice came from inside. A bloated corpse walked out of the skeletal giant gate, and when he saw an elf, his corrosive saliva dripped to the ground. Such a fresh body, it would be great if it were mine. The corpse's eyes lit up, but he didn't rush in. There were 3 other guys beside this elf, 2 humans and a red dragon. He didn't care much about the other 2 humans, but the pressure he felt from the red dragon was very strong. After all, he had only felt this kind of pressure from a sovereign. Could this red dragon be comparable to the existence of the undead sovereign? This is not a joke. The corpse adjusted his attitude. He didn't care whether the red dragon could match the sovereign. When he was out, he always treated others with courtesy. I wonder why your highness brought one of our citizens back to the real world from our realm of death. Yak looked at the corpse, who had gone from being arrogant to being polite, and couldn't help but admire him. I brought her here to ask something. I haven't finished asking yet. When I'm done, I'll send her back to the realm of death. After grabbing the corpse, Yak threw him into the skeletal giant gate and crushed the gate with magic. The corpse didn't say a word when he was thrown back. This red dragon was surprisingly easy to talk to, otherwise he would be waiting to be pulled out of the undead sea. Should I tell the sovereign? Well, it's not a big deal. The corpse thought for a moment and decided not to tell the undead sovereign about this matter. After all, the sovereign was so busy, how could he have time to deal with these trivial matters? Besides, even if he asked, he could find some poor soul to take the blame for him. It's not the first time he's done that. Thinking of this, the corpse left leisurely. Aren't you afraid of offending the realm of death like this? The elf was worried when she saw Yak throw the corpse back into the skeletal giant gate. On the other hand, Yak was completely indifferent to what he had just done. Everything is in chaos down there. The brains of several undead sovereigns have exploded. Who has time to pay attention to us? Besides, even if those undead sovereigns come, I'm not afraid. Who doesn't have some backing? After saying that, Yak flew with the elf and Vili to the center of the world, where the mother tree of the elves was located. On the way to the mother tree, Yak recast a magic shield on Vili and Wilt, and also transferred some of his own magic power to them. However, just as he sent a little bit of power, the 2 of them said they were about to burst. You 2 quickly level up. This won't work. I haven't even exerted much force and you can't handle it. Vili and Wilt had a happy expression, while the elf on the side covered her mouth and chuckled.
To gather some information, Yak was in an accelerated state all the way, and they quickly arrived near the mother tree. As they landed near the mother tree, countless mechanical guards quickly surrounded them. This time, they were not carrying batons, but rather laser guns fully charged. Villi, Wilt, and the elf hid behind Yak, feeling the threat of life from those laser guns. Yak paid no attention to these mechanical guards and advanced straight towards the mother tree, crushing all the guards in front of him. The closer he got to the mother tree, the more he could feel a sense of death emanating from it. When he passed by this mother tree before, there was no such situation. Instead, it occurred after he went to pick up Villi and Wilt and came here. Have you sensed anything? Yak asked the elf, who shook her head, saying she didn't notice anything wrong with the mother tree, which still appeared vibrant and vigorous. Hearing this, Yak looked at the mother tree wrapped in deathly aura. Are you sure this thing is still vibrant and vigorous? It looks to me like it's been dead for a while. Soon, Yak reached the side of the mother tree, and the mechanical guards did not fire along the way, but remained in a state of siege. Upon contact with the mother tree, a large amount of his consciousness entered it. Soon, he found a faint consciousness light ball inside the mother tree. Yak separated a strand of consciousness and gently touched the light ball, but to his surprise, it disintegrated immediately. What the hell? Yak looked at the mother tree in confusion. How did it break as soon as I touched it? As the consciousness light ball dissipated, the mother tree began to emit green light, causing all the areas illuminated by it to sprout plants. Because Yak was closest to the mother tree and was most heavily affected by the green light, his entire body began to turn into wood, gradually transforming into a wooden dragon. Yak immediately erected a magic shield and shook off the wooden layer on his body. What the hell is going on? Yak quickly left with Villi, Wilt, and the elf, occasionally looking back at the changes near the mother tree. Under the green light, various plants sprouted all over the mechanical guards, but they seemed unaffected. Instead, they lifted their heads and chased after Yak in the direction he was flying. Boom! Not only did plants grow on the bodies of the mechanical guards, but many plants also grew on their laser guns, causing energy leaks and explosions. Unconcerned about the situation below, Yak decided to leave this world. Villi, you should have our contact information, right? Quickly tell them about the situation here and explain that we are returning, Villi? Villi! Yak called out twice, but Villi did not respond. When he turned around, he found that Villi had turned into a wooden statue, and Wilt was in the same situation. Only the elf had not changed, but Yak could no longer sense the presence of her soul. It seemed she had returned to the realm of death. Damn, this world is really destroyed. Yak flew back to the place where they had first arrived in this world, where there had originally been a crack, but now it had disappeared. Yak tried to tear open a crack himself, and he did, but he didn't know where it led, as it was pitch black. Yak's head stretched into the torn crack, but there was no void turbulence inside, just some dark things wriggling. Am I inside the belly of some creature? Yak retracted his head and began to ponder how to deal with the current situation. The first thing was how to return to the original world. The second was to solve the petrification on Vi and Lily. The third, he hadn't figured it out yet. It seems like you've encountered some trouble, the trench-coated man said as he approached Yak. This trench-coated man was the one who begged for food at the door. When he saw the news about the appearance of the red dragon, he knew it must be the outsider. He followed the news and finally met Yak here. Yak had noticed the trench-coated man long ago, but had not paid him any attention. Now that the guy had come over on his own, Yak couldn't just ignore him. Trouble is encountered, and I can solve it, but the main issue is whether it's worth it, Yak said. These things were not a big deal for his main body, but it was embarrassing to seek help without doing anything as a clone. Is it entirely up to you to decide whether it's worth it? Hearing the trench-coated man's words, Yak gritted his teeth and decided to deceive him. At the end of all things, the stars shine, and all in the world will welcome his arrival. Rejoice! You will go to his kingdom and become his people. Holy, with my flesh and blood, become the gateway for his arrival. Handing the petrified Vi and Lily over to the trench-coated man, he sacrificed himself to become the gateway for the arrival of the main body. A gateway of flesh and blood formed, awakening the dormant Yak. He reached in and pulled out a nearly exploding machine, shoot it a few times, and was hit by a huge surge of magic and the seal left by the divine. Ha! This clone found him something good. If there were more of this, he could soon break the seal and wouldn't need the clone's help anymore. Through the gateway of flesh and blood, Yak sensed that there were many machines in this world filled with immense magic. He extended his head through the gateway, and a huge dragon head appeared in this world. Yak's dragon head took a deep breath, sucking out countless machines hidden all over the world. The machines all shrank and entered Yak's mouth, bursting with immense magic. Through this magic, he broke most of the seals on his body and also found a very good quality toothpick. Retracting the dragon head, Yak's claw pulled up the mother tree of the elf race. In front of the huge claw, the mother tree of the elf race was indeed just a small toothpick, and the quality of this toothpick was quite good. Ha! The mother tree of the elf race? Yak retracted his claw and saw that this toothpick was the mother tree of the elf race, and couldn't help but be stunned. Extending a part of his consciousness, he saw the general direction of this world's development through the power of time, and everything that had just happened became clear. Let me find the firstborn complete elf. This time, Yak didn't open a passage through time, but directly pulled out the moment when the complete elf was just born from the river of time. The elf had just been born and hadn't yet seen the environment clearly when Yak pulled him out of the river of time. Where am I? He looked around in confusion and then noticed a pair of huge eyes staring at him from above. Yak slightly increased the brightness around him, revealing his true face to the elf. It was only then that the elf realized he was now on the claw of a red dragon. Hey! Long time no see, Yak. The elf greeted him happily after seeing Yak's true face. Do I know you? Acquaintance? Holding the spirit in front of him, Yak saw the massive consciousness inside the body. This massive consciousness formed a phantom, a towering tree. Mother tree? Yes. Yak fell into contemplation, not finding any images of when the mother tree entered this body. Could it be that he didn't look carefully and skipped over it? Realizing it was an acquaintance, the mother tree controlled the body, walking on Yak's claws and occasionally tapping his scales. Why did you enter a spirit's body? I have been contaminated and can only hide most of my consciousness in this body. Contaminated? Yak took out the mother tree, but aside from emitting green light, there were no signs of contamination. After looking around and not finding anything unusual, Yak tossed the mother tree aside and looked at the spirit on his claw. Now that you've hidden in this body, do you have a name? Molly. Magic? Not magic, Molly. Sorry, your voice is too soft, I didn't hear clearly. Molly looked speechless, absolutely believing that Yak was doing it on purpose. Tell me about that contamination. I've looked for a long time and haven't found the contamination you mentioned, Yak said, holding Molly. Ha, you didn't see it? That green light is the contamination. Hearing Molly's words, Yak took out the mother tree again and played with it in his hand. After playing for a moment, a layer of woody skin appeared on the surface of Yak's claw, but he easily peeled it off. Is that it? Molly. Boom! A loud noise drew both of their attention, and they saw the flesh gate slowly collapsing. Can't hold on anymore? Yak threw Molly out and began to shrink himself, sealing most of his power. After shrinking to a certain extent, Yak quickly passed through the flesh gate and entered the demon world. I, Yak, have finally come out again. Sealing his own power and carrying the seal of divinity, Yak returned to this world. In order to act, he pondered while resting. The last method he thought of was to seal his own power and run around with the seal of divinity, so he would no longer be restricted by the small black hole. Why does it feel a bit like a wild map running elite mini-boss? In the demon world, Yak stretched his body and checked his current strength. At the demigod level, not too high or too low, he was at the limit of the world's tolerance. Yak's current height reached 50 meters, with numerous golden chains embedded in his flesh. In addition, his body now leaned towards a dark color, making him look like a metallic dragon from a distance. Molly? Where are you? Here. Here. Yak called out to Molly and looked in that direction, finding two wooden statues next to Molly. Wooden statues, two of them, weren't they Vivi and Wudto? Yak flapped his wings and came to Molly's side, carefully protecting the two with his divine power, afraid that a flap of his wings would blow them away. These two were turned into wooden statues because of you. Can you do anything about it? Yak asked Molly, but he just shrugged and shook his head, indicating that he couldn't do anything. This made Yak feel troubled, as he didn't know the source of Molly's contamination. If he knew the source, he could solve the problem with Vivi and Wudto. But Molly himself didn't know what caused the contamination, which made Yak feel a bit of a headache. And Yak felt that even if he lifted the seal, he would be powerless against this contamination, and the woodification on Vivi and Wudto couldn't be dealt with. Wait, Molly, your situation is not right. What's wrong? The woodification caused by your contamination is effective on them, but why does it have no effect on me? You've become a god. Wow. The conversation was extremely simple, and Yak also understood that this pollution could be said to be ineffective against divine creatures. The two guys stared at each other, and finally Molly couldn't hold on any longer. How do you see this world? How do I see it? Standing, lying down, flying. Molly, talking to this guy is so tiring. There's no need to look at this world anymore. It can be said that the demon world has already ceased to exist. The creatures of the demon world have all fled, and now only humans are left. And because of these humans, this world has entered a world without magic, and magic will never appear in this world again.
Instead, another kind of energy will appear to replace magic, and this energy seems to be no worse than magic. After a slight calculation, this energy will appear in several 100 million years. In other words, this world has a lifespan of at least several 100 million years, which can be said to be extremely long.
So what about the humans here? That's not my concern. I'm not some kind of righteous hero. Why should I care about their life and death?
Yake pursed his lips and secretly sent some blessings to the Windbreaker man and the little girl.
A god's blessing can make their descendants worry-free, but if their descendants cause trouble, then this blessing will disappear.
Let's go, let's leave this world. I have to go to the divine realm to see if there's a solution to the petrification problem. Yake tore open a crack and urged Molly to leave with him, taking the wooden carvings of Vili with them. Molly stood in front of the crack, hesitated, and then withdrew his foot.
You go, I've decided to stay in this world.
Yake, winky face?
What is Big Brother doing?
Yake looked at Molly's determined eyes and didn't try to persuade him.
He walked into the crack and left this world. Damn, the water is really deep in this world. Here's a cover, there's a cover, I can't see anything clearly.
Walking in the energy channel formed by divine power, Yake recalled the things he encountered when exploring the information of this world. The time when the consciousness of the Light Mother Tree entered the complete body of the spirit was blocked from his view.
The same was true for the contamination of the Mother Tree.
In addition, the reasons for the departure of the creatures of the demon world, as well as the 3 people who descended like heroes, were all blocked, as if an invisible hand was orchestrating everything.
By the way, should I create a clone and send it to the time period in this world that hasn't changed yet?
This way, I can also know what has happened.
Yake thought about it and decided against it.
If he could think of this, there was no reason why the mastermind behind the scenes wouldn't think of it.
If you have the ability, come at me directly.
What's the use of hiding behind and orchestrating so many things?
Through the energy channel, Yake returned to the original world.
As soon as he returned to the original world, he felt several pairs of eyes watching him, most of them coming from the divine realm, and some from this world.
What are you looking at? Haven't seen a red dragon before? Keep staring and I'll kill you all.
The gazes that were fixed on him were all withdrawn, and a few of them left with a strange look in their eyes.
Yake remembered these guys in the divine realm.
When he ascended to the divine realm, these guys would have a hard time. Ignoring them, Yake stored the information he knew in a memory crystal, threw the memory crystal to the top of the mercenary guild, and then left.
After leaving the mercenary guild, Yake cast a teleportation spell with the destination set to the giant tree forest.
I'm here, I'm gone, you can't catch me, hee.
This teleportation was different from the previous ones.
It didn't have the intense fluctuations, but instead gradually faded Yake away, until he disappeared completely.
Crack!
In the giant tree forest, a giant tree was crushed to pieces, and a red dragon stood on the corpse of the giant tree, lost in thought.
In theory, he should have been teleported to the giant tree forest, but why is he inside a giant tree?
It's a good thing he's a demigod now, otherwise he would have been crushed if he had been teleported at any other stage.
Except for the druids. I wonder what this demigod means by coming here.
The Elf King appeared next to Yak, completely unaware that the demigod in front of her was the red dragon Yak.
Oh, long time no see, Elf King. Yak left the remains of the giant tree and greeted the Elf King.
The Elf King, realizing that this demigod actually knew her, tried to recall any demigods she knew, but none matched. Among them were humans, elves, metal dragons, and other creatures, but no red dragons. Thinking this, the Elf King became wary of this unfamiliar demigod and immediately ordered the elders of the tribe to come and assist.
Don't you recognize me? It's me.
Yak approached the Elf King, who quickly retreated and used elf magic to awaken the giant trees around her.
Awaken, warriors. The giant trees around the Elf King woke up and became soldiers of the tree people.
No, I don't remember having any grudges with you.
Yak tried to explain, but the Elf King used elf magic to block his words. Damn it!
Yak burned all the tree soldiers surrounding him to ashes and used his divine power to bind the Elf King with chains and a gag to prevent her from using magic. Seeing the Elf King bound, Yak felt that the position seemed a bit too suggestive, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, he turned her into a ball.
King, we're here.
The elders of the elf tribe appeared and saw their king bound into a ball with a gag in her mouth.
Who dared to treat their king like this?
The elders quickly found the culprit, a red dragon demigod. Seeing a demigod red dragon, the elders were not afraid and infused all their power into the 2 strongest individuals among them. This way, these 2 would have the strength to rival a demigod, and they happened to be a mage and an assassin, both female elves. The 2 elves received all the power of the elders, and the aura of a demigod emanated from them.
Yak, feeling exhausted, collapsed, leaving the 2 female elves standing there in confusion. What kind of trick are you playing? And why do you look so exhausted? Did these female elves drain you just by standing there?
While Yak was still dazed, one of the female elves rushed forward, while the other began chanting elf magic. The elf assassin held a jade-green dagger emitting a faint green light, which made Yak feel dizzy with just one glance.
Damn! Can this thing affect me? Is it an artifact?
After being dazed for 3 seconds, Yak broke free, but the elf assassin had already reached him. The dagger emitted a faint green light again, and Yak instinctively closed his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the elf assassin stabbed him in the heart and quickly retreated. At that moment, the other female elf stopped chanting elf magic. Above her appeared a huge green light, which shone down and restored the shattered giant trees, turning them back into tree people soldiers. The tree people soldiers were also strengthened under the green light, and various fierce thorns in sharp angles appeared on their bodies, and they also possessed wooden giant axes with sharp attributes. The strengthened tree people soldiers stepped forward, and at this time, large vines appeared under Yak, entwining him. The tree people soldiers raised their giant axes and chopped down towards Yak, causing numerous wounds to appear on his body. His divine power surrounding his body was unable to resist the chopping of the giant axe. Yak silently endured all of this, gripping the dagger inserted in his chest and pulling it out with a little force. There was no dragon blood on the dagger, not even flowing from his wounds. He spread his dragon wings and burst the vines entwining him, pushing back all the tree people soldiers surrounding him.
No, I really gave you a chance. Today, I'm going to make a wish.
Great meteor spell. Yak used the dragon language magic belonging to the category of a semi-forbidden curse, and at the same time, meteors appeared above the giant tree forest. All the elves stared blankly at the meteors above their heads, not knowing what had happened.
Come on, taste my meteor shower.
Yak made the meteors above the giant tree forest start to fall, and under the desperate gaze of all the elves, the first meteor fell into the giant tree forest.
Boom!
The earth flew up, countless giant trees were broken and ignited, and a scene like hell began to appear in the giant tree forest. The Elf King stared blankly at the scene caused by the first falling meteor. She did not expect such a situation to occur. All of this was caused by her, all because of her indiscriminate actions.
How about it? Realized your mistake? Damn it, I won't let you interfere from the outside. You didn't say I couldn't interfere. Losing is losing.
Two voices appeared at the same time, and the Elf King slowly opened her eyes. In front of her were a red dragon and a small sapling, both of them pointing and accusing each other. The small sapling was extremely malicious, refusing to admit defeat and accusing the red dragon of cheating. The red dragon, on the other hand, yawned and completely ignored the accusations of cheating. The Elf King recognized the two of them. One was the mother tree of their elf tribe, and the other was the half-god red dragon who had just experienced the destruction of the giant tree forest.
Was that just an illusion?
The Elf King tried to stand up, only to find herself tied into a ball, with a ball in her mouth as well.
What was going on?
The Elf King tried to turn her body, and after turning around, she found that all of her elders were tied into balls as well. The female elders had a ball in their mouths just like her, while the male elders only had a short stick in their mouths. It felt unfair for no reason. She didn't know if the time with the ball in her mouth was too long, but the Elf King felt that all her saliva had ended up on the ball. Yak saw that the Elf King had awakened, so he removed the chains from her body and took out the ball made of divine power from her mouth, throwing it to the Elf King with a slight disdain.
Consider this my compensation to you.
The Elf King blushed. To be honest, she was a little disgusted with the ball in her mouth.
Alright, I finished accompanying you, now it's your turn to see if you can solve the problem your clone created.
Yak took out the wooden statues of Vili and the others, and the mother tree was amazed by the wooden statues of Vili and the others. This was actually caused by its clone. It couldn't believe it, looking at the lifelike expressions and the abundant vitality inside. I can't solve this. The rules of the wood on these two wooden statues have been covered by the underlying wood rules, and the only way to turn them back is to find a main god in the divine realm who masters the wood rules. Remember, it's the wood rules, and it has to be a main god. The mother tree repeatedly emphasized that Yak only remembered the rules and the main god, and everything else was forgotten by him. When Yak left, he took back the illusion magic and chains from the elders, and handed over the divine power orb to his master.
God realm, here I come.
Yak prepared to teleport himself to the god realm, but then he realized something. He didn't have the coordinates for the god realm. Yak scratched his head, feeling unprepared for everything he did, just going wherever he felt like. Helpless, he found the mother tree of the elf clan, learned the coordinates of the god realm from it, and then opened the teleportation to the god realm. Just in case, he also tried to borrow an artifact from the mother tree, but she said there was no artifact, only the mother tree, and if that didn't work, he could take it to the god realm. Yak said her plan was too loud, and it was impossible to freeload.
Seeing her plan fail, the mother tree took out a dark blue gauntlet.
Yake was attracted to the gauntlet and felt it was meant for him. He snatched the gauntlet from the mother tree and it attached itself to his right claw. Then, a gauntlet identical to the one on his left claw appeared, but it was illusory. When he tried to cover the gauntlet with divine power, he found that it was all absorbed and did not cover it. Alright, now that I have everything, let's leave quickly. The mother tree urged Yake to leave, and without hesitation, he teleported himself to the god realm. Seeing Yake had left, the mother tree put on another gauntlet on her branch. As soon as she put it on, a claw appeared out of nowhere and snatched the gauntlet away. The mother tree stared blankly at the gauntlet that was snatched away, feeling a bit dazed. Then she shouted, "Yake, damn you!" In the god realm, Yake had gauntlets on both of his claws. When he put on the first gauntlet, he had already sensed that the mother tree still had another gauntlet. He was waiting for the mother tree to bring it out, but she actually wanted to come to the god realm through the connection of the two gauntlets, so he directly snatched it away without politeness. He did this only for the integrity of the artifact, everything else was fake. After storing the gauntlets in his personal space, Yake began to wander in the god realm. This god realm was almost identical to the ordinary world, except that the upper limit of power was much higher. Compared to the unsealed Yake, he could only be considered a medium-level existence here. Yake was full of curiosity about this god realm, wondering if he would encounter some gods here, like the god of love, or the god of love. Of course, this god of love had to be female. If it was male, then forget it. Thinking of this, Yake flapped his wings even more vigorously, and at the same time, some beings in the god realm sensed that Yake had arrived. How did he get here? Isn't it too early for him to come? Who knows? Go ask the god of fate. Don't ask, I asked. The god of fate said he doesn't know either. All the gods present fell into a very quiet state of communication. None of them had expected that there would be a situation that even the god of fate couldn't know. All the threads of fate on his body have been cut off. I can't get any information through the threads of fate on his body. Perhaps you can ask the god of cause and effect, he should be able to. Before the god of fate finished speaking, he was interrupted by another voice. That guy has too many cause and effect lines. I avoid dealing with such things. Don't try to get other information from his cause and effect lines. The god of cause and effect walked out, rubbing his temples. Just now he tried it out of curiosity and almost fainted from the chaotic cause and effect. TSK. So annoying. Why do they always sneakily look at me one by one? And there are warriors touching my cause and fate lines. I dare not contact my pile of avatars for fear of getting entangled with something terrible. No wonder it's the realm of gods. These gods are too powerful. It seems like I'm still too weak. Yak began to feel someone probing him, and then used his reserved divine power to shield himself, only to find that it didn't work, so he let those gods probe him. Anyway, he's single-handed here, he can just run away, and even if he dies, he can randomly find an avatar to resurrect. Damn it!